TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh, it's semantics. It's not a guitar. It's a cello. It's a cello.
Yes, you damn right. This is awesome.
TNA is my world. Welcome to Planet Jarrett.
You will feel the power. Period. This is BS. This sucks. I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 40. On this show we talk about a month of TNA at a time. On this episode we're talking about September 2005 and Unbreakable 2005. I'm Garrett and Liam. I'm joined by my musical friend Liam Jones.
There's nothing important that happens on this show, I'm pretty sure.
Infamous show for having nothing happening. That's actually why it's famous.
Like, that's why they never ran back the pay-per-view name event until 17 years later.
They're like, this show is so bad that we have to kill it.
Yeah, and we can never talk about it ever again.
Not that it was dedicated to the unbreakable spirit of the American people on 9/11.
I wonder what happened.
But how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm ready to go into this podcast with a brand new mental attitude.
Okay, you said that about the watch along, and I don't think it turned out to be true.
All right, but they don't know that.
Okay.
All right, like 6 people listen to that. All right, I'm going in with a brand new mental attitude, and I still gotta catch 'em all. Be the best that you can be. No, where I'm gonna take this seriously. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, some people out there, they say this is just a comedy podcast, all right? They say there's not any sort of real analytical value to it, all right? We're just making jokes about TNA, ha-has, goofs. I ain't no goofster, okay? I'm here to provide in-depth analytical analysis of pro wrestling, and that's why we're here. And that's why we're the best TNA history podcast out there, okay? And I'm not stepping up my game because anything else has happened in the meantime. I'm doing it with my own volition and to prove a point.
Hey, Brian Alvarez. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, Brian Alvarez.
Trying to run a business
Yeah,
here.
we've always been Team Phil on this podcast.
Team CM Punk. We beef together against Brian Alvarez. We send Instagram story messages all the time.
Brian Alvarez, you know what? Touch grass. Touch grass, bro.
Do you post Instagram stories?
No.
No, neither do
I don't post anything. I've never posted in my life.
Except when you do post.
Name one.
You quote tweeting Raj Giri.
Only because he deletes them.
Yeah, you do force him into deleting it. Well done.
Yeah, I'm the only one.
So you're saying now, every time I throw to you asking for an opinion on, say, a 3 Live Crew television match, instead of being like, I've got nothing, oh my god, you will give me some deep, thoughtful analysis.
Yep. I would do like every other wrestling podcast out there and just make up my opinion on the spot.
Match of the year, best match I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like everything has to be the best or it's the worst of all time. So that's what I'm going to do.
That is the way we work now.
Yeah.
There is no just a good show.
No, there's never been just a fine show.
There's just an endless amount of cope about a pretty okay Bryan Danielson Kazuchika Okada match.
You know what, Garrett, I agree. As a pro wrestling analyst, I think that match was disappointing.
It is fun. If two people who weren't Bryan Danielson and Okada had that match move for move, everyone would be like 3.25 stars. But it's like, let's throw another like 1.5 on. Also, he broke his arm, which is fair enough. But throw 1.5 on it just because it's Danielson and Okada, and we expected it to be as good as we just pretend it is. Mm-hmm. Do it in Japan, it'll rock.
It will. But no one wants to hear us talk about AEW Forbidden Door.
Yeah, everyone wants to hear you talk about your Final Fantasy VIII takes.
I like Squall.
You're on the Squall train?
Yeah, I'm a Squall guy. He's a cool little dude. The most handsome man of the party. And I can relate to that. So, me and him, we're tight, you know. Safer? Is that how you pronounce the other guy?
I was always a cipher guy, but listen, it's text. You can say whatever you want. That's always the thing with Final Fantasy. It's like, I will say whatever the fuck I want for those words, no matter how many times they say chocobo. It's a chocobo. I'm not going to say chocobo. It's a chocobo.
Big school shooter vibes from that guy.
No, it's school stabber. Thank you very much.
No, he can have a gun blade.
Oh, no, he can be a stabber and a shooter.
Yeah, he's the most dangerous don't come to school tomorrow fella.
For context, by the way, Liam was like, I would like to play an RPG. I'd like to be an RPG guy because I want to be a sicko. And he's like, I tried Final Fantasy 7. I hate it. Kenny Omega's the worst for liking it. I watched Final Fantasy 10. It's stupid. And I was like, well...
No wonder he took that Tiger Driver on his head. He likes Final Fantasy 7.
Makes sense. Is there tigers in that game? I don't think so.
There's drivers.
There's a lot of drivers. You drive a motorcycle. Mm-hmm. But I was like, what's the one that, like, what's the RPG that, like, matches Liam the most? And I think it is Final Fantasy VIII.
I do love schools in which they train soldiers.
That is one of your favorite genres of entertainment.
It's one of my favorite anime aesthetics.
If there were ninjas, you'd be even higher on it, but regular soldiers is pretty good too.
Okay, listen, Garrett, am I playing this game wrong? I need you to tell me if I'm playing it wrong.
Okay.
Because all I'm doing is spamming the GPs, or the GFs, whatever they're called, my girlfriends. All I'm doing is spamming that and spamming Cure.
No, you can play it that way.
Is that how you're supposed to do it?
I will warn you, there's some bosses that insta-kill your GFs while they're
But like, what do I do other than that? My regular attacks do shit all.
You can junction magic to your attack so that it gets stronger.
Sorry?
So if you know the way you can draw spells out of enemies?
Yeah.
The more you have of a spell when it's junctioned to your attack, the stronger the attack becomes.
So like you can take multiple turns to build it up.
No. Have you not looked in the junction menu yet?
I have vaguely. I don't understand it. There's a lot of menus, okay?
So in that menu, as we're just explaining Final Fantasy VIII, the mechanics now,
Let me pull out my Switch real quick.
in that menu, you will see all of your stats, and some of them you can apply magic to. And the way it works is that the spell amplifies the stat you put it next to, and the more you have of that spell, say if you have 30 fires, that adds more to your attack power than 10 fires would, or to your magic power, or to your defense, or whatever.
All right.
So you want to draw some spells, and then
Yeah.
you can break the game completely if you just draw like 99. but
I'll keep that in mind for when I lose to a boss over and over again.
and if you can't junction a particular thing, you can go and learn that ability from one of the GFs.
Why did they name the monsters your girlfriends?
Because have you seen Shiva?
Yeah, I have. I've seen Shiva. Let me tell you what. I've given Shiva to Squall, and Squall will never get anyone else but Shiva. These other nerds can have the other ones, but
So that's why they're your girlfriend.
Squeever. That's what I call them. I stand them. There is a lot of fucking in this game.
There's not really a lot of fucking, but there's a lot of googly eyes.
Yeah, everyone wants that Squall.
And Quistis, like, loses her job for wanting to fuck Squall.
Spoilers.
It's in the first 2 hours.
I'm not there yet. She just invited me to the back rooms.
Oh, literally the moment she's like, I lost my job because I want to fuck you.
But like, we already found this new girl, and there was literal fireworks behind us to show that there was fireworks in our chemistry.
Yeah, that's subtle storytelling.
Like, the biggest thing that struck me between this game and Final Fantasy VII is how completely different it feels.
Well, part of it is like tech, and that like,
No, I mean like in story.
yeah, they're all different.
But like, there's like, last one's like political intrigue, and there's elements of like environmentalism and terrorism, and this one's like, you're in a school where you fight.
You're a student soldier that is sent out to solve crimes or create
commit them.
crimes.
Yeah, so I don't know. Is there anyone as hot as Sephiroth in this game?
I'm a Laguna guy, so I'm gonna say yes.
Well, I will determine that factor later on.
Also has an even better battle theme than the normal battle theme.
Better than the One-Winged Angel?
I think most of the FF8 battle themes are better than One Winged Angel. That's neither here nor there.
Wow. And you've been playing Final Fantasy as well.
Oh, the new one? Oh,
Yeah,
don't get me
King of Segways.
Don't get me started on the new one.
What, isn't it just Devil May Cry? You played those games.
Yeah, what if Devil May Cry was like a little bit slower and more annoying?
Oh no, the best thing about Devil May Cry is the speed.
And with less style and less like punch and
Unless Dante.
also more cutscenes, and you just walk into the same rooms fighting the same enemies. That's the way all these areas are designed, and it's stupid.
I have heard you can fuck in it though, is that true?
I haven't fucked anybody yet. He's just sad.
Oh well, it's bound to come then. I do love those sad boys.
And to be fair, he is justifiably sad, but he is just sad.
My favorite thing about Squall is that, like, he's so mean to everyone, but whenever I play him, I'm like, yeah, I'll help. Like, when your friend's like, hey, man, want to hang out? And he's like, no, I'd rather drink this drink. And then the woman comes up and goes, can you help me plan my party? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah.
Squall is just desperate for love.
That's how I'm going to play him. This is actually a dating sim.
It kind of is.
Aren't all JRPGs?
If we get like 30 hours in, there is an actual date.
There's a date in FF7 as well.
Yeah. Well, the best part
Wow.
about the FF7 one is you can get different characters on the date,
Hell yeah.
including Barrett,
Hell yeah.
which just awkwardly sits there with you being like, so,
What to do?
anything going on with you?
Who's the Final Fantasy VII best?
And then they make Furiously out in that gondola. And then Barrett dies instead of Aerith.
Spoiler.
Listen, if you have not learned that Aerith dies in Final Fantasy VII, I'm sorry. If you somehow like care enough about that being spoiled, but also haven't gotten around to learning that, I don't know how you've existed. Also, that game released in 1997, even though it's technically a spoiler for a game that will release next year.
Exactly. What if people have been waiting all this time to play the remakes?
They're positively going to bitch out of killing Aerith.
You think they're going to make such a giant change?
Well, like, the whole thing about the first one they did was that, oh, you know, we changed history now. We can change the story. They made a game about giving themselves permission to change the game instead of just changing the game. Hate it. But I think they're going to bitch out of killing Aerith. I think they might kill someone else. They should kill Tifa.
It'd be really funny if they killed Tifa. No, they kill Cloud and then you play as
Barrett.
Aerith for the rest of the game. That'd be fun.
What were you checking?
Me?
Didn't you say I was going to check something there?
I don't remember.
No.
Oh no, I was just saying, I was pondering who the best Final Fantasy VII girl is.
Red 13.
Tifa is a punch girl, which is the greatest genre of girl, so.
The answer is Yuffie, by the way.
Yuffie.
Trying to spell it phonetically.
I did.
Well done.
You did perfect. So this is Link to the Cast, is what we're doing right now. This is my audition tape to finally be allowed on.
There's more than enough weeks I'm not on that you could just bully your way on.
Just message Dave every week. Let me on the podcast, please.
We do usually record at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. your time, which might be an obstacle, but...
Nah, I'll do it. I'll get up. I've done that before. I've gotten up in the wee hours to record for people.
Battling time zones.
You gotta do it.
This is the only reason you're not a podcast superstar. You're stuck here with me, because time zones.
What do you mean I'm not a podcast superstar?
I'm just the anchor around your weight. Weight?
Around my weight.
Yes.
The anchor around my weight. Garrett, speaking of, fuck off, these are fake games made from Japan. Let's talk about a real game.
Okay.
AEW Fight Forever.
Well, it's not out yet.
I know, but there's been enough footage to base an opinion.
I have never seen a game leak as much as this has.
Yep.
Like, ever. This entire game is out there at this stage. How has that happened?
I think they've just allowed it. I don't think they care.
It's been very good marketing for them. Though I'm worried,
Yeah.
like, too, it's like, has all, like, the fun, surprising stuff been ruined when I play it? But it does look real good.
It looks really fun. Creation Suite looks dog shit, but everything else looks fun.
They'll just put all that stuff in a battle pass and you'll have to play.
Yeah. I'm excited for it.
It does look like a lot of fun. It looks like they got all, like, the small details you would want them to get right.
Yeah. They did, like, everything that they... Like, there's a bunch of things that they were never going to compete with 2K on, and I just don't think they tried to compete with them there, and instead they went to do all the things that 2K can't dedicate time to doing.
Or won't.
Or won't.
Yeah, so they were like, listen, we know it's a PS2 looking ass game, but
Yeah.
it's PS2 ass fun, too.
Yeah. Which, you know, if that's how you got to stand out and be a difference on the marketplace, then do it.
And you can make it look good over time.
That'll be the thing to me, is like, in 3 years, does this game look marginally better?
I would be interested to see, do they actually change any of the visuals, given, like, I know they plan to run this as, like, a game of service. I know I threw a shot at the Battle Pass there, but I do think they had planned to have both a Season Pass and a Battle Pass, which is fucking bullshit. But I wonder, will they actually, like, change how
I gotta
it
get my
looks?
Kenny Omega the Cleaner attire through the Battle Pass.
There's going to be so much of that. It's going to make me know about it. And I'm going to be annoyed. I'm going to be annoyed at the game, but...
I'm gonna become the greatest AEW Fight Forever Battle Royale champion.
You're going to do the esport?
Yeah, I'm gonna become the top guy. I'm gonna form an esports team, and I'm gonna be number one.
The Stadium Stampede Esports League?
Yeah, I'm gonna win it. Me and Adam Cole.
You and the Chugs?
Yeah, me and the Chugs. We're gonna go at it. Age-old rivalry.
I thought you were going to be partners.
No. I assume it's not gonna be team-based.
So it's going to be the You've Got to Be Kidding Me esports team versus the Chugs esports team.
We'll do it. We'll grind it. We're gonna end the podcast, and we're gonna just focus on the Fight Forever grind.
Liam will actually
Gonna
just be
get an
playing Fight
influencer
Forever
house.
in the background of every podcast going forward.
Yep. And then Subway Surfer at the bottom, and we'll upload it and get 1 million views.
More of a temple run guy myself.
It's because you're old.
I am old. That is basically it. Because there was Temple Run, and then there was it just Minion Run, or was it Minion Rush? I played that Minion game to fucking death. And now
I don't know the Minion game.
it's the same thing, but just Minion. And then now it's Subway Surfer.
Well, Subway Surfer was around when I was young.
They're all the same game. They're literally identical video games.
Well, Subway Surfer is actually a little different, Garrett, because it has vertical aspects to it.
I think Minion Rush did too.
I bet Subway Surfer came out first.
But it's been a while since I played the Minion game. I think Temple Run is the originator though, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the first one, and then Subway Surfer got big.
And then they all just ripped it off.
Subway Surfer came out over a decade ago.
Minion Rush also came out over a decade ago.
Alright, well, I didn't know you were such a big defender of Minion Rush.
I love the Minions. Well, actually, no, I don't. I'm still mad they ripped off the Rabbids. How pissed do you think
Minion Rush.
Ubisoft are about that, by the way? That, like, they did the Rabbids, which were their thing. And then Universal Illumination...
Minion Rush came out a year later. It ripped it off. Fake game.
Well, they both ripped off Temple Run. But
I know.
But yeah, the Minions ripped off Rabbids, so they're ripping everything off. It makes sense. It adds up.
Yeah, I hate Minions.
I'm the big Rabbids defender.
I hate Minions.
I like 2 of the Minions-related movies.
I've never seen a Minion movie. I never will.
Wow, Vendetta against the Minion.
Yep.
I think that's some kind of racism.
Against Minions specifically, yes.
Yeah. All right, before we get into the show, you can head to tnachat.com where you can hear more rambling 15-minute opening segments.
18.
Well, when it's edited down. I was trying to get ahead of the editing.
Wow. Silencing me.
Yeah, some of your stuff needs to be silenced. I'm sorry.
Wow. What the fuck?
Where you can hear our Raintaker show where we're covering 2013 New Japan at the moment. Our most recent show we did was Dominion with a Togi Makabe main event, which rocked.
Bunch of Bullet Club business.
Yeah, it's the Bullet Club show now. And we also covered all of 2012 PWG, so that full year is there for you to listen to before we move on to Lucha Underground next. That will be our next series. The first episode of Lucha Underground will be next. And the full series of the Monday Night War, the full series of Global Force Wrestling, the full series of Ring Cat King, the full series of Wrestling Society X, all there waiting for you at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, as well as watch-alongs for every TNA monthly pay-per-view so far, including Unbreakable 2005, and a bunch of the weekly pay-per-views too, and a WrestleMania. Reviews of Macho Man Randy Savage's album, of Chris Rock's movie Head of State. That's there for you too.
All out instant reaction. 2021?
Yeah, when I was earnest and enthusiastic.
Yep. Before you were jaded.
Before I was broken and shattered. Also, show notes for every episode. You can read 15 pages of notes about September 2005 over there on Patreon. You can get an ad-free episode, so if you're like, oh, those ads are annoying, a whole $1 gets rid of them over on patreon.com/kiddingmetnachat.com, as well as our star ratings for all of these matches and every match we have watched so far in this TNA show, which is like hundreds. So you can be like, what's the best match from 2003? It's right there waiting for you. Liam says it's Don Callis. No, that's 2004. Damn it.
Fake fan.
It's going to throw a shot at you for giving 4 1/4 to Don Callis and Eric Watts again.
It's AMW XXX.
So there you go. All of that waiting for you. tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. All the content you could ever want in the world if you'd like to hear more of us based on those first the opening minutes about Final Fantasy and mobile games.
Yes.
Which brings us to the month that was September 2005, a very famous month in TNA history, and very notable because it is the final month before Spike TV. The next episode of Impact we'll watch is the Spike debut.
I'm excited. And we're going to do a watch along for that.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, if you'd like to hear the watch-along for our next episode, we'll do both Bound for Glory 2005 and the Spike TV debut episode, which I've always insisted is as close as TNA has ever put on to a perfect episode of television. So,
and I will tell you it's bad and terrible.
So that's coming up too. But yeah, we are literally on the cusp. We are on the edge of Spike TV. Unbreakable is the last new show before Spike TV. They take a couple weeks off of TV. They didn't tape TV after Unbreakable. They're coming back for the Spike debut on October 1st. So yeah, right on the edge of like the boom period for TNA.
It's all about the boom. Yes, we're about to approach Spike TV. We're going to start seeing TNA do numbers that AEW would quiver for, that they wish they could have. I'm trying to start a culture war. Is it going to work?
A TNA versus AEW culture war?
Yeah.
I do occasionally throw shots like that by being like, more people have watched Max and Jeremy Buck on television than ever watched Matt and Nick Jackson.
Didn't I say that to you?
And throwing those kind of elbows out on Twitter when people get mad at me.
Yeah, of course. You got to hit it every time, you know? But yeah, I don't know. It's very exciting. It's exciting to see the TNA sort of hit that next level era where the general wrestling zeitgeist sort of remembers it. You know, we get to the stage where people have nostalgia for the company because they saw it on this gigantic channel.
Yeah, because this is when they like well and truly break into the mainstream. Like by the time they get on Spike, their audience will be about 4 times larger than it was when it was on FSN. Like FSN had them reach like 150, 200,000. Spike on Saturday nights will end up being 800, 900,000. So a huge bunch of people will start watching TNA for the first time this month. And that, as you said, that's like the breakthrough of the nostalgia point. And like it's this company finally making it.
They said we wouldn't make 1 month. They said we wouldn't make 1 year. But now we've made it.
But yeah, after over 3 years of like struggling, there was that period early in this year and kind of into the summer where they were going off TV where it was looking pretty shaky. And if the Spike deal didn't come, they probably would have ended up on WGN. But I think the WGN deal would have ended up closer to FSN than it ended up being on Spike. Because I think Spike ended up being like a perfect storm factor, some of which we'll talk about right now in a sec, that kind of helped launch TNA. And WWE accidentally tripped and fell their way into accidentally launching TNA.
Yeah. So, you know, it's all very exciting. Exciting to see TNA take its place in wrestling history at that next level as being a legitimate number B. Number B? B is a number.
They haven't like really been a national company. They've been available nationally, but like they haven't really been a national wrestling company. But like Spike, that's national TV. That's like proper real deal national TV.
Yeah, we are for real now.
So notes on the Spike deal. TNA's final deal with Spike TV stipulates that Spike sells the ad time, not TNA. TNA will get 2 minutes of ad time each show to promote its upcoming pay-per-views and other merchandise. Otherwise, Spike gets to keep all the revenue that it sells as part of its Slammin' Saturday Night block. TNA doesn't have to pay for time, though, which is a much better deal than they had with Fox Sports Net and gives them a legitimate chance at turning a profit next year.
The not paying for things generally is a better deal.
It's funny, it's like, we're not making any money directly from Spike. The idea is like, the extra audience we'll get on Spike, we can then push toward merchandise, push toward pay-per-view, and that's how we'll make our money. But Spike sell all the ads and they make all the money. But it's like, but also we're not paying Spike to be on the air, which is a huge difference from Fox Sports Net.
Yeah, that's an immediate sort of return of investment.
Like
not even return of investment, just lack of investment to put in.
Yeah, it costs them a great deal less money to actually put the show on.
Which was kind of the big thing that was killing them leading up to this, was the production cost of putting on these shows. It's why we started to see the same wrestlers work every episode of TV instead of a mix then a match, and why they moved to taping on 1 day or 2 days instead of doing them a little more sporadically.
Yeah, because these shows we've been watching have been taped over like a 1 day block, 4 hours, and you can tell based on the energy of those crowds that it is the kind of Ring of Honor-esque long TV taping that people get bored of.
Probably the same amount of matches on all 4 episodes of TNA as one Ring of Honor show.
Yeah, because they do tape, like, it's usually 5-ish on Impact at the moment. They change that when they get the Spike. I think it gets down to 3, which I think makes for a better paced show with 3 longer matches than like a 5, like mixed matches, 1 long and kind of 4 bunch of short ones. But yeah, so they would tape about 20 matches plus some explosion matches, which would probably bring you up to like 25 over the course of 1 TV taping, which is too many matches to sit through.
Yeah, it's almost 1 ROH.
1 episode, yeah.
Yeah.
Good God, why does that show the way it is? Stop it.
Well, gotta do what you gotta do.
After concerns a month ago that TNA might get on Spike but not get the support needed from the network to be a success, Spike TV stepped up Monday night.
Spike TV is not the stepfather, but it is the father that stepped up.
Oh no. Yeah, Spike executives are walking around backstage wearing that t-shirt. During Raw this week, Spike TV dedicated 2 commercials to promoting the debut of TNA Impact on Spike TV on October 1st at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The commercials showed generic high spots from TNA without focusing on any stars. While there was brief close-ups of Raven's face, it was to show him in agony, not to showcase his star power. I like this kind of analysis. It's like, what's going on in these commercials? Raven was in pain. He wasn't shown as a star. Jeff Jarrett wasn't in it at all.
I mean, there is like legitimate sort of critiquing to be had there. Like, if I'm promoting that show, I'm like, here is Raven, here is Rhino, here is some people you realize, here is AJ doing some crazy bullshit that you've never seen before. Go watch this show. Look how much crazier and more interesting it looks than what you're watching right now.
It sounds like they did do that without focus, because like Raven and Jarrett never do anything. Well, Raven does cool stuff. Jarrett never does cool stuff. It does sound like this is like, here's AJ doing a flip dive. Here's Chris Daniels. I haven't seen this spot. I don't think it's available online, but I would
That would have been fun if we could have found it.
I would guarantee like the Skipper Cage Walk is in there, stuff like that. It feels like that's the kind of thing that's like the like high impact, high spots, quick spot TNA Impact debuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, airing ads during Raw is such a petty move, and I fucking love it.
I don't even think it's petty. I just think it's smart business.
Well, it is, because they're out of the WWE business and into the TNA business. So while they still have WWE on their show, they're using the WWE hours to push toward their future show, which makes a lot of sense, but it makes WWE fucking mad. As I said, like the WWE accidentally kind of created their own biggest rival during this era. Like, if the Spike relationship ended on better terms, and they're full-fledged war at the moment, by the way, which is so funny to think WWE and a television network are going to war. There's a whole bunch of stuff where, like, obviously the first Raw in USA is October 3rd, and the Spike TV had decided to counter-program that with a live UFC.
Rules.
So, like, not only are they, like, trying to use it to push TNA, it's like, we're going to war with the UFC too. Fuck you. You're being a bunch of bitches on the way out. We're also being a bunch of bitches on the way out. But that only benefits TNA, because TNA are, the like, I'd imagine part of the reason Spike were like, hey, let's pick up TNA. Fuck WWE. They're being assholes to us. But also, now they're using WWE. They're leveraging the last few weeks of WWE to promote TNA's debut, which is only big for TNA. That is a huge thing for them to put, like, TNA ads in front of the probably 3 million or so people that were watching Raw at this stage. Like, it's so interesting to think about how WWE helped TNA considerably in this situation.
I hope when WWE ends up leaving USA or Fox, they piss them off on the way out too, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, let's get MLW.
Yeah. It's Court's big time.
Yeah, be good. That'd be fun. But one thing I'm interested in seeing, because obviously I don't really remember, is if there's like any sort of distinguishable production boost when we head into the Spike era.
There's a note about that in a moment. Like, it'll still look like the Impact Zone. It's still the Impact Zone, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, when you think about, in the year plus we've been watching Impact, there's never been a match graphic.
Yeah.
You know? They've never had, like, that kind of production. They've never been like, we have match graphics.
We have vignette that isn't just one that we've put 17 times on show.
Like, you'll get match graphics for the pay-per-view matches, but for Impact, there's no such thing. There has never been a match graphic for an Impact match. There's no, like, format for that at this stage, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see how TNA sort of steps up to being in a major television environment.
I always wonder, like, they stuck with Orlando for this, which is fine because they have a really engaged audience there at the moment, and you'll see for the debut that crowd are going bonkers, and it is cheaper to run the studio. But, like, they probably would have done a decent crowd for their national television debut, you know?
Make it like a pay-per-view on television.
Or at least, like, run a building.
I don't know, but maybe they want to, like, establish in the mind of the viewer that, like, this is what TNA looks like. This is what it is.
Yeah, and you can do that in a studio, and you also don't run the risk of bombing. So, you know, like, you know what it will look like on TV at least. You know you'll pack that place with 800 people.
You're doing a GFW amped in front of, like, this giant building that's only, like, 50% full.
Yeah, so you can control the optics a little more in the studio, I guess. But I like, that'll be a talking point more as we go, like, deeper into the Spike years and how long it takes them to get on the road a little more regularly. It's like, they probably, like, they had the star power to draw.
But, like, you know, there's elements to seeing how this was done that I look at and I go, I probably would have done something a little different. Like, you could have done some, like, again, having not seen the ad that they ran, you could be like, hey, here's some glamour shots of Jeff Hardy. Here's some glamour shots of Rhino and Raven, just interspersed between these crazy high spots and the cage walk and AMW and all this, you know?
This unprecedented exposure for TNA gives it its best chance any promotion may have for many years in competing meaningfully with WWE sans a major network itself owning a starter promotion. WWE's entire audience will be exposed to ads over the next 4 weeks, so that first week's rating should tell a lot about TNA's potential to make a dent. And a note, Vince flipped out on the August 29th Raw when they aired a TNA commercial and started throwing some headsets.
You know, that's based. You know, that's sick. We love seeing Vince flustered.
Yeah, because they would have been in, like, the truck, because they would have had the Spike TV feed, as in, like, during the commercial, and there's a TNA ad. I would have loved to see, like, the truck's reaction live as they see that a TNA ad is airing during Raw.
They all just go deathly silent as Vince starts swearing.
The TNA contract with Spike TV goes into full effect on October 1st. It's a 52-week deal through late September of 2006. Judging from the TV commercials, the plan to change the name was overruled. Dave talked about how there was a plan to call it Impact on Slammin' Saturday Night. They do mention Slammin' Saturday Night because that is the marketing block, but they are the show is just still called Impact.
Should be Saturday Night Impact.
Well, it gets moved pretty quick, Dave, so that wouldn't have worked, would it?
I hate the predisposition to adding Friday night, Monday night, Saturday night. I think it's so dumb.
It's the kind of thing where it's you want to market the day the show is on within the name, but also people can work that shit out. Come on.
Yeah, every time I see Saturday Night Collision, I go, all right. Maybe it just offends me because it's not on Saturday for me.
Yeah, it's illegal to Australians.
Yeah, it's Thursday Night Dynamite actually.
Isn't it Thursday morning Dynamite?
Yeah, all right, shut up. Don't question me in front of the people.
I'm sorry. We'll do this off air. TNA president Dixie Carter told TNAWrestling.com the promotion has achieved one of its major goals within its business model in being broadcast on a major cable network.
Be on a real channel.
It's number one goal, be on TV.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a pretty big one.
To be fair, number two goal is follow Dixie on Twitter, but...
Can't wait till we start seeing that.
Carter hinted that more big news is coming pertaining to the Spike deal on contract negotiations with Spike as well as WGN. Dixie said,
"We were fortunate enough to have interest from several places. In the end, we felt that Spike TV and their audience was the best place for us to be. These guys understand our audience and have experience in wrestling. They value the product and we look forward to growing our property together."
Wow, a new professional era for Dixie Carter now that she's on national television.
Yeah, I told you, I'm bringing new professional energy to this podcast. That means no more accents.
No more snakes in the back.
No more snakes in the back. I'm not about bits anymore.
You were just about professional analysis.
Yep. I want to get that call up from Post Wrestling.
They do bits.
Cut that. They'll kick us off.
Rich will come for us. It's Post?
Yeah, be like, whoa.
You want to go to Post?
We got to get that call up to Spike TV.
First Brandon betrays us, now you do. Carter said TNA is considering each available free agent from WWE on a case-by-case basis, but the focus will remain on the current group of wrestlers who have worked their butts off for TNA and deserve this exposure to show the world how amazing they are.
The thing is, I think at this stage, it's, they're being a bit more particular about which WWE guys are coming in, and that's smart. And they have such a core roster of their own next stars that they can do that with too. So it's in a very healthy position to be in.
Yeah, it's kind of thing where it's you just have to add 5 guys.
Just 5 guys?
Yeah, just 5 guys to your roster to bolster
Bring
the
in
star
Taichi,
power.
Sonata, Doki, Kanemaru.
And when you think about those 5 guys, you could say end up being Nash, Team 3D, Christian, and Sting. Those are a pretty good 5 guys.
Those are the best. That's pretty great 5 guys to get.
Those are good guys to bolster the star power side of the roster, which you can argue is the part that's lacking.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, they even have a good little number of those people. But once you expand it just that little bit more, I think it's a good touch. Because especially watching Unbreakable, I had the thought of the world title picture feels like it's in a solid place star-wise now. And obviously the X Division title feels like it's in a great place too. So just having those couple more to fill it out, and honestly having a gigantic name tag team would be really nice in this division that's kind of been the same 4 tag teams feuding with each other for a year.
You're sick of the Naturals in AMW?
I'm sick of the Naturals, AMW, and Team Canada wrestling each other interchangeably on all of these pay-per-views.
On the topic of tag teams, TNA is pursuing a few non-TNA names, such as the Dudley Boys, Charlie Haas, and Shannon Moore, and looking to add a returning name such as Kevin Nash to create buzz amongst non-TNA followers. But the objective is to focus on the core roster members. Bubba Ray and Devon are asking for top dollar to appear in TNA, causing management to become reluctant to sign them. Not because they don't think they're worth it, because they're worried that other people will also ask for that kind of money.
Just try and talk them down as much as possible.
Yeah, it's listen guys, we think you're worth it, but if we give it to you, we'll have to give it to Raven. We don't want to give it to Raven.
Yeah, Raven and Rhino will come into our offices and be like, hey.
Yeah, AJ will be like, what the hell?
And they're like, no, definitely not you.
The biggest story surrounding the convention, this was Bubba and Devon were doing a convention. I think it was their first convention as the Dudley Boys post WWE, and WWE was like, hey, about that Dudley Boys name. Just days before it was to start, Devon Hughes and Mark LaMonica, Dave loves losing his shoot names, So WWE doesn't sue him either, actually. He's scared WWE will send him a legal letter for using the Dudley name.
It's like the Dudley... Oh, no.
Got a legal letter from WWE stating they were banned from not only using the Dudley's name, but the WWF was claiming trademarks on attire and catchphrases.
Just insane.
And told LaMonica that the photos of him on his own website, taken during his WWE tenure, constituted copyright infringement and threatened him with a $150,000 damage case per photo.
It's insane.
Like, WWE lowballed them. That's why they left. Like, WWE said, we don't think you're worth that, so less money. And they said, no, okay, we're leaving.
Yeah.
And then WWE turns around and is like, I get WWE. It shows actually a little bit how shook they are by the idea of TNA being on TV.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I was like, do you think this was all because Spike is coming around and they're like, these guys might go there. Let's fuck with them.
Yeah, they're pretty sure the Dudleys are headed to TNA. And they're like, we can't let them use the Dudley name. We can't even let them use the attire. We can't even let them say get the tables, which they never do. And Bubba, to be fair to him, always found the best, simplest way around it, which was always great.
What was it?
Where you would push Devon, he would shout Devon, and then he would count 1, 2, 3, and the crowd would do the get the tables.
That's great.
He would go on to do that for like 15 years. I was like, that is a fantastic way around copyright infringement. Well done.
What are you going to do? Sue the fans?
Yeah, sue each individual person in that audience.
Do you think that the only reason they went so hard on the Dudleys is because of the Spike war? And that if Spike and WWE were amicable and they knew they were going to TNA, they would have just let them do it?
I don't think so. I think just the idea of TNA being on national TV has them not quite rattled, but in like, you know, anti-competitive shut it down WWE mode, which is one of their favorite modes.
It's the best mode.
So they're like, let's go hard on the Dudleys. Like, it's one thing, fair enough, the name, you know, you do own the name. There's some people who's like, you bought the name, you didn't create the name, and now you're enforcing it. But like, listen, that's how copyright law, they bought ECW, they own the name. And so, like, the name is fair game. Like, the attire is the thing that I'm like, fuck off.
It's like the one, if they could get away with it, they'd be like, we're also going to copyright the 3D and you can't have the move.
It is funny that they didn't have 3D trademarked, isn't it?
And that's the thing I've been thinking about a lot more lately with, like, you know, WWE being a little more enforcing on their copyright. I was like, are we ever going to get to a stage in wrestling where they're like, we are going to copyright this move. And if someone uses this move on a different pro wrestling show, we're going to sue them.
They could shut the entirety of independent wrestling down if they trademarked the Canadian Destroyer.
Trademark the Canadian Destroyer and trademark the RKO.
They could just kill all of wrestling in an instant.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Obviously, I don't. There's probably always going to be cases of it happening outside of the WWE first, but it's just an interesting sort of thing, you know.
So as I said, WWE offered them deals that lowballed them, and that's why they left. So that does what, like, that is the thing that makes it feel extra petty for me. It's like, you lowballed them. You can't be assholes about them leaving.
Well, they can, because they're going to go to their biggest competition in years.
In another sign of Spike TV's support of TNA, not only did the 2 more 15-second commercials air during Raw, but the network has scheduled TNA for a Monday night replay each week starting October 3rd.
That's sick.
Although it won't go head-to-head with Raw, Monday nights will feature 2 prominent national promotions on national cable TV for the first time since the final edition of Nitro in 2001. So it's a midnight replay, so it'll be about an hour after Raw airs. But yeah, it's another one of those things like, fucking hate you, WWE. We're going to put them on Mondays too.
God, I really want them to piss off USA and Fox now. I really want them to piss off USA and Fox.
Again, it's so funny to see a whole fucking television network going to war with WWE.
How hilarious would it be to see, like, MLW just get, like, an influx of a giant amount of money? And then it's like, all right, go ahead.
Go for it. Go to war.
And then Jacob Fatu doing his Bloodline promos.
And yeah, WWE would shut that down very quickly then.
But that's what I want to see. That's what I want. And then USA gets all pissy and they're like, here, have all this money, MLW. God, it would be fun. I want a major pro wrestling show on every day of the week on a major network. That's my dream.
Probably love to have more than one.
No, just give me Monday through Saturday. When I say a major pro wrestling show, I also don't mean Raw or SmackDown. Like, I want other companies that all have major pro wrestling shows every day of the week.
Yeah, so Raw and SmackDown are cancelled, and then other shows get Monday
and
Friday.
They can still run. I'm just not going to watch them. I want every other company to have a giant show.
I like the way you're okay with NXT, though.
Oh, I'm not watching that either. I also said major.
Tuning in with all your Lone Wolf Baron Corbin nostalgia.
Yeah, I was there for that. I don't have no nostalgia for it.
That midnight on Monday time slot currently features Maximum MLB. I guess technically midnight on Tuesday, for being pedantic about it. Currently airs MLB highlights from the previous week. Monday's airing will be a replay of the show that aired on Saturdays. The new ads for TNA Impact on this week's Raw featured high impact high spots that blow away most of the athleticism that WWE allows its talent to display. Jeff Jarrett was shown during the ad, but not as a centerpiece. The spot ended with a close-up of Monty Brown yelling.
Okay. Man, I really feel like I would put a lot of Jeff Hardy on that.
I assume he's doing like a swanton. And again, I haven't seen the videos.
Yeah, but like I feel like I would make him a very distinct piece of it.
I assume there's like him throwing himself off a stage.
Yeah, I would have him do a little dance too.
I would devote the entire 15-second spot to that time he dropkicked the table after it went wrong.
Yeah, it would just be that clip.
It's like, what's going on with Jeff these days? Jeez.
I hope they had like some witty tagline that was like, you know, I smacked it raw, I want some more, give me some TNA.
Oh yeah, bring back the Ice Pact at Raw, I want more TNA.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Everyone should be wearing those shirts on the Spike debut.
That'd be perfect. Like some get the F out style thing on these promotions. Go extra petty with it.
E out.
Get the E out of wrestling.
Bill Banks of TNAWrestling.com reports that TNA will be updating the Impact Zone with more pyrotechnics and new lighting. New video packages, graphics, and other production features are in the works to give the presentation of the product a new feel on Spike TV.
Nice. I have a production note for you.
Oh, go for it.
I have a pitch of something I want in the intro. I want Rhino's gore, gore, gore.
Like his catchphrase?
Yeah, on one of the episodes he screams gore, gore, gore a bunch. I want that in the intro.
Okay, I'll send that note.
Cool. Send that note to our production team.
Oh, there's actually an interesting actual production note this month that changed. It's a pretty major change to TNA presentation on the whole.
I thought you meant with us.
Yeah, actually, we're doing the show with 17% more pyro.
Wow, thank God. About time. I have been pitching that for a while.
So at some stage during the show, you'll just hear a random out-of-place explosion, and that's the pyro.
You now have to edit that in.
Oh, I do, don't I?
But just edit in, like, the Revolution... it's like sparklers and shit that went off during Moxley and Omega.
I'll edit in the Fight Forever version of it.
Yeah, there you go.
But for most of the history of Impact, I think all of the history of Impact, the television show, you have not been able to hear JB.
Yeah.
Which is a thing I don't think we've ever mentioned. But the way they do it for some reason, it was a WCW thing as well, so it goes back to that. But you can't actually hear the ring announcer. The ring announcer's there, you can hear him in the background doing the ring announcing, but the commentary always talked over it.
And now they're going to make that change.
They made that change this month.
I didn't notice it.
You could actually hear JB. JB actually did the ring introductions, and then Tenay and West came in.
Well, there you go. It's an appreciative change.
So you can hear JB do all his intros.
How do you rate JB as a ring announcer?
I thought this era he was better. He gave it more socks. He did more in like 2014 as well, and he's like clearly broken by wrestling and not giving it the same like enthusiastic punch to his ring introductions. But if you're to be like, what's his best role? It's still backstage announcer.
Yes, of course. And probably behind the scenes.
Well, that's debatable these days based on NXT.
Well, I don't count that. That's not a real promotion.
Several Spike TV executives are backstage for the TNA Unbreakable pay-per-view. Several sources say they stayed out of everyone's way and didn't interfere in any decisions or operations. They did seem to be pleased to be there and happy with what they saw backstage and in the ring.
It's got Kid Cash in there fighting people.
Yeah, Kid Cash just or Vinny Rue being like, guys, you need to actually get these D'Amore and Tenay and all those guys out so that I can do this properly the way you want it to do.
No. Well, as we know through history, Spike TV and Vince Russo don't exactly go along.
Just like when the Panda people first started showing up and like there was just untold politics. It's like, get that Jeff Jarrett guy out. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The Spike TV guys, they seem like carnies anyway, so they probably would be like, yeah, okay.
They were especially impressed by what they heard from the crowd. TNA president Dixie Carter and top executive Frank Dickerson both seemed satisfied with events throughout the night. Several sources have commented about the positive atmosphere backstage at TNA lately. While there are still some turf wars between former WWE wrestlers and longtime TNA wrestlers, there is not overt animosity visible as everyone seems to be working together to make TNA work.
Wow. Old friends wrestling. Total friends action.
It is nice that they do all seem to be pulling in the same direction toward the Spike debut.
Well, they probably like, wow, something seems to be going right here. Who would have thunk?
That is the time when there is like maximum bickering. It's like when the ship has to be righted, everyone's like, my way to right it is best. Whereas when everything's going fine, everyone's like, let's ride this wave for a while.
Let's just see where it goes.
to stick to my boat metaphor. TNA is offering 3-year contracts to many of its key wrestlers on the roster, with 1 year guaranteed and the final 2 years renewable at the discretion of management. TNA is not offering medical benefits, and pay is not guaranteed if wrestlers are injured inside a TNA ring. Roddy Piper's fucking fuming.
He's gonna cut a really weird promo about it.
With TNA moving back into the national spotlight in October, management wants to lock up important wrestlers who WWE may want to try and swoop in and take, and add to their roster as a preventative measure against TNA. As reported last week, Monty Brown has been working without a contract, and neither side was able to negotiate a deal this past week. So is Six-Pack Sean Waltman. Why did PW Torch call him Six-Pack here? He's just called Sean Waltman.
He was announced as Six-Pack Sean Waltman during the episodes.
No, it's all JB's fault. If we didn't be able to... I thought you couldn't hear JB.
Well, I made note of it because I was like, oh, that's interesting that they're calling him Six-Pack Sean Waltman.
Brown is one wrestler WWE may be interested in once TNA debuts on Spike TV because of his impressive size and ability to talk. Also, he's a good wrestler. He's also a good wrestler, guys.
People really undersell that fact.
He does pounces and it's fucking awesome.
Just because he's not doing your 40-minute Ring of Honor main event.
There is some belief that Waltman may have stepped up his performances the previous 2 pay-per-views to show WWE that he's capable of performing at a high level inside the ring. Other than issues regarding arriving to pay-per-views and TV tapings at the designated time, he has no behavioral issues with TNA management.
I'm sure that won't come into play. Foreshadowing.
It's so funny that exact line was in the Torch this month. And there's like a lot of Sean Waltman contract negotiation stuff where they're going back and forth, and they thought they had him signed to a deal, but obviously then shit happened. Wrestling agent Barry Bloom has been presenting Mick Foley and Kevin Nash as a package deal to TNA during negotiations. Monty Brown may have also been part of that mix. Nash is advertised for Bound for Glory in October, including being featured on posters. He has not yet signed a long-term contract with TNA, but did agree to work the October pay-per-view and one TV event leading up to it. And T. Ortiz is expected to debut as part of TNA Impact, or return, I guess, as part of TNA Impact when it debuts on Spike TV, which makes sense to tie in with the UFC.
Yeah, that's good co-branding for Slam and Saturday nights.
And TNA officials are trying to reach Sting and hope to eventually bring in Bret Hart for at least an appearance or 2. Waltman has not signed his contract with TNA. The 2 sides were working out a number of problems that came up in negotiations, but a revised contract has not been presented to Waltman yet for him to sign. We'll talk about some of the issues he had in a second, or later when we talk about him no-showing Unbreakable. But he had some issues with some of the terms in the contract, and then I wonder, like, because Waltman is as like Triple H a guy as you get. I wonder, was there like a little bit in his ear?
Well, if it was in his ear, I hope he responded back, but then get me my fucking money.
That's true.
Listen, I'm glad we're pals and we're friends, but like, you know, one of these options will get me paid.
TNA management requested Kevin Nash attend Sunday's Unbreakable pay-per-view in order to be introduced to Spike TV executives. They're rolling out Nash to like swoon the executives, which is actually a really good move.
Yeah, of course. That man can swoon everything. He's one of the most charming individuals in pro wrestling.
Nash finished at the top of a focus group study Spike TV did to rate the recognition factor of various wrestlers, some of whom are on the roster and others who are not. He did attend and was said to appear to be in great shape. He left the pay-per-view early to fly to California for some movie commitments. He will return in time for the September TV taping and the Spike TV debut, but has not yet signed a long-term contract, as said. Part of the reason Waltman no showing Unbreakable was such an issue was they also wanted to roll out Sean Waltman, and he was not there.
He was not available to be rolled out.
Yeah, so Kev had to do like 40% more swooning, which he is capable of. 3 TNA wrestlers suffered injuries coming out of sacrifice into TV tapings that are keeping them out of the ring for a short time. Styles, Sabin, and Shelley. Styles suffered a knee injury in his match against Samoa Joe. The severity of the injury is not yet known, but he didn't wrestle on TV. So if you're wondering why AJ didn't wrestle on TV this month, that is why. He did make a run-in during a couple of segments. Sabin suffered a serious jaw injury on the TV tapings. The injury occurred during Sabin's final match at the tapings, which I guess is the Chris Candido Memorial Cup final. One eyewitness said Sabin was bleeding profusely from the mouth backstage after the match and needed extensive medical assistance. He was scheduled to appear for PWG, but was scratched because of the injury.
I did notice that he was bleeding.
Yeah, clearly Shocker is such a bad tag team partner that he destroyed Chris Sabin's mouth.
Oh, yeah. He's a bad tag team partner. Did you not see what happened?
There's a lot of bad tag team partners this month, given the whole premise of that
It's
tournament.
hilarious that in this tag team tournament, everyone hates them. Everyone.
And not only tag team tournament of which the very idea is like inspired by how Chris Candido was a mentor to so many young wrestlers. So they're putting the young wrestlers and old wrestlers together, and none of them get along.
Yeah.
Shelley suffered a back injury at the Impact tapings as well. Wrestled in a PWG tag, but then pulled out of Ring of Honor as a precautionary measure because of the injury. So a couple of TNA wrestlers banged up.
Damn. This is really bad for guerrilla radio.
TNA is considering breaking up 3 Live Crew altogether, and with all 3 men going their separate ways. TNA is planning to reunite BG James and Kip James down the road to form a team perhaps called the James Gang, or some variation of such.
That sounds like a great idea.
The move to have BG James help Conan and Ron Killings defeat Monty and Kip James at the pay-per-view was to give closure to one chapter of the storyline that went on a little too long. Once TNA debuts on Spike TV, the storyline is expected to head in a different direction.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Everything seems to be on the path of Jeff Hardy and Ron Killings as a tag team for the future, so it appears it all is smoothed
That's what Ron
over
Killings
regarding
was
Killings.
pitching a couple months ago.
Yeah, Killings is like, put me with Jeff, because he's like, Jeff will be pushed, so we'll have fun. I think Jeff ends up leaving before this can ever happen, but...
No. They would have been a cool tag.
Killings didn't want to get lost in the shuffle if and when 3LK was broken up and had an argument with Jeff Jarrett. Arguably, he's been lost in the shuffle with 3LK being here, but...
Yeah, he's not like a focus of 3LKO. It's all been Conan and BG.
Jarrett didn't love the idea of him teaming with Hardy. It's basically guys looking out for themselves because everyone knows that no matter what he does, whether he gets over or not for political reasons, because they will still mark out for yesterday's news. This is, again, Dave editorial. Jeff Hardy's a star, Dave. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yesterday's news. He's like I guess he's not bigger than Kevin Nash according to the thing, but he's up there.
Yeah, but Hardy will be always kept strong. It's like, you're like, oh, for no reason whatsoever, they will give Jeff Hardy more leeway. It's like, there is a very big reason they'll give Jeff Hardy more leeway.
Yeah.
Conan is probably going to be okay with it as well, since they have approved bringing in Homicide, as Conan had requested, for a new Hispanic heel group that would also include Shocker and Apollo.
I wonder what that could be.
What could it possibly be? There is no way of knowing until sometime in early 2006.
Irish-Australian exchange.
Last week.
Wow, they're selling my great pitch for our new show.
51, 58, nothing to mess with. I don't know what like criminal code in Ireland is. I don't know if we even have numbers. I don't know. Liam is Googling the Australian criminal code right as we speak.
Section 12 of the Crimes Act 1900 and ain't nothing to mess with.
With a Irish Australian I and A. I guess if you cross the A with your finger, that's an I and a sideways I and an A. That's our hand gesture.
I'm doing it right now.
For the Irish Australian exchange. God, no one wants an Irish American exchange.
Except to end a famine.
All right. All right.
That's the best joke I've ever had.
Last week, Chris Jericho authorized the use of his image in front of a TNA logo on his website, www.chrisjericho.com.
I'm going there right now.
I hope the TNA logo is still there. Fueling speculation that he was headed to TNA. There was no text indicating what the image is supposed to mean. Since Jericho's WWE contract expired after SummerSlam and he lost a You're Fired match, many believed he might be covertly planning to sign with TNA, but as reported for weeks, Jericho plans to take an extended leave of absence so he can spend time with his family, recharge his batteries, explore some Hollywood opportunities, and tour with Fozzy. He promised Vince he would not go anywhere. He promised Vince he would go back to WWE, and he did. So this is all Jericho just messing around, trying to coast off TNA's positive momentum. Classic clout vampire Chris Jericho shows up being like, oh, TNA is positive momentum, they're showing up on Spike. Clout vampire.
Imagine if he had have gone. That'd have been huge.
Yeah, there's the next news note as well that we'll talk about, but like, if the couple of stars, he's arsing around. He's not actually thinking about it. I'm sure they asked him, and I'm sure he was like, nah.
Or he asked, like, insane money that he never would get.
Yeah, I'd be stunned if they didn't at least be like, they didn't send out feelers, they didn't dip their toe in that water, but I don't think it's ever feasible.
Do they have any friends? I guess Conan's a friend of Jericho, isn't he?
Yes, and imagine, like, Scott D'Amore's Canadian. I assume they know each other.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
Garrett, I want to read Chris Jericho's AEW blurb on chrisjericho.com.
Sure.
In January 2019, Jericho signed with All Elite Wrestling and is an integral reason why AEW is the hottest wrestling promotion in the world today. He currently appears every Wednesday night on TBS as AEW's top star and leader of the Jericho Appreciation Society.
I would not expect anything less of Chris.
He says he's the top star in his own blurb. It's really funny.
I single-handedly launched the AEW brand, and I'm its top star.
Yeah. Well, he was. Not now. Team Phil. Fuck Brian Alvarez. All the homies hate Brian Alvarez.
The TNA graphic was removed. It was just a red herring. He was just arsing around, and he didn't acknowledge it when he wrote on his website days later.
Like, I hope TNA didn't ask him to bring it down, because you should want that up there on his website, because then people might think Chris Jericho's showing up.
I hope Jericho didn't even ask for it to be put there. I hope TNA paid off his like webmaster to put up the Jericho TNA logo. It's like, give us some buzz.
That's great.
A person who came an awful lot closer to actually signing, TNA had been planning, tentatively, for months that Mick Foley would be part of its first telecast on Spike TV. After months of Foley's agent negotiating with TNA, the offer was then taken to Vince McMahon to beat, and then he beat it, offering a multi-year 7-figure deal that gives Mick Foley a lot more creative control over his character and how he does outside commitments.
That's great for Mick Foley. Foley 2 in 2005. Let's have a look. He wrestled once in 2005 for WWE.
What was that match?
No, he did two. He wrestled against Carlito at Taboo Tuesday as Mankind, 7 minutes. And he wrestled against John Bradshaw Layfield for 2 minutes in a no-holds-barred match on Holiday with the Troops. He did, however, take 3 outside bookings, where he wrestled at the Mark Curtis Memorial Reunion, where he teamed with Shane Douglas to defeat Al Snow and D'Lo Brown and win the Tri-Cities Tag Team titles. He also wrestled at Wrestle Reunion 2, teaming with the Midnight Express. The Midnight Express defeated Mick Foley and the Funk Brothers. Is there any chance that was actually good?
No.
It went 15 minutes.
There's no chance that was actually good.
And then he did a show in the West Midlands where he did a hardcore elimination match. Mick Foley, Paul Travel, Steve Corino, and the Sandman defeated Alex Shane, Iceman, Martin Stone, and Styx.
What a year for Mick Foley.
And he got 7 figures.
Yeah, because he was out of contract, obviously, which is why you could do all those matches, and he was a Ring of Honor regular at this stage, popping up in Ring of Honor a lot.
He was doing the stuff with Punk, and that's when he started recommending Punk and Joe to WWE.
Yeah, and like part of the reason he was like somewhat eager to go to TNA is like if he wanted to do another match, he wanted to wrestle Joe.
Yeah, and then of course next year at Mania he does the Edge match.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like Mick Foley would have made, I think, a big difference at this point, a lot bigger difference than he made in 2008 when he ended up going. Because, like, not only is he Mick Foley, not only is he one of the best talkers in the history of wrestling and an actual major star.
He's also one of the best wrestlers in wrestling history.
And he's also not washed yet.
Yeah. Because,
like, he's not too long after the match that made Randy Orton's career. And he's not too far away from the match that made Edge's career. So...
He only wrestles a handful of times each year until 2009, and then he comes back and does his big run.
Yeah, he's a relative full-timer with TNA.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Mick Foley TNA run.
I think it's underrated.
I've seen a couple matches, and I'm like, he's still pretty good. He's Mick Foley.
And, like, his promo stuff is awesome. He does, like, some actual top-tier promo stuff in TNA that no one really remembers or cares about.
He also shoots on Bubba the Love Sponge, which is maybe one of the greatest moments in TNA history.
That is up there. But I don't even think Mick gives his own TNA run enough credit for, like, it being pretty good.
It is. I mean, I remember it quite fondly, at least.
Foley had told friends he was glad when his previous WWE contract expired a few years ago, citing a desire to book his own life and not have to follow a schedule thrust upon him. Once he was a free agent, he became further disillusioned with WWE's treatment of him, as he told friends he felt underappreciated and taken for granted. That frustration is what led him to want to help TNA out of the gate if they got a TV deal. TNA, though, was unable to make an offer that would match WWE's, so Foley stayed with WWE with his first match.
I'm sorry, 7 figures.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm just learning that Foley's last match was a Rumble appearance.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, well, it's a shame considering, like, for a while there they were planning to introduce Mox against him. And that would have been probably his last match, which would have been sort of perfect.
Yeah, and like there's a reason he hasn't done a match since, but...
Yeah. But it would have been nice if, like, his last match was putting over sort of the next top-tier pro wrestling brawler in America.
Because he talks a lot about it. If you listen to his podcast when he's talking about his TNA run, he talks a lot about how he was getting concussed a lot.
Yeah.
Like, for bumps that would be normal bumps. Like, that's the thing he was talking about, like, that really scared him. Like, a lot of the time when he would get a concussion, it would make sense. You know, you would take a hard shot to the head and you'd get a concussion. And you'd be like, you know, I shouldn't do that. But during his TNA run, he talked a lot about how, like, he'd take just a normal bump and get concussed. And he was like, at that point, he's like, oh, that's really scary.
Yeah. He's actually someone who has done remarkably well in his later life in comparison to all the shit he put his body through.
Yeah. I'm sure his day-to-day probably doesn't feel the same way, but...
Yeah. But, like, comparably to the sort of stuff he did, he actually got out pretty fine.
I watched the reposted that thing with him and Undertaker watching the Hell in a Cell match yesterday.
Oh, how was that?
I was like, oh, that's fun.
I was actually, as I was watching a little bit of the Edge 25-year retrospective thing that they put up, I was like talking about how it's so interesting that like wrestling and kayfabe has just become like different. Like it's just a different thing now. And on like the biggest pro wrestling medium possible, like they're just like, oh yeah, here's all the stuff we worked through and here's what we did, and you know what I mean, like it's just an interesting, like, this is what pro wrestling is now. It's like full acknowledgement of it being a performance.
Yeah, where just the two lads sit down and talk through the match.
Yeah, which is why like I sort of disagree with the wrestling requires you to suspend your disbelief thing. I don't think that's true. I don't think I need to. I don't think I ever suspend my disbelief.
I think that's true within the context of the television show itself.
Oh yeah, like the show needs to be presented as if everything is real. But as a fan, I don't think I need to be watching it and going, "This is real" for me to enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't need anybody playing their character on social media or any of that shit. Like,
no,
that annoys me more than anything else. I'm like, stop.
Yeah, as long but when it's the actual television show being produced, of course, you have to keep it all within universe. That's how pro wrestling works, and it falls apart if you go out of the universe, even not in a kayfabe sense. But the thing that I sort of, bounce against is this idea that for wrestling to be good and for someone to enjoy, you need to be watching it and thinking like within that context. Because I don't think I do. I think I can be watching something in any sort of way and like I never actually have to be like, they look at them really doing the thing.
It's the reason I hate work shoots more than anything. It's like, you don't have to convince me this is real. At like no point do you really have to convince me this is real. In the same way you don't have to convince me any television show or movie is real. Like, I'm willing to watch the show and think these guys want to fight and hurt each other within the context of the show. Like, I believe that already when I watch the show. I get their characters that want to fight. I understand this. You don't have to like fake shit to convince me of that. You don't have to be like, no guys, this one's actually real. They really hate each other. It's like, no, you can just be like, that guy hates each other, that guy, they're gonna fight. Because it's a TV show and I'm watching a TV show.
You don't need to tell me, because if they do hate each other, I'll know.
Yeah, they start hitting each other. What's going on? Why are they hitting each other?
Yeah, like, ooh, that one looked a little rough. Hangman is shooting.
So yeah, I do hate the like trying to work reality into the actual show itself. It's like, stop it.
Like, there's levels to it, I think. I don't mind some of it, but
just do your show.
Yeah, and like you can draw off of real things, because like I think a lot of the time, a lot of great characters and moments come from real life things, but you don't have to be like, this is an actual thing that's happening.
Yeah, that this is real. Like, stop it, baby.
Yeah, you hate Prince Devitt.
I do. I only support Finn Balor in the Judgment Day and Dom Mysterio. Mick Foley told Between the Ropes Radio that he was very close to signing a TNA deal before accepting a WWE offer. He said his TNA role would have been as a figurehead commissioner who would also wrestle a couple of matches, so keep that in mind for 2008. He said he hopes the TNA show on Spike would be a success without him and provide healthy competition for TNA. He said he did not use TNA's offer to get more money from WWE, an apparent reference to creative control and better publicity for side projects being his major incentive to return to WWE instead of TNA. But also he did go like, hey, TNA offered me this. And maybe he did that as a courtesy call. He's like, hey, I'm going to TNA. They offered me this. And then Vince is like, no, here, have this instead. And he's like, oh, fine.
Have everything.
But he did call Vince.
Yeah.
Though, based on the Wrestling Observer's statement of events, I would believe the conversation with Vince is what convinced him more than anything. Because Dave says McMahon wasn't happy and the two had a lengthy conversation with McMahon being persuasive, noting he considered WWE as Foley's home, and that McMahon changed the perception of what he considered a wrestling star to look like, which set the table for Foley's career taking off. And it was also noted that WWE was the more stable organization, as there's no guarantee TNA will be around. And then after several phone calls with McMahon, Foley called Jarrett, who was doing the bulk of negotiating, and told him he was going back to WWE. So it sounds like, for as much as they offered creative control and money, Vince also blew a whole bunch of smoke up Foley's ass.
Vince McMahon is one of the greatest at jacking someone off.
These people have such a weird relationship with Vince, where like, because wrestling is such like an island of misfit toys kind of collective group, Vince has become a father figure for so many of these people, and that is an abusive relationship, no matter what.
Yeah, you like, if it was just money and creative control, it would be way more understanding, but it's like this weird parasocial dynamic that they have with them.
They all need its approval.
They all need Papa Vince's approval.
They just need the head pats from Papa Vince.
Well, that's the same reason 85% of these people still defend him after his heinous crimes.
That's true. That is sadly true. Speaking of heinous crimes, BG James recently signed a 3-year deal with TNA.
That is a heinous crime.
It's a heinous segue. He will be featured prominently on TNA Impact on Spike TV as a wrestler with a recent WWE star power to add mainstream credibility to TNA.
Okay.
You know the way Dave was given out? It's like Jeff Hardy, yesterday's news, nobody cares.
Yeah.
That's actually true of BG James.
Yeah.
There is like a little juice in a New Age Outlaws reunion.
Sure.
But they're shit. So it's bad and there's not a lot of juice in it.
Well, at least BG James shows up to pay-per-view.
James told the Wrestling Weekly radio show that he's content with his new contract and pay, but also said, I'm kind of coasting. James said the plan was to reunite him and Kip and reform the New Age Outlaws, but TNA scrapped the idea at first because they couldn't get the rights to the tag team name.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'll give it like a 3 out of 10 on the interest scale.
That's better than nothing,
Yeah.
which I think is BG James's catchphrase. I'm better than nothing.
That's perfect.
Former WWE wrestler Gail Kim signed with TNA last week. Dixie said,
We are extremely excited to have Gail Kim join our organization, said Dixie Carter, president of TNA Wrestling, in a prepared statement issued to PW Torch. Gail is not only an accomplished athlete, but a bona fide international star. We look forward to introducing our latest TNA Knockout on one of our upcoming Impact programs that debuts on Spike TV on October 1st.
so the best women's wrestler in the history of the company, and one of the
Best women's wrestler in North America.
She sure is up there.
TNA Knockout.
They are using that branding at this stage, which ties in with like Slam and Saturday Nights and the Spike TV and the UFC stuff, like the TNA knockouts.
I get it.
That all like ties together, but
I never got that until right now.
it's a dual meaning because they hit people and they're attractive.
Yes, they are a knockout, as you would say.
They're the two pitched knockouts. It's a famous phrase. Very
Famous.
notable. But yeah,
But yeah,
Gail,
thank God. Of course, let's do it.
there is only one other woman on these shows at the moment. It's Tracy.
Yes, but you know, as we know through history, the knockouts became a major selling point for what differentiated WWE's programming from TNA's programming. So getting Gail in, one of the people who, you know, exemplifies that, is the start of it.
And not only exemplifies it, who actively petitioned for and like pestered for and campaigned for until it happened. Mm-hmm. Like, it wasn't the case that's like, we'll bring in Gail and start a women's division. They're like, we'll bring in Gail and we want more women on the show. They bring in Jackie Gata as well. Like, they do actively want more women on the show, but it doesn't become a real division until Gail like actively campaigns for it for another 2 years.
And then, you know, continues to this day being a part of it.
Yeah, she is the best women's wrestler in the history of the company. She is the like face of the Knockouts division, probably still to this day in a lot of ways. Like, she still carries that banner forward into the future. This is again, we're talking about like monumental times in TNA history. Would Gail be like a top 5 most important signing in TNA history?
I was literally just thinking that. Kurt's number 1.
Yeah,
AJ.
I guess.
Well, like, just historically. Jeff
Hardy or Jarrett?
Hardy.
I guess. But
maybe Sting 3.
I would put Sting ahead of Hardy because if you look at like if Jeff Hardy never went to TNA ever, would TNA be a lot worse off? I don't really think so.
Yeah, it's probably Kurt, AJ, Sting,
Then maybe Gail. Maybe Gail.
Yeah, and then Orlando Jordan.
Yeah, Orlando Jordan. With his cum scenes coming on himself.
Sorry?
He comes on himself.
Wow.
There's a segment in
Spoilers.
2010 TNA where he walks out with a bottle of white liquid and starts pouring it on himself.
What could it mean?
What could it mean? And if you're doing a Mount Rushmore of TNA and you don't include Gail Kim, you have the wrong Mount Rushmore of TNA.
Go off, King.
TNA will not tape programming immediately following the September 11th Unbreakable pay-per-view. The TV taping that would have occurred on September 13th to provide broadcasts on September 16 and 23 is no longer scheduled, leaving TNA without programming until the Spike TV debut. TNA will hold its next television taping on September 27th to tape the first 2 episodes for Spike, and they will tape every second week going forward.
Good work.
They'll also not continue airing programming on its website. It's the end of the internet era.
Okay. I have no strong opinions about that.
They'll air some best ofs in syndication for the last few Fridays. But yeah, it's the real player era, the U-torrent era is over.
Not for me.
That's true. How else would you watch it, I guess?
Yeah.
It's always an internet era to us.
It's the internet wrestling community after all.
Samoa Joe told Bill Banks of TNAWrestling.com that he chose TNA over WWE because he didn't fit WWE's laundry list of qualities while TNA offered him an opportunity to wrestle his style. I felt the only reason they wanted to offer me anything was to have me sit on the sidelines instead of becoming competition in TNA, Joe said. That's fine, but I wanted to wrestle. There's a way I like to wrestle and do things in the ring. I'd rather do it for TNA and be happy instead of somewhere else miserable.
Perfect.
And speaking of Joe, his Bound for Glory opponent, Jushin Liger, is advertised for the October 23 Bound for Glory pay-per-view. No opponent has been named. It's Samoa Joe.
And it's not disappointing.
It's still a pretty good.
I mean, it's cool, but like, it's not what it could have been.
Yeah, it's 8 minutes, and I think it ended up being that short because of like miscommunication. I believe there was a story at the time that they were meant to go longer. But Jerry Lynn was backstage at the TNA pay-per-view working as an agent, but plans for in-ring wrestling have been derailed after Waltman no-showed Unbreakable. So they were meant to go back to that program naturally based on the angle they shot at the last pay-per-view, but they didn't because Waltmaned it.
He Waltmaned it up.
We talked about TNA having a little trial with Eurosport earlier the year. TNA signed a 1-year contract with Eurosport, basically Europe's version of ESPN. The station reaches 54 countries in Europe and the Middle East, but is strongest in the UK, Scandinavia, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Poland, and Greece.
Wow, TNA's going worldwide.
Which is your favorite country in that group?
I'm a Spain guy.
Big fan of the Spaniards?
Here comes the Spain.
You gonna go to Spain sometime? Mr. I'm professional. Mr. No more bits. And then he drops the phrase, here comes the spade in the middle of the podcast.
You haven't taken our mid-podcast break yet, okay?
He can't take you anywhere. He won't give you the Dixie impression, but he'll give you here comes the spade.
I'm a new man.
TNA test marketing the idea of doing house shows as well as the idea of doing a Canadian house show tour with a September 15th show in Windsor,
They
Ontario.
should bring CM Punk.
Promoted by Scott D'Amore. Listen, they'll do very well in Hamilton, Ontario with CM Punk. D'Amore's last show drew a sellout of 1,900 fans, but that was largely due to Bret Hart doing a Hart Foundation reunion with Jimmy Neidhart and Jimmy Hart. The main matches are Raven versus Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Heavyweight title.
I know what that is.
I wonder could anything happen with that particular
I know
match.
what that is.
Wonder what could be going on there.
Oh, I saw the top 50 TNA moments. I know what that is, Garrett.
Real weird that they're doing the Jarrett Raven match everyone's been waiting for on a Scott D'Amore house show. I wonder what's going on there.
Oh, it's just for the live fans.
Christopher Daniels versus Chris Sabin for the X title.
Oh, I love AMW. They would never betray me in any way.
Yeah, and a best of 5 US versus Canada series with 4 of the matches being Rude versus Abyss, PD versus Jerry Lynn, A1 versus Rhino, and Johnny Devine and Eric Young versus America's Most Wanted. Interesting, they're working that show too, huh?
Why? Oh god, no, oh god, no. I know.
News notes preceding unfortunate events, I believe is what you call this.
Fuck. Is the footage of that whole show available?
I haven't looked for it. I know the footage of the title change is available. Not that there would ever be a title change on this show.
I'll send Scott D'Amore a DM, see if we can get it.
I'm sure they did shoot all those BCW shows, so I'm sure that it's somewhere.
Well, we're gonna find that out. I think we need to review it as the only and the best TNA history pod. It's our duty. You don't want to see A1 versus Rhino?
I do want to see that match.
Exactly. So we have to go out of our way for it.
All right, that is the news. That brings us to broad topics for the month, starting with arguably the most famous match in TNA history.
That's right, Rhino and Raven.
No, the X Division Championship match at Unbreakable 2005.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
As Christopher Daniels defends the X Division title against AJ Styles and Samoa Joe.
So I guess heading into this, let's just hit it off the bat. Garrett, is this the best match in TNA history?
No.
Wow, why do you hate it?
You know what my sneaky hot take has always been?
That the sequel is better?
Well, there's been multiple sequels, but yes, the Turning Point 2009 match is better.
Why? Sell me and the fans on it.
Without going too deep into this match itself, I think the first half of this match is an all-timer, and then the second half is pretty good. Not pretty good, it's very good.
I don't think I noticed the particular drop-off, but I don't know.
I think the turning point is more consistent.
Interesting. Well, in 7 years when we cover it, I'll let you know.
You will definitely remember everything we talked about.
Of course. I'm a professional now.
There is a surprising lack of build to this match.
It's just kind of like, for the month, you know it's going to happen.
And it's the classic TNA thing where like most of the build was actually done coming out of the pay-per-view match last time, where Daniels interfered in the Super X Cup final and cost AJ the match. The match was meant to be Joe against Daniels. AJ gets added. That's basically the entire build.
Do you think there's not as much build as you may think because AJ was hurt?
Probably. They probably had to scrap some segments. And also, it feels a little like the same thing happened with Triple X AMW heading into the Turning Point match, where it's like, there was a surprising lack of build to this match. And it's the same thing. It's like, the match is built.
Yeah, you don't really need to do a whole lot.
We don't really need to do angles to sell you on Styles, Daniels, Joe.
No. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you do. Joe's an interesting one for me because, like, I don't think you need to do a lot for Joe, but he is still very new. So it's like, but he still looks great. I don't know. It's a weird one. Joe's an interesting sort of case study for a built wrestler to a main event of a pay-per-view.
Where it's just like, you can just put Joe in there and people just kind of get it.
Yeah, I guess so, because like I was talking about this in the watch along, where I don't actually think like the Joe build has been like crazy. Like the push itself, he's just kind of doing his thing, but like because he's a generational talent, that just seems to be enough.
Like they do haven't beat everybody.
Yeah, like he beats everybody, but like you brought up, it's like it's not like he came in and just killed the world champion. You know what I mean? They just sort of did a gradual, reserved push. Maybe is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, like bringing him into the exhibition was both, I think, the correct choice for the kind of wrestler he is, and actually, like, if he was wrestling a Raven at the moment, I think it would be a lot rougher. But bringing him in so he can wrestle Sanjay, he can wrestle Shelly, he can wrestle Sabin, he can wrestle Red, he can wrestle Shark Boy, and he can wrestle then AJ and Daniels. He's starting to ramp up. But so he can come in, wrestle good matches against good wrestlers, and also look like Samoa Joe. They've done such a good job of introducing him, even if they, I think, somewhat didn't intend to, because as we talked about, there was some skepticism about how good Samoa Joe could even be until that Chris Sabin match when he became undeniable.
Yeah, do you think that a part of it was them trying to get him over as a really great worker as well as a monster? Because if they wanted to bring him in just as this unbeatable monster, you would have thought he would have gone into like a heavyweight style feud.
And we have always talked about how he sells more than he probably should.
But that's kind of the magic of Joe, isn't it?
But I think it lends credence to the idea that they're more interested in having great matches necessarily than being like Goldberg.
Yeah, because like if they were doing like a straight up monster push, he wouldn't be selling shit and he would just kill people. But I think maybe that's the biggest realization I've had about the initial Joe push watching it, is that he's not actually meant to be some unbeatable monster. He's just meant to be a really great professional wrestler. Yeah,
like I know I was reading The Torch and they were giving out, because in the sacrifice match, Styles did the torture rack bomb. And they were like, AJ shouldn't lift Joe, but like, that's not Joe.
Yeah, I think maybe that is the disconnect, and maybe that's what I was feeling until I kind of talked it out and worked it out. But yeah, he's not supposed to be a monster. He's a professional wrestler who happens to be really good and beats everyone.
And we kind of had the same talking point talking about Abyss.
But Abyss is meant to be a monster. I think maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, and that is the difference. Like, Abyss does sell too much. Abyss is too generous with everybody. He's bumping way too much for these guys.
But also, it leads to great matches.
Yeah, it makes Abyss a better wrestler, though probably does put an undue strain on his body for a man that size to be bumping the amount he did. But yeah, Joe just comes in and has great matches. And I do think they, like, you see, the second he had that Sabin match, he goes straight into AJ, he goes straight into Daniels and Joe, or Daniels and AJ. So I do think they're like, all right, let's get cooking with this guy after that Sabin match.
I'm curious if when he starts murdering people and does the blood shtick, if that's like kind of a deviation from what they're doing now, and that is to sort of make him more of a killer.
And I think more of a heel as much as anything, because they're probably a little worried that this dude who's awesome and kills people and wins clean probably might get cheered.
Yeah, but like he kind of already is. Like maybe I'm misreading it, but like I've never really bought him as a heel this entire run. He's just a badass.
But he's definitely a heel.
Yeah, but like he's not doing cartoonishly heel things, I guess.
Which again is probably why he starts actively killing people toward the end of the year.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I don't know, like, he's a heel, but he's not like a heel, if you get what I mean.
But have you considered how he disrespected Shane Douglas?
I thought that was a babyface move to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ooh, franchise. Shut the fuck up, Shane.
Should have been Joe versus Franchise. Get this Jushin Thunder Liger guy out of here.
Joe versus Franchise might have been a better match in the end. No, it wouldn't.
Then you can do Liger AJ.
So the build to this starts on the August 19th Impact. First Impact of the pay-per-view cycle. Samoa Joe faces Jarrell Clark.
4 stars.
You did give this match 4 stars, so let you take this one away.
Alright, so I was riding a high off of Forbidden Door. And I was like, wrestling rules, and I love pro wrestling. And we were talking about how you were worried that was going to skew me the other direction as I watched TNA. But it started with Samoa Joe. So I was like, yeah, let's go. And then he just kills him. He just beats him up. And like, Jarrell doesn't get shit. When Jarrell came out, I was like, oh, dead man walking. I was like, he's smiling and he's happy. And I'm like, you're going to die. Why are you excited?
My favorite part is Jarrell does get a little flurry of offense and then goes for a moonsault and Joe just walks away. It's like, yeah, get fucked.
He did the Joe thing. Yeah, this is like a Joe best of the hits thing, which isn't bad because it's Samoa Joe.
And like Jarrell does a dive off the top rope and Joe just catches him with the SG Joe in midair.
The SG Joe is my favorite Joe move.
Oh, it rocks. And then Joe wins, Muscle Buster cooking a clutch. Again, overkill on killing poor Jarrell Clark here.
But it's establishing 2 finishes, which is cool too.
And today did note at the very start of the show that the Unbreakable X Division title match will be the famous Daniels and Joe X Division title match.
Yeah, that's what we're all here for. That famous 5-star Joe Daniels X Division title match.
So after the match, Daniels attacks with the X title. He hits Joe once. Joe's like, what? He hits Joe again. Joe is still like, what?
There's lore here too, because they're like, to the back it doesn't work.
What if I tried the jaw? AJ shows up and brawls with Daniels. Then Joe accidentally clotheslines Daniels as Styles steps out of the way and then dropkicks both out of the ring.
And now we have a 3-way.
We do have a 3-way because on the next show, Chris Daniels shows up in Larry Zbysko's office.
Larry Zbysko's a busy boy.
Franchise has Zbysko and he's like, Larry, you're doing such a great job. It's going great here. And Larry's like, listen, I inherited a mess from the previous administration. So I'm cleaning up all of Dusty's problems.
So I was going to say, like, this is still going back to apparently Zbysko and Dusty Heat when they were both there at the same time.
Dusty hasn't been here for 3 months at this stage. And Larry is still throwing elbows.
It's like, hey, man, if the show's not running smoothly, it's your fault at this point.
So Larry makes the tag title match for the pay-per-view, which is AMW Team Canada Naturals versus the winner of the Chris Candido tournament. We'll talk about all that in a sec. Before Chris Daniels walks in and he's not happy. He's like, I'm facing Samoa Joe, but at all times, I gotta look over my shoulder because this AJ Styles guy's coming after me. Larry, you should do something about it. You should suspend him. You should take him down to the basement and chain him to a radiator. I don't care what you do. You should just keep AJ away from me.
I can't do that. Abyss is down there.
Have you not seen the spooky red room him and James Mitchell hang out in?
I'm not going to put AJ there.
They hate each other, famously. Two men cannot be chained to the same radiator. This is ridiculous.
I like the implication that Abyss is constantly chained to the radiator.
That's where James Mitchell leaves him.
With like a little bowl of water and...
It makes him feel at home in like his asylum or a little cage. It makes him like, oh, it's memories of home.
It makes him feel home for when he's locked in for Monsters Ball.
And yeah, Kid Cash is also there abusing him. He doesn't work here anymore, but he's just shouting at Abyss.
And Goldilocks is down there too.
Yeah, all of the lost TNA acts are down in that basement with Abyss.
That's actually what drives Abyss crazy.
Larry's like, you know what? You raise a good point, Chris Daniels. You shouldn't have to look over your shoulder at AJ at all times. You can see him right in front of you. Because at the pay-per-view, it's actually going to be a 3-way. Styles, Daniels, Joe.
And Daniels is like, what?
I always like that heel routine where it's like, comes in, tries to manipulate his way into getting what he wants, but actually accidentally talks himself into something worse.
Yeah, it's when like cowardly heels actually show ass. It works. It's good stuff.
Daniels faced Shark Boy on the September 2nd Impact.
And boy, did he struggle.
He did. Shark Boy is a very potent force.
Until next week.
You know what the strangest thing about this match? It's not the fact that Shark Boy won. It's that Daniels let him kick out of the BME.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's... the story isn't like only just like, oh, you know, Shark Boy gets an upset win over the X Division champion. The story is Daniels actually had a hard time putting him away even before that.
Yeah, before AJ comes out, distracts Daniels, Shark Boy gets a cradle to win. Shark Boy kicks out of the BME. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah. Shark Boy should have been added to the 3-way.
Yeah, the famous Styles, Daniels, Joe, Shark Boy 4-way.
5-star match.
Dave Meltzer's famous Shark Boy 5-star match. Everyone knows about it.
Yeah, everyone used to have that bit where it's like Bryan Danielson doesn't have a 5-star match, but Shark Boy does.
Yeah, him and Horace Hogan showing up Bryan Danielson. Daniels did have a loose cover on the BME, but still, he kicked out of a BME.
And like Daniels wasn't even like pissy about it. He was just like, all right, Shark Boy.
Yeah, AJ does cost Daniels the match, and Daniels is very mad. Which brings
As
us
he should be. Now he has to deal with 3 people.
next week. Go home show. Samoa Joe faces Shark Boy.
And he murders him in like 30 seconds.
He just absolutely runs through him.
It's so like I love this bit where it's like Shark Boy. Not only does he beat Daniels, he gets like it's not 50-50, but it's like he gets some stuff, and then Joe kills him, and there's not even a discussion.
You see, Joe was wearing his black and white tights for this match, so you know he meant business against
notice
Shark
that.
Boy. It's like, that's respect right there. That is a man who respects Shark Boy.
Should have wore his blue.
So Joe kills
That would be
him.
them teaming.
That would be a good team. They'd have good matches.
What would the team name be?
What's the name of the clown from Twisted Metal?
Oh
No, he's playing the shark in Justice League, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
So it would be just like Killer Shark.
King
Killer
Shark.
King Boy.
Yeah. King Boy. Well, if we ever get a King Boy tag match,
Or Boy Shark.
Boy Shark.
I forgot he was playing the doing the voice of that in the game. Yeah.
So Joe making big pop culture moves.
Yeah, he should leave wrestling. He should just become a cool guy.
No, he's just getting good again. Don't say that.
Joe, retire. It's fine. You don't need to
No.
wrestle CM Punk. Fuck off. Go to Hollywood.
No. At probably what, like All In? You're probably gonna see
Wrestling
Punk Joe.
living in the past. You don't need to do that again. You've done that before. You,
don't- you
beat him
don't-
every
you-
time.
You're talking your way out of Punk Joe live.
Yeah. Joe can go live his best life playing sharks and or clowns.
What about Clown Sharks?
Is there such thing?
In my nightmares.
Daniels also did a real great go home promo on the show.
Oh, this is like maybe the best Daniels promo I've ever heard.
And like for Impact backstage promos, a lot of the time they serve one of two purposes. One being none at all, or two being like just quickly make a match for the pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. They very rarely are like promos where guys are going to like sell a match.
Yeah. Well, this is a talk you in the building style promo.
Yeah, this is like you get 3 minutes, go for it. Sell this pay-per-view match. And Daniels damn well sold it. So he's like, with Spike TV coming up, this is the most important moment in TNA history. And when you look to faces of the brand, you don't look at that guitar trickster Jeff Jarrett or that evil maniacal Raven. You look at like the professionalism and the technique of Christopher Daniels. And he will not be denied. He will not be deterred. His desire, his will, his spirit will prove September 11th on pay-per-view Unbreakable.
That's the gospel.
It is the gospel according to the fallen angel. Yeah, so yeah, Daniels, this run, fair play to Daniels. Like, the run comes to an end. He is the longest reigning X Division champion up until this point.
Is this the best Daniels run?
It's probably, like, definitely as a character. Like, he's been awesome on commentary. He was awesome in the AJ feud, just being like a little bitch to AJ. He's carried the title as like a main event heel in a way that nobody ever has with that belt. Like, AJ's been a main event babyface with that belt, but you've never had a main event heel. Like, Sabin, Cash, Michael Shane, they never felt like top guys with that belt, whereas Daniels did. Mm-hmm. It's a great run. It's a great run with the belt. Him on commentary every week has just been a joy. It's like fair play to this Chris Daniels run. And it's a shame most of it happened while they weren't on television. But
Yeah, he never got a chance to do it with Spike.
he did some absolutely fantastic work here in this run. Great go-home promo, sells the pay-per-view, and like willing to lose the Shark Boy. That's another thing where it's like, there's a lot of guys who might not be like, I'm not losing the Shark Boy, come on. Or is he like, no, I'm a heel, I'm going to show ass, I'm going to lose the Shark Boy.
Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. And it's capped off with a hell of a match.
Yeah, good title reign. And especially when your title reign ends with what many people call the best match in company history and what Dave Meltzer ends up calling one of the best matches in North America over like the last 5 years. You've done pretty well there. So the main event, Unbreakable, on September 11th, live on pay-per-view in 2005. AJ Styles defeats Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe to win the X Division title.
So, like, again, like, first thing you just mentioned there, the main event. Main eventing over Raven and Rhino.
Yeah, we were talking about a lot in the watch-along about how, like, Raven and Rhino's not a weak match.
No, it's one of the stronger main events they've had for a pay-per-view.
A lot of the time when you see a match main event over the world title match, it's often because the world title match isn't great. It's like a lot of the time it's like it's a pillars 4-way we can main event with Anarchy in the arena, you know?
It's Tanahashi and MJF.
So a lot of the time you can it's just kind of acknowledgement that like the world title match isn't the most important match this month, as opposed to here where like it's Raven's last title match, as we'll find out soon enough.
No, you don't know that. And also I'm sure there's a part of it too that Raven's like, we can't go after these guys.
I think there's an acknowledgement of that, but even then, like, they're doing plunder and shopping carts and blood, so
if anything, that might have been the one style of match that could have gone past this.
Like, there was a big critique of the match placement for Forbidden Door that people like Ospreay and Omega did, plunder and blood and every move under the sun. Should that have gone on last? Not because it's the biggest match, but it's because it's the match that is, I suppose, the most emotionally draining. But they ended up going on a third to last, and then the second to last match died a death, and then unfortunately the last match died a little bit of a death. But throwing a lot of shots at Danielson and Okada on the show.
You hate Danielson and Okada. Just
do.
Admit it.
Terrible match, Gentlemen's 3. But yeah, it wasn't a foregone conclusion for these guys, the main event. It was a call that was apparently made by Jeff Jarrett the night before the show.
All right, Jeffrey. Listen, you're back on my good side. Don't do anything drastic now.
And I think it was basically on the belief that like Raven and Rhino can't really follow that.
Yeah.
So that should go on last. And it's also like it's the biggest match. Based on Joe's performances this year, based on AJ's performances this year, and based on Daniel's performances this year, they earned that main event. It's not a thing just given to them.
No. Like it's more a pleasant surprise than an acknowledgement of it, of being like, oh wow, I can't believe it's the main event. It's just like, oh, I'm glad it got its spot.
So then they had the match.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone's seen this match.
It is like it's the TNA match. It's the most famous match in TNA history. It is the match when you think of what's a great TNA match, this will be the match literally everybody says.
Made Will Ospreay want to be a pro wrestler.
Yeah, so it has like long-standing influence. It is the TNA match. This is it. Styles, Daniels, Joe. A match that kind of, I think, put these three on the map as headline guys as well, at least on a national level. Mm-hmm. That like this is the match that kind of elevated all three of these guys kind of above the X Division, quote unquote. Honestly, it elevated the X Division above the X Division. This is one of those matches that probably lifted the X Division to being on like the level of being a main event title, even when like that's not necessarily maintained after those guys leave the division to do other things. But like this is the belt in this company now, and there is no question about that.
Yeah, I think that's been sort of the larger point that's coming out of this match is that you think now the X Division feels like the X Division that everyone sort of knows and loves at this point. Like this is what would become the defining feature of this company. And, you know, it comes from this really great match where they, like, I don't know, I don't want to go through and be like, here are all the spots that happened, but it's just insane. All these three, they have great chemistry with each other. I think they, even just like the sort of one-on-one interactions in here all fit perfectly. It doesn't feel like sort of the tired three-way formula that you see. It's at 1,000,000 miles an hour and like no one comes out of it looking bad. It's just one of those damn great pro wrestling matches. And I'm going to pose the question to you. I know the answer. I'm doing it for the people. Garrett, this is a 5-star match in Dave Meltzer's book. Is it a 5-star match in yours?
4.5.
I'm the same.
Which is a very top tier. It would be a match of the year candidate in that particular year. 5-star matches are feelings. I always say that they're not an analytical thing. If you're thinking, is it a 5-star match? It's not. 5-star matches are an emotional response to something. Like it's just like if you have to think for a single second, is it a 5-star match? It's not, because like you should come out, you should feel it in your bones when it's a 5-star match. Yeah. You should come out of that match being like fucking 5 stars, not a single solitary doubt about it. This is just like an awesome match. As he said, it's upends the 3-way formula, which literally everybody on Earth used, which is the 2-in-1 out thing, where there's always a guy on the floor. Whereas these dudes are doing a bunch of 3-way spots. My favorite, which is Daniels whips Styles into the corner. Joe whips Styles into the corner. Joe whips Daniels into the corner. Joe monkey flips Styles into Daniels monkey flips Styles into Joe. This is the terrible combinations.
Do you want to start again? Like from the top. Hit it clean. You got this. I believe in you.
So Joe whips Daniels into the corner. Daniels monkey flips Styles over into Joe, who then ran as Joe. And then my favorite part of it, because Daniels did a monkey flip, he didn't actually see Styles hit the Rana. So Daniels just turns around and he's like, what the fuck? Why is Joe on the floor too?
This makes no sense.
What has even happened behind my back? I love that little touch, because obviously he knows what happened. They put the match together. But he's a little touch that he sells. It's like, what on earth just went on?
Yeah, he's like, I just heard bangs and I don't know what happened.
And I think they're like, that's what kind of helps elevate this match, that I think these three have such well-defined characters, that AJ is like your like white meat, clean baby face of the brand, kind of fight till the death kind of guy. Joe's your unstoppable monster who will just run through everybody in front of him and keep going until they're dead. And then Daniels is this like smug, conceited heel. Like the first exchange of this match is like they take turns kicking Daniels. Daniels stands up, screams, "Stop kicking me," in their face, and then they kick them. They both kick him at the same time. Like there's just a bunch of little character stuff in this match that kind of elevates it above dudes doing moves.
I think Daniels is the glue in this match.
Yeah, and like Daniels ultimately is the least famous of the three. Like Joe and Styles, I think, have always gone on to more acclaim and have been bigger stars than Daniels ultimately ended up being.
No, I like unequivocally. Unequivocally?
Do you want to take it from the top? You might be able to get it this time. I believe in you.
Garrett, can you say it for me and then I can say it?
Unequivocally.
Unequivocally. There you go, clean.
Nailed it. Well done. And then Daniels is it's the guy that just holds this together and brings like the flourishes and touches. And as you said, like Daniels is every three-way under the sun should probably be put together by Daniels. It's the same thing as like Christian's brain for the business. It's just like every ladder match in the world should be put together by Christian. Every three-way should be put together by Daniel.
Yeah, I believe it. The match, it rocks. It rocks on like all these sort of like little nuanced levels that you would expect from a match that has so much renown. It's great. And like just imagining, like we talked about it before, but like having the Spike TV people at this show, and then because this is a really good show as well, this is just a great pay-per-view, so having them at this show and they're like, wow, this and that and this, and oh my god, that hardcore match was really fun, and blah 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 blah, and then to cap it all off with this, they must have been like, what a tremendous investment we've made.
Yeah, because there is a note from the Torch. A group of officials from Spike TV were at the event in person and were said to be riveted by the match and the crowd response to the match. They were marking out for the show, says one TNA wrestler. Look at what they're used to seeing from WWE. That match blew away anything they had seen before. During the match, the crowd chanted, "This is awesome." And actually, my favorite part, the crowd chants, "This is awesome." And then Mike Tenay just says, "You're damn right, this is awesome."
There's one thing I can always appreciate from Mike Tenay is his pride in when things are good in the company he's representing.
Oh, he fucking loves it.
It also goes the other way, but when it's good and he acknowledges that it's good, the pride is absolutely dripping off of the man.
Yeah, like there's a spiral tap in this match that's just to break up a submission.
Which is like done perfectly too.
They do a bunch of cool dives. Styles does a springboard shooting star to the floor. Joe does a corkscrew plancha, which the crowd go absolutely bonkers for.
Murders himself.
Daniels brings the X title into the ring and he's like, let me try this again. But Joe power slams him, takes it from him. But then Daniels enzigures it into his head, which is his weak point apparently. Back super strong, head very weak.
Breaking the Samoan stereotypes in pro wrestling.
Yeah, Joe is breaking barriers all over the place. Styles hit a Styles Clash. Joe broke it up. One of my favorite little things. But like Daniels dumps Styles over the top of the floor, and most people would take a normal bump. They would just go over the top of the floor. Styles takes the most ridiculous bump you'll see for that in your entire life. It's like, AJ, you stupid, crazy person.
There's a full rotation onto his face.
Yeah, it's just like, you did not need to do that for what is ultimately a run-of-the-mill pro wrestling bump. But he's AJ Styles, so of course he did.
He's also main eventing the pay-per-view, so I'm sure a bit of that is in there.
Joe crashes and burns to the outside, which leaves just Styles and Daniels. Daniels goes for the Angel's Wings. Styles reverses it into a pin. Goes overhead. Daniels is pinned. AJ Styles is the X Division champion for a 5th time, and Mike Tenay, of course, makes note that Samoa Joe is still undefeated. He was not pinned or submitted.
On a technicality, sure.
And Tenay ends the pay-per-view just saying, can we top this? We're going to do our damnedest when we return on October 23rd at Bound for Glory.
That's a great line.
That's it. It's the most famous match in TNA history. It lives up to the hype. It's a match that's aged pretty darn well because it has Joe during the peak of his powers as a performer, AJ during the peak of his powers as a performer, and probably, honestly, even Daniels during the peak of his powers as a performer. It's 3 guys like peaking at the same time, put in a main event spot, looking to like prove and earn it. It's like, yeah, damn right. We belong here.
And being 3 people presented at that level too, and delivering at that level.
And like I said, this is the only 5-star match in TNA history.
That's wrong.
It is wrong.
for multiple reasons.
But Dave does call it one of the best matches of the last decade in North America.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of quantifiers there, but sure.
Like, obviously, it doesn't live up to, like, the best of Japan, because, like, you have fucking Noah and all Japan in the 90s and 2000s, so...
Yeah.
Dave isn't going to be like, it's one of the best matches I've ever seen, but, like, when
And he doesn't watch Ring of Honor, so...
I wonder, does Dave this year watch much Ring of Honor?
Well, no, because, like, if you look back at on those shows, like, that's the whole thing is, like, those guys weren't getting ratings.
Dave hates indie wrestling. If it happened to PWG, those guys would have 1,000,000 5-star matches.
Well, yeah, because he'd be at them.
That really was the game changer with Dave, wasn't it? He went to one PWG show and everything changed.
Yeah, it ruined his reception of pro wrestling.
But, like, in a charmingly good way.
Sure.
Because, like, most people get grumpier as they get older.
Yeah.
Not that I would have any experience with that.
No. Old 3-star kidney.
Like, Dave has gotten, like, the very opposite, where he's gotten very fast and loose, and he's just loving wrestling, which is kind of nice to see.
Yeah.
Daniels, in particular, was holding back the tears after the show, after it went off the air. While storyline was, it could be that he lost his title, it was really because of the emotion when the show cut off without getting the full impact of the live crowd chanting match of the year, because they ran out of time. So that is AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joe. We'll be talking about those guys for a while.
Yeah, those guys are pretty integral to the history of this company, I hear.
Yeah, both working together and individually, and as a tag team every so often.
Right? Yeah, there is that whole run that you're a big proponent of.
Styles and Daniels are a great team. Shocker.
No, he's not on the show.
Yeah, for a different reason. That is... Yeah, I'm trying to put a button on this match, and I'm failing. like...
I mean, we said it earlier. It is the most famous match in TNA history. One of the most influential matches in United States pro wrestling. Influenced the whole style. Influenced the generation. With 3 generational performers performing at their best. What more could you want?
Thank you for putting a button on it, Liam.
Yep, I did it while taking my belt off too. What a professional.
Oh no, are you going to whip me?
No?
You're like, put a button on it! Put a button on it!
Get your shit together, Garrett. We're professionals now. We have to compete with Brian Alvarez.
You can't do it, I'll whip it into you.
Yeah. That's why I made you retake that line 7 times before. We have standards now.
We have a couple of other smaller stories in the X Division, one of which is Austin Aries versus Roderick Strong.
Which is just a thing that happens.
Yeah, no build. It was meant to be Aries against PD, but when Shocker no-showed, they moved PD to Sabin and then brought in Strong for this. So it actually, good job, Shocker. Thank you.
Yeah, they gave us this.
That's actually worked out pretty well. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and we get to see Austin Aries again after appearing in the last pay-per-view against Daniels. Roderick Strong's done some TV.
Yeah, he popped up every now and again in the Asylum days. He did a bunch of Explosion, and yeah, he was on Impact. We've already had an AJ Strong match.
Yes, I did my whole thing on that.
We may have another AJ Strong match coming up soon.
Very good. Aries and Strong go out there and they work like an ROH match.
Yeah, this is 2 dudes who got like 8 minutes, but like we're like, we want to use every second of this to try and earn a contract.
Yeah, and you don't blame them, and they stand out.
Especially as TNA are getting on Spike, it's just like, oh, national exposure is coming up? Yes, please sign us.
Yeah, exactly right. And you might have some more money for us too.
Roddy's came out to a fake Iron Man ripoff.
Of course, like many a pro wrestler in history.
Vote for Roddy. It's a Simpsons joke.
I gotcha.
It's a reference to the hit sitcom The Simpsons.
I'm unfamiliar. Could you explain it a bit more?
So there's this family of yellow people
Okay.
who live together in a house.
Yep.
And every episode is independent of one another. There is no long-term
Alright.
canon. It's like an anthology show when you think about it. So these people live in this house. There's this mother with the hair.
How long? We don't do bits anymore, Garrett.
Oh, it's a very famous sitcom starring Homer Simpson. He says so, don't.
Ah, very good.
I would have went for another like 15 minutes obscurely describing The Simpsons.
That's why I'm here now. I'm the professional of the team.
Getting us back on track.
Yep. Don West, once again proving avid Ring of Honor watcher, pointing out that they are in the same stable.
Yeah, as the crowd are chanting Generation Next, Don is like, oh, they're stablemates in Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but it's really proven a point. Don West ROH stan is a legitimate part of his character.
Yeah, everyone's telling him how great it is, and he starts watching, and then he knows all about the stories and the stables of Ring of Honor.
You got to admire it.
Mike TNA mentions that they booked Austin Aries again because TNA received so many emails about him that they brought him back.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's just everyone emailing Dixie, being like, bring back Roddy, and Dixie's like, fine, I have a newborn at home, but I'll bring back Roddy.
Yeah, we've been sitting here watching ROH tapes for the last 7 hours.
Looking to who we can poach so we can take down Ring of Honor because we're jealous. Strong hits a gutbuster and a sick kick for a great near fall, but dropkick brainbuster 450 wins for Aries. It's about as good an 8-minute match as you're going to see. They just go nuts.
It's funny, like, you'd think that Aries was just going to kind of get like an AJ push.
But like, I'd imagine he would probably lost this match if he was wrestling PD.
Yeah.
So he accidentally like tripped and fell his way into winning this one.
But he looks so good whenever he's on the show.
You can see a future TNA World Champion in him.
In 7 years.
It just takes a while, yeah.
And like big gaps of not being there.
I don't know. Aries is great. Like everything he does has snap and explosion on it.
Everything he does?
What doesn't have snap and explosive on it?
All right.
He doesn't tweet with snap.
You said everything he does.
Yeah, it looks great.
Looks. That's Garrett Kidney supports Austin Aries in every endeavor.
As a professional wrestler, he's good at wrestling. Like most problematic people, they're all good at wrestling. It's really annoying.
That's not what I'm hearing.
That does very much prepare you in life for separating art from artist. There's no industry that does that better than pro wrestling.
Yeah.
If you tried to approach wrestling with any kind of moral or ethical compass, you're like, I hate all these people and I can't watch this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with like film, right? You're like, oh, if a bad person was involved in the production of a film, I can't watch it. Well, then you're never watching anything.
It's like, I've come to terms with a number of pieces of shit who have talent.
God, what a somber reality.
The other X Division thing, we'll talk about the story that technically led to it that didn't end up happening, because it technically comes from the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament. But Chris Sabin faces Petey Williams. And
they have a good Petey Williams-Chris Sabin match.
Yep, they've had this match a couple times, the best version of which is probably still their Turning Point 2004 match.
Oh, of course.
But this is a nice mid-card version of that match where at one stage Sabin does that razor's edge across the ring into the buckle and absolutely kills Petey, so thumbs up.
So cool.
Petey came out to Abyss's music too.
Maybe Abyss is just Canadian.
Maybe he is. No, he's working as part of America in the America versus Canada series on that house show, so he can't be Canadian.
Maybe he's the Canadian in that match.
He's wrestling Bobby Roode.
Yeah, noted American.
You're not wrong. He is billed from Wall Street eventually. No, you're not wrong.
Exactly.
We don't know where Abyss truly came from. We speculated he was accidentally summoned by James Mitchell and Raven doing his fake spooks.
He's summoned from hell via Canada.
Which everyone knows is hell.
Hell, Michigan is right next to it.
Oh my god, it all adds up!
He
makes so much sense.
Again,
sometimes.
we don't do bits anymore. It's all serious analysis.
This is serious analysis. This is geography.
This is lore, which is a major part of pro wrestling now.
Some would argue the most important part.
On many levels and in many different ways.
Sabin brought Petey up for the cradle shock. Petey raked his eyes. Sabin thought he had Petey when he grabbed the referee instead for the cradle shock.
I love this so much. This is so cool.
Then Petey went for the destroyer, but then Sabin instinctively countered into the cradle shock for the win.
That's some New Japan shit. Just in-ring storytelling lore.
If you'd remember, in the build-up to the Turning Point match last year, the story of that match was because Chris Sabin came up with PD, trained under D'Amore, trained in the same training class, he had the counter to the Canadian Destroyer.
We better go through TNA history, like from this point where Sabin never takes the Destroyer.
Every time he just does, and it's such a smooth counter as well, because it's a counter straight into his own finish, which is what makes it awesome.
Yeah. God, Sabin, man.
He drops the one knee and brings PD back up for the cradle shock. It beats him even though he's blinded.
If we ever get booking power, we're booking PD Sabin, and that's the finish again.
Yeah, we're bringing him out of WWE-induced agent retirement to wrestle Chris Sabin again.
What was PD's last match?
His first retirement match was against Sabin.
That makes sense.
The one in 2014 when he stepped away from wrestling, but then he returned. His last match, was it like TJP and Macklin?
Let me have a look. Matches. Petey Williams. His last match was in a... do you want his last Impact match or do you want his last real match?
Give me both.
His last Impact match was in the Call Your Shot Gauntlet Spot 20-man Battle Royal. 20-person Battle Royal, I assume. But yes, he was in that. His last real match in Impact was the X Division title tournament first round 3-way match against Macklin and Black Taurus. And his last match ever was in Whack Without a Cause. Is that Eric Cannon's thing?
I don't know.
No, that's a different one. He was in Without a Cause and he wrestled Nick Wayne.
He passed on all of his knowledge and retired.
But the thing about Nick Wayne, too, that's interesting because he's definitely an X Division kid, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So him wrestling against Petey must have been a cool moment. He was also 15.
Also, it's one of those things where even if he wasn't an X Division kid,
He was via Osprey.
yeah, his inspiration was Osprey, who was an X Division kid. So it's like the next step of X Division influence, even beyond the X Division.
Oh, this seems like a good show. You got Alan Angel's Titus Alexander on there. Mm-hmm. You got Chris Bay versus Keita Murray.
All he needs is one shot.
All he needs is one shot. Oh, is that who I think? No, it's not. I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I got someone mixed up. Move on. I'm a professional. I can't be spreading lies.
You're never wrong. It's a long-standing part. Is that a bit? Is it a bit to be never wrong?
No, it's reality.
Okay. After the match, Matt Bentley returns to TNA. You might say returns.
Gigantic
He was never gone.
reaction.
So Matt Bentley wasn't on TV this month, even though he was on the last pay-per-view. But Matt Bentley is back. He's back in TNA. He super kicked Chris Sabin and then issued a challenge for Ultimate X at Bound for Glory. He got on the mic. He said, "TNA's my home. Everyone thought I was going up north, but I'm still here."
Up north still being a thing people say in 2005.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Abyss one, where Abyss returned when he was never gone.
Yeah. But, it gets big reactions.
Yeah, and like the story behind it was Matt Bentley asked for $2,500 per match.
Yeah.
And TNA was like, fuck no. Then he asked for $1,500 a match, and TNA were also like, still no, because even $1,500, like only Raven, Jarrett, Kip James, and Sean Waltman are making that kind of money in this company at the moment. Maybe AJ. Mm-hmm. So they're like, no. But apparently, whatever happened, he came to terms.
That's funny. I wonder if he got some talking to from his cousin.
His cousin's like, we're not signing you. Sorry.
But, I'm excited to see Matt Bentley back. And we had some Bentley bouncing.
Oh, the crowd were bouncing to Bentley's theme song. They were excited. Fair play to Matt Bentley, though. Shoot your shot.
Yeah, why not? And he got to stick around anyway, so.
If you're going to ask for $2,500 a match, the only way you'll get it is by asking, even if people might laugh at you.
Yeah. He heard that we got that Spike deal coming up, and he's like,
We'll talk about the shocker matches in the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament, but this match was meant to be Sabin against Shocker based off stuff coming out of that tournament. Shocker, who was said to have been unable to get to the TV taping from a AAA show in Cuadramedro.
In Cuadramedro.
Nailed it. The company had purchased a non-refundable plane ticket for him to come in from Mexico. A few days before the show, he called and said, being booked the night before, he was worried he might not be able to get there. The company was already down on Shocker. He was a dusty guy, and he never really lived up to his hype. He had good matches with Shelley, but I don't think anything else he did was particularly notable. Actually, he had a great TV match with Sanjay too, so no, I'm Team Shocker.
I'm Team Shocker too. I've enjoyed all of Shocker whenever he's been around.
There was heat a few shows back because he called to cancel a pay-per-view match claiming an injury, but the company was like, you were just wrestling on Mexico. But the Mexican sources are like, that's legit, but he wants to work these shows and he doesn't want to work yours, so...
Well, you know what? Fair enough.
It would have been both difficult and expensive to get him in for the show because of changing the flight, but it was possible. But they were just like, get Roddy in here, move Petey over to Sabin, and then Roddy against Austin Aries, and that job done.
Easy peasy.
It's cheaper to book Roddy than fly in Shocker.
They're like, we're going to take that half of the money that Bentley wanted. We'll put it towards Roddy.
Let's head on over to the world title scene, in which the main event, not of Unbreakable, the second last match of Unbreakable, is Raven defending the NWA World Heavyweight Championship against Rhino.
Which is about as cool on paper as you can get at the moment for the world title.
Yeah, fresh match, fresh challenger. It was immediately announced after the main event of Sacrifice. If you remember, the whole thing about that was like Jarrett would get a title match if he won, but then Rhino won, and everyone's like, well, what happened? But immediately on the website, they're like, match will be Raven against Rhino now.
God, that's cool. It's a cool match, isn't it?
Yeah, it goes back to, they wrestled, I think, Backlash 2001. They acknowledge it during the build. It's like, we had the best hardcore match of all time. It's like an 8-minute match at Backlash.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, but isn't that like a pretty highly regarded match?
It has like over 7 on Cage Match.
Nice.
So Jeff Jarrett goes up to Larry Zbysko's office and he's mad that Rhino's getting the Unbreakable shot. He insists he will be champion by the time they get on Spike.
That's never gonna happen. How would that happen?
But in order for that, he needs a title match, Liam. And how's he gonna get a title match?
He's gonna ask Rhino very nicely.
So that is what Larry says. He's like, listen, Rhino has the shot. If you can convince Rhino to give up the shot, you got the shot. Mm-hmm. So then Rhino conveniently walks right in frame that second. And Jarrett does his pitch. He's like, buddy, you and me are pals, right? Buddies, we've been teaming. The thing going on here, I need to be champion on Spike. So how about you step aside, and when I win, you can get your shot then. Deal? 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 And Rhino's like, deal. You can get your shot after I win at Unbreakable.
I like it, though. I think Rhino isn't a big dumb idiot.
Unlike a certain Monty Brown, Rhino's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Because if you remember, Monty also was promised a title match, which he has yet to get.
Well, Jarrett's not the champion anymore.
Every time Rhino said that, it's like, you have promised this to people before and have not delivered.
Yeah.
Call him
That's
out.
the thing, right? It's like, I mean, I like the idea that Jeff's going for his old tricks.
It did work. It worked on Monty. So you know what?
Yeah, it worked once.
Might as well try.
I enjoyed this segment. I thought it was fun.
Later in that show, Rhino beats Sonny Siaki.
I like the gore.
I like the alley-oop into the turnbuckle.
Rhino's good.
Yeah, he's pulling shit out as well. Having a great time.
I was thinking about how crazy Rhino's career is. Just a weird guy. Like, he did his, like, weird little NXT run.
Yeah.
In, like, what was it, 2014?
The fact that his, like, most famous thing is probably the Heath team in 2016, which is weird to think about.
Yeah, right? He did, like, 4 more years in WWE.
And again, arguably had his most, like, famous act.
It's just, and then, like, had ROH stuff all the time in between. He's, like, oddly enough, like, since the beginning, he's basically just been in a major pro wrestling company, like, every year at least once.
And pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
With the exception of AEW so far.
So far.
And the sneaky TNA guy, Rhino.
I don't even think sneaky.
It's one of those things where, like, people get mad about Bully Ray. It's like, Bully Ray's a TNA guy. I'm sorry. He is.
You know what he did in 2019?
Rhino?
Noah.
Oh, yeah, he did. He did some Noah shows, yeah.
2008, New Japan.
Did some New Japan shows during the TNA relationship, yeah.
So it's just like, what a guy who's kind of done everything everywhere.
Had a good career for himself.
Yeah. Current 2-time tag champion with Heath and some bullshit company.
Heavy shot at current Impact, but sure.
He's not a current tag champion.
That's true. He did lose them earlier this year. Or late last year. That was December.
It's just like, what a fun guy, huh?
Yeah.
SmackDown Tag Team Champion in 2016.
And just a guy you could slap in a mid-card match for nearly all of his career and he'd have a good mid-card match.
It's just fun. Garrett, can you name every SmackDown tag title match he had?
No.
Let me tell you the teams he wrestled in the SmackDown tag team titles.
I don't think I could name any SmackDown tag title match he had. Never mind all of them.
He was the first SmackDown tag team titles champion.
Naturally. Which was an upset. The people didn't expect him to win that, but they got over.
Yeah, but and because they beat freshly heel Usos in the finals. And then they defended the titles against the Ascension. And then they defended the titles at No Mercy against the Usos before defending the titles in one of the weirdest matches I've ever seen on paper. 2016 SmackDown. Heath Slater and Rhino defeat the Spirit Squad to retain the SmackDown tag team titles.
I forgot when they dug the Spirit Squad up a little bit.
Yeah, they did, because they brought him in to team with Miz against Dolph. And then poor Kenny quit his real life job because he thought he was getting re-signed. And then they never re-signed them.
He did a run as an agent, though, didn't he?
I believe so.
Is he still there as an agent? I have long since cancelled my Fightful Select subscription, so I don't see the WWE agents listed anymore. But
I guess I can go to his Wikipedia. That might tell me. Yeah, he's a producer and trainer at WWE.
So at least he has a job.
But it was so funny that not funny. It's really sad actually.
You're laughing at his pain. It's hilarious.
Yeah, they quit his job and then was stuck.
As he said, finish of this match was awesome, where Siaki floated over in the corner and Rhino just followed him up with a gore and killed him.
Yeah, it was a great goal.
Rhino gets on the mic and he says he's going to gore Raven and make him bleed. Nobody will stop him from becoming world champion. Asks Raven to come out right now. Raven comes out, says, "Gore me once, shame on you. Gore me twice, shame on me. Security, break them up."
And then he gets gored.
He gets gored immediately. It's so good.
It's what a great bit.
Because security were holding back Raven, but Rhino just gores him.
It's a real shame that the worst Raven's ever felt in this company is when he's world champion.
Do you think he feels bad now?
I don't. Yeah, I'm not into it. Because we've been very high on Raven since the moment he stepped in this company, right? He was a wrestler of the year twice, or in the discussion at the very least.
We were high on the Waltman match and thought he peaked as well as he could going into Slammiversary given the circumstances.
Yeah, but he's champion now, and I just think he's lost a lot of the coolness that he had. Part of it's the presentation, part of it's he feels a bit more like a dork now, and part of it is just I don't think it's the gear doesn't help. There's just something about Raven now which isn't hitting on the same level that he has for almost his entire run up till this point.
He is getting his ass kicked a lot because he's a babyface champion, so naturally a lot of people are getting heat on him at the moment.
Yeah, it's just I'm kind of disappointed by the finally Raven achieves the goal, becomes champion, And it's a bit of a wet fart.
I think an element that also doesn't help is, shock of all shocks, Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
The fact that he's running around like as the almost presumptive champion before they even go into Spike kind of overshadows Raven.
Yeah. There's elements to it, which it's a bit of a rough one.
And I think if you wanted Raven as champion, he would probably be better off as a heel.
Of course.
But I thought he had a good reign in terms of matches. Like, the Abyss match was good, and the Rhino match was good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about his general presentation, which I don't think is screaming star to the level it has up until this point.
He's not really doing many promos either, is he? Like, here he just comes out, says one line, and gets gored.
Yeah, that could be part of it too, is like, he's not getting a lot of talking time, and it's Raven.
Yeah, and like, the main event of the August 26th Impact is Raven against Bobby Roode, and like, it's just a forgettably bland match.
Yeah.
The best part of which is Sabu shows up at the end.
A lot of the best part of Impact is just Sabu shows up.
Sabu is one of, like, he's the opposite of Raven, where it's like, anytime he's on the screen, it's like, hell yeah, Sabu is here.
Sabu should be champion.
There's just energy when Sabu is on the screen.
Yeah.
PD pushed Raven into the post on the floor. Ref got bumped. PD attacked the hockey stick, but Cassidy Riley made the save. Raven wins with the Raven effect. Rhino jumps Raven after the match. Raven gets the better of him. Abyss then jumps Raven. Lights out. Sabu clears house.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite part after, like, there was a minute left on the show, so clearly something ran short, and they just held on Raven and Sabu celebrating for much longer than they usually do at the end of any match.
Just hangs around.
Yeah, they were just hanging out. They weren't even doing anything. Like, they're just kind of hanging around, high-fiving, being happy. They wanted that they ran off some people.
You gotta love their, like, support.
And, you know, the way this show is paced, it's like, it's always like, they never do that. Like, once the segment...
it's always, like, hard out on, like, normally a brawl or something. And this one was just, hey, Sabu and Raven are here. Hanging.
And sometimes, like, mid-angle, it's like hard out on Michael Shane about to super kick Tracy.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's just like, we'll hang around.
Very interesting and different.
On the September 2nd Impact, Jarrett comes up to the Three Live Crew, up to BG and Ron. He's peddling his conspiracies. He's like, everybody's going to be fired. They're going to replace all of you. You should all join me.
No one's falling for that trick, Jarrett.
He does at least raise a valid point that, like, the second they got back together, they were forced to wrestle each other in a tournament. It's like management's fucking with you.
I thought about that too.
It's like, that's actually a good bit for a dude who's peddling conspiracies to be like, look, you guys are back on the same page for the first time in months, and the first show after that, you're booked to wrestle each other? Guys, they're out to get you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly right. Like, I legitimately thought of that exact same point. I was like, damn it, he might be right. And not to put, like, matters further, too, Conan and Kip James are booked to wrestle each other, too. So they're really just pouring salt into the wounds.
Management are out to take down the Three Live Crew. Jarrett's right.
I'm going to isolate that clip.
Jarrett is right.
Yeah.
I'll never say it again.
You said it twice. That's all I need.
No, you tricked me. Conan walks up and he's like, fucking, after all this, after all the Kip stuff, now you're talking to Jarrett?
Which is a great point, too.
Yeah, and BG and Ron are like, you know, he makes some sense. And Conan, once again being the smartest person in the room at all times, is like, no, fuck that guy.
Conan's kind of great.
He's always like, just as I said, he's the smartest guy in the room. He sees through everybody's bullshit. He is the one true worker.
In a business full of marks.
Main event franchise has, or main event of the go home show, that is. Franchise has Jarrett beforehand. He doesn't do a particularly meaningful promo. When I said there's two kinds of promos, this is the first one where nothing is said and nothing matters. But he will be at Unbreakable, I guess, is the point of this one.
Thanks, Jeff.
God forbid we have a pay-per-view without him. Raven and Sabu versus Abyss and Rhino is the main event of the go home show, because both have single matches on the pay-per-view.
Classic Garrett special.
Again, there's people who would give out about stuff like this, and I'm like, no, I don't care. It's a cool tag match.
Yeah, and it's an interesting tag match because you're like, ooh, who's going to win in this segment, right?
It is the one where it's like, this is definitely going to end in a DQ, but it doesn't.
No, it's just a regular match.
Like, Sabu starts chucking chairs at people during it, and that still doesn't end in a DQ.
When that happened, I was like, I was like, did I miss this getting announced as, like, Raven's rules or some shit?
Every Raven match is Raven's rules.
Perfect.
There are no laws. Raven sidesteps a gore as Rhino accidentally gores Abyss, and then Sabu falls with an Arabian facebuster to pin Abyss.
Which is not the result I expect.
Who did you expect to get pinned?
I think I expected Rhino to pin Sabu.
That would have made sense. But I guess Sabu was then pinned at the pay-per-view, so they're probably evening that out a little bit.
Makes sense. Don't hate it. Just was not, like, the result. When it happened, I was like, oh. And then they immediately got the heat back anyways.
Yeah, Rhino goes Sabu, Abyss hits Raven with a chair a few times. And that's our show, leading us to Unbreakable. I realize we also just talked about the entire build to the Sabu, so we'll talk about that match too here.
Yeah, it works out well.
Abyss defeats Sabu in an ODQ match.
This match fucking owns.
It is Abyss, who was great, against Sabu, who was great, in a plunder match, which is great.
So we just gave TNA some credit about being restrained in their plunder and reserving it for Raven. They do not do that on this show.
No, but it's better off because this match is better because of plunder, so thumbs up.
Yeah, this match rocks. Yeah, Sabu just kind of fucking works his ass off in this one, and Abyss is doing crazy bumps. They're like they actually have like this kind of remarkable chemistry together too while they're doing it. It's a lot of fun. This is like one of those we finished watching it. I was like, this is one of those like hidden gems that I'm sure like not a lot of people remember or have seen. But like if you haven't, go back and watch it because it does rock.
Because like their Barbed Wire Massacre match later in the year is naturally their more famous match. And even like the Monsters Ball at Bound for Glory, which has both of them in it, and also Jeff Hardy and Rhino, is a much more famous match. But this also rocks.
Yeah, there's also rocks. Maybe these two just are good together.
I mean, they do have good chemistry. It's one of those things. It's like if you think about like what's basically the best case of an Abyss and Sabu match, it's basically this.
Yeah.
They just go out, they do wacky plunder. Abyss does his like pendulum belly to belly out from the inside to out, sending Sabu through 2 tables. Looked like it sucked. He ate shit. It's great.
The Abyssplex.
I'm coining that, the Abyssplex, because I was watching his homecoming match against Eli Drake in 2019 yesterday, and he did it to Eli Drake there too, so it is the Abyssplex, the belly to belly while he's sitting in the ropes and he sends you out to the floor.
Good stuff. And the finish. Oh, the finish. Oh, the finish. After the crowd is chanting for thumbtacks the entire time, like they're not going to get thumbtacks in an Abyss ODQ match.
Abyss goes out, he gets the thumbtacks, he sets up the thumbtacks in the ring. Sabu goes for a springboard. Abyss catches him in midair into a black hole slam, into the thumbtacks, and the crowd go absolutely bonkers. There's a million thumbtacks in Sabu's back. It looks awesome. Crowd go nuts. Great finish. Great match.
And also, like, not just that the catch spot happens, like the black hole slam looks really good too.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where he catches it in the air and it just doesn't look quite right.
Yeah.
Whereas here, he just caught it perfectly. And he didn't have to, like, readjust to get them in the tacks or anything. It was just smooth. It looked so good.
And he put so much, like, force into it, too. He was not scared about hitting him with it.
Yeah, Sabu was absolutely like, just stick me in those goddamn tacks.
Yeah. I think we went 4 on it, so...
Yeah, I went 4. That's a great plunder match.
Go check it out. 4 from both of us.
That's when I was watching that Undertaker Mick Foley video where they're talking about Hell in a Cell. And he's talking about how he took a bump into the tacks and he didn't hit the tacks in a way he was satisfied with. So he was like, oh, the chokeslam into the tacks was inaudible because I was mad I didn't get enough tacks.
Sick wrestler brain.
Because Mick Foley is the best. And then the main event for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. It's not the main event. God damn it.
The co-main event, which of course means there is no main event.
Second from last, Raven defeats Rhino in Raven's Rules to retain the NWA World title.
I watched this match twice. Didn't change my opinion on it.
It's a good match, but nothing special.
It's still just good. It's just good. And we left it going. That was a good match, but like it's not blow away. It's not like this crazy unsung plunder match like Sabu and Abyss is.
Or even like Raven and Waltman ended up being.
Yeah, exactly. Like they just have a good match. They use some interesting, diverse weapons, which is always stand out. They don't like double up with the stuff that Abyss and Sabu did really. Had some cool interference spots. I love, I'm pretty sure it is a callback to the Backlash match with the gore into the shopping cart. Because I'm pretty sure they do that exact spot in that match and it looks better in that match. Because I think, if I remember, Rhino just like goes into the shopping cart.
Yeah.
This one, he just kind of collides with it. But it's fun. You get lots of run-ins from Jeff Hardy, Jeff Jarrett, Cassidy. Everyone's out for this match.
I do appreciate you mentioned weapon diversity. Like here, they use a keg, they use a pizza cutter, they use some staplers, and they use the shopping cart. It's like because every WWE hardcore match you watch is just kendo sticks and chairs.
Yeah,
it's the same weapons over and over again. It's like bring something new and different and try something, not just the same kendo stick shots you've seen 7 million times.
And remember, if you want weapon diversity, make sure you buy AW Fight Forever using code You've Got to Be Kidding Me for 10% off.
People are gonna be so confused trying to put that. One, it's a ton of letters, so it's like it'll take them ages to put in like a console keyboard. But then
remember, you gotta put in "You've Got to Be Kidding Me," starring Garrett and Liam, the best TNA wrestling podcast going. Fuck you, Brian Alvarez. CM Punk was right. That's the full code. Put it in.
No bits. Rhino misses the gore,
bits.
runs into the shopping cart. As he said, Jarrett runs out. He goes to hit Raven with the belt, but Jeff Hardy runs out and grabs the belt. Raven DDTs Jarrett, DDTs Rhino, retains the title.
It's fun.
Yeah, good match.
Not remarkable, but good.
And might be a little bit of diminishing returns with Raven in that, like, he did a plunder match with Waltman, did a plunder match with Hardy even at Lockdown, did a King of the Mountain, which is plunder adjacent, plunder match with Abyss, plunder match with Sabu against Rhino and Jarrett, and it's like, alright, there's maybe so many times you can watch Raven do the same plunder match.
Yeah. At least this one felt a little different, even if it was worse. I also wanted Rhino to win.
He really turned on Raven.
I really wanted Rhino to win. You know what the problem is? And I thought this during the match. I was like, Raven was the coolest guy on the roster, but Rhino's come in and now Rhino's the coolest guy on the roster.
Yeah, it's a classic shiny new toy effect. You're like, Raven is the Woody to Rhino's Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, he is. It's true.
You can see Raven sadly falling to the bed as you play with your Rhino action figure.
I don't want to play with you anymore. Evermore.
Oh, let's head on over to the only other heavyweight match, which had no build. It's Bobby Roode and Jeff Hardy.
It did have build in that they mentioned it once on TV.
And there was that one segment with Jeff Hardy on TV.
Would you want to talk about the segment?
I guess we should. It's the one thing that technically kind of sort of built to it.
I kind of love it.
Oh, I love the segment. The segment's great.
Because Jeff Hardy's just a weird freak, and that needs to be his energy more on the show.
So Larry Zbyszko is going around in like the dark part of the building looking for Jeff Hardy.
And you know what? They're scared to be on that part of the building because that's where Abyss is. That is the basement.
That's where he's chained to his radiator with Goldilocks. They don't want to be shouted at by Goldilocks. That's what's happening here.
Why aren't I on the show anymore?
And Franchise is there too, and he desperately doesn't want to be there because she's going to be like, you took my job!
Yeah, what the fuck?
So they're looking for Jeff Hardy, and then he appears upside down from presumably the rafters?
Yes.
And he's like, hello, Larry Zbyszko!
Willow!
You told me to come to work and I am here!
I decided to show up to work.
And Larry is great this whole time. He's like, Jeff, we're on Spike soon. You've got to be professional.
I love that because it's true.
And Larry is great. Larry is such a good authority because he's completely bamboozled and flabbergasted by everybody at all times.
Like, someone commented on our post saying that Larry wasn't built for this role, and they're wrong.
They're so wrong. He's so perfect to be an authority figure.
I don't mean to call you out, man, but I think you're really wrong on this because Larry's great because every professional wrestling authority figure should not be a hard ass. They should be flabbergasted by the weird world they live in. That's what makes them great.
Everybody should be annoying to them at all times.
And they should be annoyed by it because you know who does this well now? Stoke.
Oh yeah.
Stokely does that perfectly in ROH where he's like just kind of pissed off that people are asking him things 24/7 and flabbergasted by the words that they say at him.
Just like, go away. I don't want to give you anything.
Yeah.
That should be the entire relationship. People asking the authority figure for things and the authority figure being exhausted by it.
I think authority figures for the most part should also be easily manipulated. Like, I think they should be like, they can call it out and they should only call it out on blundering heels. Like, baby faces should be able to manipulate them whenever, and then heels should always get called out by them.
Yeah, it's like the Daniels thing. It's like Daniels tries to do his manipulation and Larry sees through it, but any babyface who does this, like, yep, you get what you want.
That is how an authority figure should be perfectly booked. And also don't be heels. Don't be like object heels. You can be like funny comedy heels, but don't be like the authority.
I'm trying to hold you down. Mwahahaha. Stuff things overplayed.
That was, oh my god, that was what killed my interest in WWE.
Because they did that for 30 years straight.
Yeah, for like 50 fucking years, man.
It's like straight from like Vince in 98 all the way through to whenever the fuck the authority ended in like 2017.
Yeah.
Like legitimately nearly 20 years of the same character trope.
And it's one that like actively hurts the show.
It just makes it no fun. Like, for as much as Teddy Long became a meme, it's like, yeah, the heel is being booked in tag team matches is funny.
Yeah.
He will go one-on-one with The Undertaker. It's like, yeah, he's going one-on-one with The Undertaker. He got got.
Like, fuck yeah, he's going one-on-one with The Undertaker. He's gonna get his ass kicked.
Teddy Long, very bad booker, by the way. Never booked his TV show before the opening segment.
Which is a big foible for you particularly. You love a card to be booked ahead of the time.
Yeah, I'm like, but it's stupid when you're like, half the matches of a live television broadcast are made during the live television broadcast. Like, what did you plan to put on the air if these two didn't run into each other?
Nothing.
Blank. Empty television. They should do that one week. It's like, well, there was no random confrontation, so we're going off the air 30 minutes early. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we always have to put this time in here just in case. I like to imagine they have reserve matches just in case.
Well, that used to be the gimmick. You know, you used to hear about the standby matches on like Clash of the Champions for if matches ran short. But yeah, they don't do that anymore.
They should.
I did like the touch when Josh Alexander and Mike Bailey went 60.
Yeah.
There was meant to be an Eddie Edwards match in the main event that was bumped to the next week because an impromptu match unexpectedly went 60 minutes. I like small touches like that.
I hope Eddie cut a promo on the next show being like, I had to fucking prepare again from scratch the next week and I'm pissed.
This is Impact Management holding me down.
Oh, yes. Just like Jeff Jarrett.
There is no honor no more.
There's no honor, no more.
Hardy faced Rude.
It's one of the better Jeff Hardy performances.
Which means not very good, but it's fine.
I think I kind of disagree because I think it's like, in that I think it's better than fine. I think it's actually pretty good.
I think it's like a perfectly acceptable mid-card match. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but I have very low standards for Jeff. So Jeff getting a win here, I'm all for.
And it's funny to think this is a match that would main event pay-per-views in like 2012.
Exactly right.
Which you would never think watching it now.
Bobby Roode wins.
Bobby Roode wins, which is the right call. I'd imagine Jeff Hardy, I think he understands why Bobby Roode wins this match.
Yeah.
I would hope. Yeah, Hardy goes up top.
Yeah.
Petey hooks his leg with a hockey stick. Hardy wipes out Roode and Petey with a dive, but then Jarrett runs out, smashes a hockey stick over Hardy's back twice, and Roode gets the pin.
Good stuff.
Oh, I forgot to talk about the great pre-show segment on the pay-per-view.
Oh, where Jeff Jarrett gets pissed that Jeff Hardy steals his pre-show spot.
Yeah, so they showed footage of this on the pay-per-view where it was Jarrell Clark against Cassidy O'Reilly having a pre-show match. Monty comes out and pounces both of them. And then literally Jeff Jarrett comes out and his promo is that, hey, you saw me in my gear and you came out and did exactly what you knew I was going to do.
I like that Monty's finally being like, shut up.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to win the belt, shut the fuck up. And Kip James got between
Well,
them.
you're not, but cool.
Unfortunately, he's not.
And then Jeff starts annoying him. Hardy, not Jarrett.
Yeah, Bobby Roode beats Jeff Hardy. A good win for Roode. He was on a bit of a run of singles wins. He beat Lance Hoyt too.
He did lose to Raven, but sure.
But that was presented as like a main event match, which I think is a little bit of a boon for Roode.
Still lost.
And there was even like a backstage segment where James Mitchell was like, I'm upset that Bobby Roode got that match against Raven, even non-title, instead of Abyss. So they kind of positioned it as like Bobby Roode getting a thing.
All right, give me Abyss versus Bobby Roode at Bound for Glory.
What does Bobby Roode do at Bound for Glory? I think it's 3LK. Oh.
Great.
That takes us over to what will technically round out the show, which is the Chris Candido
Everything.
Memorial Tag Team Tournament, which does encompass all the other angles and all of the other wrestlers, including the reason it's going last.
This mother is a bad jam.
Beware.
3LK family drama.
We should start like preempting that part of the show with like, this mother is a bad jam. And then like, boom. This is the 3LK part of the show. No bits. All hits. I physically put my hand out to symbolize stopping doing a bit then.
The premise of the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament is that because, as we mentioned earlier, that Chris Candido was known for taking young wrestlers under his wing and being very approachable to young wrestlers, notably with the Naturals in this company, that the premise of this tournament is they take a veteran and they take a young wrestler and they put them together so that they can learn and teach each other things, or fall apart and implode.
Like everyone does. Can I read out the participants?
You sure can.
So we have Simon Diamond and Mikey Batts.
That's actually like a fun, like when you consider what the Diamonds in the Rough is, that one kind of works.
Batts would be a great lackey for the Diamonds in the Rough. Shocker and Sabin.
I also think there's something that kind of works to that one.
I like that one a lot too. Then you have BG James and Cassidy Riley.
Nothing there.
Nothing. You have Truth and Dut, which I'm also not into.
No, those are two guys who are cool independently, but for some reason drag each other down together.
Then you have the most perfect on-paper tag team for 2005 TNA, maybe ever. Sean Waltman and Alex Shelley.
Absolutely perfect. When you think about the concept of this tournament, Shelley and Waltman are like the best pairing. Couldn't do better.
And they do a segment later where like they're studying tape together, and I'm like, God, I want this dynamic. I want Waltman being like teaching Shelley all the dirtbag ways. You have Abyss and Shark Boy,
which is funny, so thumbs up.
And also the great tag name of the Deep Sea Abyss.
Well done.
Yes. You have Kip James and Petey Williams.
No.
Just no.
Nope.
And you have Conan and Hoyt.
Which is the worst vibes of any of these teams.
It's the worst vibes, but still two of the better wrestlers. But like when I saw this bracket, I was like, God, give me Shocker, Sabin, Waltman, Shelley finals.
Well, you were very happy.
I was indeed.
So the opening round match, Shocker and Sabin defeat Simon Diamond and Mikey Bats.
Mikey Bass looked good in this.
Yeah, because he was wrestling Sabin, and they had a real good like little exchange where they were just wrestling for like 2 minutes and just doing wrestling.
Yeah, it was good. I also liked Simon Diamond. And Simon Diamond had there was some good diamonds in the rough content this month.
Oh, you love that Elix Skipper against Apollo match?
I do kind of love that Elix Skipper Apollo match.
No, it's the Sanjay match you love.
Sorry, it's the Sanjay match I love. I love that match because I'll talk about it now because why the hell not?
There's no other reason to talk about it, yeah.
I love this idea that Diamonds in the Rough have found one good wrestler. One guy that they can get behind, and the shtick should be that they realize they have one guy to get behind, and everyone should cheat to try and help that one guy win, knowing that the rest of them are useless.
It works. There's something there.
And it was really good, specifically in that Sanjay match, where they're like, we know we only have one guy, let's use every trick in the book to try and help the one guy.
To beat Sanjay Dutt.
But he should be that should have been the whole shtick, like, against everyone.
That they're not like a cool act, or he's not like mentoring them. It's like they those two are just hangers on for Elix Skipper's talent.
Yeah, it would be perfect. And like the others should never wrestle. It should only be them
Interfering.
trying to protect Elix, who made an appearance recently.
Yeah, he was backstage at the center stage tapings. It's the first time I think he's been at a show in a very long time, and he looks very well.
Let's get him on a Slammiversary.
Doesn't look like he's aged that much.
No.
In a photo of people who didn't look like they've aged that much.
Yeah.
Shocker got the hot tag, ran wild. Sabin blind tagged back in, and Shocker side-eyed him.
That's gonna lead to something, methinks.
And Sabin pins Bats with the Cradle Shock.
Hell yeah.
Later in this episode, we had Ron Killings and Sanjay Dutt versus BG James and Cassidy Riley in the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament first round match.
I mean, it's not the one I'm most excited about, but at least it did have like the Ron Killings BG sort of interaction, and I liked how it played into the BG Cassidy Riley team. It makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it is really funny that in this tournament of people like mentoring and helping each other, no one mentors and helps anyone.
Yeah, the entire thing is like the young guys can learn from the old guys and everyone can help each other, and everyone just implodes immediately.
To be fair, BG did help Sanjay.
Yeah, I kind of like this match because the gimmick obviously is that BG and Ron are on opposite sides, but instead of actually fighting in any way, they just work against their own tag team partners.
You know what I would have liked? Some promo segments with the people, the old guard trying to mentor the young talent.
Yeah, it's one of those things because they blew through this entire thing in one TV cycle. Like the finals is on TV too, so like they just rammed through this tournament. But like there is some fun things because I think only PD and Kip get a promo, right?
I think Shelley and Waltman should have had a promo on every show.
Yeah.
Of them preparing for their match. And like that's some prime TNA comedy material right there. Of Waltman trying to mentor Shelley through the tags.
You know what you would have done in 2023? Is that you would have had them actually watch all of their opponents' matches and you release them like on digital as like Shelley and Waltman tape study things.
Completely in character.
Yeah, where they're analyzing and breaking down and throwing out quips about their opponents.
Yeah. And like a really undervalued part of it too is they just aesthetically match so perfect.
It is like time traveled Alex Shelley in a way. I feel like if Waltman didn't have all his Sean Waltman problems, there's probably a lot more parallels between those two men's careers.
100%.
Dawn is more interested here, not in the Trial K stuff, but in how Cassidy Riley reacts to a new old dude being with him instead of Raven.
That implies that Raven's ever actually cared about him or done any mentoring.
Yeah, Cassidy, this is a one-way relationship, but it's working for Cassidy Riley, so that's all that matters.
Also, we should mention that in the Rhino match, he like costs Raven the match briefly, where he distracts the ref as Raven has Rhino beaten.
I don't think that ever goes any. Maybe it does. Maybe I've forgotten.
At best, we can hope that Raven fucking DDTs him one day.
And that's just the payoff. He just DDTs him once. He's never seen again.
Yeah.
So BG and Ron tease locking up, but then start dancing, and then their partners are like, "What the hell?" Before then they deck their respective opponents, but their opponents are like, "Still, what the hell?"
Yeah.
Riley Fisherman busters Ron, but BG is mad that he attacked his opponent. Which I believe is where they got the inspiration for the Eddie Kingston stopping the super kicks on John Moxley.
Everything comes back to TNA. Well, you know what's happening in AEW right now?
Oh, you're right.
A random draw tag team tournament.
God, TNA is so influential.
It really is. Most influential company of all time.
BG pump handles Riley. Sanjay wins with a 450, and BG is perfectly happy that he lost in this tournament.
Yeah, not a great partner. Do you want to do the Naturals thing here too?
Oh, because it all ties into the tag title stuff. There's a tag title match to main event this show. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a real shame that Eric Young and A1 is the team.
Yeah, because PD is busy doing nothing, or he's in the tournament, and Rude is busy with Jeff Hardy.
Could have been anyone else. Just do A1, Jeff. A dream match. Nightmare match.
I am a peak A1 defender. I think he's a perfect, competent little guy. Actually, he's quite a big guy, but he's not very interesting.
Yeah, I just, because Young and Rude are a great team too.
Naturals hit Young with a natural disaster, but Rude pulls Stevens out, causing the DQ. Team Canada beat down Naturals. AMW eventually make the save. They take a while.
Yeah, it took him a little minute.
But then the Naturals are like, we don't need your help, go away, and also brawled with AMW, because you remember they got in each other's faces after they lost the 8-man tag at the pay-per-view.
As Team Canada laughed at this dysfunction, which I think has happened 17 times.
Throughout this entire year. It's the only thing going on in the tag division.
Yeah, I'm ready for some new teams, man.
August 26th Impact opens with Sean Waltman and Alex Shelley defeating Abyss and Shark Boy in the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament first round match.
Who is the mentor in Abyss Shark Boy?
I believe Shark Boy is the more experienced wrestler. I think they probably started around the same time.
So they should run a segment where Shark Boy was trying to mentor Abyss.
They're both mid to late 90s guys. That's kind of what happens in this match. Shark Boy's like, good job, buddy, you did well, and gets Black Hole slammed.
They should run a segment where Shark Boy tries to bring some sort of board game to Abyss. And Abyss just breaks it in half.
He tries to reignite the relationship like he had with New Jack.
Yeah. This is why I should be booking, guys.
They should have brought New Jack back for this tournament.
Oh, that would have been perfect.
Very important to point out, Liam. 2 men in this ring. Alex Shelley and Abyss. No throwback to the Goldilocks days. Don't even acknowledge each other.
He's not the baby bear anymore.
It's like it never happened.
They're covering up one of the greatest characters in TNA history. Our close personal friend Goldilocks.
Yeah, a follower of the Twitter once commented on the YouTube, thanks for this, when we did a Goldilocks video.
Yeah, we'll always talk about Goldilocks. That is one thing that will never drop. I hope that in 10 years, when we're talking about fucking 2023, I'm still talking about how Goldilocks is great.
If you said 2022, it would be applicable because she's actually on one of those shows.
Again, thanks to us, most influential podcast.
There's a segment of this match where Sean Waltman moves Shark Boy around the ring. Or he like grapples him and moves him into the corner and does a chop, and then grapples him and moves him to the ropes, and then grapples him and moves him to the ropes, and grapples him and moves to the corner. I'm like, it's like a video game glitching.
I think the purpose there is meant to show that like Waltman is so savvy as a vet that he can just kind of move someone around in any way he wants.
I guess.
But I don't know, maybe I'm giving it too much credit.
Yeah, Abyss runs wild, beats up Waltman and Shelley, and then Shark Boy is like, hell yeah, we're a good team. Black Hole Slam, Shelley pins Shark Boy.
I like that Shelley gets the pin. Impact World Champion, Alex Shelley.
Shelley pins Shark Boy with a swinging neck breaker that TNA calls the Shell Shock. And also worth noting, Shelley has the singles theme, his more famous TNA singles theme that he has had since Sacrifice. I went back and checked. Yes.
I did remember that. I was doing a little bop to it.
It's a good song. I like his song.
Yeah, they should have hit that when he won the title.
In non-tournament action, Simon Diamond and David Young faced Earl Clark and Mikey Batts.
Okay.
Batts and Clark come out to what would become ODB's music.
I don't remember.
In a small touch, Rudy Charles was back as referee for this match. He wasn't refereeing the previous week because he took a gore, so they made him miss a week. And he went down to count pins in this and started selling every time he did. And it's like, that's nice detail.
That's the kind of detail that would get any other company a like shit ton of credit with wrestling fans. But it's TNA, so they'll never get credit.
Young lariats Clark and pins him with a spine buster.
Simon Diamond kind of mean to David Young in this match too.
He has to get something out of him. He has to bring it out. He has to beat it like you beating me with your whip or with your belt. He has to beat it into him.
Which I don't do, because I'm a professional. I do it with my words.
Ties me to the Abyss radiator.
Don't tell them that.
Lance Hoyt and Conan face Kip James and Petey Williams. Before the match, Kip and Petey have a backstage promo that is blocked in a way that makes the size difference between them look absurd.
You know, we haven't talked about this before. What the fuck is the TNA cameraman doing?
Making Petey Williams look very short on this show.
And just like swaying around like a fucking weird pervert.
Yeah, it's like Cloverfield.
Why do they do that all the time?
Abyss is actually walking backstage, so they're just selling it.
What I'm sick of it. I hate it. I hate shaky cam promos.
You want steady cams?
Yes.
Kip insists that a veteran doesn't mean old, just means experienced.
Sounds like someone who's very secure.
But their tag experience in the Canadian Destroyer guarantees victory. Monty walks up as like, whenever you're done with this fucking shit, we still need to beat up Trio K.
Yeah.
And then Jared comes in and is like, guys, you're gonna get fired. And Petey's like, we're with you. And Kip is like, I'm with you. And Monty's like, you never gave me my title shot. Fuck off.
I like TNA. I don't know. I'm going to regret saying this right now. But TNA is a company that respects its law.
Except with Alex Shelley and Abyss earlier on the show.
Sure, but like in actual like important story elements.
Where stuff happens and it doesn't just magically not happen.
Yeah, which I guess most companies do that except for one.
Except for when it is convenient for them not to happen, then most companies still just ignore it.
Yeah.
Kip is being billed from Marietta, Georgia as a little nod to his pal PG. Storytelling, lore.
I don't give a shit.
Kip goes for the Faymaster, but Conan grabs his leg, allowing Hoyt to hit a big boot for the win. Hoyt pinning Kip James, clean-ish.
Ooh.
Big win. Franchise has AMW. As we mentioned when we were talking about the X Division, Larry Zbyszko has made a 4-way tag team title match for the pay-per-view. It's elimination. It's AMW The Naturals, Team Canada, and the winner of the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament. And they do a promo.
Seems kind of bullshit that one team has to win a whole tournament. The other ones just get it.
Like, you win a tournament and you get a spot in a 4-way elimination match.
Yeah.
It's not great. Semi-final match on September 2nd. Alex Shelley and Sean Waltman defeat Conan and Lance Hoyt.
Again, it's just Shelley and Waltman being really cool. And no, honestly, Conan's kind of been delivering for me lately, so I'm cool for it.
Because Conan is only wrestling 3-minute tag team matches,
Yeah.
which are thoroughly in his wheelhouse.
Yeah. Hits his big spots, throws his shoes. Boom, bam, boom, we're out of here.
There was a moment where he bumped for a Waltman kick way too early. And Mike Tenay, bless him, trying to cover on commentary, was like, whoa, see Conan go down to avoid that kick?
That's a professional right there.
Also, every time JB, he did this in the semi-final match as well later in the show. Every time he had to say Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament, which I have insisted on pronouncing in full every time to show up Jeremy Borash. I can't pronounce Jeremy Borash, but I can pronounce Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament.
Imagine if you fucked it up then.
Every single time he said it, he forgot one of the words. He's like, this is a semi-final match in the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team in the Chris Candido Memorial...
In the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament.
Every single time he stuttered on one of the words, the poor soul could not get it out. And most of the time we wouldn't hear him fail to get it out, but now we can.
Maybe he's just been fucking up from day one.
I was thinking the same thing. He's escaped all of our criticism this whole time.
I'm going to be listening for it extra carefully now.
Sure, we could hear him during the Asylum years. It's only during the Impact run that we couldn't hear him.
True.
Which is also a weird thing that they...
And he would fuck it up there, because he would say reigning defending champion when they weren't defending.
It's the reason we haven't gotten mad about it in over a year.
Oh, you just reminded me.
Waltman wins, hits a low blow in an X Factor after Kip James cuts Lance Hoyt off. There you go.
Because he was mad that he lost the last one.
Yep. So through to the finals are Shelley and Waltman.
The best team in the tournament.
And then the other semi-final match, Chris Sabin and Shocker defeat Ron Killings and Sanjay Dutt.
It was alright.
This is the only match where I don't think anybody turns on anybody, so...
There you go. One, which is funny, because in the last match, Ron Killings turned on Sanjay Dutt. But now he's not facing his partner, so he doesn't care.
I tell a lie, there's miscommunication between Sabin and Shocker.
Yeah, because they're building up for the turn.
Yeah, as he was getting Killings up for the cradle shock, he accidentally hit Shocker with Killings' legs, but then scores the win with the La Magistral.
Shocker has a point. Sabin has been kind of a dick in this tournament.
But he's been winning. He shouldn't be mad. He should be a veteran who's like, however we get it done, we get it done. It's not about me, it's about winning.
No, a veteran would be like, it's about me, so you're wrong.
Yeah, Shocker was a little mad, but then made up and they celebrated. Monty versus Sonny Siaki.
Things happen. They have a little match, then some bullshit happens, and then murder. Then straight up murder occurs.
Yeah, Don says there's a chip on Monty's shoulder. A chip named Kip.
There's a kip on his shoulder.
Kip jumps Apollo on the floor. Siaki dives on him. Monty pounces Siaki. Referee throws the match out because of the interference. Monty drapes Siaki's throat over a chair and then drives it into the ground, impaling his neck on it. Killing him, as you said. And then Kip also hits Apollo with a chair for good measure before Lance Hoyt makes the save.
And Siaki goes to Hollywood.
And shaves his head, yeah.
Yeah, that's a setup. That's a setup. We call that in the biz.
And then main event, Storm and Stevens.
I actually thought this was kind of cool.
It was a nice little TV match.
Yeah, it was a cool little TV match.
There was a moment where Storm rolled through on a sunset flip and kicked Chase Stevens right in the fucking head.
James Storm, dangerous worker. All cowboys.
They take people's heads off. They work snug. That's what the cowboy does.
It's true. Hanson, Hangman, Storm.
It's the cowboy way.
Makes sense, actually.
Harris and Douglas were shouting at each other at ringside. Then Storm and Stevens hit stereo super kicks. Harris distracted the referee briefly so he could roll Storm on Stevens to pick up the win in a slightly heelish way, some might say.
That's kind of weird for this ultra babyface tag team.
Yeah, why would they do that? They're nice guys.
Yeah.
In the finals of the Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament, Sean Waltman and Alex Shelley defeated Shocker and Chris Sabin.
I thought this kind of banged.
I thought it was a lovely little TV match.
Yeah, they just had a really good tag team TV match between 4 people I really like.
Shelley grabs a wrist lock and screams at the top of his lungs, "This is wrestling, people!"
Yeah, that sorry Garrett, let me just fix it right here.
For those who can't see our show notes, which you can get for yourself at tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme, Liam stopped the podcast to go in because I wrote "This is wrestling, people" as a single sentence. Liam stopped our entire show flat, no bits by the way, to stop and add a comma after the word wrestling.
Garrett, I would argue that making sure grammar is correct is not a bit, and is in fact one of the most professional things one can do.
Is it?
Yes. Very ROH Shelley, that line.
A very important note. As Sabin and Shocker do their entrance, they do a little flip routine to show they're on the same page.
Because they are.
I would have loved them to do this in all their matches, just to set up the payoff even better, but they do it in this match.
They should have done it in all the other matches and then fucked up the flip routine on this one.
There was a dive sequence punctuated by Waltman doing a big senton to the floor and then screaming, "Yeah!" as he did a bunch of cross chops.
They're perfect together.
Sabin accidentally dropkicks Shocker as Waltman follows with a low blow and an X Factor to win the tournament. Crowd grants Chris Candido.
Jeremy Borash. Oh, I can't pronounce things. You get crowd chants Chris Candido and you fuck it up.
I could say Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament every time. I never said anything about Chris Candido's name by itself. Sabin tries to shake Shocker's hand. They do their flip. Everything is fine. But Shocker jumps Sabin from behind.
Bars. My man's spitting over here.
And then Tenay is very mad because you're supposed to be a teacher?
Yeah. I guess that was a real shocker for him. No bits, all hits. We're never going to hear Shocker ever again.
No, he'll be back next year a little bit. You're fine.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
He's in the World X Cup. Everything's okay.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Did they run back the Shelley match?
I don't think so.
I almost punched my screen.
Waltman and Shelley are your Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament winners.
Inaugural.
And only.
Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament. I was thinking that while this was happening, that they should have done this every year.
They should have. It's a fun idea. You can do some fun stuff.
And every company should have a flagship tournament.
This is TNA's.
Yes. Could have been.
Never mind the Super X Cup. Never mind the World X Cup. The Chris Candido Memorial Tag Team Tournament is the signature tournament.
That ain't shit to me.
Franchise has Monty. He and Kip will face Apollo and Lance Hoyt at the pay-per-view. Monty's like, "I don't buy your hype, Hoyt. I'm not a Hoytomaniac."
Fair enough.
"You are simply a big galloping buffoon of a giraffe waiting to be pounced," is what Monty Brown said.
Is this the one where Franchise gets really excited for the pounce?
Oh, Franchise's faces are the best.
But my favorite one is he's looking at, "Yeah, you're gonna say the line, and then Monty just looks at him dead in the eyes and goes, "Pounce." He doesn't do it with any sort of pizzazz, and Douglas is like, "Whoa."
Period.
Intensity.
Harris, Eric Young, and Andy Douglas have a three-way on this show.
I do not remember this match taking place.
This is where Tenay announces that Sabin and Shocker has been added to the baby, and that does not happen. All of the seconds erupt at ringside as Rudy ejects them all. Waltman and Shelley were watching the match in the back on the monitor.
I do remember that part of it.
And then Harris pins Young with a catatonic. There's also an Elix Skipper against Sanjay Dutt match on this show.
We already talked about it.
But I did mention that I had a theory at one stage that there is just a single large playlist that they click the songs in Windows Media Player.
Yeah.
And here they accidentally played Sonny Siaki's music for Sanjay Dutt.
Yes, of course. Abyss's theme is also called P.D. Williams' theme.
Isn't it Into the Catacombs or Down in the Catacombs? Is that the name of the song? Anyway.
Who knows?
A is very close. Actually, no, it's close. Well, no, that doesn't seem... I was going to say it's not PD, it's Team Canada, but it's nowhere near A either.
Of course, I think you've proven that AEW has the same formula. With their Forbidden Door foibles.
"Where's my TMDK music, you cunts?" Or whatever he said.
Yeah. You called the production team a bunch of dickheads. And they fucked it up with ELP too. Which is good, actually, because the LP's other music is way better.
Skipper wins with the sudden death. Brings us to the pay-per-view, in which all these stories coincide with a bunch of matches. The first of which is Tree Life Crew versus the Diamonds in the Rough. It opens the show.
Good little match.
They stick to what 3LK do well, which is 5-minute matches, which are high energy and nothing more.
Good work.
Because, like, they're a catchphrase team, and that, like, extends to their work as well. Like, their work is a catchphrase team.
Yes.
As Conan pins David Young with the X Factor, which I assume is some kind of veiled shot at Sean Waltman for no show.
And not just his move.
Monty Brown and Kip James defeated Lance Hoyt and Apollo.
Yeah.
Remember earlier when I said you are a man of deep analytics, and when we get to the 3LK family drama stuff, you will have things to say. Well, here's your opportunity. We are currently, in this recording, 3 hours 49 minutes. Like pause in the middle and some pauses will be taken out. But we are nearly 4 hours deep here talking to each other. This is your moment to step up and have deep analysis.
Garrett, a man had a WWE Own My Name sign that was confiscated by staff. Siaki's out in a neck brace. Kip accidentally boots Monty in the face, but Monty still pins Apollo to win with the pounce. Kip and Monty argue after the match.
That is very succinctly put.
Thank you. It's, sometimes it just takes me a minute to get my thoughts into place.
I used to take, like, side notes for my own on, like, a separate sheet, and I'm like, fucking, I'm just going to put it in the show notes from now on because I'm lazy.
Yeah. All right, then what do you have to say about this match?
A man had a WWE Owns My Name sign. I looked very closely to see what that sign said, by the way. I was like, because it's kind of blurry because it's in the crowd and this file's like 780p or 720p. And I was like, what does that sign say? I think it's WWE Own My Name as a shot of Kip. And you can see a member of security walk up and politely be like, give me your sign.
Yeah. I mean, they could have probably let him have that one.
I'm glad that this, I believe, is the end of the Monty Brown Kip James team, which has somehow taken up 3 pay-per-views.
It's almost the end of Monty Brown.
Hey, we have the bones of a year left with Monty.
All right, because we've started to hear talk about interest in Monty, so...
He's around till next August, so we have pretty much an entire year left of Monty before we have to mourn him.
All right. Tracy has taken the role of backstage interviewer from Shane Douglas.
Oh yeah, she's talking to Team Canada, but also now Matt
But
Bennett.
perhaps, right? Mm-hmm. In continuation of the Chris Candido theme, Tracy, as the mentee to Shane Douglas, is taking his role.
She's teaching him the ropes?
Yeah. I think I was implying that she was taught the ropes, but yeah, sure, she's teaching the ropes.
She's teaching Shane Douglas how this works?
Yeah.
Stop doing the ooh franchise thing. It's annoying. Ooh franchise.
Good work on the pounce thing, though. That thing was cool. I just want to say that Rude does call Hardy a half-baked nut job. I'd argue he's a full-baked one.
And then the tag titles are on the line. The Naturals defeat AMW, A1, and Eric Young. And Alex Shelley does not have his partner, Sean Waltman, because he did not show up to the pay-per-view.
Yes, instead he gets a lovely tag team partner who I would never accidentally say anything bad.
So Franchise had Alex Shelley earlier in the show. He said Sean Waltman's not here. He's like, he'll come through in the end. He'll be there. But the total non-stop Alex World Tour is going to the ring with or without Waltman.
Mm-hmm. Let's get into Sean Waltman watch.
It's the usual stuff in that they couldn't get in touch with him in the days before. They got in touch with him, I think, around 4 p.m. the day of the show. And he's like, guys, I'll be there. It's fine. And then he wasn't there. And there's conflicting reports about whether he did or didn't show up at the hotel after the show. Dave says he hadn't been seen in like the 2 days after the show, which caused people to worry about him. Mm-hmm. But nonetheless, he did not make it to Unbreakable. It is the end of Sean Waltman in this company until 2010.
Until the band's back.
And it's a shame. Actually, no, he does one match in 2006. But nonetheless, he's more or less done.
This is the last straw until next year.
But like, it is like a real shame that like he was doing actually good stuff.
Yeah. Good character work, good wrestling.
And there is room to run with this stuff with Alex Shelley that sadly gets cut off immediately. I think that's a thing they probably would have dived deeper into then.
Oh, it's well, like I feel like they were setting it up to be something.
Yeah, and like that's cut off. And like he had good matches against Styles, he had good matches against Raven, he had good matches against Jerry Lynn. He looked like he was, it's the thing we said a few times about Sean Waltman, that he is a guy who has all the talent in the world but constantly self-sabotaged, and he did it again.
Yeah.
And like he was just on the verge of negotiating a deal. That's the whole thing, that they were like ironing out the contracts. He had some issues with the fact that the wrestlers as well as their heirs would waive all rights to sue over injuries and death in the contract, which fair enough, but also I think that's probably in every wrestling contract because, well, wrestling companies don't want to get sued.
Yeah, they tend to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, but it's just a shame. It's a shame to have like a good run where he was like a real welcome presence on the show, having really good pay-per-view singles matches, and setting up a really interesting team with Alex Shelley that they could have done a bunch of fun stuff with. And like, if you think about how if Waltman was around during Paparazzi Productions, that would have been so much fun.
That would have been so sick.
And it's all cut off here because he no-shows Unbreakable. As I said, part of the reason it like extra strong is that they did want to like roll him out in front of the Spike executives because he's one of the better known names on the roster, and then he didn't show up for that either. So
And they're like, oh, don't worry, we have someone really professional who's a big star. Jeff, Jeff, where are you?
he drops from the ceiling upside down, and Larry's like, "We told you."
These are the Spike execs.
But the match is fine. As you mentioned, you buried Johnny Candido, who was standing at ringside.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Because they were showing, because a friend of Candido's, his father and his brother Johnny were all there, and you're like, look at this fucking idiot. And it's like, oh, that's his brother Johnny Candido.
No, I said, who's this fuckhead? I didn't, and then immediately after the words left my mouth, I realized who it was.
And a nice touch, the Naturals did offer a rally towel to Candido's father, which I thought, oh, that's sweet.
That is sweet.
So Shelley started the match by himself, but Johnny Candido, Chris Candido's brother, jumped the rail. He ran wild. Young low blowed him, rolled him up. Shelley was eliminated.
Shelley pissed.
Because they did walk up the ramp together. If I were Shelley, I would have done like a full Eric Watts and been pushed off the ramp.
Shelley should have been carried out by security while he insists that that wasn't his partner.
Yeah, it's like, I'm still in the match. That doesn't count. That's bullshit.
Chris Sabin should have run out.
Just like Bobby Roode beat Jeff Hardy, Eric Young blasted AMW, Chris Harris in particular, with a hockey stick to cradle them and eliminate them too. Hockey stick budget through the roof on the show.
Wow, AMW and Team Canada hate each other. They would never team up in any manner.
No, they're mortal enemy.
Mortal enemy.
Team Canada set up for a doomsday device, but Jimmy Hart pushes Eric Young off the ropes to crotch him. Naturals hit the natural disaster in A1. They retain the world tag team titles.
Yep.
And that's it. That's Unbreakable. The floor for these pay-per-views, like the average like rating of the lower card matches is much higher than it used to be, which makes these pay-per-views much more enjoyable.
And also they've been peaking at some pretty pretty great matches at this point.
Yeah, but like the early pay-per-views in the year also had the peaks, but also had some real valleys.
Yeah. This was probably like the best start to finish pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah, it's like where the mid-card stuff is all at worst pretty good, and then you get Styles, Daniels, Joe, you get a good Raven Rhino match, and you get a real good Abyss Sabu match.
Well, Sacrifice was really good too, except like for the 3OK stuff. But like, so yeah, because like Sacrifice is pretty good. It had Joe AJ as far as the high stuff, and you liked Daniels and you liked Jerry Lynn and Waltman really like at that level as well. No Surrender again had lower stuff, which was the Siaki Apollo tag, and then everything like a lot of stuff around the 2 mark, but then also had Joe Sabin. So everything's like having one really great match on it. Slammiversary had some real lows on it, had a few like 1 stars. Hard Justice again had the peak with Raven and Waltman, had a couple. Poor Monty, he's always in these tags that are like 1.5 stars.
And it's never Monty's fault. He's always just stuck in there at BG or Kip or some shite.
Lockdown had a lot of lows, but had 2 really great matches on it. So that seems to be like the theme. I gave Raven vs. Dustin Rhodes 1.453.
A very precise rating. Destination X is the worst show of the year. That's far enough.
I don't do bits anymore.
Oh, very good.
1.5. Yeah, well, Destination X had 2 matches that we gave 0 stars to.
Far and away the worst show we've covered so far. Maybe not so far. Some of those Asylum shows are terrible.
I don't know. 2 0-star matches and then 5 1-star matches between us. And then the peak was 2 3.5-star matches.
Bless Jeff Hardy's willingness to fall off things.
Against All Odds was pretty good consistently, and one with so Against All Odds is pretty good. This is probably better than Against All Odds, wouldn't you say?
I think so. I think Final Resolution's the one that gives it a run for its money because there's that 1-2 punch with the Ultimate X and the tag title match.
But it did have Scott Hall, Jeff Hardy.
That's funny.
It is funny, I guess. So yeah, it's either a Final Resolution or this so far. But this had less matches.
And also the average quality of the match. This has no bad matches.
Yeah.
Which is remarkable. Especially because it has a Jeff Hardy match and a Tree Life Crew match, and neither of them were bad. Actually, no. Monty and Kip James against Lance Hoyt and Paul is not great. But the rest of the show is still bad matches.
Yeah. It's not great, but like also, I remember it being quick. And that's what you can ask for with a bad match.
So we will be back in a couple weeks with Bound for Glory 2005, October 2005, Spike TV debut. Probably the biggest episode so far. So tune in.
Yes. We're gonna get spiked.
Well done.
Is that their slogan? They ever say that?
To get more action was their slogan. They also had one that sounded vaguely racist that I don't remember.
Let me find Spike TV racism.
It's just a bunch of TNA stuff comes up.
I can't find the slogan.
Well, we'll be back. Our next Patreon show kicks off. We're covering the first 2 episodes of Lucha Underground.
There's First Network for Men.
That's also vaguely like,
There's Get More Action.
That's fine. There's some wordplay there.
I don't know. We'll find it.
So yeah, you can listen to our first, still unnamed, by the way, Lucha Underground show. So if anyone has a name, we will put out a call on Twitter before we actually start the show. But again, Lucha Down Underground is the front runner. And Liam, it causes him physical pain.
All hits, no bits. Come on.
Also, the watch along for Unbreakable is at tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme right now. Follow us on Twitter at TNHistoryPod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney, Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, and subscribe to us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Gore. We're in the gore era now.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV.
Looks like Planet Jones a little bit off axis tonight. Thanks to you, big guy.
James, their careers are already dead. They don't need another lawsuit. Spike TV has just become Serengeti television.
This is BS. This sucks. I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn.
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 41. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about arguably one of the biggest, most important months in TNA history. We're talking about October 2005 up to Bound for Glory 2005. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by Liam Jones. Liam, how you doing?
I am good, and I am here, and I am ready to talk TNA 2005.
You are completely present in this moment.
Definitely not thinking about anything else.
Your brain's not at all dangling toward Baldur's Gate 3.
No, I'm definitely not coming into this with sort of a quiet quitting attitude.
God damn it.
I'm here, and I'm present.
Every time I throw to you, which, by the way, if you remember on the last episode, you said you are now a professional podcaster who knows no bits and will have serious, honest-to-goodness points about everything.
And that's true.
Because unlike certain TNA review podcasts, we're not little bitches who want to quit after 3 episodes.
Nah, I wanted to quit after like 4.
Those guys haven't even gotten to like the Jared Dutch era, where it's not even funny. It's just bad.
They're still in the good era.
Yeah, they're in the funny bad period with a little side bit of racism and homophobia. Okay. But like a lot of the bad stuff on those early Asylum shows is at least funny. And Brian Alvarez wants to quit after 3 episodes. Actually, I think it was Vinny. But still.
Fake fan.
I didn't actually watch the video either. I just saw the thumbnail of like, we want to quit after 3 episodes or whatever it was. And I'm like, how dare they?
And I was aghast.
They're not cut out for this.
No, they don't have it in them. Like us. True professionals.
And on the last episode, you were like, because of our status above Brian Alvarez, you are so serious and determined and the best podcaster in the history of podcasting that you will have full detailed thoughts. So you can't speed run this, buddy. You have to give detailed thoughts and analysis of 2005 TNA.
It was good.
You nailed it. Good job. Anything else going on? How are you doing?
I'm living life.
To the fullest?
To the fullest, to the extreme, doing everything I can do. My mic setup is a cup.
It's very elaborate.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
It's a real payoff of a watch-along bit where you had 9 cups on your desk and now you're using one of them as a mic stand.
Yeah, you know, they mocked me. But now who was right? The man with a mic stand made of a cup.
You've turned your slobbishness into practicality.
The story of my life. And, you know, that's it. That's all that's been happening.
You had a birthday recently.
I had who gives a shit?
You're now old.
Oh, well, yeah.
You've now officially ticked into late 20s.
Great. No, I'm a mid-20s.
You're clinging to that until, like, the end of 27? That's fair.
Why would I want to approach death any further than I am?
Have you reached the stage where you think about how you used to see the olds in, like, the wrestling community and be like, look at the olds? And now you realize it's like, oh, there's a whole new generation of youngs who look at you and think, look at the olds in the wrestling community?
No, I like to think that I'm in my prime now. I was a novice But now I am a tastemaker and just someone in the prime of their podcasting career.
So before you were too young to have like the rounded experience and perspective, and before you fall into the trap of becoming too old and bitter and hated everything, you're in that sweet spot now where it's like the perfect amount of jaded.
Yeah, I have enough that you need to have to function as someone who is talking about professional wrestling, but without being so jaded that I can no longer enjoy things like you.
I enjoy things that are good.
Yeah, but that's what jaded people who don't like anything say. That's the kind of attitude that 4 years ago you would have yelled at people for in Slack.
It's true, but those are right. TJ Hawk was right all along. He's the most influential wrestling writer.
Sure.
It is like they're like, if you were to like who is among the most influential people in the wrestling like media sphere, there's a whole like branch of like TJ Hawkism. It's like Inokiism but for wrestling writing. Like they've that a whole bunch of people have went down the TJ Hawkisms.
Yeah, it's scarily accurate. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who do it without even knowing that they're ripping off TJ Hawk. I don't think I've read a TJ Hawk review.
I don't think he writes much. I know he came back to write because he's a big Bryan Danielson guy. So when Bryan Danielson was having real wrestling matches again in AEW, I know he reviewed a few of those. But yeah,
what's most recent?
He's in semi-retirement these days, I think. Just living life, being normal, having inspired a bunch of freaks to follow him down the path.
He just reviews the Punk.
Yeah, which is fair.
Like, he's reviewed every Punk.
Even the Collision ones?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But he's just the greatest of all time.
It is legit. Like, he is most influential. We should write a letter to Dave to put him in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame.
He would be the Wrestling Media Hall of Fame class.
It's like, I know that TJ was a 411 guy, so you might be a little bit like jealous and upset that he wasn't a Wrestling Observer guy. But he deserves to be put in. Him and Larry, like first ballot, Wrestling Observer Media Hall of Fame. And like you'd have to induct Dave, obviously. You'd have to.
But he wouldn't do it until he died. Much like
it's the classic Vince thing where he wouldn't induct himself.
He's not going into the Observer Hall of Fame until he's done.
Because he should be in the Observer Hall of Fame.
Oh yes, even like if it wasn't his Hall of Fame, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
He is a slam dunk. He's up there with like Bill Apter in terms of like one of the most influential figures in the history of wrestling media. When do I get in, do you think?
Any day now.
I don't even ever get a ballot. I don't want one because I don't like the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, but I don't get one and that upsets me. I just want to be in the club.
I want one. I want to be influencer.
I want one so I can abstain every time.
And so you can just be like cool and post the Twitter that you abstained.
Yeah, it's just like I abstained from this year's Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame vote. Or spoil my vote by just writing in Shark Boy.
So that you never get it again?
And I'd be like, listen, statistically speaking, based on the Shark Boy and Lava Girl lawsuit, he's probably drawn more than a lot of wrestlers. So
yeah,
there's probably a case for him in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a really in-depth case for Shark Boy.
You can make like a most influential case. AEW and Discovery do a whole Shark Week now. Did you know that was based on Shark Boy?
I did not know that.
The whole thing.
Wow, that's impressive.
Remember how wild Sharknado was?
Yeah.
Him.
Whoa. Now, you're not telling me he had anything to do with the Meg.
Him.
Whoa.
Oh, the Meg 2 is out. I haven't seen it, though. We're in a good run of movies. There's a lot of good movies to see, but we've had a little dry spell of good movies, and we're likely to have a dry spell of good movies. Was that like an ocean joke? Mm-hmm. That's good. Well,
quick, hit him with your Barbenheimer thoughts.
I haven't seen Barbie yet.
What the fuck?
I know, because I've been prioritizing Oppenheimer because it's the bigger watch. So I was like, I'm gonna get Oppenheimer out of the way first. But my local IMAX screen, it kept fucking selling out because they were only doing one airing of it for the first week in IMAX, and it kept selling out. And I was like, well, fuck off. And I eventually saw it the other night, and that is a tremendous movie, just a heaping movie that will make you distress about all of humanity because we suck and we're the worst and we like killing each other. And I now need the antidote that is Barbie.
3.5.
3.5. Again, well, if you got full frontal from Cillian Murphy,
it'd be 4.
It would be up to 4. That's fair.
Yeah, it'd get the half.
It was the false promises that really dragged it down.
Yeah, it would go up to Barbie's level as a force.
You've chosen your side in the war.
And it's correct objectively.
Yeah, Oppenheimer's it's a great. It's just such a again like the subject matter, but then there's just the filmmaking and the performances and the filmmaking.
Like the tremendous pace of it is was the most like shining thing to me. Is that they managed to keep everything moving and consistent over 3 timelines that didn't become like jumbled or confusing.
Yeah, and the thing where like a lot of movies would have ended on the bomb. And they're like, fuck you, you're sitting in the aftermath of that bomb for an hour. You're sitting there, and it fucking sucks. Sucks for everybody. And you're going to just soak it all in for an hour. Like a lot of films would have built, because the climactic moment of the movie is the bomb. Well, the test of the bomb, not really the bomb itself, because they don't show the bomb itself. But like the climactic scene is the test of the bomb, like the way they
Yeah, I was ready to
film all
pack
that.
up and get to Barbie.
And then you sit there for an hour with just the aftermath. You have to live in it. And that was such a great choice that you forced the audience to live with it for a while instead of just letting them out. You know, it's like, oh, you got to the big climactic moment and you don't have to sit there and stew in that moment. You can just go to Barbie. Instead, you have to stew in that moment for a whole hour, and it sucks in the best way imaginable.
True highlight of the movie was the first time that I am become Death Destroyer of Worlds was uttered.
It's very good, to be fair, it is.
Not only did I cackle in the thing, I was like, come on!
And when they play it in the moment where you would more expect it, it is the audio of the first one. So when you think about how, like, the context of that audio, it makes it even funnier when they play it in the moment you would expect.
So, that is arguably a better joke than anything in Barbie. But,
I don't know, like, it was meant to be a little silly. You can't do that and not be like, that's a little absurd. So that's movie horror. I also saw Mission Impossible. That film rocks.
Oh, one day.
What a great movie. Tom Cruise, what a man.
Still haven't seen Fallout.
76.
No. Mission Impossible.
Oh, so anything else you'd like to talk about, pivot to? Do you have a Final Fantasy VIII update for our friends?
No.
You've abandoned Squall, you've given up?
I'll get to it. I got a bigger and better game to play.
You just want to play Baldur's Gate 3?
So goddamn badly!
It only just came out. When we started this call, Liam sat in silence while I was waiting. It's like 2 a.m. for me nearly, by the way, as we record this. But Liam sat there for half an hour as he made his character in Baldur's Gate 3 in silence before we started this podcast.
And do you know why I was making it now? Because I couldn't wake up early? Because I was up till 2 a.m. playing TW with you!
You asked to play TEW.
Nah, you wanted it. Wait a minute. Let's load it toxic language. I don't want to be part of that.
That's on tape.
No. But, yeah. I'm very excited about it. I want to play it real badly. And that's why we're going to talk about the news.
But before the news...
Fuck!
It's not like we have a structure at this stage where it's opening banter, Patreon plug, news, talk about shows, closing Patreon plug. We have done this for 41 episodes now. You can head to tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can support the show and get a bunch of extra content for your money. Can you believe that, Liam?
Wow, what can I get?
You can get a watch-along of not only Bound for Glory 2005, but also the first episode of Impact on Spike TV. 2 watch-alongs this month at no extra cost.
I should go do that and pay money.
You also get every one of our bonus shows, including our current ongoing Lucha Underground show, our current ongoing 2013 New Japan Pro Wrestling show, and all of our past shows covering 2012 BWG, Wrestling Society X, Ring Cat King, Global Force Wrestling, the 2010 Monday Night Wars, plus all of our watch-alongs, all of our album reviews, there's one, our drafts, our end-of-year awards.
What if I love the show, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm just sick of those pesky ads.
Wow, Liam, good question. There is, on the $1 tier, along with the show notes, and this month there is 19 pages worth of show notes on October 2005, but there's also an ad-free version of the show for just $1.
That's amazing. Now, Garrett, I am someone who loves your content, but I just don't have money for Patreon right now. Is there any other place I can go to get long-form versions of our content?
Yeah, we have a YouTube channel at youtube.com/you've got to be kidding me, where you can get compilations of everything that led to Raven's world title win, or the 2003 Hulk Hogan saga, or Randy Savage's TNA run. All of that's on our YouTube, which is so close to monetization. Like, so desperately close to us being able to make pennies on those videos.
I could support the show monetarily without spending my own money too?
Yeah, you can just go to YouTube. I don't like this high-pitched salesman voice I've committed to.
No, keep going. Stay in it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I've broken character. Yeah! You can go to youtube.com/you've got to be kidding me, and you can watch some videos. And there you can give us money by just watching videos. Isn't it amazing?
I'm gonna go do that now and share my favorite videos with all my friends, because statistically sharing the links generates more returning viewership than just sharing it to Twitter or Facebook.
Yeah, you want external links, and you also want watch time. So if you can give that to us, that's great. And also just subscribe to it, because we're actually probably going to be shorter on subscribers than we are watch time in the end. So just go to youtube.com/you've-got-to-be-kidding-me and hit that subscribe button, even if you don't intend to watch videos, but also watch the videos. Give us all the money, then go to Patreon and support us in every way that you can imagine, because you are our best friends. And this is the guilt segment of the show that Liam tried to skip.
Yep.
I think we nailed that plug. I think it was a solid plug.
I think we killed it. I think it's the best we've ever done. We should send that to Rich and say that's our new advertisement for the show.
That's our new promo. We want to put that in front of every Voices of Wrestling podcast.
All 5 minutes of it.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Rich, I think you should put that in front of every show.
I think that's perfect.
I got jump scared on one of them. I was listening to 5-Star Match Game, and our promo played before the start of it, and I was like, what? Because I did not expect to hear my own voice clicking play on that podcast. I was like, what is happening?
I say it word for word every time.
Oh yeah, we actually performed that live.
Yeah, every time you open another Voices of Wrestling podcast, it's actually just a live feed to our computers where we recreate the ad perfectly every time.
That's why Liam always sounds so surprised and aloof.
Whoa!
So that does bring us to the month that is October 2005. The month that is the debut on Spike TV. Again, probably of the January 2010 is probably the biggest month in TNA history, just in terms of news and relevance. But this might be the second biggest.
Because all the news and relevance that have sort of been bubbling on the surface actually come to fruition.
Because we have talked for weeks and weeks and months about the television situation, even going back to FSN, of all the uncertainty and everything surrounding it, until they now finally reach national television, real, honest-to-goodness national television. Not quite prime time, it's 11 on Saturdays, but Impact debuts on October 1st on Spike TV.
Yeah, finally, we're there. We're in the Spike TV era. No, we're out of the Dream era. He's not there anymore.
Oh yeah, he didn't make it to this era. He got ousted. Not dead.
Yeah.
He's still alive at this stage. We'll do a full rundown of the first Spike episode in a moment, but we'll start with the first news story. With just over 2 weeks before it premieres on Spike TV's Slammin' Saturday Night block, TNA moved the NWA World Heavyweight title from Raven back to Jeff Jarrett.
Fuck off.
How you feeling about that?
Fuck off.
You don't want to see Double J's champ?
Why? Why are we doing this? If only there was some sort of news story that would tell us.
Jarrett, minority owner and co-founder of TNA, was expected all along to end up getting the belt back in time for the Spike TV debut, as he believes, and enough members of management agree, that he's the most recognizable and credible name available who can work reliably full-time for the company.
Is he more recognizable?
We've argued this and discussed this, and I think at best he is the same.
Yeah, I think Raven might have more.
Raven was a bigger star in WCW. He didn't reach the level of world champion. But when Raven was at his peak, more people watched WCW. And I think he was more over in WCW than Jarrett ever was.
Also more recent WWE run.
Yeah, and he had a more recent WWE run, though I think you could, to be fair, say that Jarrett was a more relevant wrestler in WWE. I think that's not even close.
But that was also a decade before.
That was longer ago, yeah, and even then he still never rose above mid-card in WWE. So it's not the case, he was world champion in WCW, but Raven was probably a bigger, more relevant star during a period when more people watched. Raven was in WWF more recently, but Jarrett was a bigger star in WWF, but still not a big enough star in WWF that you would be that it really matters. Yeah, he's marginally better, but not meaningfully so. And then Raven also has underground ECW cred that Jeff Jarrett doesn't have.
Yeah.
So I would say at best they're the same.
And it's the other contenders are Rhino, who's probably the same as those two, but lesser, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Same sort of atmosphere, but at a lower level. And Jeff, but then you have to look at that reliable part of the reliably work full-time.
In a world where Jeff Hardy is completely clear-headed and entirely firing all cylinders, it's Jeff, every day of the week. But we've seen over the last year, nowhere near where Jeff Hardy is. So, yeah, I don't buy it. I get why they keep going back to the well, but I don't buy it. It should just be Raven or anybody else. Or we'll talk about, they should have just done the title change on the first episode.
Or just do it bound for...
Yeah, do it literally any time. And like there's an argument that like, oh, this creates buzz heading into the first episode, which I call bullshit. I think a world title change on your first episode is a bigger deal. You can plug a title match. Jarrett Raven, the rematch of the biggest match in company history. They have not touched each other in the... Well, they've done some tags and multi-bans, but they have not gone one-on-one since that April 03 match. It's been over 2 years and you haven't gone back to it.
Raven Jarrett 2.
Yeah, you could have done Raven Jarrett 2 as the main event on Spike. I don't get it. I don't. It's stupid.
Very silly.
If you're wondering, well, where the hell... You talked about Unbreakable, and now you're talking about the Spike debut. Where the hell did this title change take place? It's a good question. The title change took place Thursday night, September 15th, on a Border City wrestling event in wonderful Windsor, Ontario, Canada, promoted by TNA head booker Scott D'Amore. There is speculation about why the belt changed hands outside of TNA's pay-per-view or TV events. One theory floating among TNA wrestlers is that Jarrett is despised by the fans in Orlando who attend the TNA events regularly, and the anti-Jarrett chants might have gotten out of hand. Which, to me, again, that's a good thing. He's a heel.
I guess the idea is that, like, they want... It's not so much the, like, get booed by these fans thing. It's the, like, how smarky and insidery are they going to be with what they say as we are projected to a new audience for the first time.
Which, that might be fair, given toward the start of this year, they were actively, like, chanting, drop the title at him.
Yeah, so, like, that's what I assume they mean by that, not, like, just heat.
Or fans might have made a scene, such as standing up or turning their backs, or something equally distracting. And then, my other point about that is, like, if you are so concerned that your audience hates this decision so much, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
These people, I will never get this. Well, I will.
Well, it's just that Jarrett is a charismatic individual, and when he's in a room with people booking stuff, he can convince people that he's the right decision. Even when he's not, and he's often not.
And for a long time, he hasn't been. And he hasn't not been champion long enough that I'm, like, somewhat okay with going back to him. Like, if it's been 2 years, I'd be like, you know what, alright. It's been 2 years, but it's been 4 months.
And also, the Raven run has been fine, but it hasn't been, like, world-changing.
Yeah, we were talking about this on the last episode when you dropped him for your new favorite toy, Rhino. That Raven, like, basically, he just became a nerd who got beaten up and was, like, even upstaged by Jarrett on every... Like, Jarrett was like, I'm going to be champion on Spike. And then he is. So it's just like, Raven was overshadowed, and then he got beat up by Abyss and Rhino for the entire summer.
I also feel like he never really did anything.
And he never talked. He never did promos.
Yeah, he never cut promos. It was like they knew what to do with Raven up until he won the title, and then once he had it, they were like, we have no fucking clue what to do with this guy.
There's also a theory that it could have been a favor to D'Amore, but I don't think you'd book a world title change like that just as a favor to D'Amore to pop a local Windsor number.
Maybe the idea of, like, we're gonna do it on this. But then, you know what? There's one thing that goes against that, is that, like, they barely promoted where this happened.
Yeah, it wasn't like, you know, they put a shining light on Windsor, Ontario.
Or like, BCW. Like, they mentioned it, but it's not like they were, like, at this giant, like, BCW show. I think there is a certain segment of fans that saw this and probably thought this was a TNA house show.
Which I was actually in Windsor for the first time between episodes.
For a TNA house show.
Yeah, it's actually Slammiversary. You might have heard of it. I should have went on pilgrimage to the site of the controversy in Canada. Like this ended up getting a name.
That would have been a great bit.
Just be showing up. I can't remember the name of the building. I looked it up, but it's because this match is online. I think so you can see highlights of the show online, but.
You and Scott D'Amore go to the controversy in Canada arena.
We'll pay a visit. Talk about how they popped the house, baby.
That would have been a good bit.
The plan within TNA for weeks was for Jarrett to regain the title at the BCW event. The feeling within TNA is that nobody else is qualified to hold the top belt at such an important time in company history. But in a PW Torch poll with well over 1,000 votes, and obviously this is a very skewed audience if you're a Torch subscriber or a Torch website visitor.
Yeah, the big fucking mark idiot like us.
78% indicated it was a bad move to give Jarrett the belt, 10% said good, and 12% said it doesn't matter given the X Division will carry the company anyway.
Damn, that's like the actual smart listeners.
Yeah, it's like AJ's the one that really matters here, so who actually gives a shit?
Damn. Can't believe that's a way better response. The minority said no, that they were against the move, Jarrett as champion.
And like, no, I'm not going to defend Jeff.
You gonna try and spin it?
I was going to do my usual, like, Jeff is a good performer, but I'm like, fuck it, nope.
Yeah, he's a good goof.
And I'm going to go back to one of my other talking points, the Jeff Jarrett defense squad these days.
Oh, here we go.
You didn't live through this. The people who were like, actually, Jeff Jarrett is always good. It's like, you didn't live through this. You didn't have to suffer this dude constantly making himself champion over and over again.
It's like, imagine the Triple H reign of terror, but multiple time, and it's with Jeff Jarrett.
At least, you know what, we will. I will actually defend him a little bit, because this is the month where he does become a goof. So
Oh yeah, like, I think, like, that's what's gonna be, like, somewhat of the saving grace, is him, like, as world champion, but with the idea that he's, like, not to be taken seriously. Because the worst is when it's Jeff Jarrett, world champion, who's trying to be serious.
yeah, Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett, but also world champion.
Who's trying to, like, represent the legacy of the belt in how he acts. Like, that's dumb. Just be a big idiot.
Yeah, he's trying to do what, like, Nick Aldis did, I think, a lot better over the last, like, 5 years, as, like, a guy who is the world champion. You know, I act, I look, I talk, I dress, and I wrestle.
That was him in the
world
Asylum
champion.
era, for sure.
He was trying to be that, and I think Nick Aldis did a great job of that, particularly in, like, the early days of the NWA relaunch, and Jeff Jarrett was just never that.
No. And so, like, the idea of him being a slimy little man who's trying to protect his very fragile reign at the top. I wonder where that comes from. Like that being his character instead of a serious pro wrestling champion man is way more appealing.
The idea of changing the title on that show was actually planned close to 2 months ago. It was one of those deals where everyone was shocked. TNA management was shocked that somehow the story never got out, although Raven himself wasn't told about the title change until 2 days beforehand.
I wonder how how that story didn't get out there.
The 400 fans in Windsor were so shocked that even seeing Jarrett win and being announced as champion, even with Mike Tenay there, because they brought in Tenay to do like some commentary and some stuff, and JB was obviously filming it, I believe, that most were leaving the building thinking it would be an overturned screw job and didn't believe they'd actually seen a title change, because it is the classic, like, do a dusty finish, overturn it on a house show, right?
I love that Dave. That's such a Daveism to be like, to equate the thoughts of the two people that sent him in their results to everyone in the building thought this. Like, there was one guy who sent Dave results from the show, and he said that, oh man, I think that they might just reverse it. And Dave then equates that to, there were all these fans leaving who just didn't believe it.
One man can speak for 400.
It's just funny to me.
How do you know that dude didn't go around the entire building in Windsor and take a poll? It's actually where the PW Torch poll came from, that one dude in Windsor. Being like, how do you feel about this? How's it going? Did you think it would be overturned?
It was Keller.
Oh, working for the Observer.
Sending it into Dave.
Yeah. And please credit PW Torch.
Dave's like, I don't do that.
Just give credit. Dave reiterates that they were worried about the reaction the title change might get on Spike, and they didn't want to do a cheesy title change. Realistically, it does seem like the reaction they felt it would get was the biggest worry they had. The Jarrett title win was a lot more controversial internally than people are letting on. Only a few in the company knew, and those who didn't, who saw the general reaction of outrage to the decision, were in some cases up in arms about it. The game to watch is which ends up quicker, the outrage forcing a title switch, unless ratings are good and pay-per-views go up, in which case there will be no outrage, or telling the adequate story with whomever they're grooming, which should also become pretty clear pretty quickly. And turns out to be nobody?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out to be Christian, but at the moment, it turns out to be nobody.
It's Christian.
You would wonder, like, what would they have done had they have not gotten Christian? Because they don't come on Spike. Maybe it's Monty. Maybe they do finally run with Monty if Christian doesn't come.
No, it's just like Rhino or Kevin Nash or fucking X-Pac coming. You don't give them fucking credit. They don't deserve credit.
And I was gonna undercut myself even and be like, it would have just been Sting then.
Yeah, it's gonna be whoever the guy that they sign who's gonna come in for 4 months before burning the bridge.
They're not grooming anybody. It's not like, let's get Cassidy Riley over the course of 3 years to that level.
Yeah, exactly. Like their plan is someone that they've already gone to that level. Like, their plan is to continue to groom AJ for like the next 5 years.
They can just pull the trigger on AJ, but on TV this time.
And, like, every time they do it, they're just going to be like, wow, AJ's finally made it to the top, and we're not going to talk about the other 5 times he's made it to the top. And we're just gonna keep running that over in fucking circles, because that's all they do. All they do is build to a big AJ title win, where then it's like, wow, he finally did it, and then like he loses it like 2 months later, and then we start it all over again.
This company, over the course of October, does go back to TNA default position of NWA champion Jeff Jarrett, Tag Team Champions America's Most Wanted, and X Division champion AJ Styles.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
It is funny how there is like a gravitational force, and it's not just like those guys, it's those guys at once. Every time they hit like a reset position, it's like back to Jarrett Styles AMW.
And then the story is that like AJ goes on a big X Division title run, but then loses it, and then slowly starts to work his way back up to the world title again, then he wins it. They've done it like twice now.
Well, you won't get AJ near the world title for another like 4 years.
Fucking good.
Which is kind of wild to think about, that like if you were to say to somebody at this stage of TNA, AJ's not going to get meaningfully near that title for another 4 years. Everyone would be like, what? Excuse me?
He's gonna be comedy goof for a while.
Yeah, have a couple tag team runs. One of which is very good, to be fair. The other which was actually pretty good too. So you know what? They were right.
Tom.
Even the booking team, which was strong on it being the right move since they came into power, maybe second guessing since Scott D'Amore was badly heckled at the hard homecoming shows by some fans, specifically for making Jarrett champion.
That rules.
We'll talk about how it happened in a moment when we run down the actual first Spike show, because that's where they explain the angle. But yeah, Jarrett's your new NWA champion heading into the first episode on Spike.
Crowd went mild.
Don't you? I'm so upset at you.
Why?
That's like the one comment people leave in every social media post, to the extent I'm furious. Even when crowds make noise, they leave it there. I'm like, the crowd just made noise. What are you doing? And then someone like I love mocking Tito Ortiz on August 1. It's my favorite thing. But then like 2 people left in the crowd go mild comments. I'm like, fuck off. Come up with an original thought, you cunts.
Sorry.
I'm deeply triggered. I've been giving out to somebody about this week. So it's very much on my mind about these annoying people. You're one of them. You're part of the problem.
Crowd goes wild.
That brings us, we'll do a full rundown. We don't normally do individual episodes, but this is an important individual episode, to the first episode of Impact on Spike TV, October 1st, 2005, taped a few days earlier on the 27th. From the Impact Zone in Orlando, Florida. It's the 65th episode of Impact, the debut on Spike TV, and for me, like, a borderline perfect episode of TV for what it was trying to do.
See, you love this episode of TV way more than I do. Like, I think this is good TV, and it's purely because I'm looking through it with 2023 AEW TV exists eyes, and I'm like,
if you're like, this doesn't have a match.
Oh my god, let me finish my thought! Let me finish the words coming out of my mouth!
I need to tell you to fuck off first, but go on.
I was just gonna say, for it to be a actual perfect episode of television, I need a match above 4 stars. But with the understanding that this is a debut episode and we're going in there with a specific set of a plan to go in there, show these guys off, introduce people to a new audience, I think it succeeds thoroughly at it.
You're also dealing with an hour.
Yeah.
Which is harder to give people the time to have a 4-star quality match without shortchanging everybody else. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I really do think this as a cohesive piece of this is what TNA is. That's the pitch of this
mission
hour.
Statement.
This is who AJ is. This is what our tag team division does. This is the big angle. These are the big debuts. They put the X division front and center. They put their homegrown guys front and center. They introduce them well for the most part. I think they do a darn good job of just being this is TNA. And I think they give people a pretty darn good reason to come back next week.
Yeah, that's actually something that's really great, is their week-to-week sort of promotion.
There was talk when Collision debuted, which I did really enjoy the first episode of Collision, but I think one of the criticisms after that first episode was that was a good episode of TV, but they gave no reason to come back next week. And I'm they kind of didn't. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Which is something that they've gotten better about now, because every time you're watching Collision, they always go this is what's on next week's Collision.
Whereas this episode ends with the 1-2 punch of the debut of Team 3D and the return of Kevin Nash, and then ends with 3D setting up the match against AMW for the next week's episode. And it's that's a good hook for next week. That's good job. So the episode opens with a Barry Scott narrated video about all the moments building in TNA, how they toiled in fields of relative obscurity, but they toil in anonymity no longer. And like, I kind of love that they like pretty honestly pitched themselves as that. It's like, listen, we've kind of been under the radar. We get Fox Sports wasn't really a real TV deal. We wouldn't have said it at the time, but we get it kind of wasn't. But this is the actual big stage.
I keep reading toiled in the fields of relative obscurity as toilet in the fields of relative obscurity, and I'm like, that's accurate too.
Yeah, you live in Australia, you have outhouses.
Not anymore.
But you do have toilets in fields of relative obscurity in your country. I think more than most countries. Suddenly veered into Australian racism.
You know, not a good look.
I do find it funny that, like, because they focus on the champions here. They're like Styles, face of the X Division great, Jarrett, cunning, coy, NWA champion, the Naturals.
And the Naturals are also here.
They're like, oh, youth and vigor, they're great, we love them. But it's like, oh, the Naturals, huh?
Yep, the big four that TNA always goes to. Jarrett, Styles, the Naturals.
I do love this package. I think, like, Barry Scott, as we said a million times and will continue to say for the rest of TNA history, lends, like, a gravitas and a credibility to TNA that they sometimes don't even deserve, but his voice just carries that kind of weight, so that when he is like, AJ Styles is the future of professional wrestling, you're like, you are stating a true fact.
Yeah, you believe.
And I quipped on the watch along that, like, the real only purpose for TNA in the first 3 years was to create cool B-roll for video packages for their debut on Spike.
And it's accurate. And it works.
There's some good, all the features on this show where they're like, just like, here's cool shit, here's the X Division, and it's just guys doing dives, or this opening package which is just guys doing cool moves and skipper cage walks as you'd expect, and the Monty thing is just Monty pouncing people. It's exactly what you'd want. And who needed to watch we could have just skipped straight to here and just realized the rest was just video package fodder.
You don't realize that like, if a company does get TV, they kind of do need to have sort of this back catalog of stuff to use.
Because, like, that's the hard part, starting from zero. It's like, well, it's a lot easier to jump on TV and introduce AJ Styles when you have 3 years of footage of AJ Styles being awesome.
Yeah, that's probably the reason that, like, to keep it sort of on the forefront of the news cycle, but also, you know, that reason of having footage is, like, why AEW ran those events, like, once or twice a month leading up to their TNT debut.
Yeah, just have a little bit of B-roll. You need a little bit of B-roll in your life.
You need B-roll. It's a very important part of any sort of video media.
Mike Tenay introduces us to our 60-minute adrenaline rush, stating that we've never seen anything like this on Spike TV.
Adrenaline rush.
They don't use, well, they use that as an outro song for years, but they only use it as the intro song once. Oh, we have the proper TNA on Spike intro song as well, with the freaking Styles forearm and Monty Brown pounce transition, which is the coolest thing that's ever been in the opening titles of a wrestling show. Where, like, Monty pounces Mikey Bats out of the frame and Styles comes in with the forearm. It's so good. Wrestling shows should be good.
My favorite thing about this is, like, this is clearly your nostalgia point, where you're like, this is the greatest intro, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I mean, I'm waiting for Cross the Line.
Well, if they put Monty pouncing Mikey Bats in the Cross the Line intro.
I mean, then we could do that.
That's true. Do you have those kind of video editing skills?
I could find a way.
There's YouTube tutorials.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the little side swipe at WWE with the "You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV."
I love petty bullshit. My favorite thing.
Like, there is a note that Spike TV officials, and we'll talk a lot about the end of the Spike WWE relationship in a minute. That's another news note. But Spike TV officials have indicated to TNA that they don't want any direct shots taken at WWE during Impact broadcasts. There doesn't seem to be a big protest coming from TNA brass regarding the matter, but Spike may be gun shy after being portrayed as petty for trying to censor WWE's attempts to plug that their homecoming show would be on USA Network.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
I definitely read that as Gunshi. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
You're trying to work out what the word Gunshi meant?
Yeah, I was like, what? It sounds dirty.
To be fair, gun-shy is not one word as it is written in PW Torts, so you have a fair reason to shout at Wade there.
Yeah, I was very confused. I was like, what does that mean?
Spike may have been Gunshi.
Gunshi.
But yeah, we'll go into like the drama about the last episode of Raw on Spike in a minute, where they tried to censor WWE. It's great fun. But apparently they got painted as the villains in that, even though they're absolutely not. And they were like, all right, just ease off WWE.
I mean, WWE are like masters of not being the villains in stories where they're clearly the villains.
It is one of the better things they're at. We have match graphics for the first time on Impact.
And I think it's great.
Yeah, so it's like, it's kind of like, how would you, orange neon almost? Is that a good way to describe it?
Like industrial.
Yeah, it's like an orange neon sign from a cyberpunk movie that just happens to have like Jeff Hardy versus Rhino on it.
Yeah, it's cool.
It was one of those things. It's like I only realized when watching that first episode, it's like we've never had match graphics.
And how much it added.
It's like we're on 65 episodes of Impact, and they've never had a match graphic.
It's very.
Yeah, these are the first match graphics in Impact history. As Mike TNA tells us that our main event will be Jeff Hardy versus Rhino, and we'll also see controversy in Canada later tonight. How do you feel about Hardy and Rhino as the main event?
If you're not going to run a big title match, it's about as good as you can ask for.
Yeah, I guess when like the whole reason you still have Jeff Hardy around is because you want Jeff Hardy on Spike, you might as well put him front and center in the main event on the first show.
I have a bigger problem with the first 2 weeks having their biggest matches end in bullshit.
Yeah, not even bullshit. They both end in DQ.
Yeah, like, that's not the best foot to be getting off on.
Yeah, it's not even the case that like they end in, run-in, interference, and a finish. Neither of them have finishes.
Yeah, like that's my biggest problem is, like, for the company that's preaching how it's meant to be different and not like that bad wrestling company, to be doing the same kind of bullshit is awful.
The second show is probably more defensible in terms of not doing a finish.
Yeah, but like that means on the first show in your first main event, have a fucking finish.
Yeah, but like I was gonna say, in like Team 3D AMW, I'm kind of okay with them being like, we don't want to beat either team. Then you'd be like, don't book the match, but I get why they booked the match too. So in both cases, I understand that decision. In terms of Hardy Rhino, you can pin either guy.
Yeah, that's silly to me.
It's not a case that like you shouldn't pin, because like you shouldn't have 3D beat AMW on their first night. You shouldn't have AMW beat Team 3D on their first night. Fine. And again, usually I'd be like, why would you book the match? But you book the match as an attraction that can bring people back for the second episode.
You could have done like a 6-man.
You could have, but then you still be like, do we pin Jarrett or do we pin Nash? You know?
I mean, I'm saying that you could have chucked like Jeff or something on the face team.
But you couldn't pin Jeff on the first night, Liam.
You can pin him. Yes, you could. That's my difference.
Yeah,
is that you could.
That's my ultimate point. You just could have pinned Rhino or you could have pinned Hardy. It doesn't matter. Neither of those two guys have anything going.
Rhino isn't winning the title.
No, he's just in a monster's ball.
So you can pin Rhino.
So then we go to our opening contest on Spike TV, the Phenomenal AJ Styles versus Roderick Strong.
They do be having an ROH match on TV.
They have a beautiful 4-minute sprint, which we've whiplashed too far the other way, where it's like this era was like this was the only kind of match you'd get on TV between wrestlers like this.
Yeah, because they wouldn't get any more time.
But now we've whiplashed probably too far in the other direction. It's like we need more TV sprints. But it's like I think the TV sprint is not only like an amount of time. It's like it is like a state of mind.
Yeah. Oh, and it's like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a game plan more than anything.
Because they don't go out there to have match of the year. They don't go out there to do a million near falls. They don't go out there to have the best match they can. Which you might be like, why shouldn't you? It's like sometimes there's a lot of matches on a show. Not every match should be going out there to have the best match they can. That's just the way shows should be paced.
Tell that to me on TW when we book all out every single match.
Whereas this is 4 minutes, and the main aim of it is to present AJ Styles as the coolest wrestler on earth. And they said they did a fan poll to determine who would be in the first match on Spike, and shock of all shocks, AJ won.
Wait, what is this fucking note about this match?
Oh, there's a wild note about this match after we finish talking about this match. There's a moment in this match where you might realize Mike TNA explains the significance of the six-sided ring twice. And part of me was like, oh, that's weird, but maybe they're just trying to drive it home.
Ad break, catch people on the second time.
But this match continues all the way through, so maybe there was some miscommunication about that. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a choice. But then you realize that this match had a finish bought so badly, they sent the two guys out there again and spliced 2 different matches together.
I'm sorry, Garrett. I have to remove my rating for this match.
Oh, because it was 2 matches? Oh, you've been worked.
This is not available. I cannot rate.
I insist you put every rating like that on every Lucha Underground and Rampage match too.
Yep.
There's
a difference between being taped and edited and being spliced together between 2 matches because they fucked it up so hard.
That's taped TV, pal. People should do more of that, by the way.
No, that's ruining the art form.
TV matches should be chopped to death. Screw wrestlers and their art form.
You've been in the business too long.
The match was originally meant to be 9 minutes, cut back under 5 when it was decided they would have a better match that was meant to showcase Styles than go out there and have an even Stevens match, which was probably the right call, because Strong is great, but AJ is the face of the company and shouldn't be going 50-50 on the first episode of Spike, unless it's with, like, Joe. The Strong match that aired on TV was the original, but the ending was filmed later and edited into the match that aired in place of the original finish. The match's original ending was deemed unairable.
What was
It was just a Styles clash. I'm assuming there was people at this taping. If you were at this taping, let us know how badly that first Styles and Roddy finish went.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But as it was presented on TV, absolutely rocked. They went out there, they worked a razor sharp pace. They worked their I'm doing my first match on real TV kind of pace.
Yeah, well, which was kind of the theme of everyone.
Yeah, it's just like, we have real eyeballs now. There might be nearly 1 million people watching this show, which is far and away. I guess some of these people might have worked like Velocity, which would have had like 500,000 people watching.
But also that's Velocity.
Yeah, and it doesn't count. So, like, the difference in the number of people who were, like, by the time Joe was on his episode, which was the most watched episode of the month, like, the number of people being introduced to Joe for the first time in that moment is probably, like, close to, like, 800,000 to 1 million people watching Samoa Joe for the first time.
Yeah. There's a reason there's some pep in their step.
Yeah, you think, like, the number of people exposed to Joe through Japan and through Ring of Honor is, you know, pretty small, especially in those days where indies were buy a DVD. There was a cost incurred for the youngins when they wanted to get into independent wrestling, unlike these days where you just search free matches on YouTube and watch whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, with your Roo Tubes and your Billy Billies.
We do this rant at least every, like, 5 to 10 episodes about how kids these days have it so good when it comes to accessing wrestling.
Oh, I can watch New Japan World. I don't have to go to Vimeo. Fuck you.
Well, they shut down Pivot Share, so...
I told you, I'm in my old jaded era now.
I know, you're supposed to be in the middle ground.
Nah, I'm leaning the other way. I'm too much like you. I learned from watching you.
You got like 70% more bitter when I was going to give out to you about it not having a 4-star match criticism.
I was just like, let me get my point. Then you can yell at me.
Your bitterness says you've officially ticked into it now. You've hit that's the moment.
I just want good matches.
You will look back on it and like, that is the moment I hit my late 20s.
It's like in Oppenheimer when in the background of the music is suddenly like intensifying. That was happening for the first 40 minutes of the podcast, and then that's when the bomb dropped.
They just went out and had a great match. Styles hit the reverse DDT, but where he did it where he like sprung from the apron onto the like the opposite side of the ropes and then back into the DDT, and that is like the moment where I'm like, you're the best wrestler in the world.
There's always 1 or 2 per AJ match point.
Yeah, he also did he's one of 2 people who broke out a dive and broke his legs off the rail.
Yes, it was a big night for that.
Showing his true commitment to the brand, him and Chris Sabin just shattering their shins and ankles off of guardrails.
I wonder how many people tuned into this show and saw TNA for the first time and were like, what the fuck is this ring?
Yeah, because TNA does explain it. He's like, it offers more options for high-risk offense. It's very unique. It's better for the X Division guys. That's like the pitch. But like that's the appeal, right? It's meant to stop you in your tracks when you're changing the channel. You're meant to see like, oh, like that's the wrestling ring that I'm not used to. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, why is it like that? And you stop and watch for a few minutes and hopefully get hooked.
Do you think that in 2023, in a post-TNA Spike TV world, that if a company debuted on a mainstream channel with a 6-sided ring, it would still sort of blow people away in that same way?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Because, like, how many of the new AEW, WWE boom audience, right? How many of them have seen the 6-sided?
They would be aware of it, though.
Maybe. Do you think that these 10-year-olds who watch The Bloodline and think it's the best shit ever know what a 6-sided ring is?
Well, the 10-year-olds know.
By 10-year-olds, I mean all of their fans up until, like, 25.
Yeah. But, like, if you were, like, of the years 18
I
to
picked
25...
the 1 year younger than me to insult.
Yeah.
As the cutoff.
Yeah. You're a smart old man now. We've discussed this. This is the theme of the show.
That's so fucking funny that I defaulted to the 1 year below me.
If you are an 18 to 25-year-old watching the WWE and that's all you watch,
You're a fucking child.
Because of what we talked about earlier about like the access to like classic TNA, like they would have seen, like they would be aware that a 6-sided ring is associated with TNA.
Maybe. I think it would be still a significant number of people who would, but maybe less than you would assume.
But like, I think it would still be eye-catching for the same reason it was for TNA, but I think a pretty large amount would be like, oh, it's like TNA. Even if they didn't watch TNA, they'd be like, that's the TNA thing. That's the thing I know about TNA.
That's the AAA thing.
Yeah, TNA stole the AAA thunder. AAA must be raging. Daniels watches on from ringside because he will get the X Division title match. It's his rematch after losing at Unbreakable, but it will be Iron Man 2 with Bound for Glory. Strong sick kicks Styles into the corner, falls with a backbreaker, but then Styles wins with the Styles Clash. A lovely 4-minute TV sprint. The crowd are going apeshit for both matches, I guess. They're going crazy no matter what. And Styles looks great. It's a great kickoff to the show. It's super high energy. Strong's the perfect guy for him to be in there with because, well, he's Roderick Strong. And great way to start a TV show.
Shout outs to the people who went to this taping, got to see 2 Roddy AJ matches.
Yeah, it's so funny that they didn't air one. Like, they didn't just say, oh, we'll just air the second one. They were like, the start of the first one is better, but the end of the second one is better. So splice those bad boys together.
And it worked. Like, if I didn't read this note...
Yeah, the only tip-off is the TNA commentary, which most people would be like, weird that he explained it twice. Mike and Don welcome us to the show. They plug Monty coming up, more X Division is coming up, Rhino and Hardy's our main event, and explain that they will show all the controversy in Canada footage as Jeff Jarrett is once again NWA World Champion. We get a feature on Monty Brown.
Vignettes!
Where they finally pull out the actual money. Well, I wonder is it Spike money, or maybe Spike have the archive somehow. But there's finally Monty Brown football footage.
Yeah, I'm guessing like Spike just or had it for some reason.
Or they were like, all right, we're debuting on TV, we should license, because they actively like shout out, oh, that's NFL Films footage. So like they got it from somewhere, NFL Film.
Maybe
whether
they just
that,
asked.
Yeah, it might just be a case where it's like, oh, it's just a $50 license fee, and it's like, oh, good.
Yeah, as I've learned from doing the Cinema Club stuff and getting licenses for things, it's not as expensive thing.
Well, depending on what you're asking for, and I guess it probably depends.
And the
who's
context
asking as well. Yeah.
Like if you're like, I need this footage to broadcast, more expensive than, hey, I'm renting essentially this movie to display at a theater.
So yeah, they showed Monty playing football, doing tackles, playing for the Patriots and the Bears.
I don't
Bills.
describe it as a tackle. I like to think he's pouncing the other football.
And in that moment, he's like wrestling.
He goes, ah.
No, he goes, ah, these days, apparently.
He should have had immigrant songs.
Because franchise has Monty. And franchise is like, ooh, you're an action franchise. And Monty is just like, ah. He's such a weirdo. He's such a freak. I love him so much.
Clearly, that was one of WWE's biggest fumbles, is when they brought him in, they just made him a guy and not some weird freak.
Like every time we said this with like the asylum stuff with Scott Hudson, he's just so weird in that wrestling way that makes him utterly compelling, and it's the best. The nerd he's about to face will feel the pounce. Raven then tries to break into the impact zone with the trash can. He's like, you screwed me, you took my belt, what the hell's happening, before Larry Z has him ejected.
The thing about Raven is, he made it to the top with arguably, like, the worst he's looked physically.
Yeah.
Like, he does not look like a guy that I would... Like, if he was still 2003, is that when he came in? End of 03?
Start of 03, January.
Start of 03. When he came in 03, that was a guy that was, like, my top guy. Now, he just looks slobbish, and I kind of get moving away from him. I would have done it in a better way.
Also, like, this is it. Raven's done as a top guy in this company. He's never even remotely near it again.
Yeah, I wonder how much of, like, if Raven still looked like he looked at the start of 03, I wonder if that would have been a different consideration.
Like, the rest of this Raven run is, like, a year-long feud with Larry Zbyszko, which you can look forward to. And then, like, the weird serotonin stuff, which is, like, fine for what it is, but it's not important. And then he's done.
Until Dr. Stevie.
Yeah, and he comes back right in your nostalgia window. With
the first show I ever watched. The first segment I ever saw.
Ever in your life.
Of TNA? Yeah.
You did exclaim, this is TNA, when Raven tried to break in and hit Larry with a trash can.
Yeah, because it was just, like, so out of nowhere. And I was like, this is what TNA will be for the next decade.
Monty then had a squash. He beat Lex Lovett. He pounced him.
It was cool.
He's Monty Brown. I love him. We had a feature on the X Division showing, like, a parade of cool moves again, making very good use of their B-roll.
It's so much like Oppenheimer. The pacing of this show with its editing is really well done. Just like boom, boom, next thing.
Yeah, because you have an hour, which like in practicality is 42 minutes.
Yeah.
There's a lot they need to squeeze into this 42 minutes in terms of like introduce Monty, introduce AJ, do an X Division match, do a main event, and then do a main event segment. And like apparently they a bunch of stuff had to get cut down. We'll talk about that, especially in the main event segment, where that segment is very clearly cut to shit. And like the next match is even cut down, but I think probably for its benefit. The Sabin, PD, and Shelley match, I think it's probably better off that match was like sliced a little bit. But yeah, it's like, oh, we were even a little too ambitious for what we were squeezing into this show.
Yeah. But hey, it worked in the end. Just had to get to the old cutting room floor.
Yeah, and the benefit is, as you said, it creates a show that has like a propulsiveness to it. That is just like everything. It is, like Mike Tenay said at the start, it's like your 60-minute adrenaline rush. That's like the pitch of this, which was the same thing they used at like the start of Rampage, if you remember, like the fastest hour in wrestling. It's like the idea of like this hour will fly by, and it does. These episodes are much easier to watch than some of like particularly the FSN era episodes were.
Of course.
Sabin, PD, Shelley in a 3-way.
Rocks. They're just doing a bunch of bullshit.
I kind of love that like this match is on the first episode on Spike. Because like everything else I think is like a kind of default choice. Like there's gonna be an AJ match. Monty's charismatic, give him a promo, give him a squash.
And our stars doing a match in the main.
Yeah, everything else is kind of like, well, if 100 people were to book this show, 100 of them would have booked the rest of the show, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
This match is the one that I'm like, this took like a little bit of like faith in these three guys to put on this show, in the sense that like if you had 100 people book this show, I think maybe 10 people book a match like this.
You might get a Sabin squash from a lot of people. But like this specific with time 3-way instead of like even doing like a 4-way, like it's such a specific set of circumstances that led to it.
Yeah, and it's the 3 Scott D'Amore students, so that's maybe why it ultimately ends up happening with Sabin, PD, and Shelley. But it's like 3 TNA guys, 3 of the better guys in the X Division. It's just, you want to establish that the X Division is more than just AJ, which I think is smart. You give them, like as you said, a surprising amount of time. I know they had some chopped off, but they still go out there and absolutely kill it for like 8 minutes. It's a really great match. They kick ass. Sabin does the through the leg Shelley suicide dive, so we get like a little bit of machine guns.
Yeah, we had a little taste.
Sabin breaks his shins doing a springboard moonsault onto the guardrail. Don West is like the X, in my mind, stands for extreme.
Also, Shelley has found his look now.
Yeah, he is. He's Alex Shelley, and we're right on the verge of him like going into Planet Jarrett Paparazzi Productions stuff, which is where he finds his TNA sense of personality. Anyway.
Yeah, we're on the road to the machine guns. It feels.
They did a machine gun spot in this match.
Yeah.
I was like, oh. Sabin pins Shelley with the cradle shock, and you like, Spike debut. You didn't do a Canadian destroyer. You're crazy. Because if you look at the video package, there's like 3 Canadian destroyers in the video package before the match, and you're like, you're crazy. What do you? Oh no, he hits it after the match. There you go.
And then it was in that moment I was like, Scott D'Amore's the greatest of all time. Like, he's like, I know that Petey's not winning, but he's got to hit the destroyer.
Got to hit the move. You got to get the move on the Spike debut.
Exactly.
Franchise asks Larry about surprises. He's like, wait and see. But then Tito Ortiz shows up.
August 1 warning.
We are pretty close to August 1. 10-year anniversary of it, for the love of God. Asks about the business they have to take care of, and Larry invites him into his office.
Huntington Beach?
The Huntington Beach bad boy.
Bad boy.
Which is where Joe was built from for a while, wasn't it? Huntington Beach?
Yeah, I think he still is.
Not the Isle of Samoa, which is where he was built from in TNA.
Yeah, I think they're back to Huntington Beach.
We have a feature on the 3 Live crew about how funny and entertaining they are. And they'll face Team Canada next week.
Great.
That brings us to the main event of the show, or well, the last match. It wasn't the thing that went on.
The main event was the segment.
Rhino and Jeff Hardy.
They did some bullshit, and then a bunch of people came out and beat them up.
Yeah, it was the weakest of the matches on the show, and that includes the Monty Brown squash. Because that rocked, and the 2 X Division matches rocked, and this was just kind of there. It continues the streak of 2005 Jeff, unless he's falling off ladders or the top of the Impact Zone, which we'll get to in a little bit. He's not particularly interesting these days, and this is a not particularly interesting match with Rhino.
Let me give Jeff Hardy a little credit. It does look like he cares at least now, because there was a run where like visibly it didn't look like he gave a single shit what he was doing, and now he at least looks like he is enjoying being at work. I'll give him that.
I think I'd go as far as to say like he doesn't actively not care,
Yeah, like that. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but it's above the state of where he was like 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's like I would struggle to go as far as to say he cares, but I would say he doesn't like not care.
There's an improvement.
He's in like a middle indifferent but willing to try here and there phase. The match is pretty much nothing. Abyss jumps in the ring and causes a no contest. Post-match does rock, because it mostly just sets out a bunch of guys running out, lights out, Sabu runs wild, crowd go nuts for Sabu.
It's a good build to the Monsters Bowl.
You know what I've come to really appreciate?
Me?
Oh, I don't need to come to appreciate you. Oh no!
Why did you emphasize it that way?
I don't know.
Why did you put so much emphasis on the word come?
You trapped
I don't
me.
have to come to appreciate you.
That was entrapment, sir. I protest.
Why?
That was gonna be a nice sentiment that I always appreciated you, and then you trapped me into saying something filthy and dirty.
How did I do it?
It's setting up phrasing.
I didn't do anything.
You, sir, put the words in my mouth.
I'm crying.
I have come to appreciate
Don't shudder while you say it now. I have
the Don West Sabu. Every time you get a lights out Sabu, he says it in the exact same way with like such the earnest Don West enthusiasm. He's like, Sabu!
He says it like how we...
He says it how a man should say Sabu at the end of a lights out Sabu.
Yeah. What the fuck are we doing?
All these men will be in Monsters Ball at Bound for Glory. Hardy, Sabu, Abyss, and Rhino. They do finally air footage of controversy in Canada. So the big angle, which I didn't actually talk about earlier, but the big swerve really is not just that Jarrett won the title, but America's Most Wanted helped him do it.
And thus becoming Canada.
They weren't actually let out of the country. They're trapped there.
These are their twin brothers.
AMW came out, death sentenced Raven, giving Jarrett the title. Scott D'Amore greets Jarrett backstage, and he's like, I love it when a plan comes together. So within story, they lured Raven into a title match in Scott D'Amore's home promotion so that evil Team Canada promoter D'Amore and new associates America's Most Wanted could conspire to screw Raven out of the NWA title, and Planet Jarrett can form in earnest.
So, like, as much as I dislike the title change, the thing that I actually hate more is that the turn of the biggest babyface tag team in company history happened on a show where you don't get to really see. And that's upsetting to me, especially when it's been a team that the crowd has kind of tried to turn heel a couple times, and they've teased it a couple times. The fact that we don't actually get that is kind of annoying.
And, like, it's almost kind of smart to do that in Canada.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's America's Most Wanted. They are very much an American tag team. So the idea of actually doing the heel turn in dastardly old Canada to add that extra little bit of heat would make sense if this Impact was in Canada and it wasn't a BCW show that you're just seeing highlights of.
Yeah.
Yeah. AMW gave into the Jarrett reasoning, gave into the paranoia. Which, to be fair, it's not paranoia. They did bring in Team 3D.
Yeah, Jarrett's right.
Jarrett was actually right. So yeah, Planet Jarrett has come together. So Jarrett and AMW come to the ring. AMW are in suits.
Because they're bad guys now.
They're mean. They're no longer salt of the earth. They no longer represent the common man in America.
It's upsetting. Now they represent the corporate greed in America.
So Jarrett gloats about being champion on Spike. He said he'd be champion, and then he was champion. He followed through with his promises. Takes all the credit for TNA. Thanks AMW as the cornerstones of TNA. And then introduces the final piece, Scott D'Amore. TNA then does connect the dots that D'Amore owns the promotion where the title change took place, thus putting a bow on the conspiracy. D'Amore says that Jarrett owes him one, which, based on TNA history, will not be repaid. Anytime anybody is owed one by Jeff Jarrett, it never goes anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That works if these guys eventually catch on to his bullshit.
Yeah, it's part of the reason like Rhino turning him down was so good, because Rhino's like, I saw what you did with Monty. You did not return that favor.
But then, unfortunately, it just makes the first guy look like a dumb idiot. Garrett, we have breaking news.
What is it?
Revolution Pro. This is 8 hours ago. Fuck me. Don't worry about it. I'm shit. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going home.
Shibata?
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I'm fucking gone.
I'm not going to that show, so it's fine. I'm flying in morning of, which is always risky, but hopefully it'll go fine. Because I flew in morning of for the last time New Japan were over here, and I ended up missing the first 2 matches on the show because my flight got delayed 3 hours. No fun at all. 3 Live Crew interrupt. They do their catchphrases. Conan accuses Jarrett of boring the people half to death. He's like, we've only been on Spike one night, and you've already bored these people to tears. Love Conan. He is the true one truth teller in TNA. They rush the ring, get overwhelmed before the debuting Team 3D, Brother Ray and Brother Devon. There was at one point, it seemed like he was going to be called B or D.
Wait, what?
As in, like, Bubba Ray Dudley, because there's the whole trademark issue we talked about on the last episode where they can't use the names of the Dudleys. So they settled on Team 3D. There was going around, like, the Deadly Brothers at one stage, but they did settle on Team 3D, and Brother Devon was decided on. And then, apparently, they thought about B or D for a while.
That's shite.
Bird.
Brrr.
Thankfully, they settled on Brother Ray, which at least maybe
I remember the Deadly Brothers thing. That floating around for a while there.
before they settled on this.
Brother Ray dead. They mixed both together.
I think that's what they were thinking about for a while, right? That might be what the B or D was, rather than Bubba Ray Dudley. Brother Ray Deadly.
Maybe they weren't sure they were going to be able to get Dudley at all.
Oh yeah, well they knew Dudley was out. Like that was underlined.
Yeah.
And then they realized I think WWE didn't have 3D, so they're like, that's the thing people know us by, so let's work around that.
Honestly, I think as far as like having to rebrand the Dudleys, it's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, like it works. And I'm like, fair enough, we lived it for like 18 years now, so
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like we're not in the moment anymore, so it's kind of broken into our brains that Team 3D is a fine thing to hear.
I'm telling you right now, I never call him Bubba.
Bully?
He's either Bully or I used to call him Brother Ray.
I think people largely did call him Bubba up until he was Bully, and then Bully kind of worked.
Yeah, he's Bully now.
Like before, like because Taz would still call him Bubba on commentary when he was in TNA. It's like, oh, it's Bubba. Whereas I think people did slip into Bully because that's, again, an easier thing to say than Brother Ray.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to call him Ray.
Or Brother.
No, unless he's Hulk Hogan.
Listen here, Brother, and Devon and Ray both look at him and go, what? Who, me, him?
Oh, during the Aces and Eights stuff where Bully was marrying Brooke, every time he was like, what you gonna do, brother? He should have stopped him like, it's Bully now.
Dad.
They hit the 3D on Storm. They hit the 3D on Harris. Crowd are going nuts. They stare at Jeff Jarrett. Mike today is like, get him! Get him!
Kill him! End his life on Spike TV!
I love babyface announcers like that. That aren't just like, well, I call it down the middle. Like, actively root for the death of the heels.
Like Giovanni with MJF.
And like JR did it all the time as well, where it's just like, yes, like the famous like Stone Cold thing, but he wanted Stone Cold to kill everybody. Jarrett did escape. He backed up the ramp when Kevin Nash's fake Dr. Dre music hit, and he's here.
Cool. Big Sexy!
He walks down the ramp. Jarrett backs up into the ring, gets jackknife powerbombed before Nash makes the challenge for Bound for Glory, which had my absolute favorite line, maybe in the history of TNA, where Nash says, looks like Planet Jarrett is a little off axis tonight, which I think that's the first mention of Planet Jarrett proper as like a group.
Yeah.
Though I suppose it's the catchphrase, welcome to Planet Jarrett, but still.
Yeah, you don't know if he's referring to them as the group, or if he's just referring to the catchphrase.
But Don West replies, in the most earnest voice I've ever heard in my life, thanks to you, big guy.
I choose to believe that the implication is that Big Sexy is so huge that he is simply thrown off the axis of Planet Jarrett.
Just by being in its proximity.
Yeah. Like Big Sexy has his own gravitational force that's colliding with Planet Jarrett.
And like, you throw a planet off its axis, that's
It's
gonna
fucked.
fuck shit up.
Yeah, it's done.
All your climate, different. Waves, different. Day and night, different. You even slightly. Like, it might be the case that like, oh, it's still sustainable for life, but everything we know is different.
It should happen.
just to change things up, just for a bit of fun.
Yeah, why not? It's time that we get a rebrand.
Mike Tenay then throws the hear from Brother Ray, and we cut to a Devon promo, which is, we'll talk about how this was cut down in a second. And then Devon challenges AMW to a tag team dream match next week as we go off the air with the tease of two of the, what they crown wrestling's best tag teams facing off, even though, hey, you remember those guys? They're called the Naturals. They're the NWA World Tag Team Champions.
Should have put them in the match, and then we have obvious losers.
I love that next week where like the best teams in the world face tonight in your main event. It's like, guys, the Naturals have the tag titles. Remember the Naturals?
And also, like when like Devon and Bubba are cutting the promo, and they're like, "Yeah, this is about winning the tag team titles," and you're like, "No, that's the Naturals.
Andy, Chase.
They're the tag champs."
Before Team 3D and Nash went to the ring, they were told that there was less than a minute and a half left total TV time for their run-ins and promos. All three had comments edited from TV because of tight TV time. Conan's promo was also cut down. He had more anti-Jeff Jarrett sentiment, apparently. Again, the one truth teller. And Team 3D's Brother Ray gave Vince McMahon the finger at the tapings, and he said, "Copyright this." But that was edited off the broadcast too.
I love this segment. So chaotic.
Yeah, it's one of those, again, where like chopping it down to its like real base elements is created that kind of sense of energy where it's like you get the 3Ds and the crowd are going nuts, and you get the powerbomb and Jarrett, and you get the challenge for Bound for Glory, and you get the challenge for Impact next week, and all of that happens in the space of like 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
They're going crazy with it.
Like, there are times where you want an angle to breathe, you want to sit with something, you don't want to rush through a million things at once, but sometimes it works. Sometimes it is your 60-minute adrenaline rush. Nash was originally meant to return at Unbreakable, do a cameo to begin the build to Bound for Glory, but that spot was meant to be him and Waltman doing an interview together, as like they're in the background talking to each other, and there's something like that, and then the mystery is like, what are they doing? What's Nash doing here? What's happening here?
Is the band back together?
Ooh, not for another 6 years. 5 years? 5 years. And yeah, when Waltman no-showed, they scrapped that, so Nash just schmoozed with some Spike executives and left.
It sounds like a great payday.
I always think about that sometimes. When you look at like what a person did on TV.
Yeah, Lex Lovett on this show.
But like, he had a match.
Yeah, 2 bumps and he's out, brother.
That's true, but he didn't get paid very much.
True.
He's also local, so he didn't get flown in. But sometimes you see someone have like a 60-second pre-tape to set up a segment the next week, and I'm like, you really fly all the way to like Sioux City, Iowa to film that one pre-tape, sit around in catering, and go home? Not sure how I'd feel about that. I was like, could you not have got me to film that last week and left me at home?
Let's keep an eye out of funny scenarios for guys to get flown in for.
Yeah. But yeah, to wrap things up, that is the first Impact on Spike TV. I think, as I said, as an introduction to TNA, as a piece that tells you who AJ is, who Monty is, who Jared are, who AMW are, to give you a hook with Team 3D, a star-driven main event even without a finish, and a cool X Division match in the middle. I'm like, that's a pretty darn good use of your first 42 minutes on Spike TV.
What do you think, relative to its level, was the more successful debut episode of television? The first Impact or this?
This had more... Actually, no, the first Impact had a ton of energy too.
Yes.
The first Impact had a title change.
Do you want me to remind you what was on the first?
I know most of what was on the first Impact. Both probably had Monty squashes.
No, it was an Abyss squash.
Oh, they went for the Abyss squash. Duh. Saved that for the second episode this time. But like the first, yeah, it had the 6-man opener, which rocked. The Team Canada against Sanjay, Hector Garza, and... No, it's 6-man.
That was a 6. I'm just trying to fuck with you now.
Don't you test me. It's Garza, Sanjay, and Red. 6-man tag against Team Canada. Bobby Roode, Petey Williams, Eric Young.
There you go. What was the Abyss match?
Oh, it's probably Buck or Lex, isn't it?
Shark Boy.
Oh, it is Shark Boy, yeah, because he goes on the little run around the theme park with Popeye. You get AMW against Kid Cash in Dallas, where AMW win the tag titles. Then you get the Styles return to the X Division main event, where he becomes the number 1 contender in the multi-man. And what else is on that show? Is there anything else? I do think, like, one, this show looks better, which we didn't touch on. There is improvements to the lighting and the impact zone. It looks better. There's more color, except on one camera shot where they didn't color balance it properly. But...
Yes, which is weird. It was so like distracting.
It does on the whole look better, look brighter, look like a bigger presentation. The crowd are probably a little bit hotter, and because you do have like Nash and Team 3D, you have a better level of star on this show than you had on that one. So I think on the whole, this is probably the better episode of TV.
But we did give 2 matches on that first show, quarter star higher than the 2. You know, keep that in consideration.
It is something we talk like. They do reset shows well.
Yeah, this company has always done a good reset.
And that's always been the thing, and I think every company, it's like, there's been 1,000 great reset shows that then never really go anywhere.
Because it's really easy to book the first pro wrestling show that you do. It's the easiest thing in the world to book a debut pro wrestling show.
Yeah, you have a million ideas, you have a bunch of stuff to do, you feel really
You have every bit of
enthusiastic and
resource
energized.
in the world, just like a complete fresh list of guys with nothing that's hampering them.
Whereas when you're stuck on like the third TV on a pay-per-view cycle, being like, how the fuck are we getting to this Jay Lethal versus Jay Briscoe Ring of Honor World title match? To maybe perhaps use a recent TEW example between the two of us. When you're there and you're just like, I don't know, when you don't even care about the match you booked, which will always happen sometimes, you'll just be like, just do a match I don't care about this month just to get us through the cycle. And yeah, because I'm forgiving for stuff like that once the broad energy is good. Like, you do have to phone it in sometimes. Sometimes your go-home show does just have to be 3 pay-per-view matches smushed together into a 6-man tag. Sometimes that's okay. Usually because the 6-man tag will probably end up being pretty good.
We're doing a post-main event, and we're closing out on chaos.
Everybody runs out one after another, and there you go. You see you on Sunday. Go to the pay-per-view. Again, that's fine. But yeah, it is very easy to book the like fresh-faced, enthusiastic reboot show where you might do a title change or get a couple debuts in. Everyone's real pumped up and excited. And when you're 4 months down the line, just doing another pay-per-view cycle, trying to keep the same enthusiasm is quite difficult.
I think look at us with our well-reasoned, interesting explanation.
Yeah, I think both from the perspective of bookers and wrestlers.
Oh yeah, but I'm sure the grind as a wrestler is fucking like atrociously annoying.
Like, I am sure everybody on this show was so up for it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
this
you
is
saw
our...
it.
Everyone was willing to kill themselves on guardrail.
Yeah, and how like the pace in which people work, you know, for at least 7 of the people on this show.
Especially Lex Lovett.
My point. For at least like 7 people on the show, this is like your mainstream television debut. You're feeling fucking amped.
And then, again, 4 months down the line when you're having your 10th match on Spike.
And you've had to deal with TNA backstage bullshit. You get broken down real easy.
Yeah, even the best, most enthusiastic wrestlers are like, house show effort tonight, lads, right?
At some point, it becomes work again.
There's always the difficult thing to remove between, like, I'm not a meaningful artist, but like even podcasts are like, it's work this time, isn't it?
Brother, it's work today, let me tell you.
This is where you make a quip that, like, it's work with you every time, brother, carrying you because my back is sore.
Nah, I'd never say that. Just thinking.
But yeah, it is a job. Sometimes, as I said, sometimes you're just going to work, you have a bad week, you just have to get in, get out, do your 90-second pre-J Prince Iowa and go home.
It is something that I think a lot of wrestling fans forget. Because, like, it's such a meaningful, like, way of being entertained to us that, like, the idea that for some people this is just them clocking in and clocking out is, like, can be lost very easy because it's such a weird, personable mix of reality and performance sort of industry, which is its own unique thing that there's nothing else quite like.
And it's just like the relationship we have with art is very different from the relationship the artist might have with art. It's like we watch a TV show expecting it to be like the most thoughtful, put together, brilliant thing that everyone's put every ounce of it, everything they have into. That's kind of what everybody expects every time you watch a show or you watch a movie or you watch a wrestling match. And sometimes it is just like, oh, we have a script deadline, let's get whatever we can over the line. And sometimes it is like, oh, we shot that scene, it took fucking 17 hours, we had a long shoot day and no one gave a shit at the end and we just finished that shit. Like, everything is like that sometime.
And then sometimes you're lucky enough that you're like, this is a thing that I need to fill TV time, but these 2 guys both care and they make something out of it. And then sometimes it's the opposite, where you like something you really care about that you're booking, and then like these people might not necessarily be into it or have their own personal things going on, and they're like, they don't deliver it to the level that you thought it was going to be at.
There's just a lot of variables is what we're saying.
Well, because, like, more than anything else, like, wrestling is dealing on the whims of 1,000 different performers at once. And they're doing live performance weekly. And the audience, of course, yeah.
That's the first episode on Spike. Good episode.
We've done 2 topics.
So, ratings talk, Liam. TNA debuted on October 1st in the Velocity time slot with a 7.8 rating and 850,000 viewers. Median age was 51, slightly younger than Velocity's 41, and strongest with males...
35. Wow! Why did none of us say the right number then?
What's going on with you?
You said the median age was 51, alright?
Okay.
and I went to correct you, and I said 43 while directly staring at 35.
Are we both having strokes?
I legitimately think that might have been a stroke moment, because I was looking at 35 and still said 43.
Is it like contagious? You know when someone pukes and then it's like a chained reaction where someone else pukes? Are we having that but strokes?
I think so, because that was weird. I didn't like that my brain told me one thing and my mouth said another.
Happens to me all the time, to be fair. The median age was 35, which is slightly younger than Velocity, where the median age was 41.
Now, are the TNA fans more educated and have more money than the WWE fans?
I love that survey so much.
It's
It
the
makes people
best.
so angry.
I'm surprised people get angry at that, because, like, the WWE fans can't afford phones or to know how to read.
You really want to double down on that?
Yeah, fuck them. I hate them. go. They watch the wrestling equivalent of Saturday morning cartoons. You see, Roman's the bad guy because he cheated.
No, they like Roman. They think he's great. That's the problem.
Oh, sorry, they don't even understand the thing they're watching.
Yeah, because Michael Cole's like he's the greatest champion, even though he cheats with ref bumps and run-ins in literally every single one of his goddamn matches. But they still present him as if he's like this revolutionary
I
figure.
actually
who
think
has
they've changed
achieved
it
this.
now, and now, like, they've turned against him as a big loser who's been cheating the whole time.
Yeah, they finally been like he has cheated in literally every single one of his title matches in the exact same way.
Yeah, they started to change the narrative now.
TNA was strongest with males 25 to 34 with a .88, the same demo as UFC. TNA was no doubt helped by having a lead-in as the repeat strongest episode of the season of Ultimate Fighter, but the good news is that they retained viewership, and the angle at the end drove up the viewership by about 23%. That figure may be slightly off, but not by much, says Dave, from the other three quarters, which is a stark contrast to Velocity, which generally lost audience as each quarter went on. So a good first number. Obviously 850,000 is about 3 to 4 times more people than were watching on FSN, which is a substantial upgrade, but it's also about 300,000 more people than were watching Velocity in the same time slot, and that audience is bigger and younger.
This is a Dynamite numbers right here. Crazier demo.
Yeah, back in the good old days when young people watch TV, eh?
Yeah, but like same total as like a Dynamite. It'd crush a collision rate. Jarrett over Punk makes you think.
This is the reason that should be the all-out match, or all-in.
Which one? I know which one you'd rather see.
Listen, I want my world in Wembley. That's all I want out of that show. If I get that mashup, I'm going to be so angry. Even if it requires a Grado match against Jarrett, which I'm kind of into because Grado's cool.
They should just do a 0 hour like run. So that everyone can get their music hit and everyone can go woo.
The last time Velocity did a rating as good as TNA did was April 2004, so over 18 months back in the past. The replay of the show on Monday night at midnight did a 0.5, which is considered a disappointment because it's a 62% from what Ultimate Fighter had been doing. But they also didn't advertise it at all. They put all their eggs in the main Saturday era.
That's a good number.
So probably the better news.
This is crazy to me. That Dave like downplays it and says pretty good news. This is crazy.
Because it is substantial conventional wisdom these days that you'll do a great number for show number 1, but
and
you'll
then
never
you'll
get back to it.
Plummet.
And like TNA didn't. TNA did a better number for show number 2.
Increased week over week. That's insane.
A pretty small demo boost, but from a 0.78 to a 0.82, and then from 850,000 viewers to 994 for week 2.
That's wild.
Which does feed into what we were saying in that they gave people a good reason to come back, and they came back in bigger numbers than they were the week before.
Yeah, people like, there's probably a lot of this happened on the show, you need to watch it, boop, bop, beep.
Week 3, a 0.81, so more or less flat with the week before, and then 841,000, which is decently down. It was their lowest yet. But then week 4, Bound for Glory Go Home, 1.28 million viewers and a 0.9 rating on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock. Their 4th week, they did a substantially better number than their Spike
What
TV
the
did.
fuck is that rating? Tony Khan would kill a man. Would literally kill a man on his television show if he was guaranteed that.
Yeah. The show did a 1.5 among males 25 to 34. That's an audience up 52% week on week. Like from the debut, that's 400,000 viewers more.
Wow.
So that is like out of the gate a runaway success.
Yeah. It's so funny that, like, in a 2023 TV environment, how much, like, money this would make for Pac.
Yeah, if they could pull those kind of demo numbers, if they could do a 0.1 or 1.5 in males 25 to 34, they would be probably, like, the biggest wrestling company in the world.
Yeah. That's wild to think. And, like, really interesting that many people can watch the product and then live events not being crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just they could not turn them into customers. And for good reason in the Russo era. And they're a little better at doing it in this era, but they just couldn't turn that into dollars and cents in the same way others could.
How could you have 1.28 million people watching your and your pay-per-view's not doing crazy numbers and you couldn't sell out, like, bigger arenas?
That's the thing. The arenas thing is always the bit that fascinates me. Like, the how long it takes them to get out of Orlando.
Do you think if they left, like, now, like, even just for pay-per-views, they could be doing, like, 5,000 to 10,000 seaters?
Like, their first show they run is Bound for Glory 06. So we're a year away from doing their first, like, proper pay-per-view on the road. They test the waters with some house shows in 2006, like actual house shows. They've been doing some house shows with Hermie Sadler's company, but like that does, I think, like 3 to 4. Like it's like there's good reason they couldn't turn these viewers into customers, because they didn't offer anything worth paying for and actively spurned them multiple times. They punished them for anytime people paid money for TNA long term, especially in the Russo eras to come. They were punished and made pay for it. But yeah, it's one of those things where you look at this audience, like, again, this is in a Saturday night 11 p.m. time slot, and they're doing 1.28 million viewers, growing the audience more or less, bar the drop for week 3, but bounced back substantially for week 4. They basically grew substantially from week 1 to week 4. Runaway success, huge, like immediately establishes TNA as like a pretty credible number 2 with a decent sized audience if you go there. It's said if you're Samoa Joe on TV now, you're being seen by multitudes more people than you've ever been seen by before. And there's a great incentive to go to TNA, especially like booking's pretty good these days, bar some Jeff Jarrett incited problems. But it's amazing how like the fate of this company flipped so dramatically from where they were in like May, June, where like they were still buying time on Fox Sports. Pay-per-views were doing okay, but obviously not enough to sustain the entire company. And then here they are on Spike TV doing like runaway success numbers, nearly doubling velocity in the same time slot. And it goes from strength to strength for a decent while.
Yeah, then they fuck it all up.
They do fuck it all up.
The TNA story.
Yeah, it's literally ... and they fuck it all up.
That's the rise and fall of ECW-esque book, the ... and then they fuck it up, the TNA story.
Yeah, huge rating success. And again, running against, because a lot of trends these days, which didn't used to be the trends, but it's just the way TV works now, and that you will start extremely high, and then, like, Dynamite has never been watched by more people than the first episode of Dynamite. I think the same is true of, actually, the same isn't probably true of Rampage, it's probably true of the second episode of Rampage. Collision has yet to get back to the first Collision number, even though it's improved in recent weeks. Like, it's just conventional wisdom now. You'll do your best number week 1, and you won't grow. You'll find a steady state and stay there and fluctuate up and down, but you won't grow. Whereas this show grew immediately. And like the other one is like these days, if you watch a pro wrestling television show, the quarter hours will decline quarter on quarter for the show. That's just the way. If you look at Dynamite quarters, if you look at Raw quarters, maybe not SmackDown quarters, because Roman Reigns is a gigantic TV draw at the moment. So if he's put in the last segment, that segment will go way up.
But he never is, to be fair. He's always in the first, and then they do like the tangential bloodline guys in the final.
But if you look at the Raw quarters and the Dynamite quarters, and even like Collision, they always just they trend downward for the entire show. And like conventional wisdom is like, why are you driving away your viewership over the entire course of a broadcast? What's happening there? But that's just the way it is now. As opposed to back in these days, you would be like, why did you start with a higher number than you finished? What's wrong with the show?
TV was still key.
Yeah, and there was less demands on people's time. It's always my thing when people are like, oh, attention spans are way down. It's like, nope, attention spans are the same. The amount of demands on people's attention spans has dramatically increased.
Yeah, I think like now there's also just a point where people get to a certain part in the night where they're like, I'm done engaging in whatever I'm engaging in. I'm going to go chuck something on demand or watch the show I've been watching. Like there's a switch off point for a lot of people, I feel now.
Just like detach from the various demands on their attention spans and escape into nothing.
Into the thing that they have already designated time to before.
Yeah, it's the comfort.
Also, to back up that theory, that's why like the DVR numbers are crazy for wrestling. It's like like those collision shows, like they always hit over 1 million total once you account the DVR guys.
We all just like to fall back on the things we enjoy, and sometimes get trapped in the things we enjoy and need to break out of that, because it can be a little unhealthy to always fall back on your little comforts and not challenge yourself.
Oh no.
Intervention.
I didn't realize this is what this was.
But I do find myself doing that. Anytime I'm going to rewatch The West Wing or Parks and Rec or Frasier or any of the shows that I know will just be comfort food to me. There is part of me is like, what am I trying to escape right now? And sometimes I'm like, fuck it, I need to escape right now. But other times I'm like, no, I should watch something new. I should actually actively try to challenge myself a little bit.
No.
Because of the war, this being the war between WWE and Spike, Spike has made a major commitment to TNA. The Spike production crew will be filming the TNA tapings, which saves the company on production costs. This means, on occasion, when the Spike crew has committed to other events such as award shows, that tapings in Orlando's may occasionally be moved to Mondays a few times per year. In addition, they are scheduling a 6-hour Ultimate Fighter marathon, including the best episode of the season with the best fight in the history of the show, which is George Gurgle against Jason Von Flew.
That's not real.
Those aren't real people. Basically, they're airing a marathon that has like cutaways to TNA personalities promoting the product, and they're really getting behind TNA.
So at this point, have Spike already taken over filming TNA?
I think from first taping, yeah. So you're like, Spike, white balance your cameras, boys.
Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. I was like, come on, you guys are a professional operation.
Spike TV officials at the UFC event Monday night. This is after the first taping aired. Sorry, this is like the Monday after the first show aired. We're raving about the product and how it delivered. And we're predicting a 1.0 rating. So they actually slightly fell below their enthusiastic predictions. But they were talking about TNA doing a Monday night special when Raw was preempted for the Westminster Dog Show in February.
What the fuck? Why does the Westminster Dog Show kill WWE?
I've never understood it. I assume it's some kind of institution on USA or in America. It doesn't exist anymore. But it was always my favorite thing reading like the Death of WCW book. Where they'd just be like, and the Westminster Dog Show preempted Raw this week, so Nitro did a monster rating.
Yeah, I don't get it.
In a major sign of confidence by Spike TV and TNA, after 3 weeks of solid ratings, Spike TV will be giving TNA a primetime special on November 3rd. That's on a Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The 2-hour broadcast was taped on the taping right after Bound for Glory. So Spike is already like testing the waters with giving them like a better time slot on a better day.
I mean, they see this as a runaway success for what they paid for it, clearly.
Like Spike are like, all in.
Yeah, we're paying like a fifth of what we paid to WWE, and we're doing like good numbers in a bad spot. Like, let's just see how far we can go with it.
Yeah, because I'd imagine they were like, because they wanted to get out of wrestling at first. Then they had a bunch of petty nonsense with WWE that probably opened the door a little bit for TNA, where they're like, out of spite, let's try this. And it's going to cost us very little to nothing, because I believe like the production costs they're covering, so it's not costing them very much at all. And then they're like, yeah, how much can we get out of this? How much of a WWE replacement could this potentially be for us?
They also probably see it as them getting in on the ground floor of something that could grow, their own institution.
One of the reasons they did the special Thursday night episode is because the regular Saturday night episode would have been preempted for a UFC card. So they're like, instead of moving it to 1 a.m., or let's just put them in primetime on Thursday and see how it goes.
Yeah. There's a lot of moving it about and testing new out at this point.
Yeah, and a kind of like, I don't know, ominous sign. Spike TV wants more recognizable names to appear on TNA programming, especially wrestlers from later WCW who didn't jump ship to WWE when WCW was bought out. I wonder who they could be talking about there.
Sting is my guess.
Spike wants Sting, Liam. The members of management who were aware of the direction TNA needs to take in order to be a true alternative with solid wrestling and compelling characters are rolling their eyes at Spike's latest trigger-happy attempt to push TNA into a more sports entertainment niche because they only know wrestling through a WWE mindset. I broadly agree with that sentiment.
Which one?
The idea that Spike are like trigger-happy pushing TNA out of being something that is their own towards something more like WWE with stars from yesteryear.
Yeah, I agree. But I also don't think you should immediately dismiss using people who are talented or over.
My bigger issue is nobody in TNA wrestling can be like, how dare they suggest such a thing?
Oh, yeah, because they've been doing it from day one.
Nobody in this company can be like, how dare you sully the purity of our vision?
Yeah.
With your suggestions of Sting. We would never book Sting.
Ignore for when we booked Sting.
Delete the tape from 2003. Doug Herzog, who runs Spike, sent an internal memo to the company executives that touted Impact's ratings and its potential and used the phrase, "Who misses WWE now?"
Wow, that's very TNT of them. Very Warner Brothers.
It's also been noted, and this has been directly credited to the UFC more than TNA, that the network was up in both men 18 to 49 and overall 18-49 during the week of October 3rd to October 9th. So the first week without WWE, they were actually up in the demo in men and overall.
Eat shit, WWF.
There's a bunch of reviews here that I pulled from PW Torch just because I thought it was interesting to like get the broader perspective of like how did people feel in the moment about that first debut episode. Like one person gives it a 6.5. The best match is AJ and Roddy. The worst match is Monty. Lex love it. You should have put Rhino and Jeff Hardy there, buddy. That squash rocked.
I guess he may not have seen stars.
Like somebody gave it a 10 just because it's like, oh, it's so great to have a wrestling alternative, which is both corny and a little bit true. But it seems people like broadly enjoyed the show at the time. According to TNA President Dixie Carter, the thought of shutting down TNA amidst the monetary losses and unfavorable television deals never crossed her mind.
There has never been a day I felt that, Carter told Between the Ropes Radio. People have been saying we don't have a chance. You lose money when you start a new company. We have had a wonderful business plan in place that we have met or exceeded along the way. Carter confirms reports that Spike TV planned to get out of the wrestling business after working with WWE before taking interest in the TNA product. From the first meeting, they were intrigued by the uniqueness of our product, how innovative it was, how different it was from what they currently had on the air, apparently not. Carter said, they've been believers from the beginning. They're as excited about us being on Spike as we are. Carter views TNA as competition to WWE with an opportunity to bring back the 10 million viewers who stopped watching wrestling over the last 5 years. I hope they grow 2 million fans, and I hope we find the other 8, Carter said. That's what it's all about. Getting back in there and reconnecting with people who maybe got disenchanted with where wrestling was going.
A couple of questions. Let's start at the start. How much do you think she believes that first part?
No, 0. I think there's definitely been a day where she thought about it.
It's like, can we just cut bait on this shit? Or maybe not she thought about it, but certainly her father did. Yes. The second part is one of my least favorite wrestling talking points.
Getting back the 10 million viewers.
Even just like the sentiment of getting back old fans. It's like, it would be nice to do, but you should be more concerned about creating new ones.
Yeah.
Like the hot period in wrestling in the 80s and the hot period of wrestling in the 90s did not happen because they brought back fans from old eras. They happened because they created new fans with a fresh product that appealed to them.
But Garrett, what you're forgetting is that is very hard.
But the other part is harder. That's my thing.
But they think it's easier because they think it's as easy as let's bring in blank or let's reunite blank and a blank.
It just drives me nuts. It drives me crazy that they're always looking back at the old fans instead of being like, every wrestling boom ever. If you study wrestling history, you will see it was by creating new fans. All of them was by creating new fans, not getting the old ones back. You already have the old ones who are sticking around.
It's not an easy thing to do, but wrestling's pretty simple in that if you want to make fans, you gotta make stars. That's really the easiest. It's not the easiest thing, but that is the formula. And for some reason, I think people just ignore that's the formula. It's just, you just gotta have people who are over and you will generate fans.
And usually the people that are over are not the people that were over 10 years ago. And like the best example is Hulk Hogan. Like Hulk Hogan from 1984 could not get over the same way Hulk Hogan tried to in 1994, which is the reason the only way Hulk Hogan could get over in the 90s, at least to the extent that he was in the 80s, was by becoming something completely different. That's why you needed the NWO Hulk Hogan, because the red and yellow say your prayers, eat your vitamins Hogan was cliched and played out by the 90s. You needed something new, even like with the biggest star in the history of the business. He could not just coast on cupping his ear and doing his python poses. He needed something more in the 90s because everyone got sick of him and times had moved on. Like the star is always a star of the time. John Cena was a star of the time. Steve Austin was the star of the time. Like, you cannot just, like, the Bullet Club was a great example. That those were guys who appealed to a certain generation of fans between the ages of 18 and 35. Like, there was a whole new audience. We talked about this on one of our, or I think Rain Takers, when we were talking about the influence of that era of the Bullet Club, when I went to that OTT show that the Elite were on, and you're like, oh, those are new wrestling fans. Those are people who didn't go to shows a lot 5 years ago, who have been drawn in by these new guys. And that's the way it works. Stop pandering to the old fans. They don't come back. They never come back.
And if they do, they come back they'll watch the clip on YouTube.
Yeah.
They're not tuning in the next week. They're not buying the t-shirt. They're not flying out to the big show.
The guy they liked when they were young will do something cool, and as you said, they'll watch the clip.
If they even watch the clip.
If they even watch the clip. They probably won't even do that.
They'll get sent the clip by a friend who still watches wrestling, and they will see that they sent that, and then that'll be the end of the interaction.
And they'll probably say something to the extent of, wrestling is shit now, it was better when I was younger.
And to be fair, they'll be wrong.
And yet they won't think it any less strongly. Yeah. Sean Waltman remained missing for an entire week after no showing the TNA Unbreakable pay-per-view on Sunday, September 11th. He showed up almost exactly 1 week later, to the hour, at his grandparents' house where he often stays in Florida. There is no word on where he was for the full week, or why he didn't contact his friends or family or TNA management. He had a contract offer from TNA waiting for him to sign, which would have made him one of the highest paid people in the company, with plans giving him a big main event push. But obviously that offer was perhaps not on the table anymore after we went missing for a full week. Waltman finally called TNA to apologize and is apparently once again willing to sign a contract. Frank Dickerson offered him a proposal where they would put a significant percentage of his contract money in escrow until he fulfills the contract, which he would forfeit on another no-show. Which sounds exceptionally harsh, but I guess when you go missing for a week, it's kind of understandable why no one would have faith in you anymore.
But, like, listen, I understand that Waltman was gone through, but this idea of, like, I'm gonna no-show right when I'm being offered this giant money contract, and then be like, hey, I'm willing to sign it now. Like, the balls of that person. And Frank Dickerson is a nicer man than me, because Frank Dickerson was like, yeah, but we'll put it in escrow, and then blah, 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 blah. I would have said, fuck off. I'm not giving you shit. Or at best, here's a fucking deal that's worth half the amount of money I just offered you.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not doing shit for you at that point. And, like, okay, if it was the first time, it's the first time, whatever. Like, this is, like, the fourth or fifth time Waltman done this bullshit.
The story PW Horse said that he got an anxiety attack on the way to the arena because he was ashamed of being late for the show, and he couldn't stand the thought of having let everybody down when Spike was there. He had been partying at the weekend and lost track of time. When he realized how late he was going to be, he panicked and went into a funk, cut off all communication, and then disappeared for a week.
Yeah.
Friends say he seems as dedicated now as ever to remaining clean and establishing a track record of reliability since he knows his second chances are running out. Arguably, this was the time they ran out.
Yeah, this seems like this was... It ran out already.
Like, this was the moment. This was the last chance. Like, he does other dates with TNA in 2006 and obviously the little run in 2010. Obviously, he pops up for every DX nostalgia spot now. But, like, in terms of a dude who has any potential of a long-term run with any company in North America, he does stuff in Mexico and AAA, but in North America, this is it. It's over.
Yeah.
Kind of sad.
And, like, the thing is, too, is it's not like... And this is the part of it, too, that I relate to the most, is, like, TNA management being like, no matter how good his intentions are, we just can't... We can't trust it. He could be completely earnest in what he believes, and that he's gonna get it all together and be fine. But how can us, the company that has been burned 5 times, give him that benefit?
Yeah. There was apparently some thought that they'd have to keep him away for a while because, like Jeff Hardy was suspended for missing a pay-per-view, so he should be. But that's it. We'll see him one more time in 06, but that's the end of the Waltman run. And it was that's the thing that's really disappointing. Where it's like, there was the potential of the Shelley stuff that we talked about, and there was, like, a real good string of back-to-back-to-back great pay-per-view matches he's been having. One of the better runs of his career, going back to, like, the 1-2-3 Kid stuff, in terms of, like, consistent runs, in terms of consistent good matches.
He also would have been a main event star on Spike.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, him against Christian. He could do stuff with, like, Sting. That's cool. And you had to think of, like, Paparazzi Productions as a trio with Shelley, Nash, and Waltman. That's also really cool. It's a bummer.
It is a bummer.
Shannon Moore told Between the Ropes Radio that his 90-day no-compete clause expires on November 2nd. In the meantime, he is allowed to work independent shows and international dates, but not national TV shows or pay-per-views. Moore said that he would love to be part of the team in TNA because the locker room atmosphere is much more supportive and everyone looks out for the team rather than the individual. He was backstage at, I believe, Unbreakable. Moore said morale in WWE is low because many wrestlers are not being used to their potential. Although Matt Hardy did not end up in TNA, Moore was optimistic that Hardy might end up working for TNA in the future after his run in WWE. He was correct.
He became the ace of the company for like 3 months.
Delete and whatnot. Dixie Carter showed no hard feelings toward Matt Hardy as she cheerfully told Jeff Hardy backstage at the pay-per-view to say hi to your brother Matt for me.
I hope that like that was interpreted that way, but then like Dixie actually said like, say hi to your brother Matt for me.
Honestly, I think there's a little bit she probably meant it that way.
That does strike me as what is it, like that the Southern thing where you say something nice, like you say something that sounds nice but it's actually a fuck you.
Oh, like being super disingenuous.
Yeah, well, like no, like it's specifically like a thing that you can do with like the Southern accent, where it's like you say something that sounds nice but it's actually super passive aggressive. That was definitely what she did.
Remember that Hardy called Dixie the night before he appeared on Raw to make his return to let her know of his decision. He told Dixie, but hadn't told his brother Jeff or his parents of his decision at that point, which is nice that Dixie was the first person he told.
At least it was the first person that he told.
That's true too. Carney's working all the time. TNA's initial national television deal with WGN to air Impact on Monday nights during the 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. time slot fell through because WGN officials were nervous about getting into the pro wrestling business. The number of times you hear like WGN like floating around wrestling, I think that even like when TNA go off Spike, like WGN is another like hat in the ring, and they never do it.
Yeah, I don't know. It is. It's weird. I guess it's just always a that barrier for them of it being pro wrestling. Even though pro wrestling, even now, is one of the most like successful TV properties you can have.
It's in some ways like the backbone of cable these days.
It's crazy that like all of these like cable channels haven't been like, we need ourselves our own wrestling thing.
When you look at how much it props up USA and the Turner networks, how it's consistently on their respective nights among the most watched, like wrestling is the most watched show at least 3, occasionally 4 nights of the week on cable, at least in the demo.
Yeah. You'd think other cable places would see that and be like, we need one of those.
Yeah, and to go the step further, you like SmackDown is occasionally the number 1 show on network television.
Yeah,
which is
it's pretty impressive.
Mad. Yeah, as you said, you would think all the cable networks would be like, wrestling does numbers and other stuff doesn't.
I wonder if that's just like a holdover from their perception of what wrestling was in the 90s and early 2000s.
And there was always the thing that like wrestling does worse ad dollars per viewer than the average show does, and maybe that's...
But I bet that's changing now too.
Yeah, like viewers are viewers.
Yeah.
Unless they're WWE viewers, in which they're not as smart as AEW viewers.
Or as rich. But like... It's the 90s, right? So it's like, that's when you were getting like Dick Pill and this thing and that thing. And like now I feel like it's Snickers and it's this movie, it's Game of Thrones. It's, you know, like it's a little more high bar, I guess.
Was it Domino's leading straight into Nick Cage with a pizza slicer?
Yeah.
Great. This is from an interview with Dave Sahadi, by the way, with Alan Wojcik. They had no idea what they were getting into when they came into professional wrestling. Plus, there were some issues with regards to the promotion of pay-per-view on a superstation, and TNA obviously couldn't relent on that. Sahadi also said that TNA was unprepared from a production standpoint to compete head-to-head with WWE. From a wrestling perspective, we would have blown the roof off and completely entranced a whole new audience, Sahadi said. Our in-ring action has always been far superior. Our production has not. TNA, it is better than 2005 Raw, to be fair. Though actually, the Dusty Era squash match impacts, maybe not.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why I turned into Elvis when I did that.
Sahadi did say TNA has added cutting-edge production values for the Impact debut on Spike TV. It's better.
Cutting edge?
They have match graphics now.
Cutting edge?
Nobody in the history of wrestling has ever had match graphics until October 1st, 2005.
Alright, I'll believe you.
And then goes on to talk about how Spike TV have a great financial interest in seeing them succeed. And it's also in their interest to succeed on Spike. They're promoting us, producing campaigns, attending meetings, and conducting focus groups. There's a sense of unity and camaraderie with Spike.
Camaraderie.
Don't you bring back cum on this show.
Don't you bring back cum on this show.
Smack the Raw, I want more TNA. The goal of TNA in its early shows on Spike will be to introduce the TNA product more than delivering a knockout wrestling broadcast that throws too much at viewers. The plan, according to David Zahadi, is to cater to mainstream fans rather than the internet fans with the first show. There will be 4 to 5 minute matches. This is everything you hate. Wrestler personality profiles and some surprises.
I hate all that. As an internet fan, you know what I hate? I hate short, fast matches, personality profiles, and surprises. They're my least favorite thing.
Do you think they should have started TNA with Iron Man 3? 2? They should have done a 60-minute Styles Daniels Iron Man for the full hour?
Yes.
So, on the Spike TV Vince McMahon stuff, Vince McMahon came out to open the September 26 Raw, the last Raw on Spike, not realizing he was going head-to-head with the most well-known accepted mainstream star he ever created, The Rock, who was cutting his own brand of introductions on Monday Night Football. McMahon talked about how this was the final episode of Raw on Spike. He noted that 5 years ago, Raw came from USA to the National Network, which then became the National Network, which then became Spike TV, and said over the 5 years, both sides have grown. He thanked Spike for the partnership, and then said next week they were coming home to USA Network. Spike then pulled the sound so that he couldn't say the words USA Network.
That's awesome.
It was well known that Spike had told WWE that they could plug the October 3rd show all they wanted.
But then they said, psych!
Well, like, they were adamant that they couldn't say USA. They're like, they could say next week on Raw, they could say what was on it, and they could even say this was the last show on Spike, but they couldn't say, like, USA Network. Which, to me, sounds pretty reasonable.
I don't know. I think it's petty, but I'm for it, though.
But, like, they're directly competing with you starting next Monday. I'm perfectly fine with them being like, no, you cannot say where you're airing next week, because
all right, Garrett,
that competes with us.
You own a restaurant.
Yes.
Right? Mm. And on the last day of your chef, your main chef working in your restaurant, he's going around to the table and saying, just so you know, next week I'll be starting at this restaurant.
I would kick the dude the fuck out.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea that Spike are the petty ones, for being, like, pretty reasonable for them, like, being, you can plug it, you can say this is the last show on Spike, people can work out where the fuck you're going from there, but you can't say it on air. And then they still went out there and said it. And Spike are the petty ones for cutting the sound? Nah, fuck off.
You know what? That being said, I do think what Vince did was petty, but again, I don't give a shit. I think it's funny. So.
Oh, like, I don't blame Vince for doing it, because he's Vince fucking McMahon.
What are they gonna do? I'm gone next week.
They should have, like, literally put up bars and tone for the 2 hours.
They should have started playing TNA over.
They should have. They literally should have just cut to, like, they're like, hey, send us Unbreakable. We're gonna put that on the air. Sound good?
That would have been so good if, like, they think they're running Raw, but they just play 2 hours of Unbreakable on TV.
Tell Vince to get fucked because you didn't agree to the terms.
Would they legally be allowed to do that?
They'd probably be able to sue, but only for, like, the cost of the last, like, 3 days of the contract.
Like, if they feign some technical problem where they're like, we can't stream anything live, we have to put on something taped.
Oh yeah, if they bullshit it, they might be able to, but, like, it would be
and they're like, oh, don't worry, we'll put Raw on at, like, midnight.
Like, it would be breach of contract, but, like, only for the amount WWE paid for that one TV show.
I would do it. It would honestly might be worth it. With how many people is Raw doing in 2005?
Like 4 million, I think.
Exposing 4 million people to the product that you're about to run?
Which they were doing during the breaks, to be fair. They were doing TNA ads during the breaks.
I might just do it.
You'd be like, well, yeah, I'd be like, keep that in your pocket for if Vince mentions USA.
Yeah, and then do an immediate switch over. Like, have it on a second feed ready to go with, like, AJ and Joe or some shit.
They put up technical difficulty video edits when they attempted to show posters about the move to USA. Then a few minutes later, Jonathan Coachman, who obviously is the voice of Vince in the headsets during Raw, went into a tirade about censorship that was also sound edited. They censored the rant about censorship.
Fucking, I take it all back, it owns, actually.
Before he told fans to go to WWE.com to hear Vince McMahon's unedited promo.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have another point. Mm-hmm. If this can't be classified as breach of contract, like fucking with the live show, you can just show the fucking Unbreakable 3-way. It would be even funnier if they put Raw, like, in the lower third. like it was a reaction video.
Yeah.
And then just played the Unbreakable 2005 match just over it.
It's like, pal, we aired Raw. Look at it. It's right there in the corner of the screen.
You never specified how big the Raw tape had to be.
They were then remembered a strategy that WCW wrestlers used to use on TNT when they wanted to swear, where they would basically swear multiple times in a row. One would get bleeped, and then you'd get the swear through on the back end of the bleep. Mm-hmm. So they're like, USA Network, USA Network, USA Network, to try and get it past the censors.
I thought they were going to start going like, fuck, fuck, fuck.
Eventually, they reach a ceasefire after like an hour and a half, where they're like, fine, you can mention fucking USA. Come on.
That would have been so funny. They really should have fucked with them more and just put TNA on the screen. If you want to get around it, like, in those ad break sections, just start playing full matches.
Just Monty squashes for the entire ad.
Yeah.
I think your advertisers might have an issue with that, but I think it's a
No,
good idea.
put them in the place of where you're going to put the TNA ads anyway.
You can get a Monty squash in there. They're only 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Once the relationship ended with that Raw, they then removed all mention of WWE from the website, put a plug to Impact on the front page, and then the plug stated, Sprite brings you the new wrestling alternative. TNA Impact delivers a distinct brand of high-risk live athletic entertainment. TNA's roster includes some of the most exciting and recognizable stars in wrestling today, such as Jeff Jarrett, Raven, Jeff Hardy, AJ Styles, Abyss, Shawn Waltman, Christopher Daniels, Monty Brown, and others, plus the X Division 6-sided ring, Ultimate X King of the Mountain, 6 sides of steel. So that is like the end of our pretty endless slate of news about Spike. We're not even done the news. That's just the end of the Spike news. Kevin Nash verbally agreed to a 1-year deal to return to TNA beginning on September 27th for the Spike tapings, the first Spike tapings. Nash appeared on posters and signage for Bound for Glory. He challenged Jeff Jarrett to a match on the tapings, setting up the pay-per-view main event. His deal is for 4 pay-per-views and 16 TV tapings for a 20 dates total. That's 1/3 of TNA's schedule, so he'll be a sometimes food in the next year of TNA.
It seems like a good spot for him.
On Wednesday, before the Spike debut, TNA Wrestling announced that the Dudley Boys had signed with TNA. The Dudleys were officially referred to as the tag team formerly known as the Dudley Boys.
I know them as the Deadly Boy.
I love BRD. They signed a multi-year deal with TNA. The Dudleys have been embroiled in a legal battle with WWE over the use of the Dudley Boys name, going back to the fact that, one, they didn't invent it, but they did buy it, and they do own Devon Dudley and Bubba Ray Dudley. So they didn't do a major makeover, as they decided on Team 3D of Bird and Devon.
Bird and Feather.
I was wondering, like, why would you spoil it? But I guess, like, you taped it the couple days before, so you might as well announce it. It's already out there that they debuted.
Yeah.
Austin Aries wrote on his website that he is close to signing with TNA. I can confirm reports that I've received a contract offer from TNA. I'm finalizing some wording in the contract and will officially sign it early next week. Aries wrote, I'm excited about the potential of TNA and I'm glad to be part of it. He will be continuing to work Ring of Honor full-time also.
Neat.
Brock Lesnar is wrestling for New Japan, which has a working relationship with NWA, which is affiliated with TNA. Also just has a working relationship with TNA, based on Jushin Liger.
Also, that means nothing.
Yeah, and like currently it is the period where he has that insane no-compete through 2010.
They really didn't want Lesnar doing shit.
They did not, which is, it's kind of miraculous that through all that, fair enough, they settled it, and I think they either cut it down or got rid of it altogether, because they're like, that is not enforceable, that is ridiculous. But,
Well, when didn't Lesnar name his finisher the Verdict in New Japan?
Oh, because of all that like legal stuff to try and get out of that non-compete? Yeah. So he was debuting in New Japan. He was expected to be at the Tokyo Dome show in January to defend his IWG title, which he did win. But yeah, there's rumblings, and there'll be rumblings for a while, like Brock sniffing around TNA.
For people who are shitting their pants at Lesnar being IWGP champion, it was the fake one, don't worry.
And like Kurt did say at one stage that Lesnar called him and was like, can you get me into TNA? But I'll want Kurt Angle money. And they were like, we're already paying Kurt Angle money. We can't really afford a second Kurt Angle money.
Yeah. You can cut some other guys.
Yeah, just call Daddy. He'll give you some Brock money.
Find a way to get Lesnar.
But this was 07. This like Brock was a prodigy and he was awesome. But he was kind of shit in New Japan.
Oh, it wouldn't have worked out. But you try. It's Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, but like, but it's Brock Lesnar in 2007. I do think, like, I would have tried, because like Brock did Rock in his first run. He was a prodigy, like, legitimately. But like post UFC run Brock is a lot different than pre UFC run.
Because UFC made him a star again.
Thank you. And TNA probably wouldn't have.
No.
A more important potential return. Dixie Carter spoke to Johnny Fairplay this past week about returning. I don't think he ever shows up again, but it's constantly, like, for months a thing that's like, they talked with Johnny Fairplay about potentially returning.
Impact 1000.
This always happens when something new happens. She wants to bring Fairplay back, believing he's a mainstream star. The booking committee always hates it, thinking it's already been proven he means nothing. So the idea she floated to him was host of Explosion and to do a Piper's Pit type segment on the pay-per-view. But obviously that doesn't really turn it.
Johnny Fairplay as Waldman and Alex Shelley's manager would have been the most chaotic timeline.
Yeah, that was a pitch. That was an idea.
That's insane.
A story to keep track of. TNA founder Jerry Jarrett visited WWE headquarters Friday afternoon to meet with Vince McMahon and John Laurinaitis about a potential pro wrestler named Oleg Prudius, better known to people
Vladimir
listening
Kozlov.
as Big Vlad, Vladimir Kozlov, who has competed in Russian fist fighting. I've been friends with the McMahons going back to Vince's father, Jarrett told WWE.com in between meetings with management. So who knows? The only thing I know for sure about life and the wrestling business is that it will be different tomorrow than it is today. It is constantly a kaleidoscope that is subject to change. One telling sign of where Jerry Jarrett stands with the promotion is that Jarrett was scheduled to fly into Orlando last Sunday morning and be backstage at Bound for Glory, but never actually arrived at the show. He said he had a malfunction of his pacemaker and couldn't fly to the show. TNA CEO Frank Dickerson, who is now in his 4th month in TNA, is taking a more hands-on role after feeling out the company.
Hands-on Dickerson?
We have had enough. Come on the show, sir.
Stop. I didn't know that was cum.
Is taking a more hands-on role after feeling out the company to see where members of management stand politically. Dickerson brings a different mindset to promotion, which means he won't serve the interests of the Jarretts, but rather the promotion and probably the Carters. So this, like, Jerry Jarrett started fishing talent to the WWE, and in the process gave an interview to WWE.com.
You're done, man. Get out. Goodbye. No more company for you.
You have to think that when he did this, he had to know that was it, right?
I think he probably saw writing on the wall and decided to make a big Hail Mary attempt to get in the good graces.
So they think this is like, oh, I got a guy who Vince might like. Look at him. He's a big, beefy, frickin' Russian dude who'll beat the shit out of people.
Hey, Vince, maybe you have a job for me. Because I think I'm not going to be at TNA any longer.
Yeah, he has been on the outs at TNA for a while, basically since Dusty lost power. Even though he was an advocate for Dusty losing power, but that was his play, and it didn't go as well as he would have wanted.
Well, if I go into the mind of Vince McMahon for a moment, I think he probably viewed it as weakness and him winning.
Yeah, and like that's the meeting where he's like, "Fuck yeah, I'll take that. That makes TNA look bad."
Yeah, hey, Jerry, want to go out and do an interview with WWE.com while you're here? So I can make you look like an even bigger fucking joke? And then I'm not going to give you a job?
The strain of the relationship between the Jarretts has been a shame.
Yeah.
Just through this whole thing, with all the Vince Russo nonsense, with the Panda stuff, with the stuff in the summer about them potentially trying to leave TNA when he had to drop the title and he didn't want to drop the title because he thought he was going to be forced out if he dropped the title. And now it looks like this is basically the last straw. We'll cover it whenever he's actually fired, I assume sometime in the November month, when they're like, yeah, that you can't do that, Jerry. I'm sorry, you got to go. So we'll talk about that more in November when it is the actual end of the line. But again, this like wrestling coming between families.
Yeah, well, any business really, right?
And that's like, don't go into business with your parents. I've watched too much Succession recently. I think it's a good, even though I hate that show, it's terrible and bad. That's a good lesson to take. Don't go into business with your parents. Jimmy Hart is done with his final appearance being at the Spike debut tapings on September 27th. There's a big energy drink of him right in the middle of the ramp.
Awesome.
But yeah, he wanted to attend Raw for the homecoming show, and they were like, listen, we'll let you do like stuff like the Hall of Fame, but you fucking can't do Raw. Like, come on. And then he's done. Removed his honor talent and manager of the Naturals. He does start doing some like park whipping up duties later in the month again. Like they bring him back to do some of that. But obviously he's not an on-air character anymore. Not that he meant fucking anything to the Naturals anyway.
Yeah, I think he was like actively hurting the Naturals.
Like they do need a manager. Like they have no charisma. That's their problem. But also he's just not a good fit with them.
You know what I would do with the Naturals? I got a pitch.
Go on.
The Naturals go from their 80s Hardys era to their 90s Brood Hardys era, and you put them with James Mitchell.
And you have like a stable with Abyss.
Yeah.
Could they potentially be some kind of disciples?
Of a new church.
An even newer church.
Disciples of the even newer church.
Yeah, that's a stable name right there. But yeah, that's the end of Jimmy Hart until 2010 as well.
Well, you know, at least there's a good thing.
Until he comes back with the Nasty Boys.
Oh, no.
Which, that is a step down from the Natural.
Yeah, you know what? Fair play to the Naturals. You're better than the Nasty Boys.
At least 2, if not all 3 of Daniels, Joe, and Styles were surprised at the 5-star rating for their match at Unbreakable.
Bunch of dorks.
They were like, that? Really? Well, nobody would know that unless they were the 3 guys in the ring, the referee, or whomever was involved in keeping the time. They actually went to the finish several minutes early. They were on the way to the finish when Joe went to the floor, and he was told there was still 10 minutes left in the show. So they had to improvise at that point and go back to their finish later.
That's kind of interesting, at least.
Yeah, if you go back and watch that match, and you'll see the moment Joe goes out to the floor to get the X Division title, that's what they were meant to do. That was meant to be the finish. And then obviously they wrestle for like 10 minutes more because someone's like, hey guys, we actually have 10 minutes left in the show. You gotta keep going.
That must be so much more difficult in a 3-way scenario.
Especially like the kind of 3-way they constructed. Which, like, if you do like a classic 2-in-1 out formula, you can kind of like work that out. But while you're doing like these really intricate 3-way sequences that have all 3 guys involved at all times, it's like, ooh, make it work.
It's really funny that like this is what got their guys their first 5-star.
Yeah, they're like, we had to call that last 10 minutes in the ring and we got 5 stars. Hell yeah! Clearly proof they should call it all in the ring. TNA turned down a proposal for a heel group of monsters that would have included former WWE wrestler Sean O'Hare, Luther Reigns, as well as Predator, better known to people as Sylvester Terkay.
Which monsters would they have been?
They're no Abyss.
Sean O'Hare as the Wolfman, Luther Reigns as the Mummy, Sylvester Terkay as Dracula.
It's called Predator.
No.
Could he not be the Predator?
Well, I guess, but that means Sean O'Hare's the alien.
You can't still be Wolfman? You can't have Wolfman and Predator on the same team?
No, and Luther Reigns is versus.
When AJ Styles recently had a son, his middle name given was Covell, which, not coincidentally, is the real name of Christopher Daniels, Daniel Covell. Daniel's wife, Lisa, on October 21st gave birth to a baby boy, Joshua Allen Covell. Allen is the first name of AJ Styles, so they named their kids after each other.
It's very sweet. That is also maybe one of the most Dave sentences ever written.
Yeah, there's a lot of commas. There's a lot
when
going
AJ
on.
Styles recently had a son, his middle name given was Covell, which, not coincidentally, is the real name of Christopher Daniels.
Too many commas, too many sidetracks. So that's the news.
Yay! Everyone clap for the news.
For context, I don't know what this is going to be edited down to because there's a couple breaks and pauses. We have completed the news in this recording 3 hours, 15 minutes in. The news usually goes like tops an hour 20. Usually like 40, 50 minutes. 3 hours, 15 minutes in, we have completed the news on this recording. That brings us to broad topics, starting with the NWA World Heavyweight Championship match between Jeff Jarrett and Kevin Nash, a match that definitely, absolutely, positively happened.
I think it was actually ended up being like one of the best world title matches in TNA history, right?
I assume, given you, I believe, unironically believe the first Kevin Nash Jeff Jarrett match is one of the best world title matches in TNA history, you're very excited for this.
But in my defense, that's because most of them aren't very good.
So we already talked about the main event angle of the first Impact on Spike, where Nash walked out, made it the challenge for the match at Bound for Glory after power bombing Jeff Jarrett. Then the following week, Larry Zbyszko's in the ring with Mike Tenay. Mike grills Larry about how Jarrett got the title shot in Canada, and Larry's like, don't you worry about it, don't you think about these kind of things, it's fine.
Which is weird for Larry to say. He's normally like, he's not like he's particularly a heel guy, but he's just kind of inept.
But I do at least appreciate the bit of continuity of like, well, how did this man get a title shot in Scott D'Amore's home promotion? What happened there? You in on that conspiracy?
And then he just said, no answer.
He's like, Mike, shut up, we're talking about something else here.
We've moved on.
Larry announces Tito Ortiz will be the special referee for Jeff Jarrett versus Nash at Bound for Glory. Tito comes out and very awkwardly says fans will get Bound for Glory.
It's very good. It flew off the tongue.
I think he's trying to play off the same thing he did for Hard Justice, where he did the line that there will be Hard Justice, but that makes sense.
And this did not.
Yeah, he's just trying to shoehorn the pay-per-view name somehow into his very bad promo, by the way. There was apparently reports that, like, this was even worse than it seemed taped. But taped, it was not very good at all.
No. Which is funny, because, like, Tito can promote a fight. So it's interesting that it's not necessarily a skill set that is translating.
It's the classic can't throw a worked punch thing, isn't it?
Except he can throw a hell of a worked punch.
Yeah, but he can throw the worked punch, but he can't, like, speak extemporaneously about an upcoming match without it sounding painfully scripted. Or maybe they did make the mistake of actually scripting him. It's like, here's your 4 lines. Or maybe he was just nervous and wrote a bunch of shit down he wanted to say, but he sounded like a robot. He sounded like he could barely get words out, and then got some words out. But he has rules, 2 of them. You respect him as a referee, and if you lay a finger on him, he will break yours.
Which is a lot nicer than what Kevin Nash said he'd do.
Jarrett's music hits, and Don is just like, oh no.
Just pure depression. Don feels the same way I feel, at least.
We're in week 2 on Spike, and Don is already just like, fucking this guy again. And Jarrett does a promo where it's the same thing all the time. I'll send you back to Hollywood. It's not going to be the longest yard. It's going to be the longest night of your career. Then Nash comes out and brawls with Jarrett. And Tito picks Nash off with a choke, chokes Nash out, and just leaves him laying on the mat choked out.
Yeah, kills him.
It was so weird. And then he just kind of pushes Jarrett away. But it's like, why did you have him choke out the baby face?
I guess to set up the... Is Tito Ortiz on planet Jarrett?
Yeah, the planet's not out of axis. It's in the correct orbit. Or maybe you knocked it into the axis of planet Ortiz.
Huntington Beach is on planet Jarrett.
So the main event of this episode, the tag team dream match, Team 3D versus America's Most Wanted. Mike Tenay talks about how he received hundreds of emails about this match.
I wish he followed up with, I didn't read a single one of them.
I just read the description. They all said AMW good, fire Team 3D.
Which is weird because Team 3D, and like, people are into them.
Yeah, it's that impact zone. They're very easily led.
And they're all from jamesstorm@gmail.com.
I just love the idea of him being like, look at all these emails in my inbox about people being... How do so many people have Mike Tenay's email?
Yeah, is Mike Tenay giving away his email on the air? Come on.
Was it just like mtenay@tnawrestling.com?
People are just guessing.
Mike@tnawrestling.com?
So, the idea that there's like 100 people sending in emails about this match specifically implies that there's like at least 5,000 people who have guessed Mike Tenay's email address.
Oh, he did do a column for the website. Maybe it was in that, because he did an Ask the Professor column. So maybe he did put an email in that.
Dear Mike, here my question for you is, AMW versus Team 3D. I'm very excited. Thanks.
Like, they talk for the whole match about how this is the match between the 2 best teams in the world. And again, the Naturals are there. They're the NWA World Tag Team.
Who cares?
I think that's everyone's attitude at the moment. It's like, well, the Naturals are champions for now. It's fun to watch Devon and Bubba work the 6-sided ring for the first time here. And there's a couple instances where Devon in particular, I think, is like, where do I whip a guy?
Yeah, there's a lot of that go for an Irish whip, push him back on the ropes and then go for the Irish whip in this.
And I was like, there's like 4 ways you can whip a guy. Just don't whip him to the 2 ropes that you can't in a tag team match.
Yeah, well, you gotta learn. It's fun seeing guys learn the ring.
Yeah, and I see what comes pretty quick. But yeah, it is one of those things where it's like you can actively see Devon being like, ooh, corners. And I guess after like years and years of having muscle memory of just like whip somebody in a direction, then you're like, oh,
and
no,
not even thinking about it anymore.
Yeah, it's like angles. 3D go for the 3D, but we get the debut of Gail Kim.
Oh, yeah. Damn, I forgot. I was because I watched all these shows at the same time, I was like, Gail's been here forever. But no, yeah, Gail Kim's here.
Yeah, Gail comes out, low blows Brother Ray. Jarrett then hits Devon with the belt. Belt shot and death sentence to Bubba. Death sentence to Devon too. Both guys are bleeding like hell. Guitar shot to Bubba as Planet Jarrett and Gail Kim stand tall. And Team 3D have been decimated. They've been laid out. They've been destroyed by Jarrett and AMW as the heels get their big moment over the new plucky baby faces who can't work the next TV taping because they're working All Japan. So they need to be written out for a little bit.
I like that it took literally 3 minutes for Gail Kim to be under the threat of physical violence from a man. Like, that's the stage that pro wrestling is at.
Yep.
I guess you could say that AMW and Planet Jarrett murdered Team 3D.
Killed them, caused them to be taken to a morgue, which is All Japan, I guess. The morgue that is All Japan Pro Wrestling, and yeah, they were buried there in somewhere Corrigan or something. And thus, I believe, Liam, after that demolition, after that destruction, you can only do a funeral.
Okay, so this is the best segment in TNA history. It's so funny, it's so good, and even in the broader context beyond itself being just a funny segment, I cannot believe how many people's next 10 years of their career personalities were formed in this one segment.
Yeah, this is particularly, we're talking about the Team 3D funeral in case you didn't get the subtle setup for that. So on the next episode of Impact, they go to a funeral home and they hold a funeral for Team 3D, which is one of the more famous segments of this era. And as you said, it's especially James Storm, but you get a lot of EY in this as well. But this is the coming out moment for James Storm in particular, where he has gone from a guy who's he's never been a bad promo. It's not the case that James Storm has been dog shit until now, but he's just been a real generic white meat babyface promo. It's oh, I'm going to get revenge. I'm going to kick your ass because I'm a cowboy.
Sorry about your damn luck.
That's been all of his promos. He's a better promo than Harris. He always has been, but he's never had an interesting personality.
And now he's developing goofball, heel, cocky, piece of shit drunk.
Which is the best personality.
In a fictional environment, yes.
I feel like if you're a wrestler who either does not have a notable character or has been an actively bad promo, I feel like if you just make somebody a goofball heel for a year or two, they'll just find their groove and find their charisma that way.
Well, because you're taking them so far out of their comfort zone that they're forced to develop personality, and then when they don't have to be so up to 11, they can sort of just settle at a 7 or an 8 and then be a regular sort of pro wrestler.
Because that's kind of what happened with AJ too. We were talking earlier about he's made a goof for a while. But AJ, terrible promo in this era. Anytime he has to talk, it's dog shit. And then he does all the Christian's Coalition stuff, and he learns from Christian, and he develops a little bit of personality, and he gets a little silly, and he kind of finally comes out of his shell. And it's not then he emerges as the best promo of all time. But he does emerge as a man who can cut a promo.
Oh, because once you make an ass of yourself, you don't really care about how you're perceived anymore. So if you're doing comedy shtick where you're meant to be the butt of the joke, you feel a lot more confident when you have to cut your rah-rah babyface promo a couple years later. So
the premise of this segment, they just went to a funeral home, basically, and did a bunch of shtick. So they destroyed Team 3D, they left them in a bloody mess, so they're holding a funeral for them. James Mitchell is overseeing proceedings, because obviously he is the Sinister Minister.
Of course.
Mitchell ran down Team 3D for jumping into TNA while the getting was good, as opposed to being one of the originals, all the boys in the room who are TNA through and through.
Hilarious considering Gail Kim is right in front of him.
Gail Kim, who debuted after Team 3D somehow. But when they were panning in as well, there was the guest book in the front with Kevin Dunn, Vince and Linda, Paul and Stephanie in the guest book for a little Easter egg for the fans. James Storm desperately needs the piss. They do a gag where they put Team 3D's shirt on the coffin out of respect, but then they put a discounted twice little banner next to it. James Storm says the tremendous line, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If it wasn't for America's Most Wanted, Team 3D might still be with us.
Which is, very profound.
They offer Abyss tissues. He crushes the tissue box and EY nearly jumps out of the pew.
which is like great. And it's the first time we see EY with like the scaredy cat gimmick.
Yeah, he's paranoid. He's afraid. He thinks everybody's
The
out to get him.
whole funeral, he's like looking over his shoulders too.
So EY has found his personality. AMW finally explained why they joined. They say it was for the money, and then everyone, including Bobby Roode in the pews, shouts "Money!
Money.
I was like, it's the beer money thing. And then they did it for power, and then everyone in the pews shouts
Beer.
And so they can show Team 3D they can't take their spot. Another tremendous line. Storm is listening to the casket, and he's like, I hear dead people. And Bubba says, Devon, get the... And Jared cuts him off. It's like, their careers are already dead. They don't need another lawsuit.
It's a great joke, and Storm sells it so well.
Yeah, and they'll reconvene after Bound for Glory for Nash's funeral because they plan to kill him too. And as they're walking away, Storm, who previously needed the piss, starts to piss in the coffin before Harris drags him away.
At the behest of Jeff Jarrett.
It is just the perfect, goofy, silly, we rolled a camera and saw what happened in a funeral home with a bunch of goofballs, TNA comedy kind of segment. It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's clear they didn't really write anything, they just had some ideas, they went in there, they shot it, and it turned out magic.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that like film students would shoot, but it's funny. So, hey, good work.
Yeah, there's we talk about TNA comedy, and there are like there's something to it being like deliberately ramshackle.
It needs to feel like found footage.
Yeah, it's like the Kevin Nash stuff. It's like if there was a pre-produced promo, it would suck. But it's Kevin Nash in a hotel room and a whiteboard. It's like that's like the low budgetness of it. The kind of we just stuck a camera on these guys-ness of it is what makes it good. It's like it feels improvisational. It doesn't.
Well, especially because like those ones are meant to like parody shoot interviews too. Because so it's meant to look like literally a one camera setup in a shitty hotel room.
It feels organic. It doesn't feel like a now for our scripted comedy, which I think so much of wrestling comedy feels like. Because like WWE comedy is like Vince McMahon's slapstick pie in the face. And what's AEW comedy? It's
TNA comedy with like budget
and worse. And then TNA comedy, yeah, it's improvisational. It's goofy. That's TNA comedy
at its core.
My favorite part of reading The Observer about this was there's like, he recaps it like he recaps BTE.
Okay.
Where it's like, he's just like, oh, one bit after another. And usually these are the kind of things I'd hate, but it was really funny and all the gags were funny.
Yeah, I get you.
Oh, but yeah, one of the best bits is they come back from it afterwards and Mike Tenay is like raging. It's like, I cannot believe that kind of disrespect. And the crowd are chanting, that was awesome in the background at the vignette.
And me and you were chanting that was awesome while he's saying it.
Dave was told that Eric Young and AMW in particular, and maybe James Storm more than anybody, will get over strong from this. And internally people are thinking the segment will put some people on the map, which they were right. It did. So the amazing thing, according to Dave, is that the entire vignette was shot at a cost of less than $1,000. It was just done with JB's camera, no lighting, no sound guy, a one camera shoot, and edited by Borash and Jesse Ward of Tough Enough fame.
Nice.
So the classic, we spent no money on it. We basically just brought a camera to a funeral home. They let us film there and we filmed there.
We gave him $200.
On the Go Home show, franchise has Jarrett, Monty, Abyss, and Mitchell, because the main event of the Go Home show is Jarrett, Monty, and Abyss versus Styles, Hardy, and Lance Hoyt. Franchise looks to start with Jarrett, but Monty grabs the mic. Monty doesn't want to hunt with Jarrett, but against him. I was like, should have used hunt him rather than be hunted. There's something.
I think that's what he meant. I think he just fucked it up.
When he said, I want to hunt against you, I was like, it's not a good turn of phrase there, Monty. Monty wants his title shot. He's never got his title shot, and Jarrett suggests Monty plays his cards right, but Monty just plans to go all in sooner or later.
Whoa, Monty Brown confirmed for All In.
I was watching a bunch of 2009 TNA where Sting says, I'm all in, like 15 times. I was like, oh, foreshadowing.
What did he know?
So the main event of that episode, Jarrett, Monty, and Abyss versus AJ Styles, Lance Hoyt, and Jeff Hardy. As Monty's making his entrance, they play the football B-roll again, so they're getting their value for money there.
Fair enough.
My favorite thing about every Jeff Hardy entrance is his music hits, and there's like the low male chorus of boos, followed by the high-pitched women cheering.
The John Cena effect.
Yeah, it's like boo every time. And the boos always come in first before the cheers get there.
It's really fun. I've always loved like people who are that polarizing.
So this show airs the day before Bound for Glory, and Abyss and Hardy will be in Monsters Ball. And this is the main event of this episode that airs at 11 p.m. So, in theory, the second that these guys get to the back, they're going to be dragged into their dark rooms without food. I hope they at least give them like a water so they're rehydrated after they wrestled.
They don't get water.
But before they go in.
Nope, that's a specific rule, is that they don't get water.
Yeah, when they're in there. But in like the minute while they're dragging them to the dark room, just let them hydrate a little bit.
Nope.
Have you ever seen Abyss? No man has ever needed hydration more.
That's his plan. He got his shirt really wet so we could wring it out while he was locked in the room.
He can drip it into his mouth while he's stuck there. Jeff can lick his face paint. It's actually edible face paint.
Disgusting.
I love this match, by the way. I thought this was a real good, real fun TV main event where AJ looked like an absolute $1,000,000. Like AJ was running wild. He hit the dropkick. He hit the Pele over his shoulder while Jarrett was coming at him. Like he dropkicked, I think, Monty, and he did his big like pose because he hit a dropkick. And then just seamlessly, as Jarrett stepped behind him, he just nailed him with the Pele. Dives and tornado DDTs, and there was a ton going on. And the cool babyface team of Lance Hoyt, AJ Styles, Jeff Hardy. It's everything you'd want from the classic let's throw a bunch of people who are in opposite pay-per-view matches against each other in a 6-man tag in the go-home show.
Your favorite.
It is one of my favorites. It is a timeless classic. It works every time. Styles went for the spiral tap, but Daniels ran out, grabbed Styles' leg. There's a bunch of other stuff, like they announced a tag title rematch that we'll get to a second, and there's some Cassidy Riley stuff that we'll get to when we get to Raven. But for the most part, this is just your classic go-home show. Jarrett was about to stroke Styles, but Monty pounced. You can't put stroked and pounced together. God damn the finisher names in this company.
It's too horny.
Jarrett was going to stroke the phenomenal AJ Styles, but Monty stole the stroke and pounced the phenomenal AJ Styles instead and pinned him.
It's a lot.
Everybody brawls, we go off the air, Nash strolls out, stares down Jarrett.
I liked the finish. I liked Monty just not giving a fuck.
And like pouncing him out of the stroke, which was fun. God damn it. So, you might be thinking, hey, wait a minute. I'm looking at that Bound for Glory card, and I don't see a Kevin Nash match.
I say you should have done your research before this. Well, how did you not know this?
So, they did an angle on the pre-show where they explained that Kevin Nash is out of the main event. Raven demanded to be put into it. Then Rhino comes out. It's like, you're a little bitch these days. Has some girl caused you to go soft?
That's fucking rude.
And Raven is like, what the hell, man?
We're friends.
But Kevin Nash is taken out. Kevin Nash was taken to a local hospital in Orlando, Florida on Saturday, one day before Bound for Glory, as a precautionary measure. According to one source of management who was in Orlando for Bound for Glory Fan Fest at the time Nash was taken to the hospital, Nash was experiencing cardiac problems, mild cardiac problems, it must be stated. Nash called 911 from his hotel room and accompanied to the hospital by Terry Taylor. Nash was not medically cleared to wrestle at Bound for Glory. Nash underwent a battery of tests, all of which came back negative regarding it being a heart attack, and then a contingency plan was put in place for Rhino to win the NWA title to continue tradition of having a babyface title win when another previously scheduled babyface challenger is unable to wrestle.
Is that the reason?
Well, it's the idea. It's like we had to not deliver the main event, so as a make good, we'll give you a title change, so no one will give out.
I hope that was like a rule. Like they had to do it. If you replace the babyface challenger with a new one, you have to have them win every time.
Yeah, every single time. I think every time that does happen. Like in 2018, when Alberto El Patron missed Redemption, they strapped up Pentagon. Maybe it does happen every time.
My God, if only there was someone who knew way too much about TNA who could work this out.
It's one of those things that makes a certain amount of intuitive sense, as I said, where it's like you're not delivering the match you promised. So like in order to make up for the match, the fact that you're not delivering the match you promised, people get a title change, so they'll leave happy no matter what. But yeah, Nash wasn't winning, which again, not to cast aspersions about big sexy Kevin Nash. You would never. No, he's a lovely man who will do a bunch of great TNA comedy come like May next year. But were he going over in this match, would he have missed this pay-per-view? I don't know. There's no way of knowing.
It's impossible to say.
It is impossible to say. Anyway. So there's a show running story where like again, the most difficult thing anybody in the world in this company has to do is just make a match. Like, Franchise is harassing Larry Zbyszko about what's going to happen, and Larry is like, he cannot understand. And it is set up as like, where Franchise is like, oh, it could be Raven, it could be Rhino, it could be Sabu, it could be Hardy, it could be AJ, it could be all these guys, Abyss, Monty Brown, and Larry's like, I know it could be many guys. The Franchise.
Stop telling me all the names I've been looking at all day.
Harkening back to the fact that Vince Russo could not pick between Chris Harris and AJ Styles to save his life.
Yeah, it's a theme. Everyone in charge in TNA hates actually booking the matches.
Yeah, because they know everyone's going to moan at them. Like, Rhino's going to be in Larry's office the second he doesn't get his title shot.
Mm-hmm. Jeff will be happy and then complain about everything immediately afterwards.
Jarrett or Hardy?
Jarrett.
Both?
Yes. Yeah.
Hardy will just drop randomly from the rafters to confront Larry Zbyszko. Abyss will do his pose in Larry's face and get him wet.
The TNA roster is just like Larry Zbyszko's rogue gallery.
Yeah, the lights will go out in Larry's office and Sabu will be there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he gets around. Monty pounces through a wall like the Shockmaster.
We don't have to do this for everyone. We can move on.
So eventually, the Franchise goes back to Larry, and Larry's like, all right, we'll have a 10-man number one contenders match. Jarrett, who previously earlier in the show was like, gimme anybody, is furious at the idea of having to wrestle the winner of a gauntlet match, who also wrestled earlier that night. So he's wrestling a guy who's already wrestled twice, and he's angry about it.
Which is like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the idea is that he's meant to be like this bitch heel champion, but you know, it could just be that he doesn't deliver it well.
Mm.
And that was someone with more self-awareness could deliver it stronger.
This was, I think like maybe the idea is like he's mad that he doesn't know who the opponent is going to be.
No, but it doesn't make any sense with him earlier being like, I'll take on anyone.
And it's like the heel bravado, but then you give him what he wants and he gives out kind of thing. But again, he should be happy that he's wrestling a guy who will have wrestled twice.
He should also have someone who calls him out on his bullshit. You need the straight man to be like, but earlier today you said you'd take on anyone, and then he just blows him off or whatever. But you need to have that acknowledgement, the connective tissue.
This is why you need Mike Tenay there. He would say such a thing. He would rile up Jeff Jarrett.
Franchise bitched out.
Or Scott Hudson. I miss Scott. I like Franchise.
Oh, Goldie.
Ooh, Franchise. So, 10-man number one contenders gauntlet match. A bunch of people who had already wrestled and Kip James for some reason were all in this match. Joe and Killings start. Killings mocked Joe's dance, so Joe beat the hell out of him. Sabu next. Chuck's chairs. Hoyt next. And the crowd were really into Joe here, just interacting with all the heavyweight people. I think that was like Abyss comes out and he has a stare down with Joe, and the crowd kind of go apeshit over it.
Yeah, because, well, that's a cool match, right? Like, that's something that we haven't seen, something we won't really see. But, you know, the idea of Abyss and Joe is kind of... I'm nodding. I'm just nodding to approve my general feelings about the idea of Abyss versus Joe. Yeah,
and they just start throwing, like, big slaps and chops at each other like two beasts, and it's like, oh, that would be a cool match at this stage.
Well, don't get your hopes up.
And they have, like, not exiled, but, like, quarantined Joe over in the X Division the whole time since his debut. Like, this is the first time he interacts with nearly all of these heavyweight guys. So there's, like, a fun novelty to see him in there with even, like, a Lance Hoyt.
God, this match got so boring.
Yeah, so Hardy comes out, Monty pounces Sabu, but Monty kind of drags Hardy over the ropes doing like a power slam, but Monty kind of throws himself, like Monty comes out.
It looks like shit.
Like Monty comes out, his music hits, everyone's very excited, it's Monty Brown. He hits his pants on Sabu, and then power slams Hardy over the ropes, himself going with him, and Monty is like eliminated within 30 seconds of coming out. I'm like, what the fuck?
And the crowd's pissed.
They're pissed because like Monty is probably the guy they thought that was winning this match. Speaking of, Rhino's out next. Rhino eliminates Hoyt. Sabu gets eliminated during Kip James' entrance. My favorite part of this match is AJ Styles comes out and he is just off the back of wrestling in a 30-minute Iron Man match against Daniels, and he walks out like he is dead.
Mm-hmm.
He walks out like he has been obliterated in the hardest match of his life. He is like an extra literally in The Walking Dead doing the zombie walk, and he is just devastated, but he's like, oh, it's a world title shot, I gotta go out there, I guess.
Yeah, like the physical selling of it is really well done.
Yeah, like he's limping, he's walking slowly, like
he looks like he has been murdered.
Yeah, so good. So good. And then, as you said, the match was moving on along at a nice little clip until this, like everyone was doing moves. Joe was out there. It was kind of fun. Sabu was chucking chairs at people. Everyone was having a good time. Then once AJ, who was the 10th man, came out, the match just kind of stopped.
Me and you had a breakdown because we're like, why is no one doing anything?
Because usually when all the guys come out, that's when you start ramping things up and going toward your finish. And here, all the guys came out and a bunch of them were left and they just stood around for like 2 whole minutes.
Yeah. It makes no sense.
So Kip saved Killings from elimination, more or less. The idea was like he pushed Killings away so Killings wouldn't be eliminated, but he fell off the apron in the process. Didn't look great, but that was the idea. Truth was then immediately eliminated, which is like, oh great, okay.
Good for him.
Styles and Joe start fighting, but Abyss chucked them both over, but then turned into a gore from Rhino, thrown out. Rhino is your number 1 contender.
I mean, good. I'm glad. I just... not exactly the coolest way for him to get into this position.
Ideally, it would be at the end of an actual story.
Yeah. That's too much to ask in this company, to be fair.
That's true. Main event, Rhino versus Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Championship with Tito Ortiz at special referee.
So funny that Ortiz is still in this.
Yeah.
The whole, Nash thing's gone.
And Tito's just hanging around being like, I guess I'm enforcing this now. Okay.
He's like, I have no problem with Rhino. I hated Nash, that's why I choked him out.
Jarrett has security bring out a casket, which greatly tickled you.
Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck?
Because they fill the arena with a bunch of smoke. They turn on the fog machine, and then there's just one security dude walks out ahead of the casket.
Yeah, it wasn't the casket itself. It was the fact that this one dude just fucking walked out, and it looked like he was making his entrance.
Because Jarrett did the dramatic turn back toward and bring him out, and the one guy walked out. He was like, who's that?
I was like, oh my god, it's some guy.
But then they brought out a casket because they promised to bury Nash. This is not a casket match. Tito Ortiz was ejecting Gale, which allowed Jarrett to hit Rhino right in the fucking goddamn face with a guitar.
Yeah, it was sick.
Because it was mid-Rhino gore with Rhino's head down, and Jarrett just swung for the fences right at that man's head.
It was one of those little perfect combination moments.
Rhino kicked out. Rhino then hit the gore, won the title. He's the new NWA World Champion. He briefly celebrated before Planet Jarrett attacked Rhino.
He briefly looked cool.
He was like, look at me, I'm world Oh no, everyone's there jumping him. They hit him with a guitar, they put him in a casket, they posed on the casket, they're all very happy.
They beat the brakes off this boy.
Yeah, it's his big moment, his big NWA World title win, and they beat the shit out of him and put him in a casket.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, Team 3D return, they clear house. Also, Team 3D return far too late here. He's already, in a casket, they're doing their pose. Then Team 3D come out, it's like, what were you guys waiting for?
They were like, he still has a chance of doing this by himself. We don't want to take this moment from him. And then they're like, he's fucked.
They're like, how cool would it be if he gored, all 7 of these guys?
They were just really rooting for Rhino backstage, and they're like, oh no, we gotta go out. He's not doing it.
So Eric Young is posing on the coffin as Trill K and Team 3D run everybody off. They free Rhino, they 3D EY, they put him in the casket as the show goes off the air.
Rhino doesn't even get to murder him.
No.
He hands him off to fucking Team 3D. The new world champion is like, yeah, here you go, you guys do it.
He does get to stand on the casket and pose.
Yeah, but he could have Rhino driven him into it.
Through it?
On top of it or something, yeah.
Yeah, break through the doors of the casket with a Rhino driver.
That'd be sick.
Or gore him down the entrance tunnel while he's in the casket.
I mean, listen, say what you want. You can't deny that wouldn't be sick.
It would be sicker than having Team 3D make the save.
Yeah, man.
The original plan was for Jarrett to beat Nash when Raven would interfere, turn heel, cost Nash the match, plus special ref Tito Ortiz would also go heel.
Wow, this company sucks.
Where he's most natural, as it was widely agreed, Dusty Rhodes made a mistake bringing him in as a babyface. That would then lead to babyface Nash versus heel Raven.
This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. This is so bad. TNA's better when that shit doesn't work because their first ideas are always fucking terrible.
So with that being thrown out, as I said, they decided to go for the world title change as the make good for the not delivering the main event. Not delivering that finish. The make good was babyface Rhino wins the belt clean.
a decent finish.
Babyface hits Gore, pins Jeff Jarrett.
Fucking dumb.
So that's the world title match for the month, as Rhino is your new NWA World Champion. Are you at least happy to see Rhino for a champion, as long as he will be champion?
Yeah, but I don't remember anything about it.
That's because it lasts 2 weeks. But listen, nope, can't say anything. It's bad.
At least it happened.
That honestly, that is that is the actual silver lining. At least it happened. It's nice that we'll have a very brief reprieve from Jeff Jarrett being NWA World Champion.
Monty never got it.
Yeah. Why not do Monty here? I don't know.
It's fuck you, that's why.
Yeah. So on the topic of Monty, he has a little program going into Bound for Glory as well. He has a squash match on the first episode of Impact, and then he begins pivoting to a match against Lance Hoyt.
What a big show for him. With this Lance Hoyt feud.
You cannot deny the magnetic force that is Hoytomania.
I can.
So, October 15th Impact, he has another squash, perhaps an even better one against Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts.
Well, yeah, this one kind of rocked.
The start of this match, I absolutely adore.
Where they start diving and he catches him.
Yeah, he's just like, they try to get the jump on him. He launches himself over the ropes off the back of Jarrell Clark, and Monty just catches him and kills him.
Monty's like beating the shit out of him. It rules.
Yeah. Pounce to Clark, alpha bomb to Bats. Monty pins both, grabs the mic, welcomes us to the Serengeti, says nobody will stop him, which brings out Lance Hoyt, as these two have already been booked in a match at Bound for Glory. Monty backs off and Hoyt does a quick promo. I just, like, there is very few wrestlers who they could do as many squash matches on TV as they do with Monty Brown in his entire time in this company, and I will enjoy them every time, because he just hits his, like, 3 high-impact moves, and they are the best.
Yeah. And I think what helps it is like it's a dude who has a very clear understanding of what his character is, and he's got the like he's like dripping charisma too. So it's like when he goes out and kills someone, you're just like fuck yeah, kill them.
And when you consider like his whole act is like short bursts of cool awesomeness, like you drop that into like a 90-second squash against 2 guys who can bump for him, which is pretty much every squash he ever does, and you're like, yeah, he's the best wrestler in the world.
Smart booking of someone.
Yeah, they know when to expose him and when to put him in like longer matches with the right guys, and like his longer matches are usually 8 to 12 minutes tops, unless it's a title match against Jarrett. Like the Hoyt match I think is like 10, maybe even a little shorter. Like they know like this guy can't go 20, he shouldn't go 20, so he should go 90 seconds or 8 minutes. And that's all you need. It's the Bill Goldberg thing, or like to like do a more contemporary example, Wardlow. Like Wardlow doing long matches drove me nuts because the idea is like, oh, we'll show a different layer of Wardlow. It's like, fuck off. He's Wardlow. He does power bombs. He's big and he's cool. He doesn't need depth. People like that. That's all you need. Protect him. Book around it. They won't get sick of it because big guy that does power bombs is always cool. Then we had on the Go Home show, they had the 6-man tag main event as well that we've already talked about, which leads us to Lance Hoyt versus Monty Brown on Bound for Glory. Before the match, Franchise has Jarrett and Gale where they're doing the promo where he's like, give me anybody. But Monty walks in and demands Jarrett also says, screw Monty, because he's like, screw Raven, screw Abyss, screw AJ. And Monty's like, say screw Monty. Say it. Then he sniffs the fear on Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff Jarrett's like, I'll never say that, Monty.
We are buddies and we're pals. I would never say screw Monty. And as I said, Monty literally sniffs the fear. He smells the man. And he's like, I can...
I love how much Gail hates Monty Brown.
She makes so many faces at everything Monty does.
She also hasn't said a word.
Which I think is like the reasonable reaction to Monty, to be fair.
But like, I mean, like in any of these, like she's been in like 15 backstage promos and she hasn't said a single thing.
Well, when Jackie Gaeta comes in, she starts shouting at Jackie. So she says words in like 6 months.
Sweet.
It's a big storytelling build to Gail finally getting to speak.
Finally being allowed.
So Monty beats Hoyt. It's exactly what you think it is. It's 2 guys throwing bombs, doing moonsaults, doing big boots, doing alpha bombs, compacted into like a nice little tidy 8-minute match. I enjoyed this for what it was.
It was pretty good. Little mid-card pay-per-view affair.
Yeah, 2 big guys throwing meat, whatever that Big E quote is.
Slapping meat.
2 big guys throwing meat. That's what he said, right?
Wasn't it 2 big meaty guys slapping tits?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think he got it.
Cool.
I think you nailed it. These two are best of buddies as well these days. I wonder if this is the match where they became best of buddies.
I like to think so.
They bonded over this 3.25 star Bound for Glory match. 3.5? How generous was I for this?
3.5.
Yeah, I was in a good mood. Look at these boys hitting each other. You've soured on Hoyt though, have you?
Yeah, he's shown no sign of improvement. So I'm just kind of bored of him.
Well, I think bookers are at this stage as well, because this is kind of like the end of Hoytomania. Not that they really committed to Hoytomania at all.
Which I think is the problem.
Yeah, they were like, let's dip our toe in the idea of the singles run. We'll give him like the singles Bobby Roode match. We'll give him a singles Abyss match. And we'll give him a singles Monty match. But what's the common denominator between those three matches, Liam?
Taking them L's.
Yes, he lost all of them. He probably, he should have beaten, you can understand him losing to Monty and Abyss, but he really should have beaten Roode.
Because that was like right when things were popping off too.
And Roode is honestly below Hoyt's station. Monty and Abyss are at least upper mid-card occasional main event guys. Whereas Roode is lower mid-card tag team guy. He's below Hoyt on the pecking order.
Yeah.
But Monty pins Hoyt with the pounce. Period. And then the final, major heavyweight stuff. I guess we'll do Raven now, because most of it isn't just shouting and being dragged out of the building.
Yeah, there's no wrestling in it.
Raven does not have any matches. All he does is show up to TV every week, and then Larry Zbyszko shouts at him. He's like, "What are you doing here? I hate you. Get out."
Speaking of getting paid to do shit all.
So they aired the footage of Controversy in Canada on the first show of the month. They also aired when he tries to break into the Impact Zone and Larry gets rid of him. Then the next Impact opens with Raven once again trying to show up. Security eject him.
I love how, upset he is every time.
And it's funny that Larry is the guy he blames, which again makes a degree of sense. Larry is part of the TNA Championship Committee, so Raven's like, how the fuck did he get that title match in that place? How did that happen, Larry?
It's very suspicious that Larry just has never explained it.
And when actively asked about it, he's like, "But Mike, come on, we have other business to attend to. Come on.
You're dodging the question. So Raven's in the right.
October 15th Impact, same thing. Raven tries to jump Larry in backstage before he's dragged out by security. He's raging about being screwed out of both the title and the Bound for Glory title match. And Larry ejects him because he's mad that Nash is getting the rematch as well. So not only was he screwed, he's not getting his rematch either.
Again, completely valid complaints.
And during the 6-man tag team main event of the Go Home show, Cassidy Riley comes out the announce desk, and Mike Tenay is always like he always is whenever Cassidy Riley does anything. He's like, "What the fuck's Cassidy Riley doing here?"
Who's allowing him to do anything?
But he comes out and he announces that Raven will be at Bound for Glory, and he was on the pre-show where Rhino called him a bitch.
Perfect.
And that's all he did, because he was meant to interfere in the main event, and that got scrapped when Nash had his heart troubles.
You could have just, gone to Raven Rhino. That would have been cool.
Or again, just do Jarrett and Raven.
But then Jarrett has to put over Raven, which he is not willing to do.
Which is ultimately the problem. I will never understand why they didn't go back to Jarrett and Raven. Well, I will. I kind of do. It's Jarrett having an ego, mostly, and them not liking each other. But, man, that was your biggest match. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then the other major heavyweight stuff is the Monsters Ball. We already talked about the Jeff Hardy and Rhino match from the Spike TV debut.
And the 6-man.
And the 6-man. There was an Abyss squash on the October 8th episode. Actually, no, it wasn't really even a squash. He wrestled Sonny Siaki, and it was bizarrely competitive.
They have too much respect for Sonny Siaki.
Yeah, and he's been around for 3 years. He's in that David
Maybe
Young
he's just
category.
a nice guy.
Yeah, and he's hot. He has that going for him.
I guess.
He looks like 2003 The Rock now.
Yes, it's Hollywood Siaki.
You say they have too much respect for him, but they also misspelled his name on his entrance wall.
That's the most embarrassing shit ever.
It said Sonny Seiki. Which is maybe his NXT name when he jumps in 2 months. Or FCW. Crowd were firmly whoa abyssing. Siaki ran wild, hit a Rana, but Mitchell distracted him. It required a distraction finish to beat Sonny Siaki.
Heading into Monsters Ball. Yeah, I don't get it. That's a weird one.
Just beat him. And Abyss has squashed Siaki before. He's beaten him in a minute on Impact before. Just squash him again.
Doing weird shit.
Yeah, Siaki's been there from the start, and he's been around. But he's only been around. There's a reason he hasn't done anything meaningful since, sex.
God, people who don't know are going to be so confused.
You better listen to all of the old episodes so we can say things like Siaki hasn't done anything meaningful since sex, and you will understand what we're talking about. This is the cum episode.
Great.
James Mitchell told the Wrestling Epicenter radio show that he is happy with his role in TNA. I'm actually happier with my place in the business than I've ever been, he says. Abyss is somebody I wanted to be with when I first saw him. We teased we were going to do it right before Dusty Rhodes took over the book. The week I was supposed to come in and be revealed, Bill Behrens told me I wasn't on the booking sheet. So I was kind of pissed off about that. I had cancelled a gig to be there, but he's a big scary monster and I'm a creepy little bastard on why that works.
It's perfect.
Because it's funny that, like, if you remember, they were doing all those teases of that hooded figure who was meant to lead Abyss, and then it disappeared for 5 months.
Even though everyone knew who it was.
They even did the voiceover leading to the first Monsters Ball, where it was very obviously James Mitchell's voice.
Yeah.
And then Dusty's like, fuck that, he's too spooky for me.
Yeah, that's actually the lore. Dusty just got scared.
He's like, this man is demonic. I can't put him on my show.
Can you say demonic in Dusty Rhodes' voice?
This sinister minister, daddy, he's demonic.
Demonic.
Demonic. Next Impact, October 15th, we did have Rhino facing Sabu.
These are two fun guys to have on TV.
I appreciate because this is the TNA hardcore division. At one stage, Rhino brains Sabu with a chair, and Andrew Thomas is like, go for it, pals.
Of course. Who's going to stop him?
Abyss runs out, tries to interfere. Sabu throws a chair at him, but this opens the door for Rhino to hit the gore for the win. Abyss looks to use some tacks, but Hardy makes the save. Sabu hurls a chair at Rhino. All four men stand off, and then security separate them.
I like all the side-eyeing between Abyss and Rhino.
Yeah, because there was the moment on the Spike debut where they were both going to go after Sabu with a chair, or Hardy with a chair before Sabu made the save. And like they fight a little bit over the chair. It's like, we are kind of loose allies here because we want to beat up Sabu and Jeff Hardy.
We're both monsters.
Yeah, we don't like these other two guys, but also, do I like you?
It's not even, I don't think even if it's a matter of likes, it's just like two big alpha dogs.
Only one alpha dog can exist.
The alpha male.
So all the guys ran out in the go-home show after the main event in the brawl, which leads us to Monsters Ball, in which Rhino defeats Jeff Hardy, Abyss, Sabu, in a hell of a plunder brawl.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Like, it's nice to actually just have some fun bullshit on the pay-per-views, and this definitely delivers in that respect.
I've always been a big advocate for, like, just hardcore divisions, just guys who will do wild shit to each other. And, like, these are four guys perfect for that little subsection of the company. It's just like Rhino, Abyss, Sabu, and Hardy. You can put them in pretty much any combination in a dumb plunder match, and they will have a very enjoyable dumb plunder match. And you put them all together in a dumb plunder match, and they'll take it to the next level, and Jeff Hardy will jump off the top of the Impact Zone.
Yeah, the plunder match from Dynamite 100 gave me a lot of vibes from this.
200, I assume?
200, sorry.
The three-way?
Yeah.
You just needed Mox to moonsault off the top of the stage.
Imagine Mox in the 2005 TNA plunder division.
Oh, you put Mox in this match against, like, this Sabu and this Abyss and this Rhino, he's having a great time. So Jeff Hardy did hit the...
Chuck Trent in there too.
Yeah, arguably, like, both best friends, the sneaky plunder gods.
Not even sneaky. I think everyone needs to acknowledge that Chuck Taylor is one of the greatest plunder workers of all time.
So Jeff Hardy hits, I think, the biggest swanton bomb of his career in this match.
Well, definitely the most dangerous, I think.
It is absolutely, positively the most dangerous swanton he's ever done. Because, like, all the WWE ones he's done have been, like, you know, it's really high, but he's landing on a very, very obvious crash mat. And it's, like, there's actually, like, a surprisingly large margin for error in a lot of those Jeff Hardy WWE swantons. Because even, like, the ones where he's just doing it through a table, it's just, like, it's pretty straightforward. It's just straight down.
Just flip over.
Yeah.
I say as if I could do it.
I know, it's like, it's perfectly normal to do a swanton off a 15-foot ladder through two tables, but that's fine. That's regular business for this man.
Yeah. But this one is so insane.
So yeah, Abyss is on two tables on the floor next to the ramp. So Jeff Hardy goes up the ramp, climbs up the stage, and he has to clear like a good 5 to 7 feet probably. That's how far he has to jump out to do this swanton, and also clear the stage, not hit his head off the stage.
Which is the craziest bit to me, is like avoiding that, like his head hitting it and still getting like his back on Abyss enough to break the table.
And like there's not much break in his fall there from the height that he's falling from, because he's a good 20-25 feet in the air probably, and he is falling through Abyss and two tables, and this is a large man. but not a comfortable landing pad.
Yeah.
If you've never seen it, it is legitimately like the wildest swanton he's ever done. It is from insanely high in the air, from a large distance. James Mitchell the entire time, by the way, selling it tremendously. He's like, no, don't do it. What the hell? What the hell are you doing?
He should have interfered.
He's making many shocked faces as Jeff hits the swanton over the stage, through Abyss, through 2 tables, as Rhino and Sabu are just doing stuff.
Perfect.
As Jeff begins to climb, they cut back to the ring, and Sabu just leg drops Rhino through a table on the floor, and it's like, boy, you're gonna get upstaged in like 15 seconds.
But that's what makes it cool. It's just 4 guys trying to like one up each other.
So we get back to the ring. Abyss press slams Sabu chest first through a table, and it just makes a thud that seems desperately uncomfortable. Abyss gets his tax, but then he's gored through a table, and then Rhino hits Hardy with the Rhino driver from the middle rope, absolutely killing him. About as safely as you can do it if you look very closely, but a pile driver middle rope is not a move that is done very often for a very good reason, but Rhino wins, killing Hardy.
Murdered him.
I love this match. I think I went 4 1/4. It's just wild plunder with insane spots, tons of energy, guys bleeding, throwing chairs, tables, everything you could possibly want from these 4 guys going nuts.
Yep, exactly what you want to see.
And probably the best match on the show. In fact, I would say definitely the best match on the show.
Yeah.
That brings us over to the X Division, starting with the X Division title match. AJ Styles facing Christopher Daniels in Iron Man 2, set up immediately after the Unbreakable match. Before the first episode on Spike, it was announced that Daniels would get his rematch. It would be Iron Man 2. So we had Styles beating Strong in the first episode, where Daniels watched on from the ramp. Then the second episode, the franchise has Daniels. Daniels offers AJ a chance to pick 3 guys next week from the X Division, and Daniels will beat them all to prove his Iron Man credentials. And AJ says, deal. He knows exactly the 3 guys he's going to use.
Also, AJ's like, yeah, why wouldn't I do this?
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with you wrestling 3 guys.
The only thing is that AJ's too nice about it.
Yeah, he should pick Abyss.
Well, it's not about weight limits.
I was going to say he does specify X Division. It's like, I pick Abyss because it's not about weight limits. It's about no limits, buddy.
It's like, okay, then I pick Sabin, Shelly, and then Joe.
Yeah, absolutely fuck this dude up. That is the main event of the October 15 episode. It's Daniel's Iron Man challenge. So he has 15 minutes to beat all 3 guys. The first guy Styles picks is Shark Boy.
And I went, what?
But I was really disappointed that they didn't call back to the last time these guys wrestled, Shark Boy beat him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's the kind of thing that on the surface, it's like, why on earth would you pick Shark Boy? But again, the last time they wrestled, Shark Boy won. But they don't bring that up, and I was really disappointed.
Yep. Now that I remember that, I'm like, yeah, that's an awesome choice.
Yeah, that's a little callback. It makes sense. But announcers didn't bring it up. But Daniels put him away real quick, 90 seconds to beat him with the Angel's Wings. Sanjay was competitor number 2. Sanjay's just back from a tour of India, and they'll have footage of that in the upcoming weeks of all the Indian fans going wild for Sanjay Dutt, Simon Diamond, and Shark Boy, the 3 people they sent to India.
That's why they did Shark Boy and Sanjay Dutt, because they've had so much experience helping each other out lately. They're both ready to go.
And they want to attract the Indian audience they just built up in India. It's like, we'll put them all in the one match.
Perfect.
Because people have been chasing the Indian audience for a very long time now.
Yeah.
They do air some footage of that during Bound for Glory as well. Shout out to Dot, who did a springboard to the floor on the side where there was a rail, but also managed to tuck his legs so he didn't destroy his shins.
Good work. The one guy who's worked it out.
Who can do a springboard moonsault without killing himself.
Specifically in this company.
Dot missed the Hindu press, and Daniels followed with the Angel's Wings 4-3 with 3 minutes left. Styles music hits. He's in street clothes. Despite knowing that he was going to pick himself to be the 3rd guy, he's still in street clothes.
It wasn't a surprise choice.
It wasn't a surprise to AJ. He could have worn gear. And he had, Sanjay was out there for a good 8 minutes. He could have changed. But AJ does pick himself as the final guy. They go back and forth. Daniels tries to escape AJ before I wrote Sabu's AJ. And I was like, what does that? Oh, he threw a chair at his face.
Yeah, right. That's what it's called. It's called Sabuing someone.
Not Kid Cash. What did Kid Cash call it?
Yep.
It was like face chair. It wasn't face chair, but he had a name for it.
I'm gonna write Kid Cash face chair and hope the thing comes up. Should I look at the 70 moves of Kid Cash?
No, I think we're fine. There's a lot of wrestlers who I would give out about having 70 moves, but Kid Cash does have a lot of moves.
It makes sense. He's like the one guy that it makes sense for. Smash Mouth?
Smash Mouth, that is it.
I didn't even see a video. That was purely my brain being racked for that.
Yeah, and listen, I gave you a great prompt with face chair. That's how I get brains going. Styles goes for a springboard as the time limit expires and he falls off the ropes, which I think was a botch. I think he was meant to hit the forearm, but the time limit expires. But there was something about him like going for a desperate springboard and falling as the time ran out and Daniels escaped that I think kind of worked as well.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, when you're messing around with time stuff specifically, even little fucked up things can come off as being cool unintentionally.
And then Styles grabs a microphone and says, "I'll have 30 minutes to beat your ass at Bound for Glory."
And that was maybe the best promo he's ever cut.
Because it was like 7 words.
Yeah, he didn't fuck it up.
I don't think he even said it as well as I did there. I think I gave him too much credit. But because he was like, "I will beat you up for 30 minutes" or something like that. It's like, oh, AJ, you had to say
I'll beat you up for 30 minutes.
The go-home show, there was a feature on Daniels introducing him, and then also there was the main event with Styles, and I think Daniels came out in that brawl. Yeah, he did. Oh, Daniels ran out to cost Styles the match for the finish, of course. Leading in to Iron Man 2, AJ Styles defeats Christopher Daniels 1-0 to retain the X Division
Please
title.
give me your review of Iron Man 2, and I ain't talking about the match.
Oh, the movie?
Yeah.
It's not a very good movie. Just like the match, it's inferior to the first one.
Wow, that's perfect.
They were inspired by Iron Man 2. Or no, I guess Iron Man 2 was inspired by this to make an inferior sequel to their better first effort.
We need to run it back, Iron Man 3.
Do Styles and Daniels now?
Yeah.
Iron Man 3 is better than Iron Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
I have a soft spot for Iron Man
I don't
3.
mind the Iron Man movies. I don't love them, but I don't mind them.
Like, 1 is very of its time, and it's a little cliche now, just because...
1 doesn't age well, but you gotta give it respect for what it did.
And so many of the superhero movies we've seen since that have introduced characters have just done Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Every fucking main character in cinema became Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
Everybody is Iron Man.
So this match, it's one of those, I gave it a gentleman's 3. Like, I love watching AJ and Daniels wrestle because they managed to do a thing where everything they do looks good, but not in a way that, like, everything they do looks cooperative or everything they do looks smooth and crisp. It's like every time they do a move, it looks exactly like that move should look in a way that both looks awesome and also looks like it should really hurt.
They are 2 capital P professional wrestlers.
They can go out there and they can wrestle for 30 minutes and like every move looks good, every move looks clean, every move looks crisp, and I think that the most important part is every move looks like it hurts. Because there's a lot of guys who can wrestle and work like clean and professional work, but a lot of the time it's like it doesn't look like you're actually hurting each other. Whereas because AJ's an absurd human being who will take every bump under the sun to deeply hurt himself, everything Daniels does looks great because AJ's ridiculous. But the match just doesn't. It's just it has Iron Man syndrome, I would say.
Yeah. It's just a lot of it's just kind of like they're doing this spectacular stuff, but it's not gripping in any way.
Because like the way they work the match is like the finish is Styles hits the Styles Clash with 2 seconds left, wins 1-0, getting that win right in on the buzzer. So when you do 30 minutes where people expect falls and you don't do any, it just feels dry.
Yeah.
Whereas if you did like a 30-minute match that built to that finish, I'd ideally prefer them to go shorter because 30-minute matches are ridiculous most of the time and you don't need to go 30. But if they did like a 30-minute match instead of a 30-minute Iron Man match, where like everybody knows they're going 30 no matter what, it just takes a lot of the tension out of everything else that happens in the match. So like they're doing a bunch of really clean wrestling, but it just doesn't feel like it's building toward anything and the crowd aren't really there for it. And it doesn't have the same narrative the first one had, particularly toward the finish with like the bleeding AJ and the Koji clutch and how striking an image that was and how great a finish that was. Like this match has none of that stuff.
Yeah, there's none of the like I can't really think of the term that I want to use, but like the first one felt like it had a lot more energy.
Yeah, and like there's the moment in the first one where like 8 minutes or so to go, or however much it is, like Styles starts bleeding, and then the match like really turns where Daniel starts aggressively going after Styles' cut to set up the finish, and like that's a really cool story. And this match, and they did a couple because that match ended 2-1 in overtime. This match ends 1-0, so they incorporated a couple of falls into the first match as well. It's just a little bit flat. It's very good wrestling that ultimately doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
Styles retains. Styles clash right on the buzzer. Gets the 3 count. They do ring the bell right when he hits the Styles clash. He's like, pals, you gotta wait 2 seconds. The match's not over yet.
They just gave it to him.
Yeah, it's like, well, Daniels, like, he did win with 2 seconds left, so, like, literally Daniels couldn't get an equalizer at that stage, just based on seconds. But also, you gotta wait for those 2 seconds to play his music, guys.
Yeah, come on, show some respect.
Yeah, good match, on the strictest technical sense. The other big story in the X Division, there's actually a couple of smaller ones bubbling, but the other one is Ultimate X, as we had the Sabin, Petey, and Shelley match on the Spike TV debut.
What a fucking... all I can do is think of that Ultimate X finish. Woo!
Dave Meltzer on the Wrestling Observer was like, we don't know who okayed, because the finish of the Ultimate X, we'll do the TV in a second, but the finish is that at one stage in the match, the X falls, and they get a ladder, they put it back up. Then it starts dangling again, and Petey Williams, smart man that he is, just drops to his knees beneath it and catches the X when it hits the mat, and they give him the match and they call it there.
No, when it hits the mat, he just catches it midair. That's important, because he has riz about it.
Yeah, and everything about the timing of that finish is so well executed. Like, the amount of time that Petey, like, waits under, the amount of time he drops to his knees, and then, like, the dramatic tilting before it falls.
There's about 10 different things that had to happen exactly the way they happened for it to come across it well.
Yeah.
And they just all did.
It's like fate was on their side for the shitty finish of the X falling, ending up being like something that was really cool. And like, if Sabin won like that, it's shitty because he's a babyface. But like, if Petey being like the evil Canadian winning on the cheapest way imaginable was so good.
In a way that feels like it should be against the rules, but technically isn't.
Yeah, it's like the rule is you have to get the X and hit the mat. So Petey was already at the mat. The X came to him. That's not his problem.
The X chose him.
Yeah, it's destiny. But yeah, Dave Meltzer in The Observer was like, we don't know who okayed ringing the bell for the finish because no one wants to admit to it because it was such a terrible decision. It's like, fuck you, you're dumb.
Fuck you, you're wrong.
He's so wrong. Like, that's... if the X is going to fall twice, if you're going to have the embarrassment of the X falling twice, like, it's so much better for it to fall the second time in a way that actually almost makes it seem like a deliberate choice. It's like, the first time it fell was actually to condition you to think it could fall, to set up the finish where it falls into Petey's arms.
Also, it was perfectly shot, fuck off.
Yeah, and even the fact that it fell twice almost works better for the finish.
Yeah.
Like, it's so good by complete accident. And the match is fine. They do spears off Ultimate X's and stuff like that. It's your classic mid-range Ultimate X match.
Yeah. The finish is the best thing about it.
Yeah, the finish is the best thing about it. Like, Sabin powerbombs him from the cables. Tracy distracts Petey with her boobs, quite literally. Mm-hmm. Bentley does an elbow drop. Like, there's good stuff. But yeah, when Sabin and Bentley drop from the cables and the X comes loose and it dangles precariously, and Sabin and Bentley were the two that took each other out, and Petey is the one there. It just works. It just works, and it rules.
And the fact that Petey had, like, the foresight to be like, I just gotta catch it here.
And, like, whoever did call for the... because it probably wasn't D'Amore, because D'Amore was out there. So it was probably someone in the back who's like, just call it, that's it. Whoever made that call, good decision.
They should be in charge. And watch it be Jeff Jarrett. Sorry, I gave credit to Jeff Jarrett and my body rejected it.
That's fair. Just shutting down. The Brewu sensors have gone off. It's one of my favorite things at the finish where, like, you can see everybody's upset, but Petey has to, like, celebrate, but he's clearly upset.
Yeah. Sabin looks legitimately pissed.
Oh, he's fucking raging. Of course, at the injustice of the finish and nothing else.
See, I was like, I wonder if he's mad because he was scheduled to win.
They did announce that, like, Mike Tenay says on the Go Home Impact that Ultimate X is coming to Spike TV. So they did already announce that Ultimate X. I'm not sure what the Ultimate X match they were going to do was, but they end up doing a rematch on TV. But yeah, I wonder what they were going to do with that Ultimate X. The October 8th Impact, Christopher Daniels faces Matt Bentley and Austin Aries in a 3-way match.
I like this one because it's 3 shitheads. Like, it's 3 not good guys.
Just being mean.
Yeah, it's a like, I love a dynamic like that when you have multiple heels or multiple baby. But multiple baby faces doesn't work as well because it's normally just like them having a match. But like, I love some heel versus heel shtick.
Yeah, baby faces just do moves where heels get dastardly.
Yeah, I love 2 heels trying to out bastard each other.
This is a brand new audience, Liam. We're on Spike TV in front of like 3 times the viewers. So Mike Tenay naturally hits the Matt Bentley is Shawn Michaels' cousin line as he's doing his entrance.
Of course, you gotta.
Which he hasn't done. It's like the Canadian Destroyer in the first episode. It's like, you gotta hit the Shawn Michaels' cousin line, which he hasn't been doing
let them
lately.
know.
But he has to let the people know.
Especially, he's gonna be on pay-per-view in a big match.
Aries hits a poison rana on Bentley over the ropes, which is kind of wild. Daniels goes for a slingshot moonsault and they just step aside. They do the Samoa Joe. They're like, fuck you. It's one of those spots where every time you see people just like generically brawling to set up somebody doing a dive on them, there's a little part of you that's like, he just stood there. Whereas this time, they moved.
Yeah.
P.D. Williams comes out looking to confront Tracy at ringside. Then Sabin appears as the valiant defender of women. Former pal of Tracy, but then Tracy betrayed him, which tells you how good a guy he is.
Yeah, I'll believe that's what his intent was.
Yeah, Tracy was so mean to him. Betrayed him in that whole Trinity Matt Bentley situation. And Sabin is still willing to help her. What a good guy.
Didn't he like lay her out at one point?
Listen, he laid Trinity out, I'll have you know.
Oh, okay.
That's completely different.
That's forgiven.
Wait, no, he was willing to let Trinity be laid out so he could pin somebody.
There we go, that's what it was.
Yeah. Matt Bentley wipes out both PD and Sabin at ringside, which allows Daniels to crotch Aries and hit the Angel's Wings for the win. He wins the 3-way. Matt Bentley faces David Young on the October 15th Impact.
What a must-watch match.
2 TNA guys just wrestling.
Just 5 stars.
Simon Diamond distracts Bentley, allowing Young to hit a backstabber. Bentley hits an elbow drop, knocks Diamond off the apron. Bentley hits a super kick for the win. PD attacks after the match, nails Bentley with the Destroyer. Tracy tends to Bentley and PD gets some ideas.
Yeah. PD's into it. PD's a little freak.
He is a little freak in many ways, because he kisses Tracy against her will and gets slapped. And then he pulls Tracy in for the Canadian Destroyer. But instead of doing it, he starts pulling Tracy's dress up to reveal her ass. And then Chris Sabin makes the save.
He's a fucking little pervert. He grew his hair out. He has the facial hair, and he's like, I'm gonna become a scumbag now.
And there is literally a moment in Ultimate X, as he said, where Tracy distracts PD by motorboarding him.
Motorboarding? Is that what you just said?
Did I just mix motorboating and waterboarding?
Yes.
Those are 2 very different things. They could be equal forms of torture in the right situation.
That's how I'm trying to be.
Sabin valiantly makes the save, though. He's a defender of women again. Again, reoccurring thread here. Sabin defends women. P.D. Williams is a scumbag.
Until he has the opportunity to win a match by not doing it.
And then the Go Home show, there's actually a couple features on Ultimate X. There's like a generic feature on Ultimate X on the October 15th Impact, and then the October 22nd Impact, there's a feature specifically on the 3 guys commenting on Ultimate X and how it's dangerous, and they've been in the matches before, and now they're bound for glory, blah, 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 blah. But it's nice to establish what the stipulation is. It's the TNA signature match, and establish the guys that have been in it before, because Bentley won the first one, and Sabin was in the first one.
Good, bloody, bloody, blah for the new audience.
And then match itself, PD win.
Yep.
Samoa Joe does not debut on Spike until the 4th episode. How do you feel about that?
Interesting choice, and by interesting, I mean bad. But he doesn't actually have, like, a big story going into this. He's just doing, like, a legend thing. But you could have him get, like, squashed on the 2nd or 3rd one. I don't know.
He does get a feature on the 2nd one.
Yeah.
So he is introduced at least. And, like, I'm with you that I would have had Joe on this show earlier. But when he does actually come out, they do, like, build it up. It's like, finally, we're getting to see Joe on Spike.
Yeah. They did a good job of not having him on the show.
They make it feel at least a little bit special when he's finally there. It feels like a big deal. It's like Joe's here. He wrestles Elix Skipper on the Go Home show October 22nd. It's a pretty straightforward match. Muscle Buster, Coquina Clutch, Joe wins. Joe doing the one-armed Muscle Buster carry is the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, because no one should be able to do that.
Where he's just holding the guy and balancing him with one arm and like doing a Joe pose before he drops him with the Muscle Buster. And like, you are the coolest wrestler that has ever existed. It is announced earlier in the month that Samoa Joe will wrestle Jushin Thunder Liger at Bound for Glory. There's even a video package at one stage on one of these shows that has some Liger New Japan footage. So that's Joe Joe's match. It opens Bound for Glory, Samoa Joe versus Jushin Thunder Liger.
Samoa Joe getting a big NXT takeover entrance.
Yeah, he comes out with the Tiare Warriors in a traditional Polynesian dance. Liger comes out to his classic Liger theme, which is one of the greatest wrestling themes of all time. And if you are a UK or Irish wrestling fan, you know it probably first, unless you were a tape trader from the 90s. You probably heard that theme to death on the Wrestling Channel when there was just like a 2-minute Jushin Liger commercial that was just like, here's Jushin Liger, he's cool. And it was set to Jushin Liger's theme song. Just like during the ad break, it's like, we didn't sell ads this month, so let's air a 2-minute Liger motion video. So
that's awesome. Wish I had the Wrestling Channel.
They threw streamers for Liger, which is one of the very few times in TNA history they've ever done that.
It was a good little atmosphere for it, even if the match didn't exactly, bust all the stars out.
Yeah, because because they had to add the gauntlet, this feels like the match that got cut most for time, especially because Styles and Daniels had to go 30 minutes. So
I would have just cut off a 3OK match or some bullshit.
But even the Diamonds in the Rough against Shark Boy Apollo and David Young match is utterly disposable. Just cut it.
Yeah, I just get rid of one of those and give it all to Liger and Joe.
But as it was like a real good 6-7 minute sprint where they threw bombs at each other and the crowd were going nuts. That's the disappointment, because this is it shortly after or before Joe Kobashi?
It's after, I think.
Yeah, I think it's only like a month or so after Joe Kobashi.
So obviously that's what people had in their minds.
I do think part of the Impact Zone was this is our version of that now, where we get the Joe's wrestling a different Japanese legend and let's big that bad boy up.
It's kind of unfair to be like, all right, have one of the best matches of all time now.
In 7 minutes. Simon Inoki's at ringside. There's also one of my favorite things, but I'm not sure does it happen as much anymore when there's a Japanese wrestler on a US show, but there's a bunch of Japanese photographers at ringside for all the Japanese magazines, and I loved that back in this era when you'd see just a parade of Japanese photographers who flew over to get photos of these Japanese stars having big US matches. I don't pay enough attention at ringside. I assume it's too commonplace now for Japanese wrestlers to have big US matches that they don't bother flying people over anymore.
Yeah, they don't really do it anymore.
It happens too much. And also you can just get photos digitally these days.
But they had it at Forbidden Door, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense for big shows. Like a show like that, it would make sense. But when Minoru Suzuki's working Collision, probably not. Simon Inoki's at ringside as well. They show him on camera.
Boo.
Do you hate Simon Inoki?
I think everyone hates Simon Inoki.
Joe wins with the Muscle Buster and Coquina Clutch as Liger passes out in the Coquina Clutch. He was meant to submit, but he passes out in it. And yeah, got 7. A little bit of a disappointment. It's real good for what it is, but what it is a 7-minute sprint.
Yeah. They had a ton of expectations on it. Perhaps unfairly so.
There was some weird stuff about Liger where he was meant to work the TV taping, but then he had to go back to Japan because he got a booking that came up after agreeing to work the TV taping that he gave priority to for some reason. I assume it was a New Japan booking, but he was supposed to do TV as well. He was also supposed to tap out rather than pass out, but there's a note that TNA management wasn't overly impressed with Liger, which one, fuck off. But 2, maybe it was that little thing where it's he booked himself for us, but then booked somewhere else and had to leave. It's well, that's a little unprofessional, but
yeah. Liger, let's be real, Liger just didn't give a shit about this. He was it's a booking in the US.
It's not important to Liger.
No.
Dave does note that the reason their time got cut was because of the addition of the gauntlet match. And then rounding things out, did you watch the pre-show match in the end?
I did. I had seen it before too.
There was also a pre-show match, which was Shelley versus Strong versus Dutt versus Aries. Probably the second best match on the show.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just those guys having a really good X Division multi-man.
Yeah, they're going out there first at the start of the pre-show with a red hot crowd, and they get 12 minutes to just go out there and kick a bunch of ass. And they kick a bunch of ass.
It's really surprising that they just never decided to give Strong a deal.
Well, there was they fall out with Ring of Honor soon and all that, but Strong and Aries are presences on the show at least for the next 3 months or so before they have the final falling out with Ring of Honor where a bunch of these guys drop off or are forced to choose. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's you have a really good base to the X Division right now with the likes of Strong and Aries bolstering it, that you could move those guys up into meaningful matches against Joe or Daniels or Styles, the actual quote unquote stars of the X Division right now, or the other generation of Sabin, Bentley, PD, Shelley. And it's there's so many combinations of cool X Division guys you can have here in the end of 2005, and it is a shame that Aries and Strong just go away.
Tis.
The crowd are doing dueling "We Want Sanjay," Austin Aries chants while Shelley and Strong are wrestling, which is quite rude.
They also were chanting for the sprinkler, so I don't think we have to trust these fans.
You don't love Sanjay's "The Sprinkler"?
It's so dumb, but of course it's one of those stupid things I would get over every time.
Dot does pin Strong with the Dragon Rana from the top. Cool finish, cool match.
Which is impressive. I love the Dragon Rana.
Yeah, they go He also does like the slingshot Dragon Rana at one stage, which I also love.
Yeah. Yeah, I love all Dragon Rana variants.
They go a million miles an hour. It has 4 great wrestlers doing great wrestling. If you've never watched this match, because it is on the pre-show. Well, like, to be fair, they do build it up the way they promote the pay-per-view. It's like, oh, it's actually a 3.5 hour show, but the first half hour is free. Like, that's the way they did promote it. So they tried to make the pre-show at least seem a little more important. And the fact that it was on the pre-show means it probably got more time than it would have. And it was also free, so more people probably saw it. But if you haven't, this match kind of rocks.
Exactly.
That brings us to the tag team division, of which we've covered some, but the Naturals are around. They're a thing. Remember them? Do you remember the Naturals, Liam?
I don't. I try not to remember the Naturals.
Do you have any memory of the existence of the Naturals?
This month? Specifically?
It's probably a question for TNA in general. It's like, do they have any memory of the existence of the Naturals?
Because, like, they weren't there, and then they were just like, all right, defending them against the team that I legitimately thought they were the champions already.
Because like the Naturals are mentioned, as we said, in the opening video on Spike, because they run down the champions like the Naturals. They also at one stage get their own little video, and then the opener of the October 22nd Impact, it's actually not the opener, it's the second match on the show, is America's Most Wanted defeat the Naturals for the NWA World Tag Team titles.
Yeah.
So they're in a video, they get a video, and then they lose the belts.
They clearly did not want to have them, like, anywhere near this.
Again, you gotta go back to the default state, Liam. You gotta get those belts on AMW.
Yeah. They couldn't even wait till the pay-per-view.
Because, well, they wanted to do a rematch on the pay-per-view. Listen, 1.2 million people watched this match.
Well, good on them.
Don literally says, as the Naturals are coming out, people tend to forget the Naturals are tag champs.
Saying the quiet part out loud, dude.
They do work real hard. Like, Chase does a shooting star off the top to the floor.
Yeah. They always try hard. I've never said that the Naturals don't try.
Andy Douglas bleeds buckets in this match.
The story, they have like a 2-week blood feud.
Yeah, like Douglas is bleeding everywhere. They get the heat on him. Harris takes out Rudy with a missed clothesline. Stevens fires up, but Naturals hit Harris with the natural disaster. But the referee is down. Gale accidentally Hurricane Rana as James Storm. I love the idea of an accidental Hurricane Rana.
And it looks really bad.
Yeah, because they don't take the bump properly and they just kind of tumble away. Which I guess is how an accidental Hurricane Rana probably should look, but also it should look better. The Naturals go to natural disaster Gail Kim, who's really in the firing lines. Gail doesn't get to say anything, but she does get to be nearly assaulted on every show.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know why.
Well, she's a heel.
Well, I know why. This was the stylings of the time.
Was it the same episode that Petey Williams tried to fondle Tracy? No, it wasn't the same episode. That was the very previous episode, to be fair. So back-to-back episodes where women are being assaulted. But yeah, they go to natural disaster Gale, but Jarrett sneaks in, low blows Douglas. Storm then, for the first time in TNA history, smashes a beer bottle over the head of Chase Stevens to win the NWA World Tag Team titles, and we are officially back to the default state of Jarrett AMW style.
For like a week or two?
A day.
A day or two?
A literal day until Rhino wins the belt. But yeah, the beer bottle.
It's nice to see it.
It's a great gimmicked weapon, isn't it?
It might be the best gimmick weapon.
Oh, and James Storm. Was it this match or the pay-per-view match? Oh, it was the pay-per-view match where he was like, the fans threw the bottle in?
Yeah. And he tried to blame the fans and said the fans blew the bottle in, and the ref was like, well, I guess I can't tell him no.
Yeah. I have no proof to the contrary.
Yeah.
Because it is the downside of, like, it is a phenomenal weapon. Like, it looks so good visually, hitting somebody with a beer bottle. And one of those things, because it's made out of sugar glass, I assume it doesn't hurt remotely. So it's one of those it
doesn't hurt at all.
It's such an awesome pro wrestling weapon. But yeah, the downside is, like, there is evidence everywhere. But don't worry about it.
Yeah, they're trying their best.
AMW are your new tag champs. Then they do a rematch on the pay-per-view, which is pretty okay, but also the same match, but worse maybe. The story of this one is AMW cuff Andy Douglas to the rail to give him the numbers game. Gale distracts Stevens, allowing Storm to hit the beer bottle. Rudy sees the glass, as said, but Storm accuses a fan of throwing the bottle, which is a tremendous bit. Death sentence on Douglas to retain the titles. I preferred the TV match, had more energy. Chase Stevens at least did shooting stars to the floor.
That's the most you can ask.
It is. As I said, like the Naturals remind me a lot of the Guns in terms of teams that are probably pushed above their station. But my thing is, at least Chase Stevens occasionally moonsaults and or shooting stars.
I thought you meant the Machine Guns for a second there, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, everyone relates Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley to Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens.
Yeah, you know, the two greatest tag teams in TNA history.
Not at all Austin and Colton Gunn. Yeah, they have that same energy of a team that's pushed above their station, who would have a role at a certain level, but that level is not tag team champions. But as I said, the difference being Chase Stevens will occasionally moonsault off a cage. The Naturals have that going for them. We're also a few months away from Chase Stevens shooting starring off a cage, but that will go well for him.
Ooh.
Diamonds in the Rough. They have a month. They're around.
They're around, I guess. Feels generous to say they have a month.
They exist in TNA in this month. Mm-hmm. We already talked about David Young and Matt Bentley, and then we just go straight to the pay-per-view. And Skipper lost to Joe. It sets up the Diamonds in the Rough versus Shark Boy, Apollo, and Sonny Siaki.
I say this with like every ounce of love I can have in my heart. These guys can fuck off. Like, they have a good little match here, but they can fuck off. What are we doing?
Yeah, they do try real hard and have like a surprisingly decent little sprinty trios match. But also, get rid of this. Give the time to Joe and Liger. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Skipper steps up off of Young and Apollo into what was meant to be a Rhino on Skipper, but was more like a shining wizard, and it looked awesome.
Yeah, that was like the coolest spot. It wasn't intentional. It was meant to be like a Rana.
Yeah, it would have been a cool spot regard because he stepped up off of Young onto Apollo's shoulders over into a Rana on Siaki behind him, which is cool on the surface. But then he fucked up the Rana, but also it looked like a shining wizard, so thumbs up.
They should steal it and keep doing it.
Yeah. Young and Apollo did big dives. That should be their finish, actually. Yeah, the step up shining wizard. Young and Apollo did dives before Young pinned Siaki with a spine buster. That's the Diamonds in the Rough. They had a month.
They sure had a month.
And Liam, you know what time it is.
Oh, beware.
We end the show, as we always do, with the 3 Live Crew family drama.
This mother is a bad jam.
Beware.
Sorry, can I have a little interlude before we go into 3OK family drama?
Oh, sure.
As if this show isn't going to be long enough. It is hilariously sad watching Kota Ibushi make his entrance with 7 people around him.
Aww. For context, you are currently watching Glee.
I have it on my second monitor on like half the screen, and I just looked over, and it's like, it's so sad that there's like 3 really big like Japanese stars on this. There's like Sakamoto, Ibushi, and Ishikawa, and there's just like no one.
Is it the case that there's actually a decent number of people there, but it's just such a big building that they're sparsely spread?
There's probably a decent Korakuen Hall number in there, but it's spread over this gigantic building.
Yeah.
If they had run this in Korakuen, they probably would have done like a very, very solid number.
Because I literally just glanced at it before we started recording, like, ooh, oh no.
Like, all the floor seats are sold out. The premium seats are sold out. And there's, like, a couple hundred in the rafters.
I like the way rafters. They're, like, up there with Sting hanging out.
Maybe, like, 1,000 people.
It's good effort. Don't worry about it. It's great. They're doing great.
This is very sad.
Just claim victory.
Fucking Ibushi. He's out here in front of this shitty crowd. What are we doing?
That weird thing where he's like, my leg is bandaged, I have a fever, I can't go to the press conference today, but I'll wrestle tomorrow, it's fine.
It was tonsillitis.
Yeah, it's like, I guess it's because it's specifically a press conference, he can't talk, but...
Could have just, gone in your suit and taken a photo. Anyway, 3OK.
Beware. So they come out at the end of the first episode to shout at Jarrett and do a brawl. Then the opening match of episode number 2 is 3 Live Crew against Team Canada in what I like to call the 3 Live Crew special, but in a good way. One of those like high energy 4-minute matches that they hit all their spots and it's actually pretty good for the most part for what it's.
That's their role.
Yeah, they can't do a real match. They just like they're just a catchphrase team. They are just a high spot team, and if they just hit their high spots in 4 minutes, get in and out with a bunch of guys who can bump for them, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
D'Amore is on commentary gloating about how their plan came together. The crowd then sing the American national anthem.
Which is kind of a good bit.
It becomes a reoccurring theme this month in the Team Canada matches that the crowd just sing the American national anthem. Which I'd like to think is long-term storytelling building to this year's Slammiversary, where during the Team Canada match, the crowd sang the Canadian national anthem as revenge.
It was the same crowd, I'm guessing, so telling stories.
The same people in Windsor in 2023 were in Orlando in 2005.
Yeah.
The diehard fans.
Mm-hmm.
Kip James watched on from the ramp. Conan completely whiffed on a shoe. Completely, because EY was crotched on the ropes. Conan takes his shoe off, lines it up, completely misses. Thankfully, he has two of them, so he hits the second one. And Don tries to put over the devastation of Conan throwing a shoe by saying he's got a pretty big foot.
Shut up.
So that's why the shoe is devastating.
Yeah, it's okay.
Truth pins EY with an axe kick. Canada attack. Kip James makes the save. Conan's still like, I hate your guts.
Who gives a shit?
There's still family drama here, Liam.
Yeah, and they will be forever, Hickenbottom.
October 22nd, Bobby Roode faced Ron Killings.
Okay.
BG does an introductory rhyme just for Ron. Crowd sing the national anthem again. Ron hits a fucking lovely dive to the floor in this match.
He's very athletic. You can't say anything else.
There is some non-patriotic people chanting "Let's go Canada" to try and shout down the national anthem.
Maybe they're Canadians.
Maybe they're the Canadians. Those are the Windsor fans from 2023.
Exactly.
They cut backstage as Kip James walks out to Conan, who's sitting watching the match with Apollo.
What could that mean?
What could that mean? Why might Conan be watching the match, getting mad at Kip James being there with Apollo?
Studying tape.
Like Shelley and Waltman?
Yeah, they just moved the gimmick over.
Kip and BG are arguing at ringside. Conan comes out, gets in Kip's face. Ron comes to ringside, but Kip pushes him. Kip and Conan brawl as security separate them. All the ringside antics allow Roode to crack Killings with a hockey stick for the win. That sets up their pay-per-view match, as there is still distrust between Conan and Kip James. Which takes us to the pay-per-view, in which Team Canada defeat 3 Live Crew. Same thing, really, where it's a nice little sprint for the most part.
Shocked that it's the same thing.
It's the same as the match they ran on TV, except this time it's Bobby instead of A1, which I kind of like, is why they probably win this one, because they have Bobby instead of A1.
They have the A-team.
And no, that's A1.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Eric Young jumps at the Team Canada pyro for the first time.
Yeah, because he developed his personality in the funeral segment.
And he's now a skittish, paranoid Eric Young who's afraid of everything, which is his character for a while, leading into Don't Fire Eric era.
Perfect.
Because Conan has such a big foot, he throws his shoe at EY in this match, and EY takes a full bump over the top rope.
It's amazing. It's the best part of this shitty 2-star match.
It is one of those things like, hell yeah, EY, take that bump for no reason. D'Amore distraction, Roode hockey stick to the BG's skull. Usually it's a hockey stick to the back. This time they smashed BG in the head with that damn hockey stick.
That owns.
He doesn't have brain cells to lose. Gives Team Canada the win. Team Canada attack after the match. Kip James makes the save, but Team Canada offer Kip the chance to attack Conan with a chair. But Kip saves Conan.
What a swerve.
The 3 Live Crew celebrate together united, but Conan still looks a little bit skeptical of Kip.
Could be the 4 Live Crew.
Oh, just you wait until... Is it the next paper or the one after that?
Who knows?
Or the one after that, or the one after that.
Who knows?
That is 3 Live Crew family drama.
Thank God.
That is October 2005. I liked the TV this month a lot, and the pay-per-view ended up being... it wasn't the pay-per-view they obviously wanted to offer, with having to change the main event and jumble around the card and add a gauntlet match that ended up sucking the life out of anybody's soul. And Styles and Daniels didn't hit in the level you'd expect. So the pay-per-view probably wasn't on the level you would hope the pay-per-view to have been based on the TV. But the TV is much more watchable. There's big matches. There's meaningful main events. There is tremendous skits, which is the most important part. There's features on every episode introducing you to AJ and Daniels and Joe and the X Division and AMW and the Naturals and all these people. I think for a first month on Spike, the TV is like a home run success, both from a ratings perspective and like it's pretty darn watchable. And then the pay-per-view it's not bad. It's pretty good for the most part, but it's not like a home run pay-per-view you would have wanted for the first of the Spike era.
A good first impression for the company. Obviously it worked because they got way more people watching the show week after week.
So we will be back with our next episode. I'm not even going to give a time frame based on a reason. That's like, I'm not going to make false promises, but we will be back.
Eventually. We are a premium you know?
We're the special little treat you get every so often.
Yeah. You know, if we got us every 2 weeks on time, would you really want us?
We will try to make it a little closer to 2 weeks than the longer than a month it's
Fucking
been.
don't give him hope.
But we'll be back with the Genesis episode and whenever we're back. Our next Patreon episode will be we catch up on Rain Takers, as well as the next episode of Lucha Underground episode, covering episode 3 and 4 of that will be hitting your Patreon feed in the next week or so. Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, as we're so close to making money on that damn thing. And follow us on TikTok at TNA History, where we have 30,000 followers and make no money on that thing. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Fucking, yeah.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV!
And I didn't come here to see a grown man dressed up like a doctor pulling things out of another man's ass. Amen!
D-Boys, get the James. Their careers are already dead. They don't need another lawsuit. Who are you, a stalker? Every time I start talking, you start busting my interviews. Stalking you? Always.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 42. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are covering TNA in the month that is November 2005 up to Genesis 2005. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by Liam Jones. Liam, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty okay.
Oh, the way that your voice trailed off there implied that was a bold-faced lie.
Well, it usually is. You know, covering and masking the deep sadness within us all, I'm doing pretty okay.
Say relative. You always just throw in relative and then people don't question it.
Yeah, I'm here with my friend. We're going to talk about some TNA wrestling. How could I not be okay?
Me and one of my friends have it's become basically a code word for when we know that one of us isn't doing really good, where if anyone sort of, shut up truck and or plane, if we're in a public situation and we're asked oh, how are you doing today? And one of us says living the dream, we know that we're in a deep-seated depression.
Set off the alarm bells.
Yeah, if you hear that, you know something's wrong.
Now everyone is going to go back and listen to the previous 41 episodes we've done. Find the instance in which in the intro you've said, live in the dream. And it's like, oh no.
I have before.
I can hear you saying it. So you've definitely said it, I think, even on the show and not just
I have said
when
it on the
I
show.
ask you how you're doing. So there you go. Go find Liam saying live in the dream and find out when he was most depressed while recording a podcast.
They're he said it for 40 of the intros.
It's actually your catchphrase. It's not do the damn thing. It's actually live in the dream.
Except for the first episode.
Wow, it all went downhill from there. So, nothing much going on with you?
What's going on with me? It's been a year since we recorded.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I went to All In.
How was that?
It was cool. There was a TNA chant. That's the most important part pertinent
Did
to
you
this
start
podcast. I didn't start the TNA chant, though I did partake in the TNA chant.
The only chant all night that you did.
Was it the only one? No, I sang Jarrett's song. Does that count?
Was it a chant?
I think some other people were also singing My World, though I did include the He Ain't Dead, He Ain't the Rock line, like a true OG TNA guy.
You don't strike me as a chant guy at a wrestling show.
Not particularly. It depends on my mood. There's times where I'm feeling boisterous, and I might. And then times where it's like, oh, I'm just going to sit here and watch a wrestling show.
In the limited amount of wrestling shows I've gone to, I've almost exclusively started chants. And it is mostly when it's someone in the ring that I feel bad for it, the crowd being quiet.
You're just giving them a helping hand?
Yeah, well, it's when I went to the Tamashi shows, it wasn't necessarily quiet, but I was like, it's fucking Shingo. I have to make it noisy 24/7. And like the Goto match, I'm like, I have to just keep starting chants for Shingo and Goto because I need them to know that someone cares. Someone knows the significance of this moment.
They didn't come all the way to Australia just for crickets.
They weren't, like, it wasn't crickets, they were getting, like, people at the wrestling show reactions. Where it was like, you know, they're into it and they're making noise, but like, I was like, I need them to know that I know.
It's especially worse in smaller venues when people die a death.
Well, yeah, you feel so bad for them. And the worst part is that stupid shtick wrestling is what gets over most in the small venues.
Yeah, and maybe based on Adam Cole and MJF, maybe that's what gets over in all wrestling? I don't know. But
Yeah, wrestling's dead.
it is. It might be. It's doomed. Sports entertainment has killed us off.
That should be the new Wrestling Is promotion. Wrestling is dead.
It's going to be the name of our Patreon company, actually, when we launch it.
It's not a bad name. Wrestling is Dead is a good brand. We should trademark that.
With Paul London and cheerleader Melissa.
Got another plane?
Are you being, like, surveilled?
It's World War III.
All right, how many planes did you hear before you clicked record in the podcast?
0.
And there's been 2 in the 5 minutes since you clicked record in the podcast.
I'm just as shocked as you are.
Do you think there are people trying to get illicit access to the podcast early?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Being hacked by Russians flying overhead.
With our 3% Australian listenership.
The stats recently suggest there is more Australian listeners than Irish listeners now, which didn't used to be the case.
We've overtaken.
You've become a bigger draw in your home country, so well done.
Thank you. You know, when we do the Wrestling is Dead series and there's one show in Melbourne and one show in Cork, you know, we'll know which one will draw bigger.
I think we have actually a requirement to go to the hot Impact Wrestling town of Wagga Wagga, actually, but...
Ooh, fine, we'll do a tour. And that's why you should be on the Patreon and donating through Red Circle. It's because we can run Wrestling is Dead.
Yeah, it's a smooth segue as any, I guess. 2, you can head to tnachat.com/patreon.com/kidding me. No, they're 2 different things.
Well, that's one really long link.
tnachat.com/patreon.com/kidding me. The slash there was actually to indicate 2 separate addresses as opposed to a slash within the address, which is perhaps
that means
more
you now
common
have
parlance.
to buy the full link just in case.
I don't think I could do that. I think I'd have to start... No, I might be able to. I'd have to put the webpage on tnachat.com, I guess.
We can find a way.
Either way, you can go to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kidding me, where you can get our watch along of Genesis 2005, our watch along of Bound for Glory last month, and the first Impact as well, and all the other watch alongs we've done since then. You can also get our ongoing series covering Lucha Underground. You can get our ongoing series covering Reign Takers, New Japan Pro Wrestling from 2013. All of our other series that are complete now, including the 2010 Monday Night War, including Global Force Wrestling, including Ring Cat King, including Wrestling Society X, including 2012 PWG. There is so much content there now for the low price of $5 or $10, depending what tier. Or if you want to jump in, the $1 tier, you can get show notes, you can get an ad-free episode just for $1, as well as our star ratings. So value for money, many tiers. Give us money. Patreon.com/kidding me. tnachat.com.
Very good. That's professionalism right there.
I think that is, bar the perhaps unfortunate phrasing around slashes, the most efficient Patreon plug I've ever done.
You should just like cut that bit out and then you can just now put it in whenever.
I don't even think I forgot one of the show names. I didn't go for show names, which is probably why it went well. Trying to come up with Ring Cat Kings, Global Force Gold, Review It For Her.
Was it called Global Force Gold?
I think we called it Global Force Gold, yeah.
I didn't even know that.
And you can get your Global Force Gold at tnachat.com.
Oh, let's start grifting people.
Some would argue we're probably already grifting people.
Hey, yo!
These people are listening to a TNA wrestling podcast. We're at least grifting their time away from them.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
We are coming up, as we record this and as it releases, about a week from the airing of the 1000th episode of Impact, which is like crazy to think about, as we're covering like 69 to 71, I think, on this episode. And this is 2005, and they're all the way up to 1000. 1,000 episodes of television Impact/TNA has produced over the last 19 years since Impact launched in June 2004. And like, I feel like that's an achievement like you shouldn't undersell in any way. That's a lot of episodes of TV.
I wonder where that would put them in like all time rankings of television shows with number of episodes.
There's a bunch of shows, obviously, that like soap operas that air daily that, you know, cultural institutions that have been running from the 60s, 50s, that would have run up the numbers in that regard, which is the reason, like, you can mock WWE for saying weekly episodic, but it is one of those things where it's like, it's a different category than daily talk show or soap opera or like Jerry Springer or anything that has like a more frequent cadence than like a weekly scripted television show. Because like a weekly scripted television show going that long, there's like Doctor Who, which I'm not sure is that even up to 1,000 episodes. It might be. That's been going ages. What else? What other shows ran
The
for...
Simpsons?
The Simpsons is a good one that's run since the 90s. I'm sure that's over 1,000 episodes at
I mean,
this
you
stage.
could go into like, it's probably like anime stuff, right?
Yeah, and anime really runs up the score because like there's a lot of shows and they do run more than once a week. And like Pokemon would be another one that is obviously like
One Piece
probably-
has 1,071 episodes.
so it's a little bit ahead of Impact.
But One Piece will probably die quicker, so you'll be fine. Doctor Who has 862 episodes.
Yeah, because they would have run shorter seasons and more intermittently, especially in recent years. But yeah, so Impact has only been going since 2004 and has over 1,000. Doctor Who's been going since like the 50s and it hasn't even reached 1,000. So what does that say, huh?
I'm looking at Sandmansion,
You're finding international shows.
aka Our Little Sandman or The Little Sandman, has over 22,000 episodes,
What the fuck?
61 seasons.
Yeah.
Then you know these are all your soaps now. After that, soaps and game shows.
Yeah, which obviously run daily generally or
I wanna see
multiple
what,
times a week at
what's,
least.
a show called Blue Peter
That's a children's show in the UK.
that has 5,173 episodes.
That's quite a feat. Can you imagine making that many of, like, we're on 42 of these, and that seems like a
Sesame
lot.
Street,
Oh yeah, of course.
4,600. I'm looking for like stuff that isn't a soap opera or a children's show because like children's shows seem to be the most. Oh, it just ends.
You have to go to a separate page.
Yeah, I can't find weekly episodic.
It's because it's actually a made-up category for WWE.
I know, but like, how else would you describe it?
Scripted shows. Though, like Sesame Street is scripted, so that doesn't really count.
Well, that one would be a legitimate contender for the top.
Elmo's not shooting.
What would Elmo shoot about?
You're taking the work with a script in TEW for Elmo. Imagine doing like Sesame Street TEW. You're putting together your episodes of Sesame Street. Oscar the Grouch is like, I haven't been used well lately.
Well, let me tell you right now, WWE Raw is not on this Wikipedia. Your number one. This is incorrect. These are primetime television series in the US.
What's number one there?
The Simpsons.
That makes sense.
750. Then
Is
Law
that
and
only
Order.
on 750?
Apparently.
I guess it is like
They take
22 episode
breaks.
seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, 750.
they-
So, you got 250 on The Simpsons.
Yeah. Fuck you, Homer.
Law and Order SVU.
Fuck you, Bells.
And then
he in
Law
that?
and Order.
Maybe he's in the further OG Law and Order. I don't
Then
know.
Family Guy.
It seems today.
Gunsmoke.
Yeah, that was one that I think WWE made like a big deal when they overtook Gunsmoke at some stage.
Well, I don't know why Law and Order is ranked above this, because Gunsmoke has more than Law and Order.
You have issues with the Wikipedia page here?
I mean, like, what are we doing here? You know, what are we? Lassie,
That dog kept on saving people from wells.
The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
You would think you'd get sick of the dog being bark down the well, but God, it gets you every time.
591 episodes later.
Yeah. Eventually Lassie gets stuck in the well and dies.
What's the stupidest one in here? The fact that Bob's Burgers is ranked. It makes me old.
Isn't that only like 5 seasons?
13 seasons.
Really? That's like when you realize Bones has been running for like 16 seasons. It's not anymore.
Bones is dead.
Yeah, when Bones was still on the air and you'd look at it as like it's in season fucking 14. Or Supernatural was another one that you're just like, how are they still doing this?
There's a bunch of bullshit. Smallville's on here?
I like Smallville.
I've never seen it.
One of my favorite shows growing up.
You're gonna call it a kid show and people are gonna get mad at you.
Well, it is. But it started on like the C-Dub as very much an aimed at teens show, and then kind of grew out of it as its audience grew up.
Well, let me tell you, Garrett. Of everything on here, Impact beats it.
Yeah, and listen, it's very easy to say that they said it wouldn't last a week. They said it wouldn't last a month. But you go back and read those observers, and fucking Dave Meltzer said it wouldn't last a week. So
It's true.
there we are, 1,000 episodes down the line. It's a lot of episodes. It's to be commended. There's a lot of good episodes, and a lot of bad episodes, and a lot of just episodes of wrestling television.
What's the longest running wrestling television show?
Is it Raw at this stage, or is it like still Saturday night?
It is an Argentinian. Oh, like that's currently running? Well, because this Argentinian promotion ran from 1962 to 1988.
I know like Memphis ran for ages in various incarnations.
Oh, sorry, that was just the 19. Put them all in the same whatever. Why wouldn't it all be in the same one? This is not sorted good.
The second they took moves out of the wrestling Wikipedia, it all just went to shit.
Well, Garrett.
Yes.
Your Wikipedia lists Impact as having 989 episodes.
Updated. There was so many bad. I was counting those episodes, and like Cage Match was a few off. Wikipedia, it didn't actually cite the number for anything. It just had a number on the page, which was also wrong. There was another the SmackDown Hotel, I think, is a wiki. I think that's the name of it. Also wrong. Like, they were all slightly wrong. So literally when working out which episode was actually Impact 1000, I had to fucking count them manually, you pieces of shit.
Well, Garrett.
Yes.
You'll be ecstatic to know. Fucking wait. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 documented. I think this is the 4th most amount of episodes.
Raw, SmackDown. What else is there?
Well, in 24 episodes, Garrett.
Yeah.
Impact will become the 3rd most amount of television shows in wrestling history, according to this one Wikipedia page. But you just got to be WWE Bottom Line and WWE Afterburn.
What?
Which have 1,023 episodes each.
They had because they're the same show, aren't they? But they're branded differently in different regions. Because it would be very weird for them to have the exact same number.
Oh
of
no,
episodes.
it's still running, Gary. You need Afterburn and Bottom Line to die first.
Yeah, every so often. I sent you a clip of Scott Stanford from doing an episode of Afterburn or whatever. And it was actually when they were celebrating 1,000, wasn't it? He was like, 1,000 episodes of Afterburn. Scott Stanford still here somehow in WWE's headquarters being paid to host things long after my peak of the run on Zack Ryder's internet show.
I like Scott Stanford because he's clearly very aware of the bullshit.
Yeah.
Afterburn was like the most prominent pro wrestling show in Australia for a while.
Oh, because it was like just the only one on TV?
It was the only one on free TV.
Afterburn never even had matches though, did it?
It was like highlights. And then it was like called WWE Experience here or something for a bit.
Because that's what like Heat and Velocity were all mostly highlights, but did usually have an original match.
Yeah, there was no original matches. It's just like recaps and highlights of Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah, at the start they were actual shows, but then slowly became less actual shows with just a Val Venus match for some reason. But Afterburn never even got that. And Afterburn's still here, so clearly people don't want original content. They just want highlights.
Exactly. All right, Garrett, I have a game for you. And you should be able to ace this. Every streaming platform that has hosted TNA Impact. In America, I guess, specifically.
Oh, all the television networks?
No, every streaming network.
What streaming networks have posted TNA Impact? It's been on iTunes.
Okay. But, like, I want everything, so go.
You used to be able to buy individual episodes of Impact on iTunes. Global Wrestling Network.
Okay, I also want the TV here. Come on, give me everything. I'm just not specifying TV because there were errors where they were on other platforms.
They started on Fox Sports Net.
Yes.
Then moved to Real Player.
Yes.
Then Spike TV for a very long time.
You've missed one.
Oh, well, does it have like the Sunshine Network in there?
It has Urban America Television.
Yeah, that's one of the places there in syndication during the summer.
Then there's Spike.
Yes. Then we had our Destination America days.
A wonderful run. It looked like it was gonna be a good time to be a pro wrestling fan, baby.
It lasted a year. It lasted like 4 months.
I wanted that ROH double shot. That's all I wanted.
Then we had our friends at Pop. Then we had Pursuit/Twitch.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I wanted that Twitch drop.
Yeah, because Lord knows if it was just Pursuit, no one on earth would have watched it.
And now we're on the wonderful, amazing, just all-time great network, Access TV. Everyone, watch Access.
Yeah, you can also watch New Japan.
You can watch New Japan. You know what else you can watch on Access? Garrett?
You can watch episodes of Hot Ones.
You can watch some music festivals at certain points.
There's a lot of music. It is a music-focused network in general.
You can watch The Big Interview with Dan Rather. You can watch Rock and Roll Road Trip with Sammy Hagar.
All the stars.
Real Money with Eddie Money.
Wordplay.
The top 10 revealed.
Yeah, very
The
best of the
very,
80s.
very best of the 70s.
Oh, you went for 70s. I was so upset that I nearly named the very, very best of the 80s. I know the network content. I'm a pro.
The X Factor UK.
Ooh, Simon Cowell being a cunt.
Trunk Fest with Eddie Trunk.
Wordplay.
Paul Schaefer +1.
He has a guest.
And that guest was Sammy Hagar at one point. That's cross-branded.
Network synergy, baby.
Invicta FC.
MMA.
Probellum Boxing. Wahlburgers.
Mm-hmm.
A show that my mother would have been very pleased to know that was on this network. LA Inc.
Yeah. Wasn't that on Spike too?
Let's have a look. LA Inc.
Am I thinking like Ink Masters or something like that?
Ink Masters was Spike.
Yeah, so that's probably what I'm thinking.
These are all shows I grew up on because my parents would constantly watch them. But yeah, you know where it is now, though, Garrett?
Where?
Access TV. 25 minutes in, probably could do something at this point, right?
That brings us to the month that was November 2005. How did you feel about this month, about Genesis, about TNA, about Christian Cage?
Well, before Christian Cage, I want to talk about the, prime time episode of Impact, which I thought was awesome, and I kind of just wish that, every week was like that.
Yeah, so the November 3rd episode aired in prime time, still taped, but in prime time on Thursday night at, I think it was 9 p.m. And it was a 2-hour episode of Impact, the first 2-hour episode. It was episode number 70, and that's the first 2-hour episode for you trivia nerds. And it did feel like an actual, proper, fully featured 2 hours of television that they
It felt like
loaded
a
up.
real pro wrestling show. More than most of Impacts do.
If they were to actually go 2 hours at the moment, I don't think the average episode would be as loaded as that one was.
Obviously not.
It did feel like a real, fully featured, this is what 2 hours in prime time of us could look like, and that would look pretty good.
Yeah, and, but imagine how dire some of those shows would get at this point. Or at least some of the portions of those shows would get.
Yeah, because the main event of the first Impact we're going to talk about is AMW against TLK, and then you're like, oh.
I like that, they're like, we're on prime time. We gotta put our best foot forward. That's right, baby. Diamonds in the rough. Let's go.
Everyone loves putting diamonds in the rough out first. It really gets you going. I did like Mike today, multiple times on that episode, being like, call your friends. Get your phone out. Call your friends. Tell them that Impact is on television. Call them. Call them right now.
Please, we beg of you. Again, this is another one of those episodes where I'm watching it and I'm like, I think Impact might be the greatest of all time at putting their foot forward for a first time viewer experience when they're put in a new position. They really nail that reintroduction to the company episode. The problem is, for some reason, they can't consistently they can obviously identify the values that the company has because they do it multiple times. And they're like, this is what's so good about the company. And then, the next week, they're like, all right, now back to the path that we've been walking, which isn't highlighting all the things that we know people love about us.
It's yeah, we've tricked people into jumping on board. Now we can go back to Jeff Jarrett bullshit.
But it's they clearly understand it. Because whenever they're, launching a show, or doing one of their, famous, restarts, or they're put in a primetime position for the first time, they know what people are after. But for some reason, they just don't stick to those things.
Yeah, because this is the third time, arguably, they've done it so far. Obviously, the FSN debut, the Spike debut, and now this primetime special, all of which are, in theory, on paper, meant to introduce TNA to a new audience, and hopefully a larger audience, though it didn't turn out to be the case with the primetime special. But they're like, okay, new people, new eyeballs, what are we, and how should we make people care about what we are? And as you said, it's always X Division front and center, Styles front and center, AMW front and center, the good wrestlers that the people like, and then over time it just slips to being well, it's Kevin Nash again, right? Okay.
I don't get it. I don't get how they can clearly understand what sets them apart and what makes them cool and unique and new, and then they just never actually stick to it.
I do have a theory that over time wrestling bookers just get bored.
Well, yeah, I think that's part of it. And then CM Punk tries to kill them.
But that also happens sometimes too. But a lot of the time you don't see the people
Allegedly.
stick to like the same same things that work, because I think they just get bored of their own booking. And then like that's like Vince is, I think, the ultimate case of a guy who was just completely bored by professional wrestling as a concept at this stage, which is the reason that he changes his mind every 2 weeks.
And also resentful of it.
But he's just not excited by it anymore. Like, he has been living in this world, writing like 4 to 10 hours of television every single week for the last 40 years of his life, and he just can't get excited by this thing anymore. And I think over time, a lot of the time, you see a lot of bookers will be like, they'll start veering from the path, and they'll start doing more wacky, silly stuff, just because they've gotten bored doing the straight-laced stuff. But that's all to say that's not really the case here, because they haven't been booking it long enough.
Yeah. And like they have a new booker every 3 minutes too, so you shouldn't be getting bored. Maybe that's the key. You have a rotating roster of bookers that all like are on a committee, but then there's one head booker, and every like 6 months you swap out to the next guy.
Yeah, so you have like 5 people on a committee and you change the lead every few months.
Yeah, and then like that way, like people don't get resentful because they're still part of the creative team, but they get like a break from having it all on them. And then in that like period where they're not in charge, that lets them refresh and think of new ideas.
Yeah, because like people say wrestling is easy, and I think that what they mean is it's usually not as hard as wrestling companies generally make it out to be.
No, I think what they mean is that I could do it and I want to do it. Let me do it.
Yeah, but it, like, to do it over time, to book well, and to like thoughtfully book a wrestling show long term.
Most wrestling fans could probably book a pretty solid 1 month of a wrestling show.
Yep. And then they'd be like, someone would get hurt, and then someone would get injured, and then someone would try to fight you backstage. And then like even just the random stuff of like, oh, that didn't get over and that didn't work and my angles aren't what I thought they'd be.
Well, that probably has to like weigh on you too, is like, I thought this was such a great idea and it died a death. And then it's like crisis of faith. It's like, do I know what I'm doing?
Yeah, especially if you're doing like live weekly, where like even the firmest of convictions might be rattled and shaken by something just dying a death, not getting over. Or conversely, you have to then adjust if something you didn't expect to get over randomly gets over, and then you have to see how. Yeah, as I said, how stubborn are you going to get about that happening? And are you willing to just go with the hot hand that you didn't create, as opposed to the thing that you're like stubbornly trying to justify your own existence by pushing it? It's like there is more layers to it than I think the average person actually considers, even though I think on average wrestling companies do make things more complicated than they nearly ever need to be.
I think probably part of it is that attitude of like, my idea is the right idea, and an unwillingness to like be malleable about your ideas and be like, well, my idea isn't going the way I thought it was going to go, but there's something in it that's getting a giant reaction. I should just pivot completely to that. And instead they go, no, I want to finish my idea first, and then we can pivot to that. But by the time they get to that stage, the thing that was hot has already started to smolder and is now, when you go to it, people are going to go, well, that would have been cool a month ago. That would have been cool 6 months ago.
Yeah. And like to go back to this era TNA, like it's an excuse that I think will dwindle increasingly, especially as we get toward the end of the year. But like they probably don't yet still have the roster depth to do like real killer weekly TV every week. Like they don't have the fresh matches to actually do that at the moment, even for an hour show. But they're increasingly getting there with additions of like 3D, I Love Christian, of like when you look at the X Division at the moment, where you have like Strong, Aries, Shelley, Sabin, Dutt just kind of doing undercard stuff. It's like there is increasingly more and more depth there. They're getting to the point where that's not an excuse.
I think part of that would have been beneficial of like, and I get like there's probably trepidation in like at best it's trepidation, and at worst it's like weird pro wrestling attitude stuff that like you should be mixing these X Division guys more and just doing like feuds with people who aren't in the X Division, because that would increase your roster dynamic and depth like twofold immediately. Like, if you weren't afraid to just be like, for this month, Alex Shelley is going to feud with Jeff Hardy, and then we'll do a Jeff Hardy Alex Shelley match at the pay-per-view. If they weren't like afraid of that dynamic, that would instantly sort of extend their roster, but there's like, clearly they are, and they want to keep everything insular in that division. It's like if they were just like, hey, we're going to take Christopher Daniels and put him against Sabu, you know what I mean? Like, it would just immediately sort of expand that roster, but because they want to keep the X division as its own sort of thing, that kind of, I don't know, it limits them even further.
Yeah, and I'm even like a little bit torn on that as an idea in general, just because traditionally, anytime you've seen the X division expand beyond the X division and interact with with other areas of the company that aren't the X division is then usually generally treated as less than. Like it's always like, oh, it's the X division guys coming in and losing, or they're being nerds, or someone's trying to bully them, or something like that. And it's never just like, you know, Daniels is just a guy who can wrestle AJ for the belt and also wrestle Jarrett for the belt.
Yeah, like that, because you could see how immediately that would make this show bigger. But again, you could say that about everything. It's like you just got to do things right, you know? Like, that makes this a real simple explanation. It's like, these are all great ideas and, like, things that would and can work, but you just have to do them with, like, out this weird attitude of separation. That wasn't the word I was looking for, in case you thought you were thinking otherwise. Like, if there wasn't this attitude that these things aren't on the same level, like, just make them the same level and it will work.
Yeah, it goes back to like a wrestling fan attitude that you hear a lot about how like, oh, authority figures are bad, or brand splits are bad, or angles about people who are friends who don't want to hurt each other are bad. And like, all those as like absolutionist terms, it's very stupid. Like, there can be a great brand split. You can do that really well. There can be a great authority figure. You can do that really well. You can do the why am I so violent to my friend angle really, really well.
Interference.
Yeah, the problem then becomes when they become tropes that are overly common or have just been badly used to the extent that they feel old and tired. And then people just keep doing them, and they keep doing them badly, and then no matter what, you'll be getting money in the bank cash-ins until the end of your life.
Yeah.
There are very, very few ideas on paper in wrestling that are bad, like, flat out.
A lot of it just requires something that isn't prevalent in pro wrestling, and that is restraint.
Generally not people who can hold back or do things smartly.
Well, no, because, like, you know, a part of, I think, it's something that's intrinsical in wrestling is this attitude of go, you know, keep the viewers' attention, don't make them switch channels, just do things.
So we call it the Vince Russo mentality.
Oh my god, he won in the end.
Well, like, there's not no merit to that. Like, that you do value the viewer's attention span and value their time and try to give them something interesting while they're giving you that time. But then you don't want to flip to the crazy side of that where you are desperate for that. That, like, you are desperate for their time and you are desperate for any second they can give you. And you are so afraid that they will tune out that you sabotage everything around you in order to try and keep their attention. Yeah. That brings us to the news, starting with the big story for the month. News?
I have to clean my hand because I just burst into blood.
What did you do to yourself?
I don't know. I looked down and my whole thumb is bleeding.
You got so fired up about like theories of booking that you started blading your hand just to get some color, brother.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, talk about Christian.
On October 30th in Los Angeles, Christian gave his notice to WWE. There was a lot to this story, which will almost surely end with him coming to TNA very quickly. From a name standpoint, he was Christian Cage on the Independents before coming to WWE, so with prior usage, at worst he could call himself Christian Cage, which he does, or more likely simply keep the name Christian, which he doesn't. The precedent here would be Honky Tonk Man, who was Honky Tonk Wayne in Stampede. Nope, Christian Cage, Dave. And allowed to continue to use the name Honky Tonk Man anywhere he wanted because he came into the relationship with the basics of the name and the character. It was no secret that Christian was unhappy with his slot and lack of upward mobility, even though he had been getting some incredible crowd responses a few months back when he was cutting promos on the poser John Cena. However, he did nothing but jobs, and the move to SmackDown didn't change that. He had been losing momentum without a good program and with constant TV losses. There was feelings expressed that the wrestlers are told to get over with the audience to justify a push, but in reality, the company decides and slots everyone ahead of time, which goes back to the booking conversation we had a second ago about this guy got over organically and then he's being punished for it because he wasn't the chosen guy to get over at the moment. Classic pro wrestling booking. It's stupid. If someone like Christian gets consistent crowd reactions far greater than their allotted spot, it doesn't matter. So Christian's contract has expired. He's friends with Scott D'Amore of TNA, dating back to their days as Canadian independent wrestlers. Those close to him believe he is starting with TNA imminently. He then signed a contract with TNA on November 3rd, so he didn't wait around. He's going to be used on top, and instead of teasing it on television ahead of time, they decided to tease it on the internet a little bit, and then he showed up on the pay-per-view.
I just poured hand sanitizer into my open wound.
That's generally how you heal yourself.
I think so, right?
Did it sting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sting.
No, that's not for another few months.
Do you think that is because they didn't know if it was happening when they were filming TV?
It's one of those things, and Dave kind of goes on about it a bit, that like, oh, they would have boosted buys if they had like teased it or announced it on TV, and like I think they tried to thread the needle of having people expecting a big surprise without ruining the surprise, because it's that weird thing where like wrestling fans do love the surprise, but more people will then buy the show if they know it's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, like it's like a twofold thing where it's like you buy it because you hope it's gonna happen, but the real thing, you just want the music to hit.
Yeah, so like the tease was that like the biggest acquisition in company history would be debuting at Genesis, but they didn't put that anywhere on the TV show. Like maybe if they ended the show with like an MCU style stinger, just being like, oh, big thing happening Genesis.
Well, you could have his entrance video was literally a countdown.
Yeah,
You could have just done a countdown.
and like given he signed the contract November 3rd, it's not a case that like he signed the deal too late to get it on that last TV. Like that last TV was November 12th. There's loads of time.
See, I was gonna ask, like, maybe they were like, we've already fucked this up so many times. Where we're like, the big thing's happening, and then it doesn't happen. Maybe they were just like, let's just do it when we really know.
Let's just deliver a cool surprise. People will buy the show next month for Christian. It's fine.
Well, that's the thing too. I guess, like, you know, that first match is gonna be a bigger draw anyway.
In an interview with WWE.com, basically his exit interview, which I find funny that they interviewed him being like, hey, what's going on? Are you leaving? Because like there was a weird thing where like he was offered a contract backstage at SmackDown and he was like, no. And then he went from like, I think it was a 4-way and he ended up being pinned all of a sudden in that match. And then they announced he was leaving even though he was still wrestling on TV after they announced he was leaving. So there's like people being in the crowd with signs being like, sign Christian on WWE shows with Christian still on them, even though he was going to leave. It's a weird little set of circumstances.
There was like a few things weird around it because like there was like a thing with the game as well where he was in the game but they removed like all of his logos.
That's strange.
Like, yes, like he just had like blue tights.
I'm surprised Vince didn't put the blue dot over his face.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's pretty much the same thing, right? And like there was another one where it's like he was meant to be in one and then they cut him out, but like all these assets are still... It's like the Christian jump was like one of those very weirdly handled ones.
Because it's one of those where, like, they fucking should have seen it coming based on how they booked him, how he got over, and then got absolutely no opportunities whatsoever.
You know what I think it was?
What?
I think it was they were so firmly used to being the only game in town at this point. They were like, what's he gonna fucking do? You know, it's like, where's he gonna go? There's no WCW.
Yeah, and like Christian's one of their guys. He's been there since like 97 or whatever.
Yeah, so it's like, they probably just didn't even think it was an option. Like nowadays, they're like, we have to lock everyone down because like they could go to 75 different places.
Whereas here, there was probably a little bit of hubris of like, you're not gonna go to fucking TNA. Come on.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're not gonna go to TNA. What are you gonna do? Gonna go to Japan?
And like it's actually funny to look back on that era of like 2005 Christian working with John Cena, and I think the beginning of the crowd like rejecting Cena is actually part of like the Christian story, where like while he was feuding with Cena that summer, the crowd generally kind of sided with Christian, and Christian was like the underpushed guy that people really wanted to see succeed. And then that resentment kind of over time transferred onto Cena as like he's the hand-picked company guy who's actually holding like our championed guy Christian down. So I think the Christian plays a weirdly important role in like the narrative of John Cena's career going forward from here.
I've definitely seen all this and know exactly what you're talking about.
But yes, in that WWE.com interview, he said, it's a lot of personal reasons as to why I made the decision to leave WWE, and actually too many to get into, but I will say this. I gave everything I had to WWE for 8 years. I gave everything to the fans. I feel they gave me everything they had. But you know, never say never in this business. Hopefully they won't forget about Christian, and we'll see what happens in the future. He's jumping to TNA.
Yeah. He's an amazing get.
He is like the perfect get, because he's 31 here, bang in the middle of his prime. He is one of those guys who has a strong reputation that WWE has dropped the ball on. So he's not the case of like he was fired. That's another one. He wasn't fired. He did jump. He made sure to state that
abundantly clear that this was a choice.
That he did in fact jump to TNA. So like this narrative, this the underappreciated guy who's a great promo, who's a good worker, who is right in the middle of his prime and has a reputation for the ball being dropped with him in the other company, is like the perfect package to jump to TNA right now. It's exactly what you would have, well, like you probably would have wanted Shawn Michaels or Kurt Angle now, but you're not getting those now. Whereas Christian like perfectly fits, I think, the narrative of TNA at the moment, and the kind of guy you'd want to be like, this is why you want to come here, because you'll get the chances you won't get there.
That's the selling point of TNA for a lot of these people. Like, you know, you want to watch these guys, but you don't want to watch them there. You'll have them here.
And they'll ideally be better here.
It's the AEW ethos too.
It's like they're not actually different. They'll just be better.
Yeah, they'll just be allowed to be better.
So then he did debut on Genesis. He came out as the big surprise about an hour into the show. Because they had a few backstage interviews. We'll talk about them when we're talking about the stories themselves. Where like Franchise was with Jarrett. He was with Trial K. He was with Monty afterwards. He was with Abyss and Mitchell. And he mentioned like, oh, the acquisition. And then Christian comes out to his fake Evanescence theme, which is his theme to this day, which is his theme that I heard at All In Wembley in front of 80,000 people.
With the Big Ben countdown.
Yeah, I did throw up my double C's for Christian Cage.
I love the double C.
The Captain Charisma.
He should bring it back.
He did it while he was in like the Impact run, while he was world champion. He's like, he'll throw up the double C's because that's where he did it.
He's a fucking worker.
He is.
Last of the true workers.
So he comes out with his cool Captain Charisma jacket, gets a great reaction. Crowder super duper.
And his
Christian.
jeans.
Yeah, his jeans and his white t-shirt. Well, white shirt. It's not a t-shirt.
Motherfucker just wearing jeans and a wrestling jacket. It's a chaotic fit.
This is 2005. There are no rules. They cut to backstage reactions from Jarrett and Monty on monitors. Christian said he didn't come here to see the same guy say the same thing week after week. And then you can hear Jarrett in the background say, for months and months. Like, sir, you are not allowed to say that. Of all the people in this company, you cannot co-sign that comment, sir.
No, when you're constantly being compared to each other.
He didn't come here to see a grown man dressed as a doctor pulling things out of another man's ass, to which TNA enthusiastically punctuates with an amen.
Like, he's such a hype man for Christian.
Oh, even better is the next one, when he's like, and you can be damn sure he didn't come because he got fired.
He jumped!
Puts in with the world's most enthusiastic he jumped. It's so good. I love him so much. He said he was offered good money to stay because there was a rumor he was lowballed. Again, he's getting out in front of all this shit.
Hell yeah, bang bang.
Kind of like he came to TNA because he loves wrestling. WWE is old, boring, and lacking direction, and this is TNA, and he's coming for the NWA title and throws a little shot at Jarrett for wearing white after Labor Day.
What is white after Labor Day?
It's one of those like fashion things. You don't wear white after Labor Day. I don't know, is there like a symbolic meaning to not wearing white after Labor Day, but you don't wear white after Labor Day.
Like for the rest of the year?
Also, Christian's wearing white right now in this promo, which is after Labor Day.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. It's Americans, explain to me why you don't wear white after Labor Day, please.
And like how long that lasts.
Is it like till January 1st and then you can wear white again?
Or is it like literally the day after?
And then he dropped the "because that's how I roll" catchphrase. Great catchphrase. But he wasn't not there alone. Scott D'Amore and Bobby Roode come out.
Oh, because they're Canadian.
The grin on D'Amore's face as he's walking down the ramp. He's like, my pal, my fellow Canadian. Ah!
And Christian's like, this guy.
So D'Amore comes out and he gives the pitch. You should join Team Canada. You should join Planet Jarrett. You, of all people, know the importance of having the right backup, being in with the right crew. We go way back. Think of all the named a number of incidents on the Indies where him and Adam came up together. And Christian was pondering. He was about to ask a question. And Rude jumped in and was like, you fucking better join Team Canada, pal.
And D'Amore's like, what the fuck?
Rude demands an answer right now. D'Amore is not pleased. He's like, oh, Bobby, back off. And he gives Christian the rest of the night. We'll talk about the rest of that when we get to the actual programs themselves. But yeah, good promo, great reaction. It's a little silly that he's like getting out in front of the narratives. It's like, I wasn't fired. They didn't lowball me. I jumped, baby. But listen, you're at war. So that's the kind of stuff you do.
Yeah, and it's like not as annoying as it will become for like the WWE guy to come in and be like, WWE bad? Crowd goes crazy. I being held down. Crowd goes nuts.
Or you can go the Damien Sandow route, where they chant, you're a genius, and he says, shut up, that's a character from somewhere else, and I don't like it.
The Jericho one, the bad creative.
Yeah, except Damien Sandow maybe was only that character and should have stuck to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Christian. It's nice to have him around. Christian's cool.
He sure is. People without fathers beware in the TNA locker room.
You're going to have to Google and find out who doesn't have a dad.
He has a spreadsheet, I'm sure.
That's the first thing. He's like walking around the locker room being like, oh, hey AJ, nice to meet you. How's your father? It's like, oh, well, actually. It's like, yes.
And he's like, very interesting. And a comically large tick next to his name on it.
Chase Stevens suffered a broken neck at the Impact taping on October 25th during a match with Buck Quartermain and Lex Lovett. Of all the matches to fucking break your neck in.
Against two seasoned professionals.
You're the Naturals wrestling a squash against Buck Quartermain and Lex Lovett. And that's where you break your neck. Stevens mistimed an elevated move and crashed down on his neck and head, fracturing the C5 and C6 vertebrae in his neck. According to TNAWrestling.com, Stevens suffered the mildest form of trauma associated with a broken neck. As of Friday, Stevens was pain-free, but doctors recommended he take at least 1 week away to recover from an injury that usually takes 3 to 6 weeks for a normal person. I feel like any context in which the words broken neck are involved should involve longer than a week away from wrestling.
That's cut angle shit.
Stevens told TNAWrestling.com that he didn't realize he suffered a severe injury until sometime after the impact of the move. It wasn't until I made the tag to Andy Douglas that I had an extra second to realize I couldn't feel my hands and my back was slowly starting to tingle. I'm a little sore. I do feel about 95% and feel like I could wrestle now if doctors would let me.
Wrestlers are fucking crazy.
He broke his neck. And he's like, those stupid doctors won't let me wrestle. They're going to make me wait a week. It's not like the Naturals have anything left. They've lost the tag titles. It's over.
He just wanted that pay-per-view payday.
Yeah. But yeah, so Chase Stevens won't miss much time despite breaking his goddamn neck.
Wrestlers are dumb.
TNA announced it has signed former Tough Enough winner and WWE wrestler Jackie Gaeta.
Cool.
You know any Jackie Gaeta memories?
Nah.
I suppose you would have been a little too young. And even, like, that's during the year I would have watched it. I also have no Jackie Gaeta memories, so...
Yeah, give like 7 memories right now.
There was that time she won Tough Enough. I remember more Nydia, because Nydia was, like, with Jamie Noble and stuff on TV in a way that was memorable.
She did the sex thing.
I don't remember a single thing Jackie Gaeta did.
Was Jackie Gaeta, like, with Charlie Haas?
I think so.
There's, like, a Charlie Haas thing with Jackie Gaeta. And Rico.
Maybe.
Sounds about right.
Because Jackie Gaeta and Charlie Haas were married at one point, weren't they?
They were an on-screen thing, I think.
I'm pretty sure that was a real couple. Whether or not they are anymore I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure they were a real thing.
They were married in 2005 and divorced in 2020.
Oh, love has fallen apart.
They have 4 children. What does she do? Teamed with Stacy Keibler.
Dream team.
Yeah, she managed Rico. See, I know what I'm fucking talking about.
You love your 2003 WWE.
Announced the engagement of Gator House on SmackDown. This led to a catfight between Jackie Gator and Dawn Marie, which led to an intergender tag match at No Mercy, pitting Gator, Haas, and Rico against Dawn and the Dudley Boys.
That's a match of the year right there.
And Jackie Gator's team won the bout.
This is the full Jackie Gator career retrospective.
Dawn Marie predicted that the relationship would not last very long. From that
they got
onwards, Dawn
15 years, Dawn Marie. That's pretty good.
From that moment on, Dawn Marie tried her hardest to split up the couple. On the August 7th episode of SmackDown, Gator found herself on the receiving end of Billy Kidman's BK bomb. She sold her injuries through the October tour of Europe by wearing a neck brace. What a worker. Only returning to
Just
action
like
on,
Roderick
on the October 28th episode of SmackDown in Omaha, Nebraska, where she returned in a Halloween costume contest between Dawn Marie and Tori Wilson, spearing Dawn, and you won't believe it, tearing the clothes from her body. A vengeful Dawn then screamed to Gator that it was not over. Dawn gained her revenge during an arm wrestling contest on the November 4 episode of SmackDown, headbutting Gator and a cat fighting her until Haas made the save. Dawn's ally, Heisenreich, then decimated Haas, dismaying Gator's attempts to protect Haas by shoving her to the mat. On the November 25th episode, Gator tried to gain revenge in a, quote, in quotes, Pilgrim versus Indian match. But both women were disqualified for ignoring the referee's instructions. The two divas fought once again on December 2nd, this time while wearing Christmas outfits. General Manager Teddy Long finally announced a final encounter at Armageddon, appointing Haas as the referee. Gator lost the match and her fiancé as the relationship was broken when Haas revealed he had had an affair with Dawn Marie. He then rejected Marie afterward, saying he did not want either woman.
Well, what a career. What a run.
And then she was in a bunch of vignettes with other divas, and then her and Haas got fired in 2005.
After their year-long story.
Where would it have been from? September to December. So like 3-month storyline.
All of that was in 3 months?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, she's coming to TNA.
Cool.
I'm sure she'll do something very exciting.
In 2008, Haas and Gator opened the Custom Muscle Nutrition and Smoothie Shop at a nutritional store in Frisco, Texas.
I hope that's still open, just like their friendship.
I just got spoiled on winner of the Knockout of the Year. Oh, of course, famed winner of the worst worked match of the year in the Wrestling Observer, teaming with Christopher Notwinski versus Bradshaw and Trish Stratus.
That company is so bad.
So there you go. You happy? Excited?
I feel like the early to mid 2000s of that company are almost underrated in how bad they are. Because it has like the same amount of attitude era bullshit, but people are a fraction as over, and it's during a period in which nobody wanted that anymore. But yes, Jackie Gate has come to TNA.
Her class of fired people is wild. Joy Giovanni.
Yeah, of course.
Kenzo Suzuki.
TNA legend. Perry
Matt
Saturn match
Morgan.
still lives in my dreams. TNA legend.
Charlie Haas.
Had one TNA match. He wrestled Josh Alexander in 2022.
Yeah, I remember that. Jackie Gator, of course. She is the star of the class. Marty Jannetty.
Shockingly never wrestled in TNA. Why did they sign him to a deal?
That was when they did the Rockers reunion. I know this because I just watched fucking Darkside.
I know, but like, why did they sign him to a deal?
Because Shawn Michaels has political pull and he felt guilty.
And like, he did look pretty good in like the Rockers match and the match he had on SmackDown with Kurt. Like, he didn't look dreadful, but also, why did you sign him to a deal?
Because Shawn has political pull and he felt bad.
All right.
Dawn Marie. Man, that whole feud got canned after 3 months of TV.
Yep.
Mark Jindrak.
Is he still wrestling? I know he did very well in Mexico for years after, but I haven't heard about Marco Corleone in a while.
Maven.
Oh, my fave. Maven story. For years and years, in one of my local toy shops, all they ever had was Maven. Like, rows and rows of Maven. Like, literally, like, 30 Maven action figures.
Now you'd kill for a Maven.
And legitimately, I never bought one. I was like, every time I'd go in there for months, all they would have was Maven. And then I had a hankering to actually buy Maven, and they didn't have Maven anymore. And I was actually mad.
They released homeowner Jim Cornette. Shannon Moore.
Who we will be seeing imminently.
Akio.
That's Jimmy Yang, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Akio to me. Gangrel.
Oh, no.
Billy Kidman. Spike
Should have
Dudley.
shown up in TNA. Does show
Kevin
up in TNA.
Fertig.
Yeah, Mordecai.
Is that... Oh. I know him as the vampire.
Yeah.
Kev Thorne, baby.
He does come back. That's stupid.
Yeah, he does. And then, of course, Bubba and Devon, you'll be surprised to learn were fired here too.
They make it very clear in
They did not proceed with any renegotiations.
Yeah, there's an interview that I didn't include where they're like, let's get it clear. We were not fired.
Yeah, they do say that here.
Our contracts expired and we did not like the offer of renewal we got and felt we had done everything we could do.
Too Cold Scorpio was hired in 2007?
Probably.
I'm on the Wayback Machine for the WWE News Archive. They fired Too Cold Scorpio in May of 2007.
I remember when they randomly brought back D'Lo.
The fuck? Mr. McMahon becomes Dr. McMahon.
No.
Stone Cold on Stern.
No.
Super Crazy injured.
Oh no.
In Oberhausen.
Doing the 16 carat?
Yeah, I imagine. WWE ends relationship with Deep South. This is the show now where I just read a year of WWE news archives. Divas go shopping.
We did do at least 5 minutes on the career of Jackie Gata, which neither of us actually remember any of, but...
Mick Foley visits MIT.
Wow, what did he learn?
I think he was a speaker. Elite educator, elite confirmed.
Oh, they were gonna jump, but then they signed new deals. They actually planted those stories.
Joey Mercury released. Yeah, Ashley and Kane star on Smallville. Full circle.
There we go. We won't get better than that. The segue away from Liam reading the news of a year we're not covering. TNA's first of what are likely to be many primetime specials on Spike TV was a hot show, but ended up drawing a disappointing 0.9 rating and 978,000 viewers on November.
Isn't that less than what they did before?
It is more or less like in the range of what they were doing already, which is the reason it's considered disappointing. It's not down. Like they did do 1.2 million, but if you took the average of what they've been doing so far on Spike, I think this is pretty much bang in there.
This is a good Dynamite number.
The number, identical to the number of the last episode of Ultimate Fighter when it was moved from its traditional night, shows the television viewership is based on Creatures of Habit. Spike averages a 1.0 rating in primetime, so they were a little down from that, but it did do 22% better than what was usually in the time slot. Spike did also spend some money advertising the show, though. Though by all accounts, Spike were happier with it than TNA were. TNA were quite disappointed that they did the big primetime special, because they were airing at 11 on Saturdays, and they did more or less the same rating in primetime on Thursdays than they did on 11 at Saturday. At 11 on Saturdays. But Spike apparently were pretty happy because they figured more competition on Thursday nights than there is on Saturday nights, so they thought it might do a little bit worse, but it held up pretty well, so by all accounts, Spike were quite pleased.
As long as Spike's happy.
Yeah, once the network's happy, everyone's happy.
But Garrett, would someone please tell me about the fucking Westminster Dog Show?
In February is when they were probably going to do a special of some sort, because Raw's preempted by the Westminster Dog Show, so there's probably going to be something February 13th that TNA would have in order to try and take advantage of Raw not being in its regular time slot on that week. Yeah, it's like a USA staple, and it was actually one of the conditions of them coming back to USA is them no longer getting preempted by the Westminster Dog Show, so I actually think that might be the last year that they are.
Boo.
From 2006. It's one of those things, as I think we talked about before, as I was reading Death of WCW every time, it's just like, Nitro did a monster number because Raw was preempted by the Westminster Dog Show.
Is it still running?
It is still running, I believe.
Who won the Westminster Dog Show?
In 2006. Go work that out. But as I said, it was one of the conditions of going back to USA that they would no longer be preempted by that. So... What are you chuckling at?
I'm just looking at the fucking names of these stupid dogs. What year?
06.
Rufus!
Hey, Rufus.
You want to see Rufus?
I want to see Rufus, yes.
I'm gonna post a picture of Rufus to the Twitter account with no context.
I hope there's someone who's like, that's my favorite Westminster Dog Show winner right there.
Oh, that'd be crazy. Is there like stan culture for different Westminster Dog Show winners?
Yeah, they know all of them. I hope there is like an actual... There's surely... Because it's like... I see with some kind of relatively relevant institution to the extent that there is people who are like historians of the Westminster Dog Show.
Rufus. There you go.
Look at his face!
Yeah, that's a winner right there.
Yeah. He has a little necklace too. What a stylish guy.
Who won? Oh, James sucks. I'm a Rufus guy. Uno's alright. Stomp's cool. Sadie, that's an industry plant dog if I've ever seen one. That's like the Jack Perry of of Westminster dog winners.
Which means another dog's gonna beat the shit out of it in any minute.
Yeah, Rufus.
Rufus is gonna take it down.
Because it was best in 2006.
Rufus is sick and tired of working with these kids.
Look at this fucking Hollywood planted winner.
Oh yeah, look at that cunt.
Yeah, fuck you, Sadie. Whoa! Malaki? This guy's called?
Is it not just Malachi?
No, it's Malaki.
Uh-huh.
He kind of rules. Like, that's a contender against Rufus right now.
You've really turned on Rufus. What is going on with this dude?
Yeah!
He looks like a Star Wars thing.
Mm-hmm. Banana Joe retired after winning in 2013.
He looks like a deeply cynical thing that would be put in Star Wars just to sell toys.
There's a lot of dogs in here. Like, alright.
It is a dog
After 2014, there's like a bunch of weirdo dogs. Then we're just getting to boring old dogs. Like, these are just regular ass dogs. Oh, fuck off, Flynn.
They stopped stunt casting the dogs.
Look at this guy. This guy is tryhard. This is like the Eurovision entrant that like doesn't feel like it has any actual artistic merit, but like they try to be weird just for being weird. This is Flynn.
Oh, that's like a Swedish dog.
King! Look at King! He's won it 15 times!
Oh, that's the Triple H
The
of the
Ric
Westminster
Flair.
Dog Show.
He looks like Triple H. He has the Triple H mustache.
Oh, he does, especially like the 2005 era with the stupid handlebar shit he's trying to do at that stage.
Wasabi! Wasabi's sick. I'm at 2021 now. I might as well just commit until we get to all of them.
Must be noted, King did not win it 15 times, but he is a Wire Fox Terrier, and that breed of dog has won 15 times.
Boo! I got too excited. Trumpet's cool.
I like Wasabi. Look at this guy. Look at his weird head. Why do they always have beards?
Should we do a live reaction to the 2023 Westminster Dog Show?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know. Look at the date on the news article. Probably says right there.
February 13th was the 2006 one, so I assume they're sticking to February.
That was last year's winner, Trumpet.
Trumpet's a good boy.
Look how bougie it is now.
Trumpet looks like a classically good dog, you know?
Yeah.
No gimmicks, not going for a beard.
It's the second longest continuously held sporting event in the US.
What's the first? The World Series?
Monday Night Raw. I gotta see if it's already happened this year or not. 2023 Dog Show winner. Alright, there was a winner this year. Buddy Holly won.
I don't think he's a dog, but...
Yeah, rude. I have a video of Buddy Holly.
Alright, it's apparently May next year, so we're gonna have to wait.
Oh, Buddy Holly's a good boy. I was hoping for some weird freak.
Everyone's got to remind us next year.
Next year, $10 tier, Westminster Dog Show, live reaction, YouTube streaming event.
Are you tweeting this?
No, Buddy Holly won this year. That's Buddy Holly. Good guy.
Oh, again. That's more just like classic good dog.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's gone from weird freak to just classic good dog.
Because you see some of these dogs, but like King's a bit of a weird freak. So is Wasabi. Whereas like the Trumpet and Buddy Holly are like classic good dogs.
Yeah, I like Rufus though.
There's a surprising amount of facial hair going on with these dogs.
That's the thing. There's not enough weird freaks. All the weird freaks have facial hair. I like King.
You want to bow down to the King?
Bow down to the...
It's his theme song with his Triple H mustache.
He should have come out to that when he won the 15th title.
And his nepotism, because he's the same breed that always won.
Unfortunately, he is literally a Nepo baby.
Yeah.
He's the Jack Perry.
But yes, when the Westminster Dog Show preempts Raw in 2006 is when they're eyeing up another primetime special of some sort. The October 22nd Impact did a 1.5 rating among males 18 to 34, which is the highest on cable that day, aside from ESPN's college football game. So TNA drawn in
Tony
men.
would have to release the Wembley footage to get that kind of rating.
And even then...
He'd get a 0.9.
TNA's video game deal, which was dependent on getting the national outlet, will be Midway Games. Midway officially announced the video game with TNA. The product is scheduled to ship in 2007. Midway is not doing very well financially, as they appear to have lost about $20 million in the last year. That will be a thing to talk about in the future. Midway, of course, most famously known for making Mortal Kombat.
I was gonna say they were Mortal Kombat, right? And now NetherRealm does Mortal
Yes.
Kombat.
So Warner Brothers snapped up a bunch of the Midway assets, not including TNA when Midway went out of business, and they snapped up Warner
Bullshit.
Brothers with it.
When are we getting the second TNA game?
Like, they did commission it. Like, they it wasn't the case that, like, they weren't going to make a second game, but then they went broke before they could, and we got a shitty DS game and a shitty PSP game.
Right after we finish the Westminster Dog Show, will be our playthrough of the TNA Impact video game.
The full story with suicide and being jumped and thrown to Mexico and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, that game is again, a classic shame. It's a classic good foundation, good base. The second game would have been much better, and they just never got the second game. Which may also be the case for the AEW game, but I don't think a person on Earth plays it anymore, so...
It's got like 40 people.
Even the Stadium Stampede mode just came and went.
Yeah. It's weird because, like, it's not bad. I guess people are just like, if it's not a WWE 2K game, people aren't into it.
I just don't think it was deep enough. Like, even if you're enjoying it, it's like, there's not enough game here.
Hey, what are you going to do? Just play matches, I guess.
Yeah, and even then, I think there's some holes in the gameplay that they need to patch over.
They need to buy TW.
And just do a sim game.
Yeah.
As opposed to that weird sim game they put out on
A
mobile.
proper sim game, yeah.
Nigel McGuinness will likely debut on the Genesis show, either in the pre-show or possibly in the prelim. He wrestled Shark Boy in the pre-show. And also, Dave, not a debut, because he was on the gauntlet for the X Division belt that PD won the belt from. So, Dave, do your research. There was apparently rumors going around that they were thinking of doing a Ring of Honor versus TNA feud, but that was going nowhere. That wasn't real. Some notes from Bound for Glory. Samoa Joe versus Jushin Liger was originally slated to go 20 minutes. Even when they changed the show around and added the Gauntlet Battle Royal, they were still supposed to do a longer match. It's not exactly clear why it happened, but they were in there working the beginning of a long match. At about 5 minutes in, the ref told them to go home, so they just went home.
I wonder why. Have we ever found out?
I wonder, is it the kind of thing, it's like, we don't want to tell Joe to his face that we're cutting his time, so we'll send him out there and then cut his time. Liger expressed interest in returning, and they have an idea for a potential TV special in 2006 that he'd be a major part of. It's not a TV special, but he comes back for the World X Cup. There was consideration given to cancelling the Diamonds in the Rough match on pay-per-view when they added the Gauntlet. They went back and forth, but decided these guys were company guys and deserved the spot in the biggest show of the year. No, cut it. Also, the Gauntlet even ended up going 2 minutes long, so... Jarrett and Styles will be both appearing on Spike's Video Game Awards on the 12th.
Oh my god. Alright, time to find the Spike Video Game Awards for 2005!
On the 10th of December, Rock is also on the show. That was the original version of the Keeleys.
Wow, the OG Keeleys. Spike Video Game Awards 2005, Garrett. Alright, we got 75 categories, fucking strap in! Best Cast!
Keeley was host at this stage, wasn't he?
The VGAs were hosted by Samuel L. Jackson.
Poor Keeley didn't even get in. What stage did Keeley? I always thought Keeley was always host of that, but
maybe he was just behind the scenes.
Because I know the thing was, like, he did it with Spike and for years, and then was eventually like, what if I just did it myself? And then he did it himself, and it was a much larger success than it was ever on Spike.
There's a lot of Midway Games was represented here, showing off Nowhere to Run.
That's probably why they timed the announcement so that they would have some stuff going into the VGAs.
Musical performances by 50 Cent, Def Leppard, and Missy Elliott.
That was the year, I believe, 50 Cent Blood in the Sand came out, so that makes sense.
God. And show appearances by Charlize Theron, Kiefer Sutherland, Jack Black, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Rock, Vin Diesel, Carson Daly, Donald Faison, Jamie Presley, Josie Maran, Snoop Dogg, Exhibit, Carmen Electra, Natasha Bedingfield, Dane Cook, and others.
Ooh, others?
Like AJ Styles and Jeff Jarrett. Alright, Garrett. Best cast, of course, went to Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie.
I've never played that game, and I think I still have it around.
I think I have played that game. Best wireless game. What does that mean?
I guess handheld?
Which went to Mark Echo's Getting Up, Contents Under Pressure.
Is it maybe it's a weird way of saying mobile game?
Maybe. What do you think? Best PC game, Garrett? Give me a guess.
For 2005.
Would you like the noms?
Oh, of course.
You have Battlefield 2, Call of Duty 2, World of Warcraft, Fear, and Sid Meier's Civilization 4?
Civ 4.
World of Warcraft.
Boo!
This is your favorite category, Garrett. Best RPG.
Final Fantasy 12.
That's not an option.
Damn.
Yeah, Jade Empire, X-Men Legends 2, Rise of the Apocalypse, Dungeon Siege 2, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, and World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft.
It was World of Warcraft! Garrett, best breakthrough technology. What was it? Just guess.
The Xbox 360.
That was a nom, Garrett, but it did not win.
Whoa.
The PSP one.
Really?
Other noms were the facial motion capture in NBA Live 06, speech recognition in Nintendogs, and the Unreal Engine 3.
Heavy hitters, a lot of them.
Best multiplayer game went to Guild Wars. Best handheld game, Garrett. You're a handheld nerd.
Mario and Luigi, the Superstar Saga.
Lumines.
Oh, yeah, Luminous is a good game.
I've lost my plate. There we go, we're back. Best graphics.
God of War.
Not a contender. It was Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, that's fair.
Best military game, Call of Duty 2.
What a weird category. Best military game.
I guess because I don't want to say first-person shooter?
Why not?
Anyway, best first-person action, Fear. Oh my god. Best fighting game, with contenders like Soul Calibur 3, Tekken 5, Darkstalkers Chronicle, Mortal Kombat Trial Monks, Fight Night Round 2.
Those boxing games were good.
Sure. Tekken 5 and Soul Calibur 3 are there.
No, those boxing games were real good.
Most addictive game. We Love Katamari, Lumines, Nintendogs, Meteos, or World of Warcraft.
I feel like it has to be World of Warcraft.
Yeah, of course it's World of Warcraft. Best driving game, Burnout Revenge. Designer of the Year went to David Jaffe of God of War. Best original score, We Love Katamari. Best soundtrack went to Guitar Hero.
That's fucking bullshit. You gave best soundtrack to Guitar Hero.
I mean, technically.
Nah.
Other contenders, GTA, Liberty City Stories, 50 Cent, Bulletproof, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, and SSX on Tour.
So they literally licensed, because all of those are licensed soundtracks.
Yeah, it's not best OST. Best original song went to Maybe We Crazy by 50 Cent.
It's a big year for 50 Cent.
Best supporting female performance went to Tracy Lords as Madame Cassandra Harts in True Crime, New York City. Rosario Dawson was also nominated for that. Best performance by a human female.
Please read that category again.
Best performance by a human female.
As opposed to what?
Best supporting female performance doesn't specify human.
That's true. It could be a dog. It's one of the Westminster Dog Show dogs, actually, who did the actual performance and motion capture for 50 Cent Blood in the Sand.
Excuse me, it was Bulletproof.
Was it Bulletproof? Damn it.
Best winner of best performance by a human female, Charlize Theron as Aeon Flux in Aeon Flux.
You've never heard of Aeon Flux?
What's Aeon Flux?
It's a game that I've never played, but it was in like reduced sections for years when I was a kid.
What, is it a game or a movie?
It's a game.
Did she win for the movie?
I assume it's a licensed game based on a movie.
I think she won for the movie.
Which is the reason it's human female, I guess?
Maybe?
You know, the Keeleys have always loved weirdly flirting with other media.
Oh yeah, it's because much like wrestling, everyone in video games is like very embarrassed to be in video games. Best supporting male performance. Oh my, this is pathetic, by the way. Best supporting male performance is Christopher Walken as Gabriel Winning in True Crime New York City. Other people nominated for best performance at a fucking video game awards: Eminem, Dr. Dre, Michael Clark Duncan, and P. Diddy. Go fuck yourself, Keeley. Best performance by a human male. Who do you think fucking won? It was Jack Black. Okay? Other noms, 50 Cent, Michael Chiklis, and Sean Connery.
The prospective voice actor in you is coming out.
T.C. Carson was the one nominated guy for Kratos. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. Best game based on a movie.
Chronicles of Riddick.
It was Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie.
Damn.
Cyber Vixen of the Year.
Liam, please explain to me what a cyber vixen is.
Character you want to fuck?
Is it like an e-girl?
Yeah.
Are we talking VTubers? That there's a real weird world where VTubers are called cyber vixens.
Vixens. Your nominees, Charlize Theron in Aeon Flux, Jessica Alba as the Invisible Woman in Fantastic Four, Tracy Lords as Cassandra Hayes, and Laurence Bouvard as Joanna Dark in Perfect Dark Zero. There's a Perfect Dark Zero nom! Hell yeah. Maria Menounos won as Ava in James Bond 007 From Russia with Love.
That also ties us in. She is a pro wrestling star. She's worked.
Exactly. Best team sports game,
FIFA.
Madden.
Oh, American football. Fuck off.
FIFA was not nominated.
Bias.
Best individual sports game, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland.
Tony Hawk had lost his luster at this stage. Get off that bandwagon.
Action game of the year, Garrett. We're in the top 2 categories now, so I'm going to make you guess. These are your eligible contenders. Resident Evil 4.
Yes.
Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie.
Resident Evil.
The Warriors. God of War. 50 Cent Bulletproof.
I'm going to stick with Resident Evil. That's going to be God of War, isn't it?
And the award for Action Game of the Year goes to God of War.
What was the category I said God of War in earlier that it absolutely should have been in? Best graphics. Feels like it should have been
Best graphics, I think you said, yeah. And now, for the most prestigious award of the evening, Cyber Vixen of the Year. Game of the Year, your nominees. Call of Duty 2, Fear, Resident Evil 4, God of War, World of Warcraft.
I'm going to go with World of Warcraft.
Your winner, Resident Evil 4.
What the fuck is that? It didn't win Best Action Game, but did win Game of the Year?
Yeah, it's like with the Keeleys now, they'll give them like all the other awards, and then Game of the Year will go to like the one they actually want to give it to.
That makes no sense, though. Both of them are just action games.
Yeah, but God of War is a better action game, but Resident Evil 4 is a better game.
What else does it have? Bad cutscenes? The only Resident Evil I've actually played is 2. But still.
Well, that was the 2005 Spike TV Game Awards.
Jarrett and AJ are there. I think there's actually some footage on upcoming impacts of them at the original. Actually,
I wonder what they
Keelys,
presented.
Yeah, they were like, here's Cyber Vixen of the Year.
Yeah, Cyber Vixen of the Year.
Jeff Jarrett hits Cyber Vixen of the Year with a guitar.
And AJ's just like, this ain't on the PlayStation.
We should add Cyber Vixen of the Year to our interview awards.
Oh yeah, let's add Cyber Vixen of the Year.
The TNA Cyber Vixens. Never mind the knockouts.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be sick, actually. Yeah, we're adding Cyber Vixen of the Year to the year-end awards. I don't know what it's going to mean. Wait, we don't have a knockout of the year yet because we haven't had knockouts. So now it's the Cyber Vixen of the Year.
One of the reasons Spike is strongly behind TNA is because Morphoplex is spending $200,000 per month to sponsor the shows. Spike gets that money, which is why TNA isn't buying time, because if it was, then TNA would be keeping the sponsorship money. So Morphoplex playing a pretty hefty sponsorship fee to sponsor the early days of TNA Impact here. Some sad news. The day of Genesis was the day that Eddie Guerrero passed away, which is one of those weird things where it's a bunch of people going out there to wrestle. Like, Dave was super down on Genesis, if you actually read his review of the show. And I think he was kind of projecting a little bit, where he was like, the crowd didn't seem to be able to get into the matches because, like, the specter of Eddie's death kind of hung over everybody. And I'm like, I thought the crowd was pretty good that night. I think that's just kind of you.
Yeah.
Which I thoroughly get if you're like, I'm not really in the mood to watch wrestling tonight.
And also, like, someone who had a connection with the guy, too.
Conan, who knew Guerrero the best and longest of anybody in TNA, was told by Dixie Carter that he could go home and didn't have to wrestle. He responded something to the effect of, yes, I do have to. And Conan did do a promo on the show acknowledging Eddie before the 3LK match. And there was also a card at the start of the show dedicating the show to Eddie Guerrero.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it didn't just happen, so...
It didn't?
No, I'm Garrett, I have known about this for a while.
Oh, I didn't remember that because my brother was a big Eddie fan, and I just remember,
Who wasn't?
Like the extent to which it came out of nowhere. It's that, and obviously the Benoit one, and then the way the Benoit one played out, and like the range of emotions you would have felt in that first day of the Benoit one. But yeah, those two deaths, particularly over the course of 2 years or so, year and a half-ish, were.
See, it was always really weird for me because I didn't get into wrestling till both of them had died. So like to me they've never been on TV live.
Yeah, I get it's like the more recent comparisons would obviously be very recently Bray Wyatt and Brody Lee. That kind of like just sudden shock. Jay Briscoe, of course. That those kind of just sudden shocks of people that are beloved are suddenly just gone. And obviously Benoit is over.
Yeah, well, that's The most unique of circumstances.
But yeah, with Eddie and listen, Eddie was not sadly uncommon. Like, that was during an era where a lot more wrestlers died in their 30s and 40s, particularly in like the 20 years before that. You would see a lot more wrestlers die around the age that Eddie Guerrero was, and thankfully that's not as much a thing anymore.
Which is like why it's like so shocking now.
Yeah, it's the reason the stuff like Bray hits that extra bit hard. It's just because it's just not commonplace, thankfully, for wrestlers to die that young anymore. And when it does happen, it just hits like a ton of bricks.
It knocks you on your ass.
Yeah, but the thing of just going out and wrestling that night must feel a little weird. Like, even for people who don't know Eddie, like, Eddie is one of the more influential wrestlers ever. Obviously, I think he almost became more influential after his death than he was while he was alive. Like the legacy of Eddie has obviously lived on substantially past his death, and you can't listen to an interview with an NXT wrestler anymore without them literally citing Eddie every time as one of their biggest influences. But yeah, it must have been just weird to go out there and just put on a wrestling show. But then, like, wrestlers are wrestling, like Conan's attitude, it's like, I absolutely have to go out there and wrestle because that's what we do. And I think that is generally the attitude of wrestlers. And Chris Jericho did an interview on Between the Ropes Radio, saying he's talking about writing a book about a specific part of his career. He's taking acting classes, doing auditions, and is up for a potential major role in his current absence from WWE. He said the TNA thing, where he posted a TNA graphic on his website, was just done to shake up the internet and have fun. He said he did email Vince McMahon before he did it, but he ended up getting phone calls from Jeff Jarrett, Scott D'Amore, and John Laurinaitis about what the hell was going on. He never heard back from Vince, but Laurinaitis did write him back saying, "Great rib." He was glad Christian left for TNA. On going to TNA, he said, "Never say never," but that McMahon was the best boss he ever worked for, and he felt he was loyal to him, but not to anyone else in WWE. He also said he doesn't necessarily think he owes Vince anything, but he would give him a courtesy call if he was ever thinking about going somewhere else. But he said he loves watching TNA, that Samoa Joe was his favorite wrestler to watch. AJ Styles is awesome in the ring, and he would advise both not to go to WWE and stay in TNA and help grow the company. To be honest with you, says Jericho, a dirty little secret, and Vince will be angry to hear this, I actually watch TNA a little bit more than WWE now.
Should go, Jericho.
Honestly, with his pal Christian there, I'm sure he's buddies with D'Amore based on Canadians. So
all Canadians are friends.
It's the rule. Like, D'Amore knows Callis. Callis is pals with Jericho.
You know what? It would have been a great bit if Jericho did go and they redid the Christian segment, except he did join Team Canada.
Him as like the front man of Team Canada would have been great.
I wonder, do you think that would have been like gangbuster for TNA?
I don't know. Like, Jericho is a Christian tier guy in 2005. Like, he reached the top of WWE. He did have a title run, but I feel like he was always like, he's a little above Christian, but he's nowhere near like an actual headline guy. Like Jericho is a weird case in that he elevated himself into that position almost by attrition, like almost by just hanging around long enough so that everybody who was ahead of him wasn't wrestling anymore, and all of a sudden he was like the big star of that generation and the only one left and the only one still wrestling. So he became kind of by default a bigger star than he actually was in his prime, because like most of his WWE run there was like 5+ guys in front of him in terms of like featured acts.
I mean, like, it's still Jericho. It would have been like another giant star.
Yeah, if you're to say like him or Foley at this stage, I think Foley's a bigger deal than Jericho.
Yeah.
Jeremy Borash and Scott D'Amore went with Bret Hart on November 6th in New York. They talked about coming in for TV, and Hart has mentioned many times about being interested, but the general feeling is nothing is happening anytime soon. And Hart is going to Italy for an extended stay in December, so there's no dates at the moment. He's also at this point very unlikely for the WWE Hall of Fame this year or anything other than Europe. I have no idea what Dave is saying in that sentence. But yeah. But
so it's a regular Dave sentence.
All right, let's try and break it. He's also at this point very unlikely for the WWE Hall of Fame this year or anything other than Europe. So he's saying that he's the only thing he is likely to do is Europe, but he has phrased it, I think, in the most awkward way possible.
Yeah.
But that's the news.
Bret Hart should be in Team Canada.
It's a relatively short news section that we have taken the world's longest asides in.
Yeah. You know, we got to make up for it that it was only like 3 pages.
That brings us to Broad Topics, starting with the NWA World Title match.
I'm sorry, it's really hard to fake it like that. As if there hasn't been 3 days in between these two parts.
Slipped seamlessly in.
Just this be like, And yes, we just completed the news portion. It's time to do the running down of the shows.
Yeah, we are seamless professionals. No one will ever know any wiser.
Except right now, they'll know.
That does bring us to broad topics. We are starting with the NWA World Title Program, of which there is technically none. The main event of the pay-per-view is a 6-man tag, but they do a title match on TV. So October 29th, Impact, Jeff Jarrett comes out, and he's like, I will take my rematch next week on the primetime special. The crowd chant, where is your title? And then they do like a really hard cut to a primetime special spot, like right after a word he said. So part of me is like, what did they cut? What did he say that they needed to cut?
What did he flub?
What did Double J say? Did he go, was like, I didn't lose the title, I'd never lose titles.
I'd never lose a title, not even once.
But yes, so he will get his title match, his rematch against Rhino on the primetime special. Main event of that episode, America's Most Wanted faced BG James and Ron Killings.
Nothing gets you more fired up than an America's Most Wanted 3LK main event.
Well, at least America's Most Wanted main event. Like, when you were saying that sentence, like, nothing gets you more fired up than an America's Most Wanted. I was like, yeah! But then you did get to the 3LK part, which did bring me down a little bit.
This is too big a shades of, like, the last 2 years. I thought we have more teams now.
Do we? I think that's still the part of the X Division is absolutely fucking loaded. There's so many people in the X Division right now. And the world title scene, you know, you got Christian and Rhino added. You still had Jarrett and Raven. Those people are still there.
Monty Brown is perpetually on the outside.
Yeah, you get Abyss and Hardy as well, I guess. But like the tag team is still like the Naturals, AMW.
You got Team 3D.
Yeah, you do get Team 3D. That is like the addition that at least makes it fresh for a little bit. So the highlight of this match was Ron Killings wearing Storm's hat and then doing a little dance.
Of course.
Killings did a big dive and then BG just kind of looked over. He didn't do the like, tease doing a dive, I'm not going to do it. He just kind of looked over the ropes and was like, carry on.
Because, you know, the first one would require charisma.
TNA announces, it was actually I think announced online, but this is the first mention that the main event of Genesis will be Team 3D and Rhino versus America's Most Wanted and Jarrett in a 6-man tag.
That'll sell pay-per-views.
You don't want to see a big 6-man? How do you feel about a big 6-man main eventing a pay-per-view?
If it's like a good wrestlers. Like if it's like an all-star 6-man, you can get away with it, I suppose, but I don't know. You have to have a real strong undercard.
It's like this 6-man is very much these people will be in the tag title match and the world title match the month after, so we are doing this as a little half step so we can kind of cheat a month to get to that. So it isn't really like the kind of, as you said, the kind of 6-man where you're like, whoa, this is 6 of the best in there.
I think it has to be like, this is gonna be some like blow you away work rate thing. Like the all-in 6-man main event where you're like, oh, this is going to be nuts.
Or look at these like legendary wrestlers interacting for the first time.
Yeah, it needs to have some sort of bite to it, which this does not.
And even like what the match ended up being, which was like a big like superheated plunder brawl around the building. Like they didn't even like promote it as that really.
Yeah, they could have like promoted it as like no DQ or something, or a street fight or whatever, like something to give it a little like gravitas.
Yeah, or like because like Anarchy in the Arena was like my reference point when thinking about it, because that's kind of what it was, or at least a smaller version of it, where like literally the whole match was crowd brawling for the most part. But in a rare instance, pretty good crowd brawling as opposed to Jarrett crowd brawling, which is usually terrible. But if they like come up with a brand for that,
Sanity in the Soundstage.
Yeah, Sanity in the Soundstage. There you go.
Or Insanity in the Soundstage, I guess. Sanity in the Soundstage isn't as doesn't exactly inspire a lot of chaos. They're just like, all right, regular 6-man tag, following the rules.
That's actually the new name for a 6-man tag. It's Sanity in the Soundstage.
And then Insanity in the Soundstage when they do the brawl.
It's like a fight. Every Ring of Honor match is a fight with honor because they adhere to the Code of Honor. And then you have fights without honor every so often. So yeah, like they could have done something to juice it up in terms of how they promoted it, because like they were just like, the referee is like, fuck it, go on, because they never actually made it like a no DQ match, I don't think, at any stage. It's just they just worked it like that. BG went for a pump handle slam, but Gale distracted him. Conan chases off Gale. Demore looks to use the hockey stick, but Kip grabs it and gives it to BG. BG goes to use it, but then Harris grabs it, allowing that brief distraction, the opening for Storm to hit a super kick for the win. Kip and Conan argue.
Wow. What fresh take in this story. where Kip and Conan argue.
Well, a note from Conan. Conan got some heat for doing a radio show where he complained about creative and said his own angle was stale.
I mean, he's not wrong.
They've been doing this. We're currently in November. This has started when Kip debuted, which was what, February? It was the Nash match, right?
A million years ago, I think, roughly.
I'm pretty sure it was the Nash match where he ran out for the first time. So we've been doing this since February, and we will still be doing this for another while longer. But we're not on 3LK Family Drama yet. That's how we close our shows. We're not allowed to talk about it this early. We're actually breaking the law.
That's illegal.
So the main event, quote unquote, of this episode was Team 3D arriving after they returned to Bound for Glory, after they were taken out by AMW and left in a bloody mess, and after the Team 3D funeral and all that. So they come out to address their enemies. Bully asks for the crowd to give AMW a round of applause because they've done something that no other team has done. They took out Team 3D, but they made a deadly mistake. They didn't finish the job. Deadly mistake. See what he did there?
He's gonna kill them with a deadly Dudley Dingus Destroyer.
That's what 3D stands for.
The 4D.
They're calling for every single person in that funeral home. So starting next week, they'll face the Canadians.
Even the people even the cameraman.
Yeah, they're
people employed.
going to wrestle Gale.
Damn. Well, I believe that for Bully.
I noticed they called out the Canadians, and then they're going after Jarrett and AMW. Not a word about Abyss.
They're scared.
They are.
Or James Mitchell.
They don't want to deal with the devil.
They should have done James Mitchell and Abyss versus Team 3D.
But yeah, they're like, we want Canadians next week on the primetime special. D'Amore comes out with his boys. Rude grabs the mic and says, we don't have to wait until the primetime special. 5-on-1 attack, or 5-on-2 attack, I guess. 3LK make the save as 3D. Hit the 3D on A1. They go to get D'Amore, but Jarrett and AMW come out. And then Rhino, on his new NWA World Champion first episode, Rhino, just does a brief brawl for 15 seconds at the very end of the episode.
Because he's not really champion.
They could at least give him a little promo. Let him be like, aha, I beat you, Jared, gore, gore, gore. Which I believe would have been the full extent of the promo. But he comes out right at the end of the episode to do a little brawling before he then loses the belt the next week. Ugh, poor Rhino. So yes, November 3rd, 2005, the prime time special. Jarrett is with franchise. He believes if he loses, he'll be fired again. He's still doing that conspiratorial stuff. Tonight he's going to make world history, like the moon landing, gravity, the phone, the light bulb. This moment will live alongside all of those things.
I like the world history of gravity.
Yeah, one of the most important world history events, the discovery of gravity.
Not the discovery. Just gravity existing. Yeah.
Which has existed, I believe, for all of world history, but I guess I don't know. Was there ever a period where we didn't have gravity?
I'll Google it. You keep going.
Yeah, scientists, let me know. Monty walks up, it's like, what's up, Aristotle? Because he's talking about all these world history events.
Monty rules.
Jared's like, what are you, a stalker? To which Monty replies, stalking you, always.
I've Googled, did we ever not have gravity? And I choose to believe that the jury's still out.
There's a lot of people who choose to believe a lot of things about science, I guess, so go for it.
Yeah, that's going to be my new thing. Gravity's fake.
I wonder how you could even try and sell the idea that gravity is fake. It's actually a government thing. They have machines that hold you on Earth, and if they turned them off, we'd have no gravity.
In the center of the Earth, it's actually just a big machine that's going whoa, 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 whoa.
They're stopping you from flying. If it wasn't for this government overlords intervening in your life, you would be able to fly. But no, they suck you. Literally suck you back to Earth.
And that's why all birds are drones.
Monitoring the gravity machines?
Yeah, they're the only things that are allowed to fly. No, nothing else has ever flown.
What about planes?
Not real.
Ah, there's large birds.
And everyone has ever said they've been on a plane as an actor.
When was the last time you were on a plane?
A while ago, but I mean, all the time.
That's the thing I find funny, like, because like you have less reason to fly places because you're all the way down there. So flying anywhere cool is really far away, as opposed to like Europeans who are like, there's a load of countries right around us, so we're always on planes.
Europeans who are like, I'm gonna go to the shops, hops on plane.
Off to Belgium we go.
Yeah.
I do like it's like, what, are you stalking me? And Monty's like, yes, I really am. That's my whole thing.
I'm hunting you.
So Monty wants a title match, and Monty wants Jeff to win so Monty can take the belt from him. Which does bring us to the main event of that episode. There's a feature on Jarrett in the episode, a Team 3D and Planet Jarrett recap. But the main event for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, Jeff Jarrett defeated Rhino to become champion again for the 5th time?
50th time.
And not the last one.
Ah.
We do only have one more after this.
Every time he wins it, I just go, come on, this could be the last one, though.
You do have that little bit of hope that surely this is the last one, but it is the second last one.
We're almost there.
So they had moving graphics for the tail of the tape where Rhino was like doing a gore pose and Jeff Jarrett was doing his laugh, and they also had cool like NWA title screen transitions where like the title did the screen wipe. Thought all that was nice.
Very cool. Just like a 2K23 creator belt.
Do they do that in that?
Yeah.
See, that's cool. They should bring that to TV then.
They do the little swipes. You can give them custom swipes.
Fancy. Shockingly, they did a lot of crowd brawling. Rhino went for the Rhino driver, but Gale's distraction allowed Jarrett to push him off the top. Rhino tried to turn around a figure four. Gale went for a leg drop, but missed. Rhino was going to press slam Gale through a table, which naturally, because this is 2005 or really any period in wrestling history, that made him a giant babyface. But the ref stopped him. Respectful referee here. Stop hurting women.
Boo.
Rudy Charles, the most respectful man in the industry.
Rudy Charles is actually sexist.
Yeah, he wouldn't stop anybody else from going through a table.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially because he's not in the match. It's not like if he was trying to put Jarrett through a table, it would be illegal.
Just because Gail's a woman, she can't get thrown through a table.
Rhino bumped Rudy with a clothesline. Rhino hit the gore, but there was no ref. AMW run out. Death sentence Rhino through a table off the top on the floor. Like they were on the floor. Leg drop from the top through a table on the floor, which probably isn't good for your tailbone.
No, well, that move is not good for anyone's tailbone ever.
Yeah, poor Chris Harris. Jarrett hits the stroke, and Jarrett is once again NWA World Champion.
Yay.
Earlier in the show, they did a promo. I don't think it was in the version of the show we watched for Genesis that did bill Jarrett as NWA World Heavyweight Champion. So
it was an old promo.
I actually do think it was. I think it was a promo that was produced pre-Bound for Glory.
Before they realized they were going to put the title on Rhino.
Yeah, so it was like produced before Bound for Glory when Jarrett was champion, but aired before Jarrett became champion again. So it was a mistake for the right reasons, but still a dumb mistake. Team 3D didn't help because they were handcuffed to a rail and bloodied backstage with the inference that AMW stopped them. So then, November 12th Impact, we get a parade of challenger stuff at the start, which we'll talk about when we're talking about Monty and Hardy, I guess. And main event of that episode was America's Most Wanted and Jeff Jarrett against Chris Sabin, Lance Hoyt, and Jeff Hardy, which I thought was a real nice little TV main event. Particularly I thought Chris Sabin looked very good here. Jeff does a crazy dive where he just steps up off of Hoyt and briefly steps on the ropes and then dives onto AMW. And it looked like the kind of dive where he could have tripped on the ropes and somehow didn't, and just looked kind of cool instead.
It's that controlled chaos element, you know, where you're like, oh, this could go wrong in a million ways. But nope, it kind of works. I love that this feels like a year or two ago where it's like, oh, Chris Sabin's just randomly in a TV main event with all the heavyweights out of nowhere.
Yeah, if I were to guess, I think it was meant to be Sabu, because this is the same trio that faced Diamonds in the Rough on the primetime special, but Sabu broke his toe in that match. So I assume it was meant to be just, oh, they'll also wrestle AMW and Jarrett in the TV main event next week. Sabu is out, so yeah, let's just fuck Chris Sabin in there.
Yeah, like that just feels like so Asylum.
And like they did like give Sabin a bunch. He ran wild on AMW. He hit a big tornado DDT for like a real close near fall. Like Jarrett gave him a 2.99 on it, probably because he was getting pinned. But so Kale crotches Sabin up top, and Jarrett does hit a middle rope stroke to beat Chris Sabin.
Ooh,
they're really protecting Chris Sabin here, rightfully so. They're going to hit Hardy with a guitar after the match, where Rhino makes the save. Team 3D come out and they quickly brawl to end the show. Oh, we didn't even talk about Team Canada and Team 3D. I guess that we should talk about that. That was on the primetime special too. It was a very long match, and it was fine.
It sure was.
It was a 101 Heat comeback finish tag match that also happened to be like 15 minutes.
And Bubba beat everyone up.
And like this is the period now where we're firmly in panic Eric Young, scared, paranoid Eric Young, where he's
yeah, it's the best. Like everything, he's just so upset 24/7.
He does jump at his pyro for the first time, and he doesn't take the bump for it, but he does like the jump scare, grab his heart for it for the first time, I think. This month.
He's been selling the pyro like already, but now he's like fully like
he just does not like it. Everybody's out to get Eric Young. There was heat in Bubba in this match apparently for taking liberties. He was working a little too stiff, and like there's a note that like Joe works like that too, but everyone expects it, as opposed to Bubba's like no.
Bubba's just like, Joe can do it. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, it's built into the big Bubba and Joe match, which probably...
Did they ever have a big singles?
I think they had one in the Bound for Glory series in 2012, I want to say. But I don't remember was that any good. It feels like those two would have a very good match in the right circumstances.
Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll find out.
This is TNA once again during this match. Please, for the love of God, call your friends. And he's like, if you have a friend who may have been turned off by some other wrestling, for the love of God, call them.
On this network.
A1 tries to use the hockey stick, but Thrill can't take it from him. 3D hit the 3D on EY for the win.
See, the problem that Mike Tenay is facing is his expectation that wrestling fans have friends.
Yeah, that is a problem they may run into. That's actually the only reason this show did an equivalent rating to what they were doing on Saturday nights.
Yeah, call your friends and they're like, who?
Yeah, and then they actually felt bad about the fact that they didn't have friends and stopped watching.
And they cried.
Main event of the pay-per-view is a 6-man tag team match. It is America's Most Wanted and Jeff Jarrett versus Team 3D and Rhino. As said, it was basically like the entire match was a big arena-wide brawl. There was a fun, like, reoccurring theme through the match of tables not being used, which would outrage 2023 fans who love nothing more than chanting, "We want tables."
Let it be known, I was shitting on crowds for the We Want tables like years before everyone else started getting on their nerves.
You know what the worst circumstance of that chant is? When there will obviously be tables.
Or when there's already been a table.
But like in a match where it's like there will be a table bump in this match, and even if that counts as like AEW pay-per-view main event where they'll always do an announced table spot, like there will be a table bump. You will be fine. Have some patience. Or like was it Stadium Stampede or one of those matches or like they were doing fucking nail board spots and they were chanting "We want tables"? It's like no.
Yeah, I just think it's perfect that this is something I've been complaining about on audio for years, and now everyone else has caught up to me, thus proving that, again, I should be in charge because I know what everyone else is going to be feeling.
Yeah, years before.
Yeah, I've been complaining about this since Wednesday War Games.
That's 4 years now. So Rhino goes to gore Jarrett down through a table that's set up at like the entrance tunnel. So he's going to gore him through a table down the tunnel, but then Storm intercepts that with a super kick. Bully was going to powerbomb Harris through a table, but Storm moved the table and Harris just landed flat on the floor, to which I would be like, I would take the table bump, thank you very much.
Yeah, but in canon.
It probably hurts a great deal more to be just powerbombed on the floor. 3D were going for a double suplex, but the table was moved. AMW were going for a death sentence through a table, but it was intercepted. So like that was the little like reoccurring theme, the little story through the show, through the match. That there was like none of the tables were used, but they were teased to be used all the time. So big crowd wide brawl, everyone's fighting, everyone's brawling. Crowd was super into it. The crowd like there's great crowd heat for this, which is I think like that's what makes crowd brawls work. If there's not heat, they're good. If there is heat, they're bad, or the other way around. If there's not heat, they're bad. If there is heat, they're good. That's the way crowd brawling works.
I was gonna say that's a hell of a take to have.
I like the silent crowd brawling.
Oh, then you're one of those guys who are like New Japan was better in the clap era.
Yeah, I just like to hear the visceral sound of crowd brawling. I just want to hear the thuds and the kapows and whatnot. All the Batman 66 sounds, I think.
Yeah, you can accept some claps. But not a single word should be uttered by the crowd.
So you can hear the intensity of the action.
Yeah, everything should sound like a Chris Jericho match in Japan.
Unnecessary, but I approve. Right, Jarrett and Rhino brawl.
Hey, he's like one of the people who started that myth.
He is. It was all over his book. That it's like, oh, they're very different. They're very respectful. They just sit there and silently pay attention. It's like, not if you're fucking over. They don't.
You never seen a Miss Sour match?
They lose their mind, unlike any crowd you've ever seen in your life.
The most passionate pro wrestling fans of all time. You just went over. Super Liger ass bitch.
I hope people start spreading like myths about that, about like modern WWE. It's like they're actually just the most attentive.
They're
fans.
Respectful. They're just really into the bloodline, and they're because are you hooting and hollering when you're watching The Sopranos? No, you're sitting there and you're ingesting the media.
There is nothing people hate more than people who are loud in the cinema. So when you're watching cinema, you should not be loud.
Unless it is the cinematic equivalent of a WWE show, like a Marvel movie, and it's like, oh, the entrance of the characters here, let's all go fucking nuts.
Well, the most famous, like, that scene is literally the entrance of the characters in Endgame. That is literally, like, hit the music and guys do entrances.
Yeah, like, that's the only, group of movies that I will accept you hooting and hollering in a movie theater for. I wish that was all movies. I wish, like, when the bomb dropped in Oppenheimer, my whole cinema just fucking went nuts.
Yes!
In, like, the minute of silence, the crowd's just going fucking crazy.
They're like the crowd in the scene afterward in that hall. Just, like, waving their flags and going, like, fuck yeah!
I'm having PTSD from it.
Jarrett and Rhino brawled up to the Spanish announce desk where Jarrett hit a low blow. Rhino fell off the desk. The desk was like elevated in the stands for some reason. So he falls like 7 feet down to a series of bleachers, of which he also then falls down like 7 bleachers. It's like, Rhino, what are you doing?
It's very uncomfortable.
Harris and Storm bled a bunch. Storm tries to fuck a beer bottle at Bully, which was great, but then Bully moved. Literally just tried to, like, literally hurl it at him.
He literally tried to fuck a beer bottle.
Yeah, Storm, always fucking beer bottles.
That's the character, right?
Rhino hits the goer on Jarrett, but Harris pulled the referee out. 3D on Storm for the win. But then, the post-match angle. Earlier in the show, we had the debut. You might have heard of him. The instant classic Christian Cage.
Yeah, we talked about it in depth already.
Yeah, so we've covered all of the actual, like, debut promo and whatnot. So at the end of the show, he comes out. Bully's trying to powerbomb Gail through Jarrett through a table. So Gail's been having a rough time of all she ever does is be threatened with physical violence.
It's like they were like, oh, Gail, this amazing person, we're signing her, bringing her in, blah, 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 blah. And, like, all she's done is just been, like, a prop.
Gail doesn't work a match until, like, July.
It's insane.
All she does is be threatened with violence at all times.
Why even hire her at that point?
Well, they want women on the show, but also they don't want to book women on the show. So Jarrett goes to put Devon through a table off the top, but Christian comes out. He takes off his entrance jacket to reveal a Team Canada t-shirt.
Scott D'Amore is he is, like, flabbergasted, but, like, yes, I can't believe that you've done it, yes.
Yeah, like, my favorite part is when you look at D'Amore's facial expressions and Christian reveals the shirt, the first part of it is, like, legitimate, like, wait, really? Before he goes into earnest enthusiasm, very happy. He hugs Christian, then Christian transitions that into an unprettier on D'Amore. 3D and Christian then hit a 3-man 3D. That's, I guess, the 3D on Jarrett through a table as we go off the air. So Christian has not...
It's the 9D.
Why is it the 9D?
The 3x3D.
Oh, okay. But that would mean they would be a 4D if it was regular 4.
No, 3x3, 3x3, 9.
But if it's 2 people doing it 3D, then...
Because it's a 3D by 3.
But it's a 3D by 2.
3x3D.
I guess it's a...
Fine, what if we just call it the 3x3D?
Okay. I guess it would be a 6D rather than a 4D, because if by that logic, it's a 3x2D if it's just Bubba and Devon, so it's a 6D. But yes, they 3D Jarrett through a table as we go off the air. I like the main event. It's a real fun plunder brawl. A rare instance of Jarrett doing crowd brawling where it absolutely didn't suck.
Well, because there's 5 other people.
And there's heat. And yeah, AMW and Harrison Storm bleeding. So that always helps. But yes, Christian Cage is a good guy here in TNA Wrestling.
For now.
So we do have Monty doing stuff. He's around.
In a sense.
We talked about a bunch of the stuff he did where he's basically just hovering around Jarrett for the month. But on the primetime special, he does have maybe the best squash match in Impact history.
It's so funny, like, reading about the, like, backstage shit of it.
Yeah, so, like, the squash was very straightforward. It's the best squash match in history, not because it's, like, particularly notable. He just hits 3 bounces. He's wrestling Brian Gamble, who Mike Tenay says was an American Gladiator, which made me think he was, like, one of the cool guys in American Gladiator.
That's what I thought, too.
And no, he was just a contestant on American Gladiator.
That means you're not... Did he win?
I don't think so.
If he wins, you can call him that, but...
Like, when you say, oh, they're an American Gladiator, I think of, like, you know, Matt Morgan was an American Gladiator. Magnus was there's a weird number of TNA American Gladiators. Magnus was a TNA Gladiator, or a Gladiator in the UK. Oblivion, the Big O. But contestants? Fuck off, Mike. But yes, he hit 1 pounce. The crowd chanted 1 more time. He hit a second pounce. The crowd chanted one more time, and he hit a third pounce. And my favorite thing is, like, every time he hit the pounce, like, Brian Gamble was dead. So he'd spend, like, 30 seconds just picking up Brian Gamble and, like, holding him in place before then pouncing him again. It was great.
My favorite, I thought it was all like Monty just reading the crowd, and I was going to give him so much credit, but now apparently it wasn't that.
I think it was the case that he just did another one, but, like, there was just discussion about whether or not that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, I get.
Because it was more the case, like, when he came back, people were like, oh, you know, you're lessening, you're a heel, so you shouldn't be reacting to the crowd like that, because that's a baby
but he
face.
shouldn't be a fucking heel.
He shouldn't be, and it's so, go back to, like, the first match he had after he lost to Jarrett was that squash against Johnny Devine, where he beat the shit out of Team Canada and seemed like the coolest guy in the world, and then they turn him heel. And it's like, why are you doing this? He is cool. All you want to do, like, Bill Goldberg shouldn't have been a heel. That would have been stupid. So he was a babyface who killed people and people cheered. That's what, like, the pounce is like a babyface move as it is. Yeah, he hits 3 pounces. So yeah, there was discussion afterwards about, like, one, that it would weaken his finish, which, like, it's not like Brian Gamble kicked out. Like, he just did the movie. And, like, even the way Monty set it up, as I said, he kind of emphasized that Brian Gamble was fucking dead after 1. He could not stand. And Monty's like, I'm going to pounce him again. So he didn't hurt his finish.
The third one looked like he was actually, like, murdered.
Yeah. And then the other thing was, like, should a heel do this? Which then goes back to the thing. It's like, he should not be a heel. He shouldn't be. When the crowd is chanting one more time after the heel hits his move in a squash match, maybe the guy shouldn't be a heel. Huh?
BG James and Sean Waltman telling him that it made his finish look weak because he had to use 3 to beat him. He didn't have to use 3 to beat him.
He chose to.
He did it because he's an ass.
Yeah. These people.
Brian Gamble, an extra on the TV show Mortal Kombat Conquest.
Oh, that's a good acting credential right there.
Which also featured appearances from Meng and Wrath.
Do you think he was, like, hanging out with the wrestlers on set? It's like, hey guys, I'm a wrestler too.
Maybe.
Brian Gamble, have you heard of me? When was the show?
It was during Nitro era.
Oh, so he couldn't even be I was the guy who was pounced by Monty on TV that time?
No. Mortal Kombat Conquest was like 98.
And then next Impact Go Home show, Monty Brown comes out and he's like, I would like a title shot because I've destroyed everybody.
Because I killed Brian Gamble.
He did kill an American gladiator, so he deserves it. He congratulates Jarrett, but Jarrett will feel the pounce up, period. Abyss comes out with Mitchell. Monty must have been eating poisonous berries because his brains are scrambled, which is a very silly line. Abyss deserves the title shot more. Then Jeff Hardy comes out. Jeff will be facing Monty at Genesis. And Jeff, as he's coming out on the ramp, he's like crawling for some reason. And he looks at the camera and says, I'm a monster! Ah!
It's actually the coolest thing Jeff's done his whole run.
We're coming right toward the end of the Jeff run. And you can really feel it, but in kind of a good way.
Yeah. It's crazy that he's about to have, like, his most successful top guy run.
Yeah, because he's about to go back to WWE where he's going to, like, go into the Intercontinental title picture and be, like, a really hot mid-card star and then become the hottest wrestler in WWE.
And then become world champion.
Like, I had a discussion with somebody at one stage about whether or not Jeff Hardy or CM Punk was a bigger star. And I was like, to the people Punk means something to, he means a lot to. But at the peak of Jeff Hardy's powers, he is the only babyface that was, like, on John Cena's level.
I think Jeff was the biggest star for a shorter period.
Yeah, like at their respective peaks, Jeff was absolutely positively a bigger star.
Yeah, but Punk had longevity as a star.
And Jeff jeffed every time he'd be...
Well, Punk punked, so...
That's true. They do implode at their stars for very different reasons.
When Punk starts his new promotion, he should bring Jeff in.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep speaking it until it happens, because I want it to happen so badly.
I feel like modern fans don't realize just how big a star Jeff was in 2008. Like,
yeah, that was my, like, peak WWE fandom.
Not to be the Google Trends guy, but I was looking at it while having that discussion, and, like, the only babyface in WWE over the last 15 years that has peaked higher on Google Trends at any point than John Cena was Jeff Hardy during that run. It didn't last very long for various reasons, and it didn't come with him to TNA for various reasons. But 2008, 2009, Jeff Hardy was the biggest babyface in the company other than Cena, and bigger than Cena for a little bit.
He was insane. Jeff Hardy Mania was going wild.
So this segment was the classic Liam Jones special. Monty, Abyss, Hardy all coming out being like, I'd like to be number one contenders. Brawl, security separates them.
I attest that it's only a special when it's cool, but yeah, sure.
Do you have an issue with Abyss?
I just like the end result for all this is wrestling Jeff Jarrett.
I'm a monster. Arr.
That's kind of sick though. That was kind of sick, I won't lie.
Monty faces Hardy on the pay-per-view, and the match I thought was pretty okay for what it was.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like, as far as like a regular ass match that was Jeff doing Jeff stuff, pretty good. Monty got to win.
Yeah, it was a 3-star mid-card match that was trying to be a 3-star mid-card match. I'm like, cool.
And that's not bad, you know. You don't need an AEW pay-per-view, a little more of a high bar. But for what we have now, I'll take a 3-star mid-card match.
But like, part of the reason some AEW pay-per-views do feel very badly paced is like everyone is going out there to have their 4.5-star match. And when, like, sometimes when that hits, you get like best pay-per-view all time. And then other times it's like when everybody goes out there to have their 4.5-star match, it's like, ugh, guys, it's exhausting. We had a million near falls in the last match. We were having a million near falls in this one, a million near falls in the next one. Sometimes it's like we went out there to have a 3-star pay-per-view match and we had a nice 3-star pay-per-view match. It works for pacing, I think.
I don't think you need it all the time. I think it really depends where on like textual stuff, but I do get the value in it.
Hardy tried to run along the rail, or not the rail, like, because the impact zone, there's the rail, which is like just a regular, very thin rail, which you couldn't really run along. And then behind that, there's the pit of fans, and behind that, at the front of the bleachers, I guess, there's like a little row that like denotes the front of the bleachers. So Hardy ran along that and tried to jump onto Monty, but he did the same thing he did when he tried to jump onto AMW, where he like briefly stepped on the rail but continued his momentum onto Monty. I'm like, are you like magic? Can you just stand on things like that and not die?
I think that's like where all of his body awareness goes. Is his ability to run on small surfaces. Remember that one time he like ate shit completely? I think it was in like a Fed match.
Don't.
Yeah, he was like running on it and he tripped.
Oh, that is the woes of being Jeff Hardy at all times. You might eat
the
shit.
fact that I can only remember like one instance of that happening is pretty impressive.
Yeah, because he used to do it on the WWE barricade a lot, which is always a cool spot. He ate shit on a Whisper in the Wind, but then hit one shortly after. I talk about it in the watch along, but it's so remarkable how fast he hits the Whisper in the Wind. It's just like I've seen old Jeff Hardy for too long, where he very slowly goes up for the Whisper in the Wind and it doesn't really hit it that well these days. That where you watch the one where he can like leap to the top into the Whisper in the Wind in like one fluid motion. You're like, oh yeah, he used to be young.
He did used to be young.
Hardy misses the swanton. Monty hits him with a pounce. Monty is, in theory, number one contender, but I don't think he ever gets a title shot.
The story of Monty Brown.
That's true. Sabu and Abyss.
It's awesome. These guys are physically incapable of not having a fantastic match against each other. So I remember when we were getting up to Genesis, I got a message that was like, just you wait. Just you wait. You're going to get Sabu and Abyss again in another sleeper hit. And I was like, all right, let's go. And we got there and I was like, yes.
Would you like me to make you a little mad before we go into the bill for this match?
Sure.
Dave Meltzer gave Sabu and Abyss the rating of 1.5 stars.
I mean, yeah, but he gives like an Edge ladder match 10 stars, so what the fuck does he know?
There is a little bit of it where he's like moralizing about Eddie Guerrero, and he's like,
oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, where he's like, Eddie died and these guys are doing thumbtack spots for no reason that aren't even finishes. And I'm like, dude, shut up.
Like, shut up. Like, shut the fuck up.
October 29th Impact, Abyss faces Lance Hoyt in a rematch of their pay-per-view match.
Right, I'm so happy to see this match again.
Their pay-per-view match was great. This one was fine.
Yeah, but I'm sick of seeing the same matches over and over and over
You just hate Lance Hoyt now.
I do kind of hate Lance Hoyt now.
Abyss hit a chokeslam, Mitchell slid in a chair, Hoyt booted the chair into Abyss's face, but then Mitchell pulled Hoyt off. Abyss hit the Black Hole Slam for the win. He got some tax, but the lights went out. As they came back on, Sabu was running into position, so he wasn't quite there. He was like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
I was just thinking, you know, it would have been fun
What?
if when Hoyt debuted in AEW, instead of Jack the Snack, he had James Mitchell as his manager.
Yeah, it's a shame that, like, Mitchell still pops up at Impact every now and again doing Undead Realm stuff. But, like, it's crazy to me that, like, when this run ended, no one else was like, we need to get James Mitchell in here right now.
Yeah, this is like his like only big run and whatnot.
Yeah, like, the only other, like, he manages Max the Impaler in the NWA. That's, like, the only other, like, thing.
But this is his only major run in the modern era.
Yeah, that's, like, why aren't we hiring James Mitchell? I guess because WWE were on top for so long and they hate managers, I think is that.
He also probably, I can imagine he's like not super pumped travel a lot
He's doing his wedding DJ stuff, which is wild to think.
on AEW television.
Yeah. He would like. I do like the canonical. The Sinister Minister is in fact because he went right off the Johnny Bravo wedding into doing that as well. So it's just like, yes, he is the minister. He is overseeing these weddings.
He should do every wrestling wedding.
He should. It should be one of those things where every time there's a wrestling wedding, it's just Father James.
Do you think we'll ever get another AEW wedding angle?
I think so. Like, wedding angles are the kind of thing that, like, people might think are too sports entertainment-y, but, like, nah, they're just wrestling staples.
I don't think we're going to get it again. Just because I think it feels a little too far away from what a modern AEW would do. I feel like it fits very, like, tightly into what they were, like, trying to, like, you know, keep things interesting and different during the pandemic era. But I can't imagine them doing one in front of, like, a full arena. Or an 80% full arena.
Or, well, based on some arenas, maybe a little less than 80.
There's no reason for us to take these shots. They're just funny.
We're just being petty, just to make people mad. Like, TNA had some great weddings. Like, the Aces and Eights one where Taz does the dramatic turn is very silly. The ODB and Eric Young steel cage wedding where Sarita and Rosita come out and attempt to like swoon Eric and to steal him away by doing sexy poses, and he has to overcome temptation to marry ODB. That's also a good bit.
I think weddings are fucking stupid.
There's the Laurel Van Ness wedding, which is maybe the best one. That one is an unbelievably good segment, but I don't know. They're silly wrestling nonsense. I'm on board with weddings.
Nah, no weddings in my wrestling.
No love. You don't want love in your wrestling.
No, love is all throughout pro wrestling, but I don't need a fucking wedding for it.
Sabu comes out, lights out, Sabu is up there, and he pulls off a cover over his arm to reveal barbed wire over his bloody arm, which, because this is Sabu, I'd like to think it's actually shoot blood.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So he has barbed wire over his arm, and this scares the shit out of Abyss. Abyss cowers away as he'll face Sabu in a no DQ match, suggesting that despite Abyss being a hardcore crazy person, he does not in fact particularly care for barbed wire.
He's scared, canonically.
Abyss had a large bruise on his leg from where Hardy landed on him from the Swanton Bomb at the pay-per-view, and Abyss was knocked out and seeing stars for about 10 seconds, even though his leg and not his head took the brunt of the punishment. So he was like, he just took that impact from that height that he was like winded and knocked into like complete like obliviousness for 10 seconds, and also had a very large bruise, but still worked TV the next day because Abyss is clearly a trooper. Opening match of the Primetime Special was a 6-man tag, as we were talking about it. It's Sabu, Lance Hoyt, and Jeff Hardy against the Diamonds in the Rough. This match very clearly cut short because Sabu hurts his toe, or hurts his foot. It looks like he hurts his ankle when you're watching it, and then the match ends like literally 30 seconds later. Hardy just hits a swanton and wins. So clearly Sabu got hurt in this match and they cut it short. So it was a match. He suffered a broken toe as it happened.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not going to complain about it being shorter.
They replayed Hardy's swanton during his entrance, which you would expect. And they also talked about how the Diamonds in the Rough, TNA is like, the Diamonds in the Rough's confidence level must be at an all-time high after they won one single match.
Good bit.
They have won one match and they're doing good. And wordplay, primetime was in primetime.
That's good wordplay, Garrett.
Thank you. Well, Mike Denay said it, but I'll take credit.
No, just take fucking credit for it.
Abyss hit Sabu with a Black Hole Slam after this match, after the 6-man tag. Didn't have anything Sabu related in the go home, probably because, again, he was injured, so he's probably meant to be in that main event in the Chris Sabin spot, I would guess. But he broke his toe, so no. And Abyss comes out and does the title shot stuff. So James Mitchell on the pay-per-view does a promo with Franchise and Abyss. And Mitchell is like, there is one thing Abyss fears, and it's barbed wire. And every time he says barbed wire, Abyss jumps. He's like, he doesn't even like the word.
He's just like, even the word is like, ah.
And he's like, we went through years of therapy to get him over this fear of barbed wire because he has some kind of barbed wire related trauma in his past. And he was so close This is the promo. Like, he's like, we went to therapy. Sitting down with Dr. Stevie, I guess, to talk through his...
I'd be way more into this segment if Dr. Stevie was in it.
Sadly, he was still employed by WWE at that stage. So
One day.
it was like, we went to therapy, we were overcoming this trauma, and then you had to come along with your fucking barbed wire and ruin everything.
Yeah.
So he's like, anyway, Abyss will kill you. And then Abyss takes an egg out and crushes it in his own face to illustrate him crushing Sabu's brain. He also got the yolk all over his mask, which that mask probably smelled of yolk for the rest of the night.
That was so gross.
So then Abyss, Sabu, in a no disqualification match.
Yeah, it's awesome. It starts off with the amazing spot of like Sabu having his arm covered again, and then he just takes it off and there's nothing there.
Sabu playing mind games.
Amazing.
But that distraction does allow Sabu to do what Sabu does, which is fuck a chair at Abyss's head. Sabu hits Abyss with a top rope Hurricane Rana, which is one of those bumps that Abyss takes. It's like, what? You're so big. Why are you taking bumps like this? You were crazy and I love you.
Because he's a crazy person.
And he always, like, the way like Abyss takes like bumps like that, he always like flips slightly to the side. Again, everything Abyss does, we've talked about this before, but like every one of his movements is unlike how you've ever seen anybody move. The way he runs and he charges is awesome. The way he takes like a bump over the ropes and always lands ass first on the apron is awesome. The way like he takes a top rope Hurricane Rana where he like does a weird bump like flip to the side over. It's like everything Abyss does is unique. He's not like any other wrestler as you watch him, and more wrestlers should be like that. They shouldn't just be doing like the same cookie cutter spots the way you see everybody else do them. When you watch Abyss, both like with his moveset and the stuff he does, but just the way he moves and just the way he bumps, it's different. You should feel different.
Well, that's the thing, is like bumping differently from everything else is from everyone else is a very easy way to stand out too, because a lot of people focus on like their mannerisms while doing stuff, but not a lot of people focus on selling differently. So you see someone who does sell like in a very different way, it stands out.
Yeah, to go to the current extreme, anytime you watch a Darby Allin match,
yeah,
and you see him eat shit on every single move, you're like, you are one of the most compelling wrestlers around.
I've been delving around the pervert shoot style scene a little bit lately. And Alexander Otska is someone who reminds me of that a lot. Like, when he's doing these, and he's just getting his ass kicked, and he looks like he's being ragdolled by strikes, and it's amazing.
It's one of those things people don't work on, that people should work on. That you're not just taking the same flatbacks everybody else is. You're not moving the same everybody else is. Do things differently. Feel different.
Well, that's like something you see in like Omega too, is he takes everything in a very different way than most.
Yeah, he's a weird freak.
You know, I'm thinking of people who do this, and they're all weird freaks. Because it's Abyss, it's Darby, it's Otska, it's Omega, it's Osprey. It's just a bunch of weird freaks.
Get more weird freaks in wrestling.
Preferably weird freaks about their own bodies and not weird freaks in other ways. We have enough of weird freaks in other ways.
Sabu slingshots over the ropes and leg drops Abyss through a table on the floor. He goes to use a barbed wire chair, but Mitchell hooks it with his cane and takes it away from him.
It's a good bit, even though it was kind of fucked up.
Yeah, he doesn't quite hook it. He kind of misses, but it's like it's enough to interfere with Sabu's rhythm that you're like, okay, it just about works.
It works enough.
Abyss got his bag of tacks, he poured them out, and then hit a spinning choke slam onto Sabu into the tacks.
And it looks so good. It looks like an Uranagi.
Yeah, he just like choke slams him, turns in the air, and just like, boah. Because a regular chokeslam isn't enough. That's not going to get enough thumbtacks in your back. You have to spin them to really get that force and momentum going.
I really got Abyss really shut me the fuck up when I was criticizing his spread of his thumbtacks in this match. I was like, they're all in one area. It looks so lame. And then like a billion thumbtacks are in Sabu's back. And I'm like, you know what? Shut the fuck up, Liam. How about that?
Yeah, because he has a routine, which I think is a character beat as much as anything else. That when he pours...
I do too.
When he pours thumbtacks, he does do a thing where he like spends like 20 seconds like spreading them and making sure they're just right.
He's like hyper fixated.
Yeah, and like TNA always mentions it on commentary that like he gets like tunnel vision. That like when he's focused on a task, he's like, I have to put my thumbtacks out and do my thumbtacks right. I like to think he sings little songs as he does it.
The Abyss character is actually probably way more nuanced than people think.
Because he always got knocked with being like the fake Mankind or the fake Kane, and like no, he's not.
No, he's like, there's like levels to the Abyss character, and I think it's because it's not like explicitly said to the audience that maybe wrestling fans are too stupid to pick up on it. But like, there's levels to it.
Like he is playing the role of monster. Like, he is not just like big guy, you know? He's not just he's actually playing the role of monster. So he's doing the little things you would expect like a Frankenstein monster to kind of do, like be weirdly fixated on how the thumbtacks work.
It's cool. I like it. Stands out.
Abyss misses a splash, lands in tacks. Sabu then springboard pushes Abyss into the tacks. He does like a springboard, and it looks like he I think maybe it was meant to leg drop him, but there was too much distance. So he stopped and did like a double cross chop push to knock Abyss into the tacks.
Just awesome.
Black hole slam onto a barbed wire chair for the win, and there was a ton of blood on Sabu's back, which I'm not sure was from the tacks or was it shoot barbed wire. I'm not sure. Either way, his back looked fucked up.
And that's all that matters. The end result.
But yes, Abyss ran away, even though he won using barbed wire. He was like, "Ugh."
I still think the first match is better, or maybe stands out a little more. But like, they both kind of rock.
It's just two guys who are unique. Like, Sabu again falls into that category of a dude who is just unlike anything else you see in wrestling. He is a crazy wild man who might fuck up half his spots, but that's like half of his appeal.
I thought you were gonna call him a crazy white boy. Abyss is a crazy white boy.
Abyss is the craziest of white boys. But like, Sabu he's just the wild man. And like, part of Sabu's appeal, like, people are like, oh, he might miss his dives. It's like, that's Sabu.
Yeah, that owns.
That's like 8%. I know, like, there was the theory that sometimes he'd fuck it up on purpose just to like magnify his mystique, I guess.
I think that's been like triple confirmed now from people. It's like to sell the danger and unpredictability of a Sabu match. Sometimes he would just eat shit.
And it's the kind of thing that's just like, if you ate shit, you just like start spreading that as a rumor. It's like, actually, I do that on purpose to really sell the character.
Because I think there was like some people that would wrestle him and said like he would call that to them. He'd be like, I'm going to do the springboard, but I'm going to fuck it up. Maybe he was just really self-detrimental.
You do have two guys who are unique, distinct, and willing to absolutely kill themselves to have a good hardcore match. So they are absolutely... And again, big man, like, so he's not small, but relative to Abyss, he is small. So it's like big man bumping around small man is always like a good dynamic. Just throw him with a spinning chokeslam into some thumbtacks and you have a good wrestling match. Better than 1.5 stars, Dave Meltzer.
Yeah, that's insane.
1.5 stars? That's disrespectful.
I was Googling, because we were talking about it on the watch-along, if Abyss and Moxley ever had a match. They did, but it was a 6-man, and what a 6-man this is. On one side, John Moxley, Roger Ruffin, and Ryan Stone versus Muldoon, aka Dustin Thomas, which I've heard the name, Chris Harris, and Abyss.
That's a dream match. When was that?
2007 at NWF Aggression.
It's a dream match anywhere in the world.
We're featuring other big matches like Brian Jennings versus Crybaby with Crazy Courtney.
Crybaby's finally gonna get his comeuppance. He's finally gonna be a crybaby.
And of course, the American Eagle defeating Dr. Melvin Winkleman.
Is the American Eagle like a product placement wrestler?
I don't know.
Go buy your American Eagle jeans or whatever. I'm the American Eagle.
Wait a minute. The American Eagle, also known as Canadian Player.
He covers both. That's actually a great pro wrestling bit. They're like, in America, American Eagle. In Canada, Canadian Player.
That's amazing. Who else do we have on this card? We have Austin Midler, Ice, and Stewie Buckland defeating the Warlock and the Zodiacs.
So many wrestling names.
We have Christopher Michael Lotus going to a no contest for the NWF Unified title against Benjamin Kimura.
So many names.
Ingy and the Thugs, Nasty Russ and T-Money defeated the Hippies, Jesse Hyde and Pompano Joe.
Again, names everywhere. We're doing names all over the place.
Chad Allegra defeats Anthony Bryant.
Chad Allegra is
Carl
Anderson, yeah. I was like, I know that name.
That's Chad Too Bad. Wow, what a show.
A young Carl Anderson and a young John Moxley with Chris Harris and Abyss on top.
Imagine if it was Moxley and Chad Allegra
against Harris and
Abyss and Chris Harris.
Tremendous match. They didn't know what they had in that. Where was that indie? I'm gonna guess it's Kentucky indie.
It was Ohio, NWF. It's Moxley in 2007. You think he's getting far out of Ohio?
Kentucky is not very far out of Ohio.
What do you think? What's the last Carl Anderson match that you remember?
That I remember?
Yeah.
The G1 I saw final in 2012.
It's the most recent one.
That's the last one. I'm like, it's a good Carl Anderson match, huh?
Oh, I never said good.
I don't know. I'm kind of sad that Carl seemed to just give up.
But he just wrestled on the WWE Super Show.
Like, in fairness, he gave up because he's making more money than he's ever made, so he doesn't need to try. So all power to him, but it's a shame.
Seems to be like only doing live shows.
Yeah, they're doing, because like they're on TV, because like they were only doing live events while AJ was injured, and now AJ is back, and they're still doing the OC. Is that the name of their stable?
Yeah,
with Mia Yim as well. Like they're still on TV, but they're not.
They're
wrestling.
not on TV. Yeah, like their last TV match was about a month ago.
Because I know they were in a backstage segment with AJ recently when he was being like, I'm going to wrestle Solo Sikoa, and then they were there being like, you shouldn't do that. But it's like, I'm going to do it. AJ Styles, house that I built.
And now that AJ's doing like we gotta get our shit together, the OC.
So you can do a big OC against Bloodline and or the other one, Judgment Day feud.
I think they're doing all of them against each other right now.
Honestly, could do worse things than Stable Wars.
Yeah, but the OC is just the shitest shite.
That's Mia Yim. Yeah. Mia Yim would have a good match with Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you know what? But the Bloodline doesn't have anyone that they can throw into that.
Sexist women. No, sexist Bloodline. God damn it.
Yeah, what Bloodline, they don't have The Rock's shitty daughter.
Get her up. Call her up.
Or Tamina.
Yeah, Kevin Owens would be so happy.
Yeah, why doesn't the Bloodline have any female representation?
It's a good question.
That's kind of fucked up.
So the only other heavyweight-ish feud is Raven. Raven's banging around. He hates Larry Zbyszko.
I'm sure Raven's banging around.
Well, that's the entire point of the story, that he's found a woman and everyone's like, you've gone soft.
And he's like, brother, I haven't gotten soft, let me tell you.
Oh, God. October 29th Impact. The franchise has Raven. He wants to know how Raven feels about all the recent title happenings. Cassidy Riley comes in and is like, Raven, what the fuck happened to you? You're a bitch. It's like, has she made you soft?
And Raven's like, yeah, yo. Raven's turned into Johnny Polo.
Raven backhands him and leaves. So even Cassidy Riley is calling out Raven's softness.
Dick jokes.
Primetime special. Franchise has Rhino. He proved that he has the heart of a champion. But then Raven walks up and is like, where's my title shot? Larry Z stopped me from getting that shot. And then security drags him away as Rhino then is like, I'm wrestling in the main event. Sorry, Raven.
I don't think Raven's wrestled in like 10 months.
Well, yeah. Since he defended the title at Unbreakable, he has not wrestled on TV.
What's going on?
He wrestles in the pay-per-view, so...
But, like, what's going on?
Shiny new toy. We have Rhino, we have Christian, we don't need Raven.
Yeah, but, like, can we do that with, like, Jarrett?
No, because he owns the company. So, franchise has Raven and Larry on the go-home show, and Larry's like, here is your release. If you want, you can leave. Or if you don't, I'm going to make your life miserable.
Tony Khan should have done that with Punk on TV.
Raven's like, no, fuck you.
Punk's like, no, fuck you. Then lunges at him.
There is a lot of lunging at Larry in this. So, like, this segment does end with Raven lunging at Larry and screaming, I'll kill you.
What did he know?
And Raven was like a mentor to Punk, so...
What did he know?
Raven has a great knock-knock joke here where he says, knock knock, who's there? Blood. Blood who? Blood gushing out of the scarlet crater of where your arm used to be, Zbyszko. Haha. Got him.
That's funny.
So
bit wordy. You should have just been like, hey, I'm hard.
God damn it.
This is my new favorite Raven gimmick.
Larry books Raven in a match against a mystery opponent at the pay-per-view. And that mystery opponent turns out to be just incredible, PJ Polacco.
Okay.
You sound very enthusiastic.
Fucking hate PJ Polacco.
It's not a very good match. So yeah, before the match, Tenay suggests Raven opening the show as a sign of disrespect to Raven, as opposed to like AEW where people politic to get the opener because that's when the crowd are hot. So Larry offered Raven before the match the choice again. You can leave, and you don't have to wrestle tonight, and you'll never be here again, or you can face my mystery opponent. And Raven is once again like, fuck you, I'll face your mystery opponent.
I'll do whatever you don't want me to do, Dad.
I do like the way I use the word lunge in the notes. It's like, I didn't even mean that. Yeah, Larry throws shade at Raven's new girlfriend to get what causes Raven to lunge at him.
And knock over a bunch of production equipment.
Yeah, he took out Dixie with that, actually, and he's been fine. I've never felt for my life more.
Then someone in the crowd goes, you fucking pussy.
The match is weird in that I think Raven has discovered MMA
He's been flirting with it.
But there's a bunch of stuff where he starts trying like to do takedowns. He does like grapple front face locks into takedowns. He's doing knees.
Oh my god, Raven is punk.
And he does like a spinning back fist. And he does like he's always done the ankle lock. Like the ankle lock has been his like submission thing. But there's a bunch of stuff in this where he's doing like MMA ground and pound and like grapples. It's like, did you start watching MMA, Raven? Is this what's happened here?
Oh, he's on the same network now.
That's true. It's good synergy. He wins with the Raven effect and stares down Larry Z. It's a replacement level match that you will not think about again in your life.
I'd say it's worse than that.
It might be being kind to PJ Palaco and Raven's MMA. That brings us over to the X Division, where the X Division title feud for the month is AJ Styles and Petey Williams. So Petey Williams won the Ultimate X match at Bound for Glory in suspicious circumstances, suspicious being the X fell into his hands.
In the coolest ending ever. Fuck you, Dave Meltzer again. Maybe Dave Meltzer was just never fair to TNA. Should we start like that part of the podcast now?
There are people who do push that as a narrative, and I think he's probably historically harsher on TNA than he needs to be, but then there's also long stretches where TNA is really bad. So...
But like at this point, like he's just shitting on the good things
yeah,
too.
and like he's not a good critic. I think that's what it always comes back to with Dave. That the thing people always criticize him for is the thing he is really bad at. And it's like the fact that he's the premier wrestling critic is just by default, just by being around for as long as he has been, that he has become. But like he has never had interesting thoughts about wrestling. That's never been him. He's never been a guy who I'm like, oh, I can't wait to hear Dave Meltzer break that down. You know? He's never been that guy. He writes a wall of text to describe the moves and puts a star rating on it. And then people go crazy over his opinion. It's like, he's never had an interesting... That I don't want to put it that way. He's never had an interest... He's never...
Had an interesting thought.
He's never expressed his thoughts interestingly about wrestling. That's just never been him.
Well, he doesn't like rate it as a creative endeavor. He's like the equivalent of the 2K games where it's like the more moves you do, the higher the star goes up.
So, the October 29th Impact, we have a tag team match. AJ Styles and Sanjay Dutt versus Alex Shelley and Roderick Strong. I like this match a lot. I thought they went out there and worked a real good TV match. There's a better match the next week. But I do like the little continuity. I'm not sure is it deliberate. But like of the people that Styles chose to face Daniels, there was Shark Boy and there was Sanjay. And now he's teaming with Sanjay. So I feel like there's a little bit of continuity there. He's like teamed with his pal.
Well, because Sanjay's also like one of the only pure babyface X Division guys other than AJ.
Yeah, there's him, AJ, and Sabin, really. There's a lot of, and then there's a lot of heels, which I guess makes sense when you have a babyface champion, but maybe when you don't.
I mean, you look at the X match at the pay-per-view. You have Aries and Bentley on the same team as Sabin and Sanjay.
And like Aries is meant to be a babyface, but he's also Austin Aries.
Yeah, like he's like, but like Matt Bentley is very clearly still in.
So D'Amore joined commentary to complain about the fact that the Ultimate X is being done over because the rematch will be done on the primetime special. And he's like, we want fair and square. Roddy did a dropkick and then did AJ's taunt, so AJ spat in his face.
Which is awesome, actually.
Finish Styles pin Strong with the Styles Clash. A really good tag. I like this a lot. But there's a better match that we'll talk about when we're talking about Elimination X. Elevation X is something very different.
Should be Elevation X. I fucking love Elevation X. It's so
Especially
dumb.
an 8-man scaffold match. An 8-man elimination scaffold match.
So you have to throw 7 people off the scaffold.
Yeah, last man standing. So they redo Ultimate X on the primetime special. Petey Williams, Chris Sabin, Matt Bentley again. Petey Williams wins again.
I fell asleep.
It got a little fire display, though. They set off some fire for Ultimate X. Petey started chasing Tracy up the Ultimate X structure, but Bentley clotheslines him.
That was a fun bit.
I love Petey's weird obsession, bordering on creepiness, with Tracy Brooks.
Hall of Famer Tracy Brooks.
Yeah. That's an Impact 1000 spoiler, Liam.
It's going to be out after Impact 1000?
Well, it was taped last night, but...
I know, but I'm saying, like, it'll be out after...
Either way, you've spoiled the show. Everyone's going to be mad at you.
Oh, no one's going to watch it now. It's all my fault.
PD powerbombs Bentley from the cables, and then the X started dangling from one thing again. It started falling. It was like, not again! No!
It would have been perfect if it fell and he caught it again.
Oh, if they actually did it, like they manipulated it this time somehow with magnets. It's actually the magnet at the core of the Earth that keeps everybody that instills gravity. It pulls the X down.
See, it's even fucking that up.
Bentley kicks Petey from the cables into a Petey Rana on Sabin. Matt Bentley throws such a good super kick. I've discovered this.
It is great. And legally he has to.
It's genetic. It runs in the family. But there's a bunch of super kicks. He hits one Elimination X as well that is just perfectly timed. It's like, it's not the connection of the kick, it's like the timing of the kick. It's like whenever he does like a sequence that is punctuated by him hitting the super kick, like the timing of that super kick is always perfect. So D'Amore tries to interfere, but Tracy spears him. Both Petey and Bentley are dangling, but Petey kicks Bentley in the balls and wins. And the Morphoplex move of the night is the Canadian Destroyer, getting that 200 grand. So Petey will once again officially challenge AJ Styles at Genesis for the X Division title after he's won 2 Ultimate X matches to earn the honor.
That's a hell of a build for someone, like a hell of a mini push, to have them win 2 Ultimate X's.
That's what you get when you have equipment malfunctions, I guess. So then the main event of the Go Home show, actually it wasn't the main event, it was just a match on the Go Home show. It was a Styles Clash versus Canadian Destroyer match in which Petey Williams faced AJ Styles non-title. The winner would be the person who hit the Styles Clash or the Canadian Destroyer. To which I have like the question, if you are AJ or Petey, if you hit the other guy's move in this match, do you still win?
I think you have to hit your one specifically.
That would be a great finish, though, whereas like Petey wins by hitting the Styles Clash.
Oh, that'd be a great match. That should be a great match in general. You have to hit your opponent's finish. Or like you do like a 10-man elimination, and the only way to be eliminated is to have someone hit your move on you.
What do you think about this as like an idea in general, like a finisher challenge match?
I like finisher challenge matches. I think they're fun.
Like, you can only really do it with 2 guys who have distinct finishers, like Styles and Petey do.
It'd be really funny if it was like, you're doing it like, I don't know, random thing. It's like Omega versus Danielson, and Danielson just gets to do the label lock.
Or like the Psycho knee, which is very easy to hit quickly.
Versus the 1 Week Angel.
Or you do like Edge versus Roman Reigns in a spear match. Who can hit their mediocre spear first and win?
You have to hit the other person's mediocre spear and win. Roman has to do the hug.
So it only really works when you have people who have like distinct finishers, like the Styles Clash and the Canadian Destroyer. But it's a cool thing to do.
What if AJ hit the spiral tap in this match?
No, but you see, it is a Styles Clash versus Destroyer. They didn't just say finisher. They did expressly say Styles Clash versus Canadian Destroyer match, which is, to my question, is like, if you hit the other guy's move, do you still win? Because like, it is a Styles Clash versus Canadian Destroyer match, but it's a fun idea, because like, obviously the aim of this is they wanted a way to give Petey like a one-up on AJ without beating AJ. So the way to do that, they came up with this cool idea, you know, if you hit the finisher, you win. The match was actually fine. It wasn't a great advert for the pay-per-view in that the match, it was actually nothing special in the end. My favorite part is Mike Tenay starts talking about how people have TiVo'd the Canadian Destroyer, or recorded it, just so that they can rewatch it. And I'm like, oh, the world before there was GIFs.
New Japan now.
Gonna copyright us just for saying that. Every time AJ hits a cool move and he does his like big pump up firearm, pump his chest, look super jacked, he's super into it. It's the best. He's so good.
AJ is on one at the moment.
Yeah, like anytime he does his dive or anytime he does his drop kick, he's just like, it is the adrenaline is clearly pumping through his veins, and he's like just so pumped up. Styles goes for the clash, but Petey grabs Andrew Thomas's leg. Styles then pulls for the Styles Clash so hard that Andrew Thomas is sent flying.
Because he's so amped up, he's so jacked.
D'Amore gets in the ring and tries to hit Styles with the belt, but Styles got D'Amore set up in the Styles Clash.
Wait a minute. If AJ hit the Styles Clash on D'Amore, would it have counted?
It is a Styles Clash versus Canadian
Destroyer. It did hit a Styles Clash. It never says Styles Clash on Petey Williams.
You would have to look into the terms of the match, but I do believe if he hit it on D'Amore, he would have won the match.
If he had have run outside and hit it on Don West, would it have counted?
No, that's a disqualification. Come on.
Why?
Because it's Don.
Fine, Mike.
It's like reverse Dup Cup rules. Whereas you got points on attacking JB. You get DQ'd for attacking Don.
Okay, fair enough. What if he did the Styles Clash to JB?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, that's a win?
Ideally through a table. You get bonus points for the table.
Ooh.
There should be like a running Dup Cup tally.
Oh, the lineal Dup Cup champion.
It should just be a board next to the announce desk that they never acknowledge, but there's just points being accrued based on the Dup Cup criteria, and they just update it constantly.
If you had to put money on it, who do you think would be the current Dup Cup leader in 2023?
Based on the Dup Cup rules, or like on a lineal fashion?
And the rules.
Honestly, it's probably somebody in AEW, because I feel like the Stampede and Anarchy in the Arena matches would very much tick a lot of Dup Cup boxes.
It's probably like one of the best friends.
Who attacks JB in NXT a lot?
The fans.
congratulations to... Oh, no, it's not Full Sail University anymore. It's the Performance Center, isn't it? So congratulations to the WWE Performance Center on winning the Dub Cup.
That seems about right.
PD hits Styles with the belt, hits the Canadian Destroyer. He beats AJ Styles in the Styles Clash versus Canadian Destroyer match to have one up on AJ heading into their pay-per-view match, which was pretty good.
But not great.
Yeah, because they had the match at Victory Road last year, which was like a 9-minute sprint, which I thought was ultimately a lot better. Whereas this is like the full 18-minute X Division title match between these two. And it was pretty good.
It was fine.
The obvious highlight, first AJ hits a flip dive where he lands ass first on the rail.
That's the coolest part, is AJ dying.
Yeah, which is bad enough. But then P.D. Williams does a thing that you see teased in wrestling matches all the time. Like, I can't even think about the number of times you've seen somebody tease the idea of a German suplex off the apron. Understandably, people very rarely actually do it, because that bump would suck.
Of course.
Here, PD teases the German suplex off the apron, and instead, German suplexes AJ Styles back first onto the guardrail.
It's such a dumb bump.
He just died. He's just dead. His back is broken. He never wrestled again. It's all over for AJ Styles. This was it.
But no, because AJ is a weird Gumby man.
I don't understand how he works. He just keeps going. Like, this should kill him, man. He is German suplex. He should be impaled on that rail. He should have also lost his ass on the dive, literally, and then lost his back. I think, like, the way they set this up. So A1 clears out the crowd, and A1 standing in like the crowd. So I think what they're meant to do is PD is meant to German suplex AJ from the apron over the rail into like the first couple of rows where A1 catches him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, a reasonable spot.
Again, crazy as it, like, that's a stupid spot. And even to think it's like, German off the apron, we're going to clear the rail, everything will be fine. Even to think that, stupid. But the way it works out that he does not clear the rail, he just lands back first on the rail.
I think it's because, like, PD goes too low. Like, he, like, drops his hips too low.
And it might just be the thing that, like, PD, like, I don't know how he does that to clear the rail, because, like, I think he's shorter than AJ.
And also PD has to be aware that he's jumping backwards and not to slam his own head in the back of the into the guardrail. So it's like he was probably trying to protect himself, which like put him at a lower angle, which then just drove AJ's shoulder first into it.
I just think A1 felt being like, all right, I'm going to catch AJ. Okay, oh no.
No, he's a worker, so he jumped over there and kicked him a couple times to get escorted out like he was meant to.
Yeah, he got booted for that. PD took a flip bump on the forearm. Joe came out and watched on from the ramp as Styles hit a middle rope Styles Clash for the win and stared down Samoa Joe, who we will talk about more in a moment. Yeah, good match. It's only really notable for that rail bump, because that rail bump is actually insane.
Yeah, just the couple big AJ bumps in this match, really. Which you can see on our Twitter, so you don't even have to watch the full match.
Yeah. So the other big thing in the X Division was a bunch of X Division matches leading to Elimination X. So the tag match I talked about earlier, the Styles and Sanjay against Shelley and Strong match, was kind of building toward that. On that same show, there was a Christopher Daniels versus Jarrell Clark kind of squash. Not a full squash, but a kind of squash.
A competitive squash.
The idea is like Daniels might be a little unhinged because he lost the Iron Man match. He lost his rematch, so it might speculate about what his psyche might be. But Clark misses a moonsault. Daniels falls with an Angel's Wings for the win. Which takes us to the primetime special, in which Alex Shelley, Samoa Joe, and Christopher Daniels defeated AJ Styles, Austin Aries, and Sanjay.
This match is awesome. It's like an ROH, PWG, Dragon Gate, whatever you want to call it, 6-man, where they're doing a million things, everyone's bumping around and dying, and like you're about to say, the talent, and it is wild.
Boy, like, Alex Shelley, Samoa Joe, and Christopher Daniels versus AJ Aries and Dot. Like, this, how you think about WWE during this era and think about the talent they could have had access to, and then you see a match like this. It's just like, this is just a mid-card X Division match. It's like WWE had fucking Rob Conway on TV all the time.
Con man.
No, we don't want any of this. We need Heidenreich. We need Luther Reigns. We need all these guys. It's like, this is what was out there.
Because they're big.
Good lord. And even TNA weren't like making the fullest access. They were during this period, thankfully, though we don't have a ton of Aries and Strong. We only have a little bit of Aries and Strong. But man, just the names of the match.
I love the like entrance of this when like, because Shelley, Joe, and Daniels are all wearing matching blue gear. But like, Shelley is like scared of Joe in the entrance, and he does his pose, but then he's like, make sure to get out of the way of Joe.
Daniel should have been more scared of Joe, as it turns out.
I liked the like the three heels were all kind of like iffy on each other.
So like the main story of the match, aside from the moves, is that like Daniels and Joe are not getting along. So like Joe's going for the face wash. He does the first few of them, and then Daniels just blind tags himself in before he can actually do the proper face wash. Joe then angrily tags back into face off with AJ. Every time AJ and Joe do anything in this era, it's like, oh, those two wrestlers have been tailor made for each other from the ground up.
This is what Daniels is really good at. Is you get him in these kind of matches where he tells very subtle stories, and you're like, ooh, what's gonna happen from it? And then obviously it pays off for something more blatant and bigger. But like just little bits during the match, which are like easy to miss sometimes.
There's like, yeah, as I said, there's more obvious ones where it's like, oh, Daniels accidentally hits Joe with a high knee, and Joe accidentally clotheslines Daniels, which is a lot less subtle, not a little less subtle. But like, yeah, the little thing where it's like Joe is doing the face wash, a very obvious Joe move, and he does the first few, rake the boot across the faces, and then Daniels just tags himself in. It's like, that kind of obliviousness is great.
And Daniels is also really good at like selling like the attitude of like it wasn't intentional, that like he was just doing his regular match stuff. Like it wasn't him taking a shot, it was just him wanting to do whatever, like it was him trying to win the match in his own way.
So Styles shoved Daniels into Joe, won with the Styles Clash on Shelley. This match is so good. It's just a million moves. It's 9 minutes, I want to say, and they just condense everything into that 9 minutes, and it's just unbelievable with the level of talent in it. And as I said, it's not just moves. You do get, the Daniels and Joe story weaves in and then comes out of it. Also, when the match started, there was a handful of fans who started chanting ROH.
Yeah, well, fair.
Big ROH fans in the Impact Zone. But yeah, this match rocks. This match, I think, is one of the more underrated TV matches in Impact history, in the 1,000 episodes of Impact. It's a shame that Aries during this phase, obviously there's Ring of Honor stuff that he falls out and then comes back as Austin Starr, which absolutely stinks.
It's just like, why?
But like Aries during this phase, anytime he's on TV, like he hits a crucifix bomb on Joe, he looks like he's just so explosive. He's really good for TV wrestling in particular, because like all of his stuff has snap, all of his stuff has explosion. Like his brainbuster is 450, his drop kicks in the corner, crucifix
all
bomb.
of his stuff has impact.
Yeah, ooh, puns. But I think he's really, really well made for TV wrestling in particular. And well, so is Roddy, but Roddy doesn't get as much a chance to show it during this period. But anytime like Austin Aries is on TV, he pops, and it's a shame there wasn't more Aries coming out of this. And then when he came back, he was a doofy idiot, which is stupid.
He gets there eventually.
He does get there eventually. Joe faces Aries on the go home show.
Which is fun. It's just a fun, cool little TV match.
In which it's announced at the pay-per-view it will be an Elimination X match. So it's Joe, Daniels, Shelley, and Strong against Sabin, Dutt, Bentley, and Aries in an Elimination X match at the pay-per-view. It's an 8-man tag team elimination match. So Daniels is on commentary, and he's officially dubbed his team The Ministry, and he has appointed himself captain, which I'm sure Samoa Joe will be greatly pleased with.
Yeah.
He will not have a problem with that at all.
Samoa Joe, notorious guy, happy taking a back seat.
He loves Christopher Daniels. He's going to follow Christopher Daniels' leadership, no problem.
The Ministry, by the way.
Big Ring of Honor sickos. I'm sorry, it's Team Ministry as opposed to the Ministry. Just to be
Ministry
clear.
of Darkness.
Joe beats Aries with the Muscle Buster. Every time Aries hits the crucifix bomb on Joe, it rocks because it's Joe.
Because Samoa Joe's a big ass man dropping on his big ass head.
Good. That does bring us to the match itself on the pay-per-view, which is an 8-man tag team elimination match. And there's a lot of stuff going on in this match.
Yeah, recap this one.
I thought the TV match was better than this by a decent margin, but it's these guys in the ring. You add Strong. You took AJ out. That's the difference maker, you see. You added Matt Bentley.
Nice of you not to bury Roderick Strong.
Dutt does one too many revolutions in the Round the World Rana, and he just fell off. He just fell off the Round the World Rana. He was doing it on, I think, Roddy, and he just like boop dropped to the mat. Heat on Dutt before a hot tag to Aries. Sabin, Dutt, and Aries did stereo dives. You don't get stereo dives enough anymore.
I think you still do a lot.
You get a lot of dive sequences where like you get one dive after another, but these dudes hit like Aries did the low dive and Sabin and Shelley did over the top dives, and they did them simultaneously, and that's cool. More people should do simultaneous dives.
I think it still happens quite a lot.
Name one instance.
All in Elite 6-man tag.
Damn. I was live at that show too.
But you weren't watching.
That's true. I was busy sending TNA tweets. Aries eliminates Strong with a brainbuster with an 450. Daniels then eliminated Aries with a roll-up. Shelley submits Dutt with the Border City stretch. Bentley then catches Shelley with a super kick for the elimination. Perfect perfectly timed. He's really good at that. Bentley goes into a victory roll position on Daniels, but Joe plucks him off of Daniels' shoulders for the muscle buster and eliminates him with the King of Clutch, which is a cool setup for the muscle buster. And then the big dramatic finish, Joe goes to muscle buster Sabin, but Bentley, who was eliminated, grabbed Joe's leg from the floor and pulls him out. And Daniels, just as you said earlier, not like stealing the win or anything, because Joe's been pulled out, he just steps in, hits the Angel's wings on Sabin and wins. Daniels and Joe are your survivors. They win that elimination match 2-0, I guess.
And Joe's so pissy.
And because unlike the TV match where they do like a bunch of spots where they don't get along, like they did get along in this. There wasn't like periods in this.
Yeah.
They got along. Everything was fine. They won.
Because they already established that there's like tension. They didn't need to re-establish it again.
And they did do a backstage promo before this where franchise had Daniel, Shelley, and Strong, and Shelley was like, "We seem to be missing a person here, Chris."
Shelley poking the bear.
Yeah, Daniel's like, "It's fine. Everything will be fine. We'll lead our ministry team to success. It's going to be good. Joe knows what we're doing. We're on the same page." So Daniels beats Sabin, doesn't steal the win, but Joe was going to win and Daniels just followed up to score the win. Joe is not pleased. Joe is very, very mad. So Daniels tries to talk him down. He's like, "We won the match. Everything's fine." And then Joe beats the living shit out of Christopher Daniels. Mm-hmm. Joe smashes Daniels in the skull with a chair, which causes Daniels to bleed. Joe then kicks his head into the rail, hits a muscle buster, and it's awesome. As he's holding him in the muscle buster on the shoulder, Daniels' blood starts dripping down Joe's like shoulder and like breast area. So cool.
Breast area?
Yeah, your breast. Your
Why did you say breast instead of chest?
But, it's a particular, like your breastbone.
Fucking perfect.
Wow, you make everything sex with you, isn't it? First it's Raven.
Breast area? What are we doing?
It is an area of your chest. Lee was like, "Do men have breasts?"
Like, literally, what subject do men have breasts?
Yeah, you have a breastbone.
Okay.
Bound for Glory was the cum episode, and this is the Liam is horny episode.
But this is the opposite of horny.
No, it's fine.
You're the one who said blood dripped down onto his voluptuous breast.
Yeah. Would you prefer me to say
Get
pep?
the fuck out of here.
I also don't think it's technically the breastbone, but I think I'm scientifically wrong, but
And morally.
ethically as well.
Fucking, yeah. This is like one of the cool, like, here's the blood towel. This is what we're fucking talking
Yeah,
about.
Daniels bleeds on Joe's boobie and then gets hit with a muscle buster. And then he hits another muscle buster on a chair and rubs the blood onto his towel, puts it over his shoulder and stands there. AJ does come out and starts watching on, concerned from the ramp.
It's really funny that AJ's like, whoa, it's a little much. Even for hated rival Christopher Daniels.
Yeah, AJ never tried to kill Daniels. He did just try to beat Daniels.
He's like, whoa, man, taking it a bit far.
EMTs tend to Daniels. They struggle very badly to get a stretcher in a ring.
Yeah.
Because they do a bit where they try to like carry it over the top rope and they're like, no, that's not going to work. And then they're like, let's just roll Daniels onto it. And they don't like strap him to it or anything, which I think is bad paramedic practice. So yeah, Don West goes and gets an update. Daniels is taken away by ambulance as Don's like, hey, you okay? Is he dead?
Yes, is the answer.
Has he bled out in a man's breast?
Stop saying it.
So yeah, that's the big this is a great angle that may not have worked because the crowd were like, fuck yeah, beat the shit out of Christopher Daniels. Because like from like a very traditional wrestling angle, I think they did everything right.
Mm-hmm.
They gave it a ton of time. Like I think the post match was like 8 minutes long. It wasn't the case where he did the turn and they cut away, or they didn't like stay on Daniels after he got the shit kicked out of him. They did all of like the little things you're supposed to do right here, other than the fact that the crowd were very into the fact that Samoa Joe was beating the shit out of Christopher Daniels.
I think that comes from it being heel.
I was gonna say I think it's a lot more Joe's just too cool for his own good.
Yeah, but if he was doing it to Shark Boy.
Or like I think he'd get heat if he did it to AJ.
Yeah.
And I guess you didn't really get the sympathy you might have wanted on Daniels.
Yeah, because Daniels is like a historic bastard.
Yeah, he is a mean man. He, like the idea is he's meant to be wronged here, and like he will do the comeback and it'll be fine. And they'll have one of the best TV matches in Impact history in April. You can look forward to that.
I'm looking forward to that.
Because their pay-per-view match is only like decent, and then they have that TV match which is fucking awesome. But yeah, like good angle. really well executed, good match. Naturally leads us into AJ and Joe next month. They may have a good.
You also get the AJ talking about it segment.
Oh yeah, before the PD match, he's like, there's a code in the X division, and he broke that code.
An unwritten code of respect. He's getting more like Hick every time. A code of honor.
Some might say it is a code of honor, but we don't use that word around here.
It's a fight without honor.
No, it's an insanity in the. What was the thing?
It was insanity in the soundstage.
We're going to insanity in the soundstage. We have a lot of sanity around here. We need some insanity.
It was an obstruction of justice in Orlando.
There's a lot of those, I think, in Florida. As a general rule.
Yeah, it was a. Shut up! I can do one more. Shut up. It was incarceration in the impact zone.
Undertaking in Universal.
Ooh, that's very good. I'm still thinking. I remember the one from the watch along now, which was a fracas in Florida.
A fracas in Florida is a pretty good one.
That's a pretty good one.
That feels like that would have been like a 1986 NWA.
Fracas in Florida?
Yeah, big Dusty Rhodes main event in the fracas in Florida.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That's like, it reminds me of, I absolutely adored Quake at the Lake. When AEW did that one for like, what was that? Was that Brody King, Darby Allin? I fucking loved Quake at the Lake.
Quake at the Lake. What was the Jericho and Mox one? That had a name too, didn't
I think,
it?
was that Quake at the Lake as well?
Might have been.
Quake by the Lake, first of all.
Of course. That's like in Long Island versus on Long Island. You're by the lake. You're not in the lake.
In Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh my god, the main event got 4 3/4 stars
from Dave Meltzer, and yet he didn't give Sabu anything. What a cunt.
What a bitch is. It was Darby and Brody in the coffin match, but it was also Moxley and Jericho.
Oh, it was both.
Yeah, it was Jade Cargill versus Madison Rayne.
Whoa.
Ricky Starks versus Aaron Solo.
Dream match.
Luchasaurus versus Anthony Henry.
Why?
And a match I actually think kind of rocks. Andrade and Rush versus the Lucha Brothers.
Yeah, that's a good match.
I remember I rewatched that show a couple of times actually because I was like, that's a good ass show.
But speaking of things you wouldn't want to rewatch, you know what time it is.
Beware.
It's time to round the show
They're coming
out
for you.
with 3LK family drama.
It's the end of the show with the 3 live crew.
This mother is a bad jam.
Beware.
The October 29 Impact, we already talked about this match, but it was the 3LK against AMW match where Kip and Conan argued after, so they're mad at each other. It's very unlike them, but they're mad at each other. So later in that show, 3LK are in Larry's office and they want to finish it with Team Canada. Kip comes in, Larry booked a rematch between 3LK and Team Canada at Genesis, but Kip has a suggestion. He's going to pitch it, he's going to be special referee, and Conan's like, fuck no, you suck.
Hell yeah, Conan.
But then Kip is like, I could have killed you with that chair at Bound for Glory, but I didn't. And then Conan called him a bitch and had to be dragged away.
It's always nice.
I love Conan. He is angry and he is us.
He is us.
Wrestling fans are racist. His famous line.
Yeah. Wasn't he like racist recently?
He did say something. I can't even remember what it was, but he did say something.
It was something about like Takeshita.
That was a little bit problematic, but
yeah,
listen, he is a wrestling fan, so he is only speaking the truth. Wrestling fans are racist.
I don't think he's a fan.
November 12th Impact, Kip James faced Lex Lovett.
Sorry, I'm just noticing.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. Yes. So there was a video on this show at the November 12th Impact for Elimination X that was set to a song called Me Again, but they didn't give any details about the band. So I was like, Me Again is a pretty like bland title. There's probably a lot of songs called Me Again, but I'm going to find this one.
Could be 12 Fozzy songs.
So I typed Me Again into Spotify, and the 64th option when you search it in Spotify was Me Again by a band called Seven System.
Yeah. I'm going to click this link.
Their website was last updated in 2017. When you look through the website, one of the very few stories that are there is that they have been featured on TNA television. Not even for this instance, for one in 2006.
If you're a fan of wrestling and a fan of Seven System, check it out.
I don't think there's many people in that crossover because I don't think there's anybody who's a fan of Seven System.
I can still buy stuff on their store.
Would you like to buy a Seven System t-shirt?
No, Garrett, can you buy me a Seven System signed glossy?
Maybe. Let me take a look at their store. Let's see what's going on here.
It's $2.
You can get the CD combo pack.
Yeah.
For Altered State and Hope Arises.
Yeah. Let's have a look at their tour dates.
They don't have any.
No upcoming shows.
I was very disappointed. I was like, I'm going to go see this random band who had a song on Impact once.
Let's go to their contact form.
Dear Seven System.
Liam,
we are a TNA history podcast.
Liam Jones. We don't have a War Games pod. email. I'll give him my phone number.
Oh, don't give all your details to Seven System.
Which plan are you interested in? What the fuck does that mean?
I think you're signing up for Scientology.
Not again.
Oh, comments. Can I click?
Fool me once.
So in October 2010, E. Bush left a comment on lyrics for one of the songs.
Yeah.
E. Bush says, "This is a great blessing. May Hashem bless you and all you are doing. Keep on rocking the message of the Messiah."
Are they like a Jesus band? No, I want to look at what admin.
Luke says, "You guys should seriously get back together. Your music rocks."
All right. You guys have an awesome sound. I found you in December 2006 listening to WTXR 89.7 Toccoa Falls College Radio, located in northeast Georgia. The song I loved was Overwhelmed. I didn't know who the artist was for months. Finally found out who the artist was and fell in love with Seven System. I purchased both CDs, Altered State and Hope Arises. If there are more CDs, open bracket, Works of Wonder, close bracket, somebody let me know. Maybe Seven System is working on a new album. That would be awesome. If the name has changed, I would like to know that too. This band needs to keep producing. We need more of you. To which admin responded, unfortunately, Seven System has been active for over a year now. No plans for new music in the future. Thanks for the comment.
How much of a bummer must it be to discover this one band who suddenly become your favorite band, and then you're like, they're gone and they're never coming back, and they reply to your message 2 months later saying, we're gone and never coming back?
Well, probably from someone who responded to a post from 2006. They are a Jesus band.
Oh.
They were on Christian Music Weekly.
They are plugging that you can find their music on your local Christian radio
Oh,
stations.
the Waiting Bedroom
They
Jam.
seem very angry.
Wait, this is a 2022 post for Seven System. What?
The most recent one I see is 2017. Where have you found the post?
From Lump Dog.
I
He
love
posted the Waiting Bedroom Jam 2022. Fight Conformity. Betrayed.
So yeah, their music seems to be featured a bunch on TNA because there's a few posts about it into like 2006. So we'll be hearing more of Seven System.
Are you going to buy the signed glossy?
It is $2. I wonder if I did buy that, would it
Yeah.
actually get to
Can
me?
we do a giveaway on the Patreon?
We'll give you a Seven System signed glossy.
Samurai 7 System signed glossy, and we'll also sign it.
TNA Wrestling's favorite band, Seven System.
It just has our 2 signatures on the bottom.
We'll slap a little "You've Got to Be Kidding Me" sticker on there.
Garrett, can you buy it and then you do my signature too?
Okay.
And we'll give it away to one lucky Patreon subscriber.
I'm not going to give these people my details, but if I can buy this through PayPal, I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, it's even getting through PayPal.
I need to give them all my details first. Nope, fuck off. Sorry.
Boo. We should do a giveaway of some stupid shit at some point. You still got those Garrett Bischoff 8x10s I bought you?
I do think I do still have those Garrett Bischoff 8x10s.
Should we do a Garrett Bischoff 8x10 giveaway?
I'll have to double check.
And you can sign it. Garrett Bischoff 8x10 signed by Garrett Kidney. Coming soon to the Patreon.
I like this. Like, it's my personal Garrett Bischoff 8x10 that was gifted to me by you, and thus I've signed.
I think I bought you like 5.
I think you got me a Tigre Uno mask at one stage too.
Yeah, but I think I specifically ordered like 10 Garrett Bischoff 8x10.
Kip James and Lex Lovett.
Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Oh, they have this like circular pole thing hanging from the ceiling now that has like rotating logos on it.
Oh, that's cool. I like it.
I don't think it lasts very long, but I'm like, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, I first noticed that on the primetime show.
So Lovett does a very funny looking moonsault elbow in the corner that Kip James then takes an equally funny looking bump for because he should not be taking any bumps for Lex Lovett. Wins with the one and only. Canadians come out. BG and Killings makes the save. Conan walks down the ramp and throws a shoe at What shirt?
He fucks a shoe
He
at
does
him.
fuck a shoe. James Storm's fucking bottles. Sabu is fucking chairs. It's Conan's fucking shoes. There's
For some reason, specifically, he fucked his shoe at him. Really made me laugh.
throws a shoe at EY but doesn't join BG, Ron, and Kip in the ring.
This is unhinged now.
At some stage, it's made a pole match, but I don't remember where. Oh no, before this match, yeah,
Wait, he fucks the
D'Amore is
shoe.
in Larry's office, and Larry granted the finisher versus finisher match tonight. So D'Amore is like, I have another idea. How about this 3LK versus Team Canada match? We make it a hockey stick and a pole match. We put hockey sticks in all the corners. How about that?
And Larry's like, that's fucking stupid. And then Scott D'Amore's like, it'll increase the
Yeah,
buys.
Larry's like, bye.
And Larry's like, it'll increase the buys? all right, yeah, let's do it. And you know what? Kip James will be the special referee. And Scott D'Amore's like, wait, no, what?
The classic heel gets what he wants, but doesn't get it the way he wants, which is always a good
I loved his justification of think of how much money it's gonna make if we have him on poles.
Think of the thousands and thousands of people who are buying Genesis to see the hockey stick on a pole match.
By that logic, every match should have been it.
This is why Vince Russo was the best pay-per-view buy rate person ever, because of all of his pole matches.
The best pay-per-view buy rate person
That's
ever.
a statistical thing. It's in WrestleNomics. Brandon talks about this all the time.
Next time I talk to Brandon, I'll bring that one up.
He's the best pay-per-view buy rate person ever. Imagine, because if you were to actually ask that question to Brandon, he would probably think you're talking about like who drew best and not like who had the best ideas. On the pay-per-view, Tree Live Crew faced Team Canada in a 6-sided stick fight with Kip James as the special referee. They accidentally shot the wrong tunnel during Kip's entrance. They were like, Kip's coming out, music hits, camera on empty tunnel for like 15 seconds before it was like, oh, he's over the other side. So there are poles on all 6 corners with hockey sticks. The rules are that the legal man at any given moment can pull a stick down and use it. How do you feel about this as a stipulation?
It's stupid as shit.
So immediately Eric Young puts on some head protection and tries to use the hockey stick as the illegal man. Kip James takes it, snaps it, and also takes his headgear, which seems rude.
Stabbing, it's kind of...
Stabbing?
Snapping.
Oh, right. I thought you were like, he should take the...
She should have shanked Eric Young.
With the half of the hockey stick, because it's probably like jagged enough to do a decent job stabbing somebody.
Yeah, I'd give it a go.
Conan puts his shoe over the top of the hockey stick and starts ramming people with it, which I think is not very effective, but I appreciate the creativity.
He's fucking the shoe.
Tree Live Crew, can you fuck a hockey stick?
Can try.
Tree Live Crew hit the waz up leg drop deal they do, but truth with the split leg thing. Onto a hockey stick for the Tree Live Crew win, and then Conan fist bumped BG as they're getting along now.
Wow, this is truly the bloodline.
I guess it's no longer 3 Live Crew family drama. It's now a 3 Live Crew all friends wrestling.
It's the Blood Live.
Because they're getting along. The Blood Live Crew? Oh no!
It's the Blood Live Crew.
No!
Who
Why have you...
is the tribal chief?
Beware, coming for you. It's the remix. The Blood Live Crew. That is November 2005. We will be back in a week or so with the...
A million years.
Well, no, we already recorded the next Lucha Underground, so that's fine. We actually have that in the can already, so that'll go out on time. Don't worry about that. We'll also have the G1 episode of the Raintakers, and then coming up after that, we will have the Turning Point 2005 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. One of the better pay-per-views in TNA history, I think. But that's coming up in the next month or so, or whenever, who knows. When Liam doesn't have weird internet failures mid-podcasts that we have to record it 3 days later.
It's been good this time. I found the 5G.
Yes.
I injected it in my brainstem, and now it's good.
Yeah, then between that and the gravity thing, you're veering down a worrying path here, Leo.
I'm just saying the things that I want you to know.
I'm just asking questions, as they always say.
I'm just asking questions, alright? And if you don't want me to ask questions, you know what that means? That means you're trying to suppress me, alright? You're trying to suppress my view and my world knowledge.
Hit the free speech.
It's my constitutional right.
People never know what free speech means. Follow us on Twitter at You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett and Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Meter, so you can hear all his latest conspiracy theories. Follow us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Get out of here.
That's like the opposite of Mortal Kombat.
Get out of here.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV.
The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
I'm Captain Charisma, you silly bastard!
You've been painting in an unventilated room. Maybe you need to go back to rehab.
Come on, now that wasn't necessary.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn! Elvis has just left the building!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 43. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about the month that is December 2005, leading up to Turning Point 2005. I'm Garrett Kidney, and I am joined by Liam Jones.
The one and only.
I think there's a lot of Liam Jones.
No, I'm the only one. There's an AFL player who was one.
You literally just undercut your I'm the only one instantly.
That's the only other one I've ever heard of.
There's probably not a lot of Garrett Kidneys. I know there are others because I've sought them out on Twitter and then followed them, and then he followed me back for a while and then he unfollowed me. So it's like, fuck you, other Garrett Kidney.
Well, he was like, what the fuck is this shit he's talking about?
Yeah, God, this guy shares my name? Fuck.
He's actually just a really big WWE stan. That's where it came from.
Don't you say mean things about Seth Rollins.
Yeah, Seth Rollins, eh?
Seth Rollins, because he's on Raw.
Can't wait for CM Punk to beat him.
Does he do Monday Night Rollins bits? He should if he doesn't.
He used to.
Okay. That means he's a hack.
He gave up on it. Because now he's a very serious world champion.
Well, serious. Not really, but I guess he is world champion, even though it's a fake belt they made for him because Roman has to hold that belt for 14 years.
To be fair, they're all fake belts made for people.
That's true, but this one especially so.
I don't mind it. I like a world champ of both brands.
Yeah, but every time people book themselves into that corner, because everyone's like, unification match is a great idea. It's a big hook for this event. And then they do it and they're like, fuck, that's a terrible idea for everything after this event.
Unless you're like, not gonna do brand splits anymore. Then it's fine.
Even then, it's like, you still need people to fill these shows. And when you have someone monopolizing the world title for as long as Reigns has, you create bottlenecks where there's guys who should win that belt who can't because Reigns for some reason needs to hold it forever. And then you get instances like Cody and Sammy and even Uso where it's like, they probably should have won, but this guy still needs to be champ for some reason.
I would say they could win the Intercontinental title, but
They also have a bottleneck there, yes!
And so they have one mid-card belt that can be moved around.
Yeah, it's currently on Rey Mysterio.
It makes sense. Well, I guess like a lot of the guys that like we say that about are all on Raw, so... And that's the SmackDown belt. But it'll be a little much if SmackDown had Walter and Reigns both as like dominant champions that can't lose.
Yeah, which it did for a while.
Yeah. Cool, because at that point, Raw needed a singles title. So, US title.
And that was in the early stages of Walter's reign, to be fair. But now we are firmly in the, you have known to beat him.
Do you think that's the plan?
That Walter beats Reigns?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
They like, or at least to do a match against the two with like the big unbeaten streaks going against each other.
Well, then Walter should definitely win.
Big SummerSlam match.
It is the problem with long reigns. When it becomes the point that they're clearly still champion because you now just have no one there to beat them. Which is kind of the case with Walter.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I think it's easy to build someone up. You just gotta do it and commit to it.
Yeah, Big Dom Mysterio, it's his time!
He's the North American champion, thank you. Well, that's how they did it. They filled the void with all the NXT belts.
Yeah.
Which is funny, because like people gave AEW a lot of shit for the ROH stuff. They're all just ignoring the NXT belts being on every like major show now, too.
Hey, those belts are very prestigious.
Okay.
They are mostly held by main roster people now, but still. Not mostly, 2 of them are. But
let's talk about how Ilya is the weirdest NXT guy to ever exist.
He does feel like a guy who should just not... Like, even if he went to WWE, he should feel like a guy who should not succeed there based on everything they like.
I assume you do too, but like, I love Ilya. And I have not watched a single match since the like Walter NXT match. And I'm very curious to see what he's like.
Because, like, every time you look at Cage Match, you see whatever Ilya match has had, he's, like, 4.5 stars.
Yeah, because he's a very good pro wrestler. I've been wondering if, like... Because you know how there's, like, all the scuttlebutt about the NXT Europe relaunch and it being a bigger deal? Like...
Not real.
I mean, probably, but I'm just speaking in, like, theoretical senses here. Because, like, there was the thing where it was, like, they might try and sign Ospreay for that brand. Just with the selling point of, you can live in the UK still. But like I was wondering if like that is a serious sort of like discussion point that they want to do, and maybe like this is a way of building Ilya's cachet up for when they give it a shot.
I think they do just realize how good Ilya is, which is unlike
the idea
them.
of like Shawn Michaels being like a big Ilya fan is so weird.
Yeah, he's strapped up Ilya.
What is his shtick? Is he like Russian still?
That requires me to watch NXT, which we will be doing next week.
I was gonna transition it to that later, but yeah, sure, go ahead now. So
Yeah, this is the reason we've done 5 minutes on WWE to open the show, because we will be doing a little Tuesday War Games, not Wednesday War Games.
one night only, Tuesday War Games.
We will be reviving the Wednesday War Games format for WWE's NXT and AEW's AEW Dynamite, going head to head next Tuesday with two very stacked cards, one more stacked than the other, frankly, going to war.
One has bigger stars on it, and the other one has good matches.
Yeah, TK's got to break out Goldberg.
He might. Well, like, I mean, like, I don't know, like, if there is a debut, it's probably like Monet, right? Like, she comes out, walks out, doesn't do anything physical.
Bum, 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 money.
Money.
Yes, that'll be in your Patreon feed next week. We'll bring that back for 1 week only, because it's a proper war. I like that it's a proper war.
Day.
That they're like properly going head to head. NXT pettily throwing literally fucking everything they can at trying to pop that rating. That's great. Do more of that shit.
John Cena.
The Undertaker.
It's wild. Who do you like? Okay, who are the spooky characters on NXT now? Who's the Undertaker gonna joke around with? Joe Gacy still there? Does he do things?
Does The Rock's daughter still do the spooks?
I think they broke up Schism.
Oh, at the wrong time.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's just gonna go face to face with Ilya.
That'd be sick. Ilya should take him out.
Set up an Undertaker Ilya match.
Isn't like nothing announced for Ilya on that show, which feels weird?
Because they're bringing back 700 old people.
But like, because the main event, give me a second, is Carmelo Hayes and Bron Breakker.
Again.
But those are like the last two champions. Why don't you have the current one involved in something?
Okay, so if Cena's in the corner of Carmelo and Heyman is in the corner of Braun,
yeah,
who's going to be in the corner of Ilya when he walks out?
Seth Rollins. Have you seen Ilya's new coat?
No.
Oh, let me find a picture of Ilya's coat. It's very freaking.
No, that means I have to hate Ilya Dragunov now.
Do you think if I search coat, it'll come up?
Ilya Dragunov coat?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sure, that's the best I have sent it to you on X.
That's a great photo of the coat. I can really tell what the coat looks like here.
But you can tell the essence of it.
It is very floofy.
Yeah. I should have done a three-way with them. Three-way dance.
But yes, that new Tuesday War Games will be in your Patreon feed next week. Enough on WWE. Anything else going on with you?
I watched The Creator.
I'll be seeing that tonight.
I'm surprised that it only has like a 3.4 on Letterboxd. I think it's better than that.
People are wrong.
If I was allowed to be granular, I'd say it's a 4.25.
Ooh.
But it's just good old sci-fi. I wonder if people hate it because the Americans are the bad guy. And the Americans are like, no, it can't be us.
We would never abuse AI for our own purposes and then destroy the world.
It's also super, like, real-life American atrocities coded. It's like, hey, look at this. It's a lot like 9/11. Hey, look at this. It's a lot like how they bomb Middle Eastern countries all the time. So, like, there's a lot of that going on.
And Americans recoil at seeing the reflection of themselves back to them.
I mean, I'm guessing. But, you know, it's good. There's some iffy acting in there, but I can forgive it because I liked the world so much. And the story's just some simple bullshit sci-fi, you know?
And, like, wild sci-fi, a little bit of iffy acting almost adds to it in a way.
Yeah, there's definitely an atmosphere to it. And it's really funny that it does feel like it's biting off, like, a bunch of different stuff from different sci-fi properties, but I don't think it's done in a bad way. I just think it's like, oh, that's kind of similar to this. This is kind of similar to that.
I did watch the Wheel of Time finale yesterday, which ended with a scene where someone blew a horn and brought back hordes of the dead to win a fight. And it's like, that's just fucking Lord of the Rings. That's just Lord of the Rings. You can't just do that. I know everything is sitting in the shadow of Tolkien when it comes to fantasy for the most part, but you can't just do like the same plot beat from Lord of the Rings. Fuck off.
I wouldn't know. I've never seen Lord of the Rings.
Monster. So yeah, I'm excited to see the creator. Like, I saw the trailer. It's like, that seems cool.
I went in there without seeing the trailers, so I knew nothing. I actually kind of thought it was animated.
It's like, whoa, this is really realistic.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this CG's crazy.
You're so really overworked, these animators.
Yeah, I really marveled them.
But thankfully all of them are unionizing, so fair play to them.
There's so many different companies they use. They must have been hell to organize.
Because they're outsourcing every single ounce that they can to every company that they can, and then treating them all very badly. And then those companies either burn out or literally go bust, and then they have to go around to somebody else.
Is true.
I'm getting super into Survivor again.
The only Survivor I've ever watched was the Dropout version.
And Johnny Fairplay.
Well, I've never seen him play Survivor.
But he has survived in TNA longer than he probably should have, am I right?
Sure.
Got him.
If you really want to force a joke, sure.
No need to call me out. Very rude. As Survivor, it's like I go through like runs of not watching Survivor because, like any show, you can't watch it all the time. So it's been like 4 or 5 years, I think, since I've watched the season, and I was like, I'm gonna watch this season of Survivor. And like, it's still the fucking best reality show. It's so good. You get so many people now who are like Survivor super fans, who are like, I know every aspect of Survivor, except they're non-social freaks.
Oh, they're like wrestling fans.
Yeah, so they're like, this is my dream, but also I am in no way equipped for it, because it is a very physical and it is a very social reality game. So they go out there, it's like, nope.
I'm seeing some parallels here.
I cannot survive whatsoever trying to do this. And then they collapse and fall apart. And
has there ever been a Survivor superfan that's won Survivor?
Yeah, there was a couple. Was it John Cochran a while back, who was like a very like analytical guy, and I think he won. But a lot of the time they do come out there and they are like, well, this requires you to be either smart, social, or, as I said, very athletic.
If you had to pick like one of the three to really excel at in Survivor, what do you think the most important is?
Oh, social. Like if you're social,
charisma.
You can go all the way. Because if you're smart, you are seen as a threat because you're smart. If you're like a challenge beast, people will take you only so far because you're useful to them until the merge, and then it gets very individualistic, so they want to boot out anybody who can get immunity. So if you're really good physically, you go out probably about halfway through. Whereas if you're social, you can play the long game and you win.
Wasn't there a wrestler who was on it?
Johnny Impact.
I thought there was someone before him, but yes, he was on it. Johnny Survivor.
Johnny Survivor, indeed. I think Ashley Massaro was on it for a year as well.
That's fun.
I think. I want to say. She was on one reality show. I'm pretty sure it was Survivor. I didn't watch Johnny Impact's season.
Maybe that could be our next Patreon series.
He went far enough as well, I think. I think he got past the merge, so he would be there for a while.
All right, we'll consider it.
When we get to 2018 TNA, we'll add it in real time.
There we go. Because
he does disappear off TNA TV for the 4 months he's on Survivor, so...
That's fun. That was a good run, that 2018 run.
Yeah.
I know it's very easy to roll your eyes at Johnny TV.
I've always been pretty pro Johnny. Like, he has his lane, and if he stays in that lane, he's pretty good.
He's been good on Lucha Underground that we've seen so far. He's good in Impact. Maybe he's just built for the mid-level company.
And even in AEW, he's just on Rampage.
Actually, he's doing Dynamite Dark matches against Brandon Cutler and Colt Cabana.
Why? If anything, that is almost a little underusing Johnny TV.
He's doing the BTE matches.
But yeah, Survivor, it's such a good show because it works every time, because it's just a bunch of people trying to pettily outplay each other and usually stabbing themselves in the back instead of stabbing somebody else, and it is tremendous.
You know what my favorite reality TV show is?
What?
Total Forgiveness.
What is this?
It's one of the most insane premises for a show I've ever seen. Basically, they get two people who are like friends who are like crippling in student debt. And every week they give each other a challenge, and if they complete it, they get like $500 and $1,000 and $2,000, and it keeps going up and up and up and up. But as it goes up, obviously, and like, because if the person fails or doesn't complete it, the other person gets their share.
Feels like a Mr. Beast show.
It is insane because you get to watch these people break each other and their friendship torn asunder as they start picking challenges that are A, socially crippling, or B, just impossible. Like, they're just not like able to be completed. They're just like, there's... I won't spoil any of it because I do recommend you go watch it. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life. But there is one part where it's like the guy does the thing, and then they go up to like be like, haha, cool, you did the embarrassing thing, and he just sort of goes, don't talk to me, are we done with the shoot, I'm leaving.
Nice.
Like, it gets to that level. It gets to the point where they stop liking each other. Like... some of like the earlier ones, 'cause I don't want to spoil the big ender ones, but some of the earlier ones are like he has to go up and do stand-up comedy, but all of his jokes are written to bomb, and he has to play it off like it's all fine.
See, I'd probably have fun with that one.
And he's the headliner of the event, and no one else is in on it but him.
Because, like, I know if I did do stand-up, that's exactly how it would go. So I would probably have some fun trying to bomb as hard as I possibly could.
The other one was they had to read their shoot childhood diary at a book reading to the public. What other one?
This is why I'm happy I never wrote a diary.
There was one where they had to come to work drunk every day for a week.
Then you could just get fun. That's like...
No, it's not fun. It is not fun.
That can bad because, like, if the whole point is that you're getting money to pay down your student debt, if you're fired from your job, that does defeat the purpose somewhat.
Well, the job is the people that are doing the show, so... But it's very funny to go, like, every one of their workmates being like, this is a punishment for us. Why don't we get paid for this? A, they're completely incapable of doing their job for the week. And we have to deal with this person who had to drink a bottle of champagne before every single workday.
Just down it.
And then, yeah, the last couple are real crazy. And I will leave it there because people need to go watch it to see it.
There's reality TV for you.
Yes, sir.
But if you'd like to support our reality, you can head to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com and subscribe, where you can get show notes, extra shows,
boom,
watch-alongs. You can get spreadsheets with star ratings that we fill out after every show we watch. And then all the other shows that we mentioned, like Rain Takers, where we cover 2013 New Japan, or Lucha Underground, where we're talking about Lucha Underground. Shocker. Where it also shows...
No, it's Gift of the Pods.
It does have a name. These shows do have names. And we also talk about GFW, we talk about Ring Cat King, we talk about the 2010 Monday Night Wars. As we said, next week we will have a special edition of Tuesday War Games covering the AEW and NXT War Revival.
Which I definitely remember the structure of that show.
Just play the Arthur song and everything's fine.
Cool. I think we do like a match of the week thing.
And then whoever won, yeah.
And then and we also do but who was like the best out of both shows? Who had the best performance?
I don't think we did, but we can if you want.
Yeah, I want to do that. That sounds fun.
See, we're innovating on our formats, unlike these people who are trying to play the hits from 2019.
When was the last time you watched an NXT show?
I think the last time I watched NXT was the last time I had to watch NXT for... No, I watched some of the 2.0 stuff at the very start. I watched the first couple of weeks of 2.0 and was like, this is funny and bad, but will increasingly just be bad after a few weeks, and that was the case.
I watched last week's.
So I haven't watched NXT in probably 2 years.
And it was some of the most dreadful bullshit I have ever witnessed in my life. That being said, I will go into this episode with a clear mind and a clear conscience. Not a single ounce of bias will be there. I will give it the benefit of the doubt.
You are approaching NXT with good faith.
Yes, we always said that the War Games podcast was a good faith podcast.
It's my big thing when always covering wrestling. That you do see a lot of people approach everything with bad faith, or approach the things they don't like with bad faith, and I do try to approach everything with good faith, even if I'm grumpy sometimes.
Sometimes it's hard.
People are just doing things you hate. Sometimes that is simply the case.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to give people you hate a chance to surprise you.
They should have put the pay-per-view on the same day as Collision, and we would have been forced to do two.
But yes, that'll be next week. And all of that available at patreon.com, tnachat.com. You can support the show, support us, and all of the people who do go there and support us, which is a pretty substantial number, all things considered. In the realms of wrestling Patreons, we are, I think, in the top 25% whenever Brandon posts that graphic.
Wait, are we listed in that?
But no, he posts like a pie chart that has this percentage has 5 to 10, this percentage has 20 to 50, and we are usually in like the top 20-25% of wrestling patrons, which is crazy to think about.
If we get listed in like the actual name, that's when we'll retire.
Yeah.
If we're listed by name, we're done.
So for you to make that happen for Liam, to make him a successful podcaster on Brandon Thurston's
we'll keep
radar,
the Patreon up though.
You can head to tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme and support the show.
Also, there's new features on Patreon. Go look.
I don't think we've actually used any of them, but...
Yeah, we can make the collections.
Which we probably should for our individual
It'd be very
shows.
easy for us, because our things are 10 episodes each normally. I want to say, though, one thing, Rain Takers is killing it on the Patreon. Rain Takers is, I think that's, one of our best runs that we've been hitting, is, those shows have been quality. It helps that it's, an era that we're both kind of familiar with, whereas this show is, you're familiar with it, and I'm just playing catch-up.
Yeah, it's the classic expert and everyman format.
But that one is like two people who lived it and loved it, and it's a lot of fun, and I recommend everyone go check it out. There's a free episode up somewhere, I think.
I think the first one's free. If not, we might make it free at some stage.
Yeah, so like if you want to try it out, I'm sure you can. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fun. I'm having good times lately.
TNAchat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. That brings us to the news. Details aren't known as of press time, but word out of TNA is that top executive Frank Dickerson has left the company. Dickerson was popular with wrestlers for his honest approach and fast learning of the business. He had clashed with Jeff Jarrett several weeks back. When TNA wrestlers were in Australia, there was some key business Dickerson wanted Jarrett to tend to, and when Jarrett didn't, Dickerson expressed frustration. That may have been enough for him to fall out of favor with Jarrett, who remains extremely powerful in TNA. In fact, sources say he's de facto head booker at this point, which I think is more just that, like, there is still the booking committee booking the show, but then there is just like the Jarrett of it all hovering around, Jarretting everywhere.
I imagine he like mostly just focuses on himself.
Where he's always suggesting ideas, and particularly ideas for his own top programs.
There you go.
So, former CEO Frank Dickerson was fired by a part owner Bob Carter 3 weeks ago. Majority owner Bob Carter, Dave, to be clear there. Oh no, this is PW Torch. Dickerson will be completing a 90-day period of training his replacement for the position. The replacement is in his mid-30s, has no wrestling knowledge, and made his money in the oil business working for the financial branch of Panda Energy. One source says Dickerson was not pleased with the sudden firing. Most people aren't pleased with sudden firings. I've learned that in my life. Very few people are like, oh, thank God. Actually, sometimes people are like, thank God, but...
There's people like quiet quitting normally.
And has enough financial and business experience to form his own wrestling promotion if he wants to pursue that. The wrestling bug bit him, says one source to PW Torch. The firing came as a surprise to Dickerson, who played an integral role in negotiating the Spike TV deal, went to bat for Dixie Carter and Jeff Jarrett in meetings with corporate sponsors, and was regarded as a team player. Dickerson was instrumental in signing the talent exchange deals between New Japan and TNA through the NWA, and Liger was the first wrestler, but not the last, as it turns out. There's speculation he might be the last because of that, but no, he's not. We get more next year. We get more in January, actually. So, other projects that Dickerson was working on have currently been placed on hold as well. TNA currently has an 18-month deal with Spike TV, and Spike aren't too concerned. There's always like a thing in wrestling where it's like, oh, they have to have the executive who struck the deal, otherwise the company will hate them. It's like, no, if you're doing ratings, the company, the TV networks don't really care who they're dealing with. They just want numbers.
It's kind of sick that he was like, yeah, we need to get this New Japan.
Yeah, he's like international relationships, which like it has always been a part of TNA's identity, you know, going back to the World X Cups and the Super X Cups and all that fun stuff. But you did all that without one of the real heavy hitters. Like even the Japan teams were always like weird all Japan jobber teams. You weren't even getting the A players from anybody. So finally striking one of those deals where you can get some of like the decent level stars over.
Is Frank Dickerson still alive?
Probably. I think I looked at his LinkedIn years ago, but I haven't looked recently.
I wonder if he'll sponsor me.
Just start your own wrestling company?
You think I should send him a message on LinkedIn like, brother, it's time?
Yo, Frank, you want to get back in the wrestling business?
I can do it. Put me in, coach. Give me your money and put me in.
It's only been nearly 20 years.
But it's 8. It said right here the wrestling bug bit him.
Yeah, he still didn't thinking about it for the entire time.
He's just like, I just need some podcasting host to contact me and I'll do it.
It's all going so well with TNA.
If only someone who watched the TNA could contact me. Doesn't no one know that the wrestling bug bit me?
So unfortunately, we won't be able to laugh at Frank Dickerson's name anymore, Liam. I'm sorry.
It's been a good run.
I know this is a big hit to your enjoyment of doing this show. You can have a nice little chuckle at Frank Dickerson.
Frank Dickerson Promotions coming soon, though.
With CM Punk.
Oh, there you go.
He's the businessman behind CM Punk Pro.
Me and CM Punk running the promotion.
With Frank Dickerson.
With Frank Dickerson's money.
Dixie Carter says drugs are not a problem in TNA.
Yeah, they're the bloody solution.
There's a Dixie quote if you'd like.
I gave up on the voice. We keep very, very close tabs on our locker room situation.
TNA president Dixie Carter told AudioWrestling.com.
We had some guys in trouble in the far past. Raven in the past. Alright, no need to do that. Most of the people we deal with don't drink any. Whatever their demons were in the past, they've kicked.
Dixie responded that because the wrestlers on TNA's roster don't fit the model of a WWE bulked up wrestler, a drug policy similar to WWE's isn't applicable to the company.
You can tell by looking at our roster that we're not necessarily about size.
Dixie said.
You don't have to be a bumped up talent to be successful on our show. We have a different philosophy as far as the type of wrestlers and the style of wrestler.
When asked about WWE's implementation of a drug policy, Dixie said,
I applaud what they're doing. I respect what they're doing. Right now, we don't have a specific drug policy in place. We haven't really had any problems, so I don't know exactly where we're going to go.
Dixie says she's talked to former WWE wrestlers who have gone through WWE's previous drug policy.
It is not a flawless system, but it is an important system.
Dixie said.
There's such pressure on these guys. I can't imagine having to live with that kind of pressure, having to compete where that's so important. I really feel for them.
When asked about building TNA and establishing a foundation for the company, Dixie said October 1st was the beginning of the company.
The first 3 years were research and development and investment money.
Dixie said.
We've been very smart with our money as we continue to make more money and build a business foundation that when the money did start coming in, that losing money would never be an issue with us.
I like the idea that she's just like, everything before Spike Davey doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Not real. All that money we lost, only like R&D.
Yeah, it's fair. I proposed that idea before, that the first 3 years of TNA were just for video packages.
Yeah, it was just for B-roll and video packages that you could put in the Spike debut, which worked pretty well, to be fair.
So I guess we're on the same wavelength as Dixie in that way regard. I like how that story goes directly into a Jeff Hardy story.
Oh, you might see that I have somewhat set the next 2 stories to directly perhaps contradict what Dixie Carter is saying.
That's storytelling, baby.
But yeah, so as you might expect, in the wake of Eddie Guerrero's death, there was a larger spotlight on the drug testing policies for these companies and whether or not there's something they can do to perhaps help wrestlers who are struggling instead of having them repeatedly fall on their back while they also have addiction problems. Those 2 things don't add up to something good, as it turns out, as we learned the hard way very, very often in professional wrestling for like 40 years. So there's pressure on these companies to WWE obviously have to establish their wellness policy. I think in the wake of Eddie, wasn't it? Or was it in the wake of Benoit? I think it was in the wake of Eddie. And then Dixie is like, we don't need no drug testing. Everybody's here is clean, sober. Everyone's having a good time. We don't even need to look well bulked up. We don't even drink around here.
Which is hilarious.
Oh, Dixie.
I'm gonna specifically name bloody Scotty the Body though. That's a bit cold, Dixie.
Yeah. Of all the people you're going to throw under the bus as well, literally Jeff Hardy's no-showing your shows every 2 weeks, but you throw Raven under the bus?
No, Jeff's a star.
Speaking of, Jeff Hardy was originally scheduled for an 8-man tag team match during the pre-show. Hardy no-showed and he was replaced with Lance Hoyt. That could be his final strike for him in TNA, unless he has a great excuse. He did not. He is fired in January. We have seen the last of Jeff Hardy. Until 2010.
Forever.
Until he comes back in 2010, but this is the end of this Jeff Hardy run because he has no-showed one time too many, and Jeff Hardy is Dunskies.
And he's about to go have the most successful run of his career.
Which is kind of wild to think about, that he crashed out of TNA, not in humiliation, because that would happen in 2011, but in very ignominious fashion, that he's done. He's very clearly been booked the last few months as a guy they want to have around just for the value of having Jeff Hardy around, but don't want to do anything with because they cannot rely on Jeff Hardy. So there's a lot of him just kind of being on the show in relatively meaningless capacities. And rightfully so when you look at the reliability. And there's part of you, it's you put him in an 8-man tag team pre-show match, of course he's gonna fucking no-show it, but also if you can't trust him to actually do a real pay-per-view match, what else are you gonna do with him?
Yeah, it's this is the opportunity where you show that you can be trusted.
Where you're willing to go out there and be a team player for a relatively low stakes match, and then everyone's like, all right, maybe we can put him in something bigger next month, and he's like, nope, fuck it, not doing this shitty match.
But how have you felt about Jeff Hardy's first run? Sum it up in one word.
Is
that the word?
That's my word.
Mine is disappointment.
Yeah, because he's still Jeff Hardy, but only 15-20% of Jeff Hardy.
Oh, I was gonna say that's being generous.
there is glimpses every so often where it's like, oh, that's Jeff Hardy in there somewhere, but there's so much before that Jeff Hardy can get out, and there's only very fleeting glimpses of when he did get out, mostly when he was working with Abyss and freaking out at tables, because even when those matches went badly, they were extremely funny. So
And the Ravens cage match.
yeah, there was that silly little run, because like he was a very serious wrestler to start, which is to be expected. He's Jeff Hardy, you bring him in, he's your main event player, he's in a main event program with Jeff Jarrett, fine. And then he moved into like plunder stuff with Abyss and Raven, and that was when he was at least productively contributing to the show as opposed to being bad.
That's the best stuff of the run.
When he was just being thrown through tables, and when tables didn't break, he drop kicked them.
It's great.
And then he came back, and he did like the Monsters Ball Bound for Glory is awesome, and like he is a big part of that and has the biggest spot in that, so you can't take that away from him either. But yeah, the average like week to week, there's never a point when like I'm watching an Impact and Jeff Hardy comes out
And I'm like, thank God Jeff Hardy's here.
yeah, I'm always like, oh, Jeff. Like, there's always a little bit of disappointment to even see Jeff Hardy appear on one of these shows. And yeah, we'll talk about the last few things he does. He does have a couple TV matches this month, but other than that, he is done. He is finished with TNA until he comes back in 2010. The other major item coming out of the pay-per-view was Jeff Hardy no-showing. Hardy, who has no-showed for several times in the past, including once in a push pay-per-view match against Raven back at Hard Justice, and was even dropped for a few months after that, was scheduled for an 8-man tag. The belief is Hardy is done, at least for now. TNA has historically always taken people back, though Dave notes not DDP. They're like, fuck DDP. He wouldn't put over Monty, but Hardy apparently never refused the job. He was willing to do business, but then he also didn't show up.
He was willing to do business when he was there.
Yes. With Hardy, one of the reasons he was brought back was because they wanted to have as many familiar faces as possible when they started on Spike. At this point, they are very low on rationalizations for him. Nobody knew until 2 hours before the start of the show that Hardy was no-showing. When he called to say he missed his flight, he gave no other explanation. The feeling was that Hardy was mad because he was booked in the pre-show match, but he acted as if he just didn't make his flight. And he is done!
Well, what a run.
But everyone's fine. This had nothing to do with any demons or anything. This is just some personal problems with Jeff Hardy. Dixie doesn't need a drug testing program. Nobody in the company even drinks, Liam.
I believe her. Did you not hear her impactful read 3 seconds ago?
Not that this necessarily will change the plans, but Sean Holtman didn't help his cause regarding the plans to bring him back when a few weeks ago, the Doubletree Hotel in Orlando, the hotel that the wrestlers stay at, alerted TNA management that one of its wrestlers had passed out in a hotel room, and they had to break down the door to revive him, and the person in question was Sean Waltman. TNA officials were told Waltman had to be carried out of the room. Waltman apparently admitted he had passed out and was revived, but denied he had to be helped out of the room. There was a storyline to bring him back, and best as I can tell, that is still in the planning stages. We do only see him once. He's a random challenger for Raven in that story, but he doesn't do anything important. Probably because of this, and Dixie saying, there's no problems with TNA, everything's fine.
Yeah, he passed out because he was really tired.
He's just real sleepy from all the hard work he's doing in TNA.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's your little Dixie Carter trying to downplay and do damage control post Eddie Guerrero and being directly contradicted by the two people who always directly contradict her. TNA is teasing that the December 11 Turning Point pay-per-view will feature a major surprise that will change the course of the industry. The word going in from PW Torch was that it will get you a short-term buzz, but hardly change the industry in the long run.
Damn, you think you know him?
No, this actually, that is remarkably similar to the New Era stuff, isn't it? God, I didn't put that together even when I was putting together these notes. That's like, yeah, because they were like, this will change. Like, they specifically said change the face of TNA forever, I think is the way they phrased it on the pay-per-view.
You're saying it would be a new era?
Like, yeah, God, he really is Jacksonville Dixie, isn't he?
The worm is turning, as they say.
And like Sting is cooler than Edge, so this is like it's more delivering on TNA than WWE or AEW.
Did people like know it was Sting heading in?
I think so. Actually, no. I think it took to the pay-per-view tease for it to be revealed to be Sting, because all these stories that talk about how Sting has signed a deal actually came out, I think, after the pay-per-view tease. So I think they managed to keep a lid on that one until the pay-per-view.
Good on them.
TNA has made Sting its biggest acquisition to date, at least in terms of price and recognition. The deal is rumored to be for a year, including all pay-per-views and many TV tapings. Sting was one of WCW's top stars during its last dozen years of existence, which is most of its existence. He never.
I was gonna say, what an interesting way to phrase that.
Yeah, during the from 1989 to 2001, Sting was one of their top stars.
In their biggest years.
He never jumped to the WWF despite several opportunities. TNA marks the second promotion he'll ever work for regularly since becoming a national name. TNA teased for a week that management had a major announcement to make at Sunday's Turning Point. Although Sting didn't appear in person, at the end of the pay-per-view his pending arrival was signaled when the lights went out and they came back on while Jarrett and D'Amore were in the ring, and his signature jacket, baseball bat and boots were sitting in the middle of the ring while some scorpions...
He retired.
Yeah, he's done. While some scorpions appeared on the screen as well.
JPEGs of scorpions.
Yeah, single static JPEGs of scorpions.
That's good production, baby.
At the TV tapings 2 days later, it was announced that Sting would make his debut. He will be teaming with Christian to face Monty Brown and Jeff Jarrett at Final Resolution.
Spoilers.
That is a little bit of a spoiler, but I thought it's important to include here just for context. At the time, former TNA CEO Frank Dickerson, among other voices in management, tried to convince management to spend dollars elsewhere rather than investing in this former wrestler. However, with Dickerson no longer involved in the decision-making process, TNA forged ahead with signing Sting to a 1-year contract. I hope Sting got him fired.
That's his first act coming in.
Get this guy out of here.
So, Sting.
One
of the biggest signings in the company's history. With Gail Kim and Kurt Angle.
Probably top 3.
I mean, it's very important, to a lot of people from my age bracket. Sting, it's a TNA guy, so obviously made an impact. So, I don't know. I mean, what are we going to do? Criticize the Sting signing? A guy that would then be there for a decade?
When you're looking at the market of available wrestlers right now outside WWE, there's Chris Jericho who's not going to go. There's Brock Lesnar who legally right now can't go. Then there's Sting and there's Goldberg. Those are the 4 that if you were these, if we need real star power, these are the guys we want to go to. And Sting is about as good as anybody.
He's probably cheaper than Goldberg.
He probably is, and I think he's probably more willing to help you long run than Goldberg, because there's probably Sting is, I think, a more versatile performer for what TNA would ultimately need than Goldberg is. Even if Goldberg, I think at the height of Goldberg, was a bigger star than Sting, even if Sting was a bigger star for a longer time than Goldberg.
Yes, signing Sting is a good idea. That is the take here.
Yeah, adding Sting to your roster, thumbs up.
The
signing took place this past week and believed to be a 1-year deal, with Spike TV kicking in a significant part of the mid-6-figure deal. It is believed Spike set a precedent by kicking in money for Ken Shamrock and Tito Ortiz to appear on Ultimate Fighter Season 3, coming up this spring.
It's not coming up this spring.
The spring of 2006, the spring ahead of us where we are in the TNA timeline right now. Though I wouldn't be shocked if they did do a Tito Ortiz, Ken Shamrock 2023 season of Ultimate Fighter.
I gotta have some people to watch those shows.
There have been talks with Sting going back several months. Sting turns 47 in March and was one of the big stars in the 90s. There's been a lot of talk that match quality was an issue, but who gives a fuck? It's Sting. Also, Sting is actually pretty darn good, so there's also that. And then Dave points out they brought in Hall, they brought in DDP, they brought in Nash. They don't give a fuck once they can have some stars, and Sting is a bigger star than all those guys.
Yeah, the rest of the roster will pick up the match stuff, and also Sting is still good.
And Sting has the face paint, which means he can, even now in his 60s, get away without feeling too old.
And the full get up. He really picked an aesthetic that was gonna lend himself to looking young.
Yeah, because you watch Sting on AEW TV now, and you're not look at that old man.
No, he still just looks like Sting.
He's still Sting. It's Sting, as Tony Schiavone might say.
He might and will and does.
Often. I wonder if Don West dropping It's Sting. We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
He's a student of the game.
At the end of the Turning Point pay-per-view, there is that tease where they're Sting is coming, and they do a fun thing where they spent ages being could it be? Who could this Scorpion logo be? I thought they weren't even going to say the word Sting, but Mike Tenay does eventually be that's associated with Sting!
That's a way wordier version of what Tony's catchphrase is.
That's a logo associated with Sting!
That'd be great. I hope that's what they do instead.
So they are ramping up their star power naturally. Christian last month, Sting this month. It's the Adam Cole and Bryan Danielson of TNA. Which is the better 1-2 punch combo to sign? Christian and Sting, or Adam Cole and Bryan Danielson?
The Cole Danielson one led to the biggest run ever
in the history of wrestling.
For the company. TNA
goes into a rapid period of 3 years of expansion after this. 4 years.
All right. what about Punk? Can I put Punk in there?
No, he doesn't count. He burned out.
It's probably in like the same amount of like time.
All right, who's who would we have to include? Punk is Rhino, I guess.
Yeah, so it's Punk, Cole, Christian. Well, before then it was Christian. It's Punk, Cole, Danielson, and Christian, Rhino, and Sting.
You got your indie dream guys versus your cool stars.
I think I gotta give it to the AE dub on that one.
Rhino will just gore Punk in half.
Rhino should wrestle Danielson on Collision.
Probably have a good match.
Yeah, I mean, Danielson will get it out of anyone.
Heavy shot at Rhino.
It was intended.
Wow.
I haven't watched it in forever. It could be good.
So yes, Sting will be here, and we will be talking more about Sting long into the future, because like the three top stars of TNA like are Styles, Sting, and Angle. Those are like the three guys who are like for the next whatever 8 years will be the guys who are like the three TNA guys who pretty much everything revolves around.
You seem to have forgotten the name there.
Who did I forget?
And let me spell it out for you. JEFFJARRETT. What's that spell?
We only have one more year of this being the Jeff Jarrett company. Then it becomes like a company that has Jeff Jarrett in it.
It's gonna be weird in a post-Jarrett world. A post-Jarrett planet.
Like we always say, like you could argue that like Jarrett being the top guy until the likes of Sting and Christian and Angle came in makes sense. But also like he hoovered up so much of the oxygen during that period that he made sure there would be nobody else but him until guys like that came in.
It's crazy how much this show is gonna fucking hit into overdrive once Angle comes in.
Yeah.
And is just a fucking maniac. You know, that's the thing. Like, 2005 has been good, but you know what? It hasn't been insane enough.
It hasn't been crazy, that's true.
And I'm ready for insanity.
2005 TNA has been too competent and coherently put together for your tastes.
You know what? It was pleasant to have after the boring era, but I want TNA what it's known for, and that's pure insanity.
You'll have to wait until September next year. Well, it's October.
We're getting there.
We only have about a year left of good TNA.
And then we're in the, like, until, like, 2013, when is the next good year.
And we do get, like, bits and bobs, because we're coming up on, like, obviously this month we start Alex Shelley at ringside with the paparazzi cam. That's like, there's the little beginnings of paparazzi productions this month, so there's some fun stuff
We get
coming.
to see him being a pervert around Sting soon, so that's great.
Although he recently signed a contract as a TNA wrestler, Kevin Nash may retire from in-ring action. The health scare from the night before his scheduled pay-per-view match on October's Bound for Glory brought on anxiety from fear of potentially suffering an injury in the ring, may cause him to rethink any future plans to return to the ring. He did get clearance from a cardiologist that his heart was not in bad shape and he's not at risk of a heart attack just for wrestling, but other issues are weighing on him. So it seems, at least Nash is suggesting, that the Bound for Glory incident was a panic attack?
That makes sense.
That he couldn't really deal with the Bound for Glory main event and also just feared he'd get hurt because of how quickly he got hurt when he tore his quad when he returned to WWE.
It's like the most reasonable shit I've ever heard in my life.
Because yeah, there was that thing where he returned to the ring, he ran down to the ring and he tore his quad when he literally got in the ring.
For like an industry that's full of gigantic weirdos who don't care enough about the logistics of this insane sport that they're a part of, this is the most realistic shit that I've ever heard any of them talk about, where he's like, you know, it's just dawned on me, I can get hurt just from getting in the ring. And then I have to go and take bumps?
Well.
Insanity. Well, I have to go in and take bump?
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Although he had a strong match on pay-per-view with Jarrett earlier in the year, he prepared much more for that match than this scheduled pay-per-view match, which is on him. He knew it was happening. That lack of preparation is what led to the fear, which manifested itself as a panic attack. That he wouldn't put in a good showing and might get hurt. Friends, though, say that while he tries to downplay it, he has a passion for wrestling and will watch tapes in his free time and would like to be involved on and off camera for years to come in some capacity.
I mean, that's the most, like, obvious shit. It's like, we know that he tries to be the cool guy, but this dude, like, still to this day is watching shit.
Yeah, you're not, like, for all you can say about how annoying wrestling podcasters are, and I mean, like, podcasts by wrestlers.
Us included.
Hey, we are cool, and we are... Can't even finish the sentence. For as annoying as they are, you have to like this thing to do it, you know? Especially, like, it's one thing if you're doing, like, the Kurt Angle show or the Mick Foley show where you're predominantly talking about your own career and just sharing stories from your own experience.
Yeah, Kevin Nash is like, yo, let me talk about Kenny Omega and CM Punk real quick.
Yeah, Nash is watching TV and commenting on angles. Like, he's a nerd. He's a sicko for this shit.
Yeah. He can come into Punk Pro with me, Punk and Dickerson.
He can just be there for morale.
No, he can work. Not work.
No, put him in the
road
ring.
agency.
So Nash does come back in the middle of 06. So
yeah, he wrestles a shit ton.
Yeah, he wrestles pretty consistently until 2011.
And he has another Fed run.
He does do a sledgehammer on a pole match. That's on a ladder, but still.
What a weird reality. That was the time when people were like, is Russo in WWE?
Or they undercut the Summer of Punk by doing a Triple H and Kevin Nash program.
And everyone's like, why is this happening?
UFC has re-signed Tito Ortiz, who will be one of the coaches on the upcoming season of The Ultimate Fighter, as we mentioned. I'm mentioning this because there was some thought that Tito would be involved more in TNA, and obviously with him returning to the UFC, that's not the case.
I'd rather Ken Shamrock.
Yeah, former TNA headliner Ken Shamrock has signed as well to be the other coach.
Former TNA headliner. That's how I would describe Ken Shamrock.
He was world champion.
That is his biggest achievement.
It's the only company he won the world title in.
He was a UFC champion.
That's not a real company.
It wasn't even a real title either.
Pro Wrestling Illustrated doesn't recognize that belt.
He was Pancrase champ? Pancrase have title? I don't remember.
So yeah, no Tito going forward, because there was talk that like Tito would be involved in the screwing Nash and Raven would turn heel and there'd be all that kind of shite. That didn't happen because Nash pulled out of the match and then they just strapped up Rhino instead.
Yeah, which hey, wasn't bad for the moment.
In a TNAWrestling.com poll asking fans what match they were most looking forward to a turning point, Jeff Jarrett versus Rhino finished last with just 4% of the votes.
Yeah, well, like, why would you?
Sabu versus Abyss and Barbed Wire Massacre at 34%.
I'm sorry that the build-up of Rhino talking to a camera for 3 weeks while Jeff Jarrett interacts with Christian wasn't exactly firing people up.
Christian Monty 29%, Styles Joe 24%. So people not into the Jeff Jarrett program.
Evergreen statement.
The November 26th Impact was good news for TNA
until 2023.
as they were back to their normal 0.8 level and 972,000 viewers, both figures slightly above their average.
It's really, like, confronting how similar these are to, like, AEW numbers.
The reason I included it is because, like, they had a couple dodgy weeks where everyone was like, TNA is done, the audience, the novelty factor has worn off, the audience are fleeing.
It's the modern talking points. They are the same company!
So they did like a 0.6 and 600,000 viewers at one stage, and everyone's like clutching their pearls, being like, this is the end, Spike is going to drop them, they're not doing... And then they came back 0.8, 972,000 viewers, and then it's like, oh, it's fine, everything's fine.
Like, the parallels are insane.
Like, people, you always hear the dopey talking point that, like, oh, the internet's ruined wrestling. It's like, what if wrestling Twitter was around for Montreal? And then you read this shit and you're like, nope, it's always been like this. And if you read like 1987 Observers and you'll read the reader letters from that, it's always been like this.
Time is a flat circle.
Like, the medium has changed through which we find things out and complain about things, but we find things out and complain about things nonetheless.
Access is more readily available. That's the difference.
You don't have to seek it out anymore.
Like, I mean, like, look, X. I'm gonna search the words AEW.
Yeah, read the first tweet you see when you search the words AEW on X.
Latest. CM Punk drama.
Oh.
At this point, it's a reply to a tweet about Punk getting referenced on WWE TV, and I don't know why anyone cares. I mean, the most interesting about his AEW run was the controversies backstage. Thought he got carried by everyone he was in the ring with.
Stupid.
Do you know what I mean? Like those takes are everywhere. If at Triple H brings back at CM Punk to at WWE, rip at AEW.
Oh, god damn it. The idea that Punk is carried is so stupid. He worked like 30 matches. Did 30 people carry him?
Yes.
Oh, well, fair enough.
And those 30 people were the fans.
Whoa.
Yeah, Wrestle Dream did a crazy pay-per-view number.
It did the AEW pay-per-view number.
It did better than All Out by like 20,000.
Yeah, but All Out was right the week after. All Out is the anomaly here. AEW pay-per-views do like 135 to 150,000 buys every time without fail.
442k pay-per-view in like a month and a half. That's wild.
While no decision is official, the current betting line is that Spike TV will be moving Impact to Thursdays within 6 months. The plan at this point is that
Is a betting line?
Yeah, Dave actually has a little gambling business on the side.
That's awesome.
The plan is at this point is that the next season of Ultimate Fighter will be a Thursday night primetime show as opposed to 11 p.m. on Mondays, and wrestling works well in conjunction. So most likely by the time the Shamrock Ortiz season starts, Impact will be moved before or after.
It's the DraftKings $20,000 pool. What day is TNA going to end up on?
Yeah, and again, that's run through Dave's website. It's actually WrestlingObserver.com/DraftKings. I'm surprised they actually don't have a DraftKings sponsorship. I think everybody else does.
Where's ours?
Yeah, we can gamble on 2005 TNA. Who will win between Abyss and
Sabu? I don't even
Sabu?
think I can use DraftKings here. I think it's like blocked.
We can actually gamble. It's fine. DraftKings only exists because a lot of Americans can't real gamble.
Is that true?
It's it's been deregulated a lot more, but they're like for years, like you can't bet on sports unless you're in certain places.
That's crazy.
Whereas you can do it on apps here immediately, all the time.
I got like 7.
So yeah, they're moving Ultimate Fighter to Thursdays, and I think Impact would complement that on Thursdays as well. The primetime special did a 0.8, which is better than what would have been expected in a non-regular time slot, and Spike was once again very happy with the number, because the December 8th episode was another primetime special, because the VGAs aired on Saturday that week, so they moved TNA into the Thursday slot again for a primetime special, which had Christian's in-ring debut.
It's Christian.
Bound for Glory on October 23rd ended up doing approximately 35,000 buys, give or take a few thousand, at least based on numbers at this point. The bad news on that number, beside the fact that they promoted the show as their Super Bowl for months, is the number was roughly the same as they were doing for the first few pay-per-views after they got on FSN. The company's profile is much higher on Spike, and they have 4 times as many TV viewers, but that hasn't translated into a lot of new buys. The Genesis show was down to probably closer to 15 to 20,000. So that is like the story of TNA's history. Obviously, they have a substantially larger television audience now than they ever had on FSN, but their pay-per-view number is roughly equivalent to what like Victory Road and Turning Point did at the end of 2004, and that was with 150,000 viewers on FSN. So despite a much larger audience, they have not been able to convert them into paying customers, and frankly never will.
That's rough.
Yeah, well, for pay-per-views anyway. Like attendance-wise, TNA would often do like 4,000-ish for like big shows on the road.
They're like the opposite of AEW, where like they're more of a live gate thing than a pay-per-view thing at this point.
And like TNA has always been like television. That was always their be-all and end-all, I guess. And especially when Russo comes back, his be-all and end-all, especially so, was television. He did not give a shit about pay-per-view. And like that reflected in the kind of audience they built, in the kind of like what people were willing to give them and pay for them. They were willing to give time, but very rarely money.
I wonder if like that was something to do with maybe the like weekly pay-per-view format.
They like oversaturated pay-per-views immediately.
Yeah.
And like killed the idea that this is a product you even want to pay for.
Yeah.
Which is funny, given like it was a premium product from the start. Like that's in theory that's the case with the shows being behind a paywall. It's like this is a show you should have to pay for all along, but obviously that wasn't the case for the vast majority of those weekly pay-per-views.
There's like 3 or 4
out of the 110.
Yeah.
So that again, pay-per-view numbers are not up, despite obviously being on a much larger platform.
Before you read this, the little like sidebar that Dave throws in here is the most Dave shit you'll ever read.
So both TNA announcers were on ESPN Classics last week. On December 6th, Don West did a comedy role on Cheap Seats for the hosts, who are big wrestling fans, even though they constantly make fun of it on the air.
That is the most Dave like little sidebar you would ever hear.
It's like they love wrestling, but they always mock it.
Just like most wrestling fans.
That's true. We are a very self-loathing industry.
Oh, we all hate ourselves and our dumb sport that we like.
Go to someone's home when West shows up and does his wrestling hard self from his prior experience on late night TV shopping shows and starts selling her furniture. It's a great bit. Don West just showing up to your house being like, how about this chair? Mike today is on the December 7th show in a segment on why society created Tyrell Owens, basically tracing his behavior back to Gorgeous George with Tenay and the Destroyer, who worked with George in one of George's last high-profile feuds, and talking about George in general. Mike Tenay and Don West very much in demand.
Much like Christy Hemme.
TNA has attempted to contact Christy Hemme from the moment she was released. As of press time, she's shown no interest, even though she will show up in a few months.
And be there for like a while.
Yeah, for until 2014? There was a time where she was like the highest paid person in the women's division.
Doing her announcing.
Yeah. I liked her as an announcer.
She was a decent announcer, yeah.
They also always did like the pervy shot where it's like every time they'd come back from break and they'd do like the pan up of Christy Hemme's legs. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Garrett, we've done with the news, but a more important breaking news dropped 10 hours ago, and I think we need to address it.
Okay.
CM Punk. Chris Jericho's movie trailer.
Oh, I watched it this morning.
I haven't watched it yet.
Oh.
And I'm going to live react to it right now.
It's literally the first thing I saw when I woke up. It's Chris Jericho's movie trailer.
I have to watch this right now on the air.
So what's the name of it again?
Country Hearts.
Country Hearts.
Premiering on Up TV Sunday, October 22nd. There's also a Christmas spin-off movie, but I'm going to watch it right now.
Please narrate it.
His name is Bones.
Bones.
It's a singing movie.
Yeah, so he's like a washed out musician, and his daughter's trying to make it big. His acting is great. Don't question it.
We have to watch this for the Patreon.
Of course. We still have to watch that Sting movie. We never watched Sting Moment of Truth.
We need to think of a name for wrestler movies. Oh, we have to download the My Up TV app to watch it.
I'll give him money.
All right. Yeah, that's gotta happen. And then we have to watch Country... You know what? Fuck the show that we do with Days of Thunder. We need to watch Country Hearts Christmas this year.
Yeah, screw you, World Wrestling All-Stars. Get the fuck out of here, Road Dogg.
Yeah, we need to do Country Hearts Christmas this year.
You know the way you often see, like, a criticism? It's like, I couldn't see them playing a role, I just saw the actor. Mm-hmm. Never more true than with Chris Jericho in that movie.
He looks like... He's cutting a Dynamite promo.
You can't just see Chris Jericho doing, like, I'm from Winnipeg, idiot.
That's stupid. That's so stupid. I want to see it so badly. That is the wrestling movie of the Christmas season. Von Erichs, get out of here.
Yeah, fuck you. We don't want your sad story. We want Jericho's uplifting addict, washed out musician trying to guide his daughter to musical fame.
I'm excited.
So it's coming late October, isn't it?
Yeah, October 22nd.
Day after Bound for Glory.
And then obviously the Christmas one.
That brings us to broad topics, and fuck Jeff Jarrett, let's talk about Samoa Joe.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Upend format, because like Jarrett and Rhino is like the 5th most important thing this month, so we'll start with the best thing this month. Actually, well, yeah, it's probably still the best thing this month, which is the X Division title program between AJ Styles and Samoa Joe. So if you remember at Genesis, there was the big angle at the end of Elimination X where Joe beat the shit out of Christopher Daniels, bloodied him, muscle busted him on his chair, kneed him in the head a bunch, and he was sent out on a stretcher as AJ Styles watched on from the ramp being like, hey bro, that's against our code.
Our code of honor. Yeah, so we're into the run that I think a lot of people associate Joe with at this time. Blood towel.
Yeah, he does have the blood towel. So the first match on the first Impact this month is Samoa Joe against Jarrell Clark, and he does come to the ring wearing the towel with the blood of Christopher Daniels draped over his shoulder, and it is the coolest fucking shit.
Yeah, so like obviously heading into this show, I was like in my malaise of, I have to watch TNA. And then I put it on, and Samoa Joe killed Jarrell Clark, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's go TNA.
TNA is back. TNA is the best. TNA is the best thing that's ever happened.
Pretty much.
So yeah, squash. Joe wins with the muscle buster, cooking the clutch. He holds the clutch on Clark after the match as the referees are like, get the fuck off him. That's like my favorite part about all of this current Samoa Joe character. He is just a bitch. He's just a bitch who wants to hurt people.
Which is why I think it's like translating so well in 2023, because he's just doing the same thing.
Styles addresses Joe from the Tron, and he says, you broke the code of the X Division, and it's not often that X Division challengers challenge the challenger, but I'm gonna challenge you as champion.
Yeah, that's you may think Garrett fucked that up. But actually, that was just an accurate representation of what AJ Styles said.
Maybe even a little better. So yeah, I do like that as a hook though, that like, you know, it's very rare that the champion challenges the challenger, but Styles is like, I want you for an X Division title match.
Because he's pissed.
Because he hurt his, not friend, but he respects Christopher Daniels.
His frenemy.
His buddy. His pal.
Well, that would just be friend.
Buddy.
You broke your own point.
Damn. His rival. Which is right. He is his rival. But November 26th Impact, they show a brief video from Brad N. Holman, D.O., which is a doctor of osteopathic medicine.
This guy rules, because he's like, I believe he's a real doctor.
I looked it up. He is a real doctor.
Yes, but they just gave him like $20 and we're like, hey, can you just say some bullshit?
Yeah, and it's literally like 30 seconds. And he's like, Daniels has a grade 3 concussion. He will make a full recovery, but he is not cleared right now.
A grade 3 concussion?
I don't know what the grades of concussions are, but 3 sounds hard.
I wonder if that's like, is that like grade 4 or is grade 3 the max?
I don't know. I've never had a concussion. At least not that I know of.
Is it a grade 5 scale normally, but then one day it broke and went to grade 6?
Ridiculous. That leads us into AJ Styles and Chris Sabin in a real good little TV match.
It's always fun to see these guys just go out on TV and do some bullshit.
Because we never get a big, like, pay-per-view Styles and Sabin match. That's never happened. But we do get at least, like, 3 lovely little TV sprints. One in particular in 2009 that's, like, one of my favorite 5-minute matches ever. And that's what this is. These two go out and have, like, a 7-minute, 8-minute TV match that's real good. It's Styles and Sabin going out there. And it just kind of rocks for what it is.
Yeah.
Because if you read like Observer reviews of, we've given out about Dave a lot. We've become one of those podcasts. But if you read Observer reviews of this era of Impact, you'll hear Dave giving out a ton every single week about how they're trying to squeeze too much into these shows. And I disagree.
I don't think there's enough. He's like, I really want that Jeff Jarrett Kip James match to go another 10.
Like, I do understand, like, wanting a match like Styles and Sabin to get more time. I would have liked them to get a pay-per-view match at some time in their career.
Like, the idea, I guess, is like you get little tastes of it on TV, but then when you want the full-length thing, you get it on a pay-per-view. Just in cases like Styles and Sabin, it doesn't work out that way all the time.
Yeah, and when you are dealing with an hour for the whole company. Like, you have an hour to get every pay-per-view program on TV every week. You don't have the time to give Styles and Sabin 20.
Or at least every 2 weeks.
Yeah, real cool match. Styles responds to a series of strikes and then punctuates it with a knee that seemed to like legit knock Sabin back. Like Sabin did the stagger back in a way that was super realistic, or he actually got his bell rung. Either way, it looked great.
Sure, does my favorite thing, which is just like, I love challenger or champion coming out onto the apron and just like staring down as the match is going on.
Especially when it's not like done as a, like, I hate it when it's a distraction finish because that's stupid.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be a distraction. It should just be like, this guy's scouting.
And not only scouting, he's just like, I'm just going to get in that guy's head by standing here.
And also, I'm going to take his shine. I'm going to make his match and his win about me. Again, that's Samoa Joe being a petty bitch.
He is. He's just a little petty bitch who also kills people.
Kind of a remarkable combination.
I love the finish of this match. So the Styles is going for the Styles Clash right near the ropes, and Sabin pushes him overhead, but Styles' legs bounce off the ropes. He rebounds back into the Styles Clash for the win. Real smooth, real cool finish.
That's the kind of thing you'd expect from these two.
Yeah, it's cool. Like the Styles Clash is the kind of move that you would think, it's like there's not a lot of like versatile ways you can get somebody into that kind of move.
To be fair, there probably isn't. They were just dealing with the mind of AJ Styles.
Yeah, you're just dealing with a generational wrestler who's like, I need to find ways into that move that aren't just the same. So he does like the roll through out of a Rana. He does like, he caught Loki out of a Phoenix splash into it once. He did that with Ricochet at one stage as well in WWE.
It looked good with Ricochet too.
Yeah, he does find cool ways into a move that seems pretty rigid to set up because he is a good pro wrestler. So at the start of the December 3rd Impact, Don West is awaiting the arrival of Raven, and he's just hanging out. And Samoa Joe walks past him with AJ's name taped on his wrist tape, and John's like, what the hell, dude?
Does that mean when Joe started putting his own name on his wrist, he was going to attack himself?
Yes, he's going to bloody himself.
That's crazy.
And then my favorite part of the segment, Don West just turns the other direction and Bobby Heenan is there.
Yeah, just unrelated.
Don's like, Bobby Heenan!
I hope that's a shoot.
Yeah, they surprise them with Bobby.
It's like, because I think we maybe have mentioned it before, it was on the watch along or something, that I was like, Don West strikes me as a guy who was like, okay, I'm doing the wrestling thing. I don't know a lot about it or what to do. I'm running on charisma here. I'm just going to watch 1 billion Bobby Heenan Mike Tenay tapes and just try and get an idea of the cadence, try and like study up, and then like becoming a giant fan of Bobby Heenan, and then suddenly Bobby Heenan is in TNA and he's freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, and calling a match with them and everything.
Yeah, because like didn't you get that vibe? Like this guy was like, okay, I need to learn how to be an announcer. I'm going to watch a bunch of Bobby Heenan.
Yeah. And what makes that, as you said, especially with the chemistry with Tenay and like Bobby and Tenay were best pals, and Tenay and West were best of pals. So there's I think a logical through line there.
Oh yeah, it's like the next generation of the team.
And we'll talk about why Heenan was there in a little bit. So Joe had AJ on his wrist tape, and then there's a little MCU stinger at the end of the show where Joe is just kneeing the shit out of AJ against a road case backstage.
I like that this is just a Ring of Honor offer feud.
Yeah, and screaming, "I don't respect your code."
What code is it? What's the code? Austin.
I love the degree to which they're very clearly avoiding saying the words honor.
That's like, why? Like, you're friends at this point still, aren't you?
There's a code of respect. There's a code of decency. There's a code of like, you don't injure the opponent.
There's just a code.
That's just a code, but not a code of honor. It's something completely different.
No, a code of impact.
Joe's beating the shit out of him. Then go home show, Samoa Joe faces the returning Amazing Red.
It made me sad.
That Red is just a job guy.
Every time I see Red, it just makes me sad.
Yeah, it's like the decline of Red from like when he was at his like TNA peak in late 02, early 03 to now.
The craziest thing, being someone coming into this for like the first time, is I didn't realize it was so early. I thought for sure it was a way like, I thought like in my head, I guess I would have thought it would have been like this time was when like Red was peaking, but like he was like a dude exclusively who peaked in the Asylum.
Yeah, and the early days of this, like very early Ring of Honor, early TNA is like the peak of Red before like the knee injuries start catching up with them immediately.
Maybe that's like because I was mostly exposed to Red in like 2009 range when he would like came back and won the title.
And like I think he found himself again. Like he found the version of Red that he could be consistently, which he absolutely didn't post his knee injuries here in like 04-05.
I don't know, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, so Red gets completely squashed by Joe. Alex Shelley is filming at ringside. My favorite little spot, Joe's going for the face wash, and then Alex Shelley gets in a little too close trying to film the face wash and cuts off like the big charging face wash. And Joe's like, "What the hell, man?"
I'm sure they had like an my ROH watch of these early years was a while ago now, but I'm sure they did something at some point too.
Joe and Shelley?
Joe and Red specifically.
Red does beat Joe for the X title in 2009.
Yeah, I just meant like more like before Red's knees exploded.
Which is a fun little future thing to this, that like this is just a random throwaway.
When his knees explode?
Yeah, well, yeah, everyone loves when their knees explode. It's great for them in their career.
Happened to me.
It did. It ended your wrestling career.
Yeah, before it even started. You know what the irony about that is? That's my good knee now.
What happened to the other knee?
Like, I have attested since day one that the kneecap popping in and out cleared up some level of like atrophy in there, and ever since that happened, like after the healing process, that knee has been way stronger.
Is there a little bit you think though that you had to overcompensate on the quote unquote strong knee that has made it the weak knee?
No, because I felt it almost immediately. Was like it felt like stuff had cleared up that was like in there, like torn tissue or something. It was weird.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like bone goes back stronger kind of thing.
I mean, maybe, but like it does always found it odd, but like interesting. Like I'm not talking about like in the years preceding it. I mean, what's the opposite of preceding? Post-seeding.
Sure.
In the years post-seeding it, I'm talking about like in like months, like after it healed, it was already on the other. Like I could tell that like it felt better. Just odd.
Yeah, because I broke my leg twice, and like
what?
Yeah, not recently. I was like 3.
Like how bad were the breaks?
I think like the second break was because it wasn't properly healed the first time. Because I slipped on a toy car and broke my leg.
Like, was it like a full break?
Yeah,
You got like kid bones, so like you're probably fine regardless.
Yeah, but I was in a cast for a while, and then I slipped on a Lego catalog and re-broke it.
Oh, he's slipping, this guy. This guy's been taking bumps since 3.
Yeah, and my mom insisted that she didn't think it healed properly the first time, which is the reason I broke it again. But like that was when I was 3, and like I have no weakness in either. Like I think it was my right leg I broke. I want to say.
No, you broke it in the most malleable time, to be fair.
When bones are still growing and they're not formed.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. Did you like remember it?
I don't really remember. I have like vague feelings of going to hospital and stuff, but I don't have like strong memories.
Probably good that you don't remember that pain.
Yeah, from breaking it twice.
Yeah. Well, they say third time's the charm.
But yeah, I haven't come near breaking a bone since. I should break one just for the feeling.
We should break one on the podcast.
My freaking tailbone still hurts from when I took that bum like 2-3 weeks ago.
You probably knocked something out of place.
I think I probably bruised it, I think is what had happened. But I think that we talked about that in the watch along, I want to say. Or one of these Patreon shows. I can never remember.
You felt what it was like.
It is always so funny when people like mention things we mentioned on shows from 2 years ago. It's like, buddy.
They mentioned things on the show that I just did and I don't remember it.
Yeah. I found actually last time, because there was a Rain Takers we recorded like 2 weeks in advance, and someone mentioned something to you in Discord, and I'm like, he doesn't remember that because that was 2 weeks ago.
I literally, though, I could have recorded it the day before and I wouldn't have.
Yeah, it just goes in and out at once.
As soon as it leaves my mouth, I've forgotten what I've said in this show.
So Joe beats Red with the Muscle Buster Cookie in a clutch, which is the more perplex move of the night. Shelly ran away from Joe. And this is the last we'll see of Red until 2009.
That's kind of crazy. But, like, you know, he's been a spotty, like, appearances at this point, even.
Yeah, because, like, when D'Amore took over, there was a bunch of people they brought back. Like, they brought back Shelly, they brought in Joe, they brought back Sanjay. All those people have been sticking around as regulars, and they also brought back Red at that stage, who has not stuck around as a regular. And I think the sad thing is, right call.
It's weird.
So that does bring us to the pay-per-view match, in which Samoa Joe defeats AJ Styles for the X Division Championship. In maybe the best match in TNA history to this point?
Yeah, well, no, because the cage.
I think I prefer Triple X AMW, but this is a pretty strong number 2, I think.
Well, we gave that 5, and we gave this 4 3/4, so...
This is, I think, the most physical match in TNA history. They beat the shit out of each
the
other.
best singles match so far.
Oh, easily. Like, Sabin Hoovy might be the other best singles match. It might be Daniel's AJ.
Yeah, but, like, you know, it's a thin list at this point.
Nash, Jarrett,
No, Jarrett.
Watts,
Well, yes,
Callis.
but that was yeah. Well, okay, listen, we have to focus on my bits.
But yeah, super physical, super violent. They beat the living hell out of each other. These two guys at this moment in time are two of the people who have like the most perfect chemistry imaginable, or like AJ is super bump, like made out of rubber, bounce off the mat guy, and Samoa Joe is evil monster who will beat the living shit out of anything in front of him. And those two things combined at this point in their respective careers, where I think arguably this is the best version of Joe wrestling the best version of AJ, and they just go out there and have the match you would expect these two to have at this moment, with a red hot crowd. Like the sacrifice match had some like finish shenanigans with Daniels running in. None of that this time. Straight up match between these two as they just kill each other. They just kill each other.
Delivers it every way you can imagine. You've often said that like the Samoa Joe is what AJ Styles needed to become AJ Styles, and it's like we're seeing that now.
Yeah, and this is it, because like this version of AJ, and it's one of the things I really hate about like talking points about wrestlers, in that there would have been a talking point that like this version of AJ isn't like TV ready, or he's not like what you would consider a traditional TV wrestling star, and that he doesn't do the 20-minute promos, he doesn't do a lot of what wrestling was for years and years. But you look at like the way AJ sells everything in this match, like when he hits his dropkick and he pumps himself up, or when he gets dropped on his head and he does that like dead eye 30-yard stare, like all of the little performance elements of AJ Styles at this stage are so perfect. He is like the best wrestler in the world at this stage.
You know who like kind of has that vibe for me now? Who's like not ready in the traditional senses, but like as soon as he's in the ring you forget about it? Kyle Fletcher. It's like a guy who like struggles to promo, but the minute he's in the ring you start to see why people think that this guy could be a giant star.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was just thinking about that then because I was thinking about how in Collision it's Fletcher and Danielson this week. And I'm just like, it just has such a similar aura about it.
Need Danielson to beat the shit out of him?
He's definitely going to beat the shit out of him. So let it be known now, I'm saying in 2023 that Kyle Fletcher will be as big as AJ Styles.
He is the next AJ, yes.
If it doesn't happen, you forget that I ever mentioned it. And if it does, we victory lap this audio for the next 10 years.
Yeah, and when Mark Davis turns on him, he can be a Samoa Joe and beat the shit out of him.
Oh, that match will rule. I'm a bit like, right now I love Davis only more than Fletcher. I see why people are like, Fletcher's going to be the guy, but Davis is my kind of wrestler, just the rough and tumble beat the fuck out of you guys. So I'd be really into that.
I do appreciate how like they stuck to the actual story of the match in the match itself, because like the first 2 or 3 minutes is AJ just wailing on Joe, because like the idea is AJ challenged Joe for the match.
Pissed.
He's mad at what he did to Daniels.
The fire.
So like he dominates Joe for the first couple of minutes, like taking the fight to him, hits him with a suplex, hits him with the dropkick. That dropkick is like one of the best dropkicks you'll ever see.
And like that's talking about AJ Styles.
Yeah, because it's like the drop down float over dropkick, which is always awesome as it is, but one in the way AJ reacted to it, as I mentioned, like that big pump up moment for him where he hit that dropkick and like you can see the adrenaline is pumping through that man. And then you watch the way Joe sold it, in that he didn't immediately take a bump for it. Like he took the dropkick, he whipped his head back to sell the dropkick, and then took like a delayed stagger bump, and it looked so good.
Good shit.
Yeah, so then Joe finally got his hands on Styles, turned the tide with some, like, evil strikes. He starts kicking him, and Mike Tenay just starts squealing. Like, Mike Tenay's like, oh, God!
He started squealing.
Kicks his leg out in the apron, swings him into the rail, and then, like, you get into what is always my favorite portion in any of these Samoa Joe matches against any of these kind of wrestlers he can just eat alive, where he does just eat people up and dominate them and beat the shit out of them. And, like, he's gotten more and more into, like, the performance aspect of that later in his career, because he can't do as much of the physical aspect of it as he used to be able to do back here. But, like, he did, when you watch it, the same with the MJF match, it's like that heat segment with Samoa Joe is like one of the most charismatic heat segments you'll ever see in your life, because Joe knows how to eat somebody up more than pretty much, like, Walter is the only other wrestler who's like a point of comparison for me in the last 20 years.
What a perfect little summary.
AJ looks to fire up with a discus lariat, but then Joe just slaps him and finishes his face wash. Styles breaks out the Fosbury flop for the first time in ages, as the announcers point that out, and then flying forearms him in the back of his head. Styles power bombs Joe for 2.
It's like Styles is a strong motherfucker.
And, like, this is to say Joe can kind of take bumps like that, but Styles is a freak. He's just a freak.
Like, he's like bleeding. Shit's gone crazy.
Yeah, he's bleeding from the mouth, which is a fun little thing. If you look at the TNA Impact video game, the facial scan of AJ was taken in the immediate aftermath of this match. So because he got his lip busted open, if you actually zoom in real close on the AJ Styles character model in the TNA Impact video game, you can see his busted lip from this match.
I'm zooming.
There's actually a cool featurette in the actual game, the making of the game, where they show that. They zoom in on his character model. They're like, you can actually see the moment from when his lip was busted, because we took his face scan right after this match.
You can see it.
It's real cool. Joe crushes AJ with a lariat that lands AJ on his head. AJ kicks out at 1. Joe hits a Tiger Bomb. AJ kicks out at 1 again. He hits the Styles Clash, but Joe kicks out, goes up for the spiral tap, but Joe pushes the ref into the ropes. AJ leaps off the ropes into an O'Connor roll, but Joe pulls him into the clutch for the submission victory. Samoa Joe is your new X Division champion.
And it feels right.
And I like it would have been very easy to put the belt on Joe immediately. Like, we are now 6 months.
They showed some restraint.
Yeah, we're now 6 months into Joe being in TNA, and he is now X Division champion. Like, he ran through the X Division in a way that was, like, really organic. They were smart that they did the 3-way in September so that they could have Styles beat Daniels to avoid beating Joe, and push that down the road a little further. And then you get to this match which it really caps off, I think, both men's 2005s. You know, when you think of AJ with the Abyss match, the Daniels matches, with the Joe and Daniels match, with even, like, the world title stuff with the King of the Mountain, and then the Ultimate X all the way back in January. Like, the pay-per-view year AJ has had this year, the Sean Waltman match as well, which was really good. The pay-per-view year AJ has had this year is fantastic. And then this closes it off. And then you look at, like, the year Joe has had, where he comes in at Slammiversary, beats Sanjay, looks awesome, has that awesome match with Sabin, an awesome match with AJ, an awesome match with AJ and Daniels, a good match for what it is with Jushin Liger, and then starts building up to this match to beat AJ. It's like a real good culmination of both men's years.
Yeah, that is kind of like a perfect little bow on everything they've done, and it kind of makes sense in that way that it's AJ and Joe who have this moment in the match, and that Joe is the guy to beat AJ.
And then to go back to Joe being a little petty bitch, and the thing I love more than anything, like, after the match, he's won the X title. He's the new champion. He's won the match. He pulls AJ up and then just brains him with the belt, because it's like, fuck you.
But he shakes MJF's hand.
That drove me nuts. It drove me so nuts. I hate it. I hate handshakes, and I hate respect in wrestling these days. I hate it.
But the code! I'm
so sick of every match ending in a handshake or a hug. I want anger. I want people to hate each other. I want Samoa Joe to be mad because MJF beat him. I want him to choke him out after the match and try and get his title shot back.
I'm on my second screen, I have, like, some random Dusty Rhodes Bruiser Brody match from 1978. And I'm just, like, imagining, yes, after these two go to war, they shake hands in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, they hug each other and do a little promo about how much we love wrestling. Fuck off.
Like, I think there's a place for it, but it shouldn't be every match.
It's the kind of thing you do, like, once every 2 years at the culmination of it. Like, Claudio and Kingston I actually had no problem with it.
Yeah, because that's a gigantic run and a gigantic story.
Yeah, that's like the culmination of that story being a small show of respect between two men who hate each other makes sense. Like, that's good, that works. But then you do it with Joe and on the same fucking show, because of course they do, because they only have two ideas. But she do the same thing with Joe and MJF. Like, fuck off, no, you should be mad. He got screwed. He got cheated out of the win.
Instead of talking about Dusty real quick, my man has like a golf ball sized welt in the middle of his forehead.
From this match or just in general?
I think from this match. And like his left shoulder just has gig marks all down it. This man is a maniac.
Well, he's not called Work Soft, brother Brody.
Well, I think that might have been Dusty's doing the gig marks. But yes, Bruiser Brody does not have certainly has a reputation.
So the post-match angle continues. He's beaten down on AJ after the match, and Daniels makes his return to make the save. He runs wild for a minute, but then Joe connects with a headbutt and Daniels staggers back.
It's awesome that he just kills him again.
Yeah, so Daniels completely loses his balance. Joe starts wailing on him again as security separate them. So the angle being that Daniels isn't fully recovered from his concussion, so he's returned too soon to get revenge, and one headbutt caused his head to go woo.
That and the Danielson 30-minute draw.
Yeah, in a fun touch, Bryan Danielson beat Christopher Daniels to keep the ROH title in the main event of the November 19th Ring of Honor show. The match went about 30, with Daniels winning with a hard forearm, and the idea of the finish was he won with a forearm because Daniels was concussed against Joe. So they're even playing a little off the TNA angle in Ring of Honor, which I think is fun. So there's a story about how apparently like even Styles and Daniels didn't love the idea that Daniels did his big comeback and got laid out again, being like that makes the babyface look weak, makes Joe look too strong, Daniels looks like a nerd.
But he's injured.
Yeah, and I think it's a much better story. It's a much cooler story that like he did come back, he rushed back, he wants revenge against this guy.
That makes him like more of a babyface. That like he wasn't ready for it, but he had to go out there and try and defend his honor
and stop Joe from doing to AJ what he did to Daniels, which is like what he was going to do.
That's how you babyface the guy.
Yeah, and it's a cooler story that like he hits one headbutt and he's like, oh fuck, I'm super concussed. So yeah, it's also Dave refers to the Unbreakable match as the 9/11 3-way, which listen, the match did happen on September 11th, but you can't just call matches the 9/11
the most
match
important event to ever happen on that day.
You can't just casually be like, oh, the 9/11 3-way. That date's off limits. There are several different ideas being batted around for AJ Styles for a January pay-per-view match, not limited to Shannon Moore, Tiger Mask, Black Tiger, Ultimo Dragon, and even Kenta.
I like the idea that we have this New Japan relationship, but let's bring in Kenta.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe Kenta.
I have no clue what that match is. Is it any of those names?
It's not any of those names. It's a certain Ace.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that match.
Go, Ace.
If he has that theme, I'll be very shocked.
I do like immediately after this match, while they're teeing up to go to the main event, like Mike and Don are just at the announce desk being like, this is the fucking best pay-per-view that has ever been presented.
Like, we were talking about that when we were watching it, like, that's awesome. And AEW needs to feel itself more and come across like that during pay-per-views.
Like, Mike is like, there is nothing in this industry like a 3-hour TNA Sunday pay-per-view. We keep topping ourselves. We got Barbed Wire Massacre. We got that last Samoa Joe AJ match. We are fucking rocking it.
That's the thing, like, why is Excalibur and Taz not doing that?
You gotta have swagger. You gotta back yourself.
Like, I get you don't want to end the show with that, but like, you do it on like fucking, like, the Forbidden Door is a perfect example. You have Omega Ospreay on that show and you don't just go, fuck yeah, we're the coolest and greatest and the best.
Or like, even like after Wrestle Dream, like after Danielson and Zack Sabre Jr., you should be cutting back to that announce desk. And fair enough, you did have Mox at that desk being like...
Mox kind of did it, yeah.
Being like, this is the fucking best thing I've ever seen!
Like, you like, that company, like, needs to start feeling itself more in that direction, because it needs, like, perception is reality, you know?
Yeah, so you have Mike and Don just, like, they're telling you, and, like, fair enough, you should only do it after you've earned it. You, like, when you have that Styles and Joe match, you can then take your victory lap immediately after.
Yeah, if you have Sabre Danielson, you can have your victory lap.
Yes, pat yourself the back more. Like, as you said, perception is reality. People will believe it. People will often believe it even when it's not true. So when it is true, you should be taking your victory lap. Fuck Jarrett Rhino, let's do Barbed Wire Massacre.
Fuck yeah, let's go. We'll do it in order of the vote.
Oh yeah, because well, actually, Styles and Joe finished third. So
Yes,
and
that we'll leave it last, and we'll talk about the other stuff.
we've already fucked it. But November 19th, Impact.
Yes, that is the date.
TNA and West mentioned that Abyss and Sabu will face off in Barbed Wire Massacre. I think it was announced immediately after the Turning Point, or the Genesis match, that they will rematch again in Barbed Wire Massacre, which I kind of do like how they often do that. They're just like, here's our next pay-per-view matches, immediately. Now we're going to start building them.
I do like that. Like, I get the idea of naturally progressing the story to the point where you announce a match, but like, just blanket statement going, boom, this is happening, boom, this is happening, boom, this is happening, can also be really interesting. Sometimes it doesn't work, like with Rhino Jarrett, where you're like, they just boom announced it and then they can build to a different match the whole month.
Which is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but that again, that's execution, not the idea's fault.
Yeah, so on that same show, the main event is Rhino versus Abyss.
I mean, I was watching this and I was like, damn, Rhino's going to get jobbed out.
It is funny. Abyss actually loses for most of the month. I don't think it ultimately matters, but Abyss does lose all his matches this month.
He's a little Teflon at this point, it feels.
JB fails to pronounce contest as Abyss is making his entrance for this match.
Poor JB.
Calling him out. Mike Tenay, which he does multiple times this month, starts going on about how, like, unlike some other companies who have promised barbed wire matches and then didn't even use the barbed wire, we will be using barbed wire at Barbed Wire Massacre.
Heavy shot at AEW.
Yeah, who is that a shot at, though? I still don't even know.
Well, like, they were saying it about WCW with the first time they did barbed wire.
Yeah, they were talking about how they would use fake barbed wire, and we're like, no, fucking real barbed wire.
So I'm guessing that's what they were referring to.
Still going back to that. I don't remember WCW ever advertising a barbed wire match, though.
Well, he mentioned it.
Maybe they did. Or maybe it's someone else. I don't know.
Talking about CZW.
Those pussies over in CZW. Mitchell looks to attack Rhino with his cane. Rhino teases Gorrigan, which allows the bitch to crotch him on the post.
A bitch?
That would be a good... how has nobody used that as a burn on Abyss? More like a bitch, am I right? That seems like something Christian will say in 2006.
Christian Cage.
Yeah. Rhino pulls a table from under the ring and sets it up in the corner. Rhino goes for the gore, but Abyss moves. Rhino crashes through the table. Abyss then takes Rhino up for the shock treatment. Lights out. Sabu with his barbed wire chair. This distraction allowed Rhino to hit the go and win.
Which I actually thought was a pretty good finish for, like, getting out of Abyss losing.
Yeah, you can always hit the lights and Sabu will show up, and I appreciate, like, it's a distraction finish, so but at least it does play into the story in that, like, he was just as much afraid of the fact that Sabu had barbed wire as he was the fact that Sabu was there, which is the running story through the month. December 26th Impact, Jeff Hardy faces Abyss.
I do not remember a single second of this.
They basically did the exact same finish.
Great.
They replayed the Hardy Swanton from Bound for Glory a bunch.
Bet they wish Abyss just went over, huh?
So the finish, lights out, Sabu! Hardy uses a chair a couple times without being DQ'd and hits a twist of fate to win.
It is just the same finish.
Literally identical, but the reinforcing the same story beat.
I suppose it is all building up to a tremendous bit at the pay-per-view, so I can accept it.
And also, like, the next week, we are building up to, like, a little story development in the next week, because Abyss faces the debuting Kenny King.
K-I-N-G King. Future Digital and X Division champion.
Yeah, TNA legend. Debuting here on the December 3rd episode of Impact.
I would definitely call him a TNA legend.
Abyss did his big press slam, you know, the one where he just throws the guy in the air and he comes back down, but Kenny King turned in the air and took, like, a back bump.
Again, Abyss and Rhino killing people. And Monty. It is the formula, and it does work.
Abyss wins with the Black Hole Slam. After the match, Mitchell grabs a microphone. He calls Sabu a subliterate monkey, which is a little rude. Lights out, Sabu. Abyss boots the barbed wire chair out of Sabu's hands, and then they brawl around the building, including a man that had a cardboard box on his head. I assume it's a young Kip Sabian.
Yeah, of course.
Like, no one acknowledged cardboard box man. They just brawled out of the building past him. It's like,
well, they didn't acknowledge Kip Sabian for like a year and a half, so...
It's true. It's the start of that long-term story.
Exactly.
Mitchell asks Abyss to use the barbed wire chair, and then he does before he chokeslams Sabu on a pile of rails backstage.
It's just awesome.
So the little story development there being that Abyss has finally earned his gumption to use the barbed wire. He's had sufficient therapy to use the barbed wire.
They've gotten past it.
And the closing angle of the Go Home show is one of my favorite little things. So, December 8th Impact Primetime Special. Abyss and Mitchell are in the ring. Mitchell talks about how if the barbed wire opens an artery, then you're dead. You're going to bleed out on the mat and die.
He's not wrong.
He isn't. And then lights out, Sabu, but not just Sabu. When the lights come back on, all the ropes are replaced by barbed wire, which is a fucking awesome visual.
Yeah, it's an awesome visual, even if it's a little dumb.
But it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, it's fine. I give it a pass.
It's so funny that the work that went into what was ultimately like a 10-second shot, where it's like, I presume they did this segment, lights out, Sabu shows up, runs them off, and then did another one, lights out, where they set up the barbed wire, and then lights out, Sabu shows up with the barbed wire, something like that, and then stitching together, so that nobody knew what they were shooting when they shot it. But
shout out to my man on Twitter who was like, how did they do that?
yeah, they actually very, very quickly, they actually had barbed wire within the ropes, and they pulled the ropes away to reveal the barbed wire while the lights were out.
That's how I choose to believe.
Little do people know, when you actually go inside of a wrestling ring rope, there's barbed wire there. It's not very safe. I don't know why they do it.
It feels like something that Excalibur should mention.
Yeah, it's sometimes they're like, oh, they're cables, which means hitting them it hurts more. And then other times they're like, actually, you know what? Barbed wire in there. So when they can be multi-purpose, they can keep out animals in the days they're not being used for wrestling.
I mean, I've seen backyard wrestling rings that have had literal wire for the ropes. So.
I like, listen, you can be like, it's hokey nonsense, but also I think it's cool. It looks really cool.
I can forgive it even if I think it's a little hokey.
That brings us to the pay-per-view, the opening match, Abyss versus Sabu in Barbed Wire Massacre. So there's no ropes. The ropes have been replaced by barbed wire. There are barbed wire items at ringside.
It's the tits. I mean, it's the fucking tits. It rules, and it's awesome, and it's sick, and everyone should watch it. We got 4.5 on this. This pay-per-view's insane. We had a 4 3/4 and a 4.5 star match. We were talking about the best singles matches in TNA history. This is also in like the top 5.
Yeah, until there's a better one literally like 7 matches later.
It's crazy. Like, the consistency that this combination has is insane.
Because they're just like, this is a barbed wire match, and you'd be like, alright, the barbed wire is bad enough. Like, the nastiest part of this match is probably when Sabu just starts stabbing Abyss in the arm with a spike.
He goes too far, and you can see Abyss go, fucking stop.
If you ever look at Abyss's left arm in particular, you'll see scars, and it's not from the barbed wire, it's from that moment where he fucking stabbed the shit out of him with a spike.
Yeah, I love that Abyss is like, even Abyss like broke from him, was like, fucking man,
dude, stop it.
I like that we see Shooter Sabu as his pants are ripped and you just see black tights and no knee pads and boots.
Yeah, that's where he starts taking down Abyss and keeping him in the middle of the ring to stay away from the barbed wire.
Yeah, I look forward to Sabu and Thatcher in Noah at some point.
It's like when Liger's mask is torn, he turns into Kishin Liger. When Sabu's pants are torn,
Shooter Sabu.
He turns into Shooter Sabu.
That's great.
It has all the barbed wire spots you'd expect. Like there's a drop toe hold into the barbed wire. There's a front suplex into the barbed wire. There's a like Sabu goes for like a bicycle kick off of a chair into the barbed wire.
There's some like stupid ass spots in this, and it's awesome.
Abyss press slams Sabu onto the barbed wire board. And then the finish is Abyss sets Sabu up back to a barbed wire board in the corner and goes for his big like charge. And Sabu steps out of the way. Abyss runs face first into the barbed wire, and then Sabu boots him onto another barbed wire board so that he has barbed wire boards on both sides of him. And then Sabu hits a little senton on Abyss's head region and pins him.
What a finish too. Like it's one of those things where it's like it's something little, but it feels like it's the culmination of the entire match.
Because it is the truth. It's like, what do you do as a finish in this kind of match that also incorporates the barbed wire? And the answer is trap him either side of a barbed wire board and jump at his head.
Yeah,
I do like that. Like they have to sit in the aftermath of this because they have to spend time taking the ropes down,
which actually helps it.
Yeah, but they really, because they'd have to spend like 10 minutes like really sitting in the aftermath as you see Abyss is being cut out. The crowd start chanting Abyss and start chanting thank you, and Mitchell is like shouting, "You conquered your fear, you conquered your fear," as he like overcame his fear of barbed wire. So like Abyss lost the match, and it's one of those things. It's like it's not if you lose, it's how you lose. And Abyss did not lose a single solitary thing through losing this match. In fact, he probably gained quite a lot from losing this match.
Exactly. Like Abyss has come out of this looking better so far.
Dave Meltzer gave it 2.5 stars.
Fucking dumb idiot. Stupid guy. Doesn't know anything about wrestling.
Like, he does say it's not his cup of tea, but they did an effective match. But fuck off with your 2.5 stars.
Yeah, this rocks. They've all been good.
A great rivalry and a real everyone remembers the Barbed Wire Massacre because, well, it's great. But like the Unbreakable and Genesis matches are awesome as well. And then you get the Monsters Ball at Bound for Glory with Hardy and Rhino thrown in as well. It's a real cool little feud here through the end of 2005.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, underserved feud that maybe doesn't get its recognition, which is what we've said about the other matches so far too.
And they do show a little backstage segment later of Abyss being stitched
It's brutal.
up. There's some even worse footage.
It's really gross.
If you have the Turning Point DVD, there is some.
I do. That's how I watch this.
Yeah, there is some like even more gruesome footage. Like the one on the pay-per-view is all right, but they actually show him actually being stitched up in the DVD extras, and it's like, oh god, oh.
Brutal.
And Mitchell is like hyping him up, and he actually gives him a hug, which is like it's in theory really out of character, but I think it really works for that moment. It's like, oh, like he actually gave him a hug.
You can also read it as manipulation if you really want.
It's like, yeah, you lost and you got fucked up in barbed wire, but I'm still your friend, right? Hug.
Yeah, you need me. Look at how I'm here to support you.
But in that moment, it felt like a nice little moment.
I have now switched to just having the WSW show on the second monitor, and I've gone from Dusty Rhodes and Bruiser Brody having like a brutal match to Matt Cardona and Eric Young having the most house show affair I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you gotta bring him down to get him back up, or whatever that thing is that you can work ahead.
We're on like the third mid-match promo.
That's very Matt Cardona.
Where they have the mic. It's not even just talking. It's like full mic work. That being said, I want to put over Eric Young. Still has great gear.
Yeah, Eric Young's still great in general.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's good in this, but it's a house show match that I would rather die than watch live.
Fuck Jarrett and Rhino, let's do Christian and Monty.
Yeah!
November 19th Impact. If I remember, Christian debuted. He turned down the Team Canada offer. He is now at odds with Planet Jarrett, so he makes his Impact debut in the main event segment of that November 19 Impact, where he comes out and he does like a kind of version of... He is literally like, for those of you who may not have seen the pay-per-view, allow me to retort.
Let me reiterate, I made this choice.
He gets all his talking points out. He does say retort instead of recap. Like, I don't think he knows what retort means.
Maybe he's responding to something someone said.
He doesn't. He just says the same things he said before.
Damn. You should tell him to fuck off. Can we talk about that for a moment?
A great segment.
Can we talk about how Christian Cage is like the best character in pro wrestling in 2023?
Because he's just a heel who's actually a heel.
Yeah. He's a heel who doesn't want to be cheered.
And it does everything not to be cheered.
He should be world champion.
Honestly. I'm so glad they actually put the actual TNT title on him, because he should be champion, and a champion all the time.
Yeah. Which is... Okay, I know it's odd. I could say this for the Title Tuesday thing. But, fuck you. It's my show too. So Danielson's beating Swerve. Because you're not going to do Swerve Christian. Because, you're not turning Christian, and maybe they're turning Swerve? That seems weird. What are they doing, Garrett? Make your prediction.
I think Ed screws Christian out of the match with Danielson.
Danielson TNT champ?
Yeah, then that would make sense.
Then he's weekly matches, dream match series will have some stakes behind it.
Yeah, you can do the open challenge, which is their favorite game.
Which honestly, Danielson doing an open challenge kind of based. I'm not gonna get mad at that. Just taking on like random guys from fucking Mexico and Japan.
Also, I'm just very pleased at the idea of getting a Danielson Christian match in general.
Yeah, again, awesome. I also we're finally gonna get Ishii and Danielson.
We better
for the TNT title and like a Dynamite.
And then Tom wins.
It's gonna do 500,000 viewers, but I'm gonna fucking love it. Give it 10 stars.
So Christian does the same version of the promo. Basically, he's here to get the respect he deserves. He's here to win the NWA title, and he doesn't care if the boys in the back have a problem with that. One boy in the back does, the alpha male Monty Brown.
The idea of calling the alpha male a boy. Oh, this little fella.
The alpha boy, Monty Brown.
The alpha boy.
Feels very different, doesn't it?
The Astro boy, Monty Brown.
The Astro Bot.
Wow. I was watching, I was doing, the Twitter gimmick that was, put your birth year when you're 10 or whatever the fuck, and, wrestling, and then see what GIF comes up. Let it be known. Monty Brown GIF.
You would have been 10. Oh, it would have been like an ECW GIF? Mm-hmm. So it's a Marcus Corvon GIF?
Nitpick. I was very excited, okay?
Good. I would have 10 and 02. I probably wouldn't get a TNA GIF.
Do it. Just see what happens.
What do? You open Giphy?
GIF, and then you just write, year WWE or year... I wrote year wrestling. That's how I got it.
2002. Oh, I just typed 2002 and I got a Kurt Angle ankle locking Rey Mysterio GIF anyway, so...
There you go.
There you go. SummerSlam 02 is the defining moment of my 10 years on Earth.
What if I just write 2007? What comes up? It's a Portal meme.
This is a triumph.
Do.
Great song. So yeah, Monty comes out. He makes a big screeching noise. He's like, "Arr!" And then tells Christian to hit the brakes.
I like it. Good stuff.
Then suggests that the quantity of speech, Liam, is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
Which makes a lot of sense when it's Monty Brown talking.
Monty is very, very pithy. He's known for his short, impactful promos, and not his long-winded ones that are overly wordy.
But like, that's self-awareness. Garrett, big update. Eric Young has defeated Matt Cardona.
Hell yeah.
It is non-title because Matt Cardona lost the WSW World title to Sean Spears last night.
Oh, 10.
That could be a new Team Canada.
Sean Spears and Eric Young?
Yeah.
I think you could do a better Team Canada than that, personally.
Oh, the chairman.
Monty says Christian is not one to give fashion advice because of his Bob the Builder boots.
And he called him out for the Labor Day comment.
Yeah, he's like, fuck you and your fashion advice, Bob the Builder. This will not be the last we'll hear of Bob the Builder this month.
Hell yeah. I appreciate Bob the Builder being a talking point in 2005 TNA.
Can he fix it?
Yes, he can.
Whoa. Is he Obama?
Yes.
Whoa. Monty was wearing a tremendous shiny shirt himself, so he could give out about fashion. He's a fashionable man. That's one thing he can strike people down on. He wore that awesome yellow turtleneck that time.
Mm-hmm. This is his best look, probably.
Monty lays down for no man. Monty's about to hit the pounce period line, but then Christian cuts him off before he can say period. Mike Tenay is like, he didn't let him say pounce, let alone period. Christian then suggests there was something erotic about Monty liking to pounce men, which does prompt the crowd chanting Monty's gay. So we're a little homophobia here in 2005 TNA. It's good.
Comedy.
They brawl, but Christian makes the mistake of whipping Monty toward the ropes. He gets reversed and then he gets his ass pounced on his Impact debut.
Hell yeah. Again, Christian being one of these guys that actually knows how to do things, making Monty look strong in that first night.
And knowing he'll be fine, but it's important, like, he's beating Monty, so he needs Monty to look good in the month building up to it. November 26th Impact, Monty Brown squashes Helvis. Crowd chant, we want Christian, hits the pounce for the win. That's the Morphoplex move of the night, which multiple times this month. The Morphoplex move of the night is in the first match, and I'm like, how did you not know there would be a better move later in the night?
Because they paid to be mentioned in the first segment.
When probably the most people are watching because they're paying $200,000.
Yeah.
Tenay then did hit the line, Helvis has left the building.
It's a great line.
Well done, Mike.
That might be my Morphoplex comment of the month.
Does that get it added to the intro?
Yes. Can you put that like after the full intro? So like it's the whole thing, and then it just goes, Elvis has left the building.
Sure.
And then it cuts to us.
Franchise has Christian later in the show. Christian isn't going to run for Monty. In fact, he asked for a match against Monty Brown at Turning Point. He's hunting the Serengeti at Turning Point.
He's hunting a land mass.
Yeah, it's a very large land mass as well. He might not be able to find what he's looking for.
You know, if this feud was happening during like COVID, it definitely would have done a cinematic match.
Oh, where he actually goes hunting for Monty Brown?
Yeah.
I think Christian and Monty would have made that work.
Christian and Monty could make that work.
Yeah. So Gail comes up and says Christian aligned himself with the wrong people. AMW also walk up. They say he's not getting anywhere near the title, as they pumped in, like, they didn't do this for any other promo except this one, but they pumped in a weird amount of fake boos and cheers here for everything Christian and AMW said, and they like response boos where like Storm would say something and they're like boo. It's very weird.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on.
It did feel like the kind of thing they were trying out for 1 week and they were like, nah, that's stupid. December 3rd Impact, we bizarrely get a segment that revolves around Jeff Jarrett and Christian during a month when neither man are wrestling each other.
I don't get it. Well, should we do the Rhino Jarrett stuff at the same time?
No. Fuck them.
You don't want to just... It's like 4 things. Just run through it.
Absolutely not. We'll finish Christian first. We'll talk about the Jarrett Jackie. I don't even want to talk about the Jackie Gata stuff.
Christian and Jarrett talk to each other. We'll talk about it later. Get to the match.
Yeah, they did basically the segment you would expect these two to do as like their first face-off segment.
We can get into detail with the other one. It's more of a Jarrett thing than it is a Christian thing.
That's true. Then go home show of the primetime special is
just a weird... I mean, like, it makes sense because Bobby Roode and Christian had the moment, but it's like, I thought this was going to be the pay-per-view match.
Yeah, Christian against Bobby Roode. It was like, it makes an amount of sense that, like, obviously he turned his back on Team Canada at the pay-per-view, so he'd wrestle a Team Canada guy at the next pay-per-view. But I guess they wanted to start him against like an upper mid-card act, of which Bobby Roode is not. So and Monty is. So that's probably why they chose Monty over Bobby Roode.
Fair enough. And it's a good TV main.
Yeah, this is Christian's first TV match. It's the main event of their Thursday primetime special as well. Christian's first TV match, so that's a decent hook for that. And the match was fine. It was a perfectly fine TV match.
Yeah. It was a professionally worked professional wrestling match.
The ref was bumped. Christian got a visual pin on a reverse DDT. Monty runs out and jumps Christian. Monty goes for the pounce, but Christian ducks and Monty pounces Scott D'Amore instead. Christian crotches Rude with the hockey stick and then falls with the Unprettier for the win. But then Monty pounces Christian once again after the match.
Again, Christian giving Monty the shine heading into the match.
Which does bring us to the turning point in which Christian does defeat Monty Brown.
It's a solid match.
Yeah, earlier in the show, Monty does a promo where he's talking to a Bob the Builder plushie.
I didn't know Bob the Builder was so big in the US.
I guess 2005, I suppose so. Because like that song like charted in the UK.
I mean, like, it was huge here.
So yeah, and it's the usual stuff. Yeah, I will not be leapfrogged, you will feel the pounds, and there's some Jarrett stuff that we'll talk about in a minute. But the match itself, Christian and Monty, a good, professionally worked match. Christian bumps his ass off, to be fair. He does bump all over the place for a guy like Monty. He really wants to make Monty feel decent even though he's losing. Hits a big crossbody from the top to the floor. He also hit a frog splash, which I believe he starts incorporating into his offense only now after the death of Eddie.
You saw that busted out at the Great Derby match too.
Oh, and yeah, to the floor onto the stretcher. That match was so good.
Yes, it's nice to see Christian deliver too, because like, you know, he's a great character, but like sometimes the matches can be kind of dull, and like that was one of those affairs where it was like all the right smokes and mirrors and made it into sort of the chaotic mess that you'd hope for it to be.
So Christian hit that frog splash, but then Monty kicked out, but he kicked out strong enough that sent Christian onto Rudy. Monty hit the alpha bomb, but because Rudy was slow to get into position, Christian kicked out. So it wasn't quite a visual pin, but the implication was he might have gotten 3 if Rudy wasn't bumped briefly. Christian hit the Unprettier for the win. Christian beats Monty Brown. Sets himself on a path toward Jeff Jarrett. Or Rhino. Who could win that main event? Nobody knows.
Christian Rhino next pay-per-view.
I also want to keep doing the bit of fuck Jarrett Rhino, but I guess we have to do Jarrett Rhino.
Nah, I reckon we talk about Raven and Larry Zbyszko.
Yeah, Raven Larry time. Everyone's favorite angle.
There you go, let's talk about it. I've marked it off on red, we have to.
November 19th, Jarrett is in Larry's office. Jarrett thought they had a deal done. Larry books Jarrett against Rhino for the pay-per-view. I like the way we're talking about it, but the point is, the way this ties into Raven is like my favorite little thing where Jarrett's like, what about Raven's rematch? He didn't get his rematch.
I like how it's not, Raven should have this match. It's, we should not be giving people rematches.
Yeah, it's like, are you giving Rhino a rematch? You didn't give Raven a rematch. What about Monty? He never got another match.
Exactly. But like, I like that it's kind of a perfect excuse for Jarrett to make, because there's no way in hell that Larry Zbyszko is going to be like, yeah, you're right, let's give Raven the match.
Because he hates Raven.
So technically he can get away with making that point in this like one particular circumstance.
There is like a percentage more goofery to just Jarrett reign that I do appreciate.
It's infinitely better than the last one.
Like this kind of stuff where like it's good heel stuff to be booked in a rematch against Rhino, and you're like, well, what about Raven?
Plus, it's funny because it's the catchphrase.
Yeah. So then November 26th Impact, Raven and Larry have a feature. Larry then has a new release for Raven to sign. Raven refuses, so Larry books him in a House of Fun match next week against unnamed opponents.
I love that match.
So it's the main event of the December 3rd Impact. It is Raven versus all 3 of the Diamonds in the Rough in a House of Fun match.
I love this match. It's just dumb, stupid shit. And I love that Larry is still trying to get the man to just leave. Like, he's tried like 7 times now.
Yeah, because at the start of the match, he offers Raven a chance to sign his release again. Raven's like,
again,
I'll only do it if I can sign it in your blood.
Which is a great line.
Larry snipes about his girlfriend, and then Raven lunges at Larry again. Then Larry introduces all of the Diamonds in the Rough as Raven's opponents.
Which is like, you see that and you kind of think that Raven's just gonna win. And then he doesn't.
Yeah, he gets beaten by the Diamonds in the Rough. They're really on a run of form here at the moment, until the pay-per-view.
Well, because, you know, they're building up to the big pay-per-view match.
They set Raven up on crutches so that he's standing up, so that Skipper can dropkick a trash can into his head.
Awesome.
They pull him up on a pin, and then Larry gets the release again and says, sign the release, and then they'll pin you or whatever. Then they cut Raven open with a stapler. Cassidy Riley tries to make the save, but gets shut down, and Larry once again demands sign the release. Raven refuses, so they throw him through a table on the floor and pin him.
Good stuff. You were low on this.
I thought it was a fine little plunder match, but nothing special.
I just thought it was like a good change of pace from the TV main events.
You're back on the Raven train after months being off the Raven train.
I think I'm just like against his booking more than I am against Raven.
Primetime special, December 8th. Larry is begging Raven to sign.
He's gone from demanding to just like, please.
Raven's like, give me a title match. It's like, you can't get a title match. You lost last week. Losers don't get title matches.
Be career best title.
Larry has another mystery opponent for Raven at Turning Point. And that mystery opponent is who better than Canyon?
Who better than K?
Yeah, Chris K. Apparently there's like a whole thing that like he was like, maybe you can use Canyon, but then they're like, no, we don't think we can. So you're Chris K, because his shoot name begins with K. So I guess that's how they can get away with it. That he is in fact Chris K.
They should have made it Chris with a K.
It's call forward to Caleb with a K.
Ooh. No, I just meant like the actual word Chris. But yeah, that's great.
Chris with a K and Caleb with a K is the continuity in TNA history. There was the same deal as always. Larry's like, sign. Raven is like, no. Raven is like, you're a game show answer to a question nobody has ever asked, which is like a great burn.
Like Raven's one-liners are kind of still like heat.
Yeah. The match, it's fine. Canyon bumps a lot.
It's a good little match.
Yeah, it's a nice little like 7-minute match where Canyon is very clearly like working for a job. This is his only TNA match, I think. But obviously doesn't get one.
He would have been fun in the X Division as a guy who like innovated a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, the kind of guy you just throw into the scrambles and into the wacky matches.
Yeah, a guy for like an Aries or a Shelley to beat.
And like obviously these two have history going back to the Flock, going back to WCW. So there's a little layer you have to add in.
Obviously.
You and your love of WCW.
I wish it was Kidman. Now that I'm seeing that Kidman was like talked about, that'd be fun.
Yeah, because apparently Canyon was offered to do it last month when Just Incredible did it, and he was like, "No, I want more money." And then they were like, "No."
Next month he's like, "Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
I'll do it for fucking anything." But the alternative would have been Billy Kidman apparently. But Billy Kidman would have been cool.
Billy K.
Yeah, Canyon working super hard. Like he gets a knee lift and he takes like a full bump over the ropes for it, and then gets hip tossed down the ramp.
It is kind of surprising that he doesn't get like more dates. He was good here.
Raven powerbombs Canyon on a chair and falls with the Raven effect for the win. Larry comes back and demands Raven sign the release. Raven and Larry start brawling.
I'm reading this Kidman story and I don't understand it.
Yeah, there's something about him no-showing a show in Winnipeg and something about abandoning Tori Wilson in Australia, but I don't know the context of what Dave is saying, so
because like it's written so poorly.
It's the classic, one, he doesn't explain what he means. I assume it's in older observers, I didn't look it up. And two, as you said, it's written in Dave, so it's so impossible to parse.
I believe the other alternative was to debut Billy Kidman, but Kidman is another one of those guys on the you can't trust him to show up list after blowing Winnipeg and causing Tori Wilson to rush home from Australia, so who knows. Canyon told TNA that they could just use his name, but went asked to change the spelling to Canyon just in case. Yeah, that sentence is horrific.
The man needs an editor.
To this day! Did you see the fucking Hall of Fame list?
Which one?
The one they announced the Hall of Fame candidates, and Rick and Scott Stein. I was like, no one proofread it.
It's only the most influential publication in wrestling. It's fine. No one needs to proofread it.
Pay an editor.
I think he does have an editor.
Get a new one.
All right, we'll finally do Jarrett Rhino.
No, we're committing to the bit at this point.
All right, 3D AMW then.
Yep, and then we're going to Aries and Bentley.
We can't close on Jarrett Rhino. There is a rule.
Jarrett Rhino and then 4LK Drama.
Okay.
Team 3D weren't here for most of the month because they were in Old Japan.
November 19th, AMW faced Sonny Siaki and Apollo.
I never wanted to die more than in this match.
Well, this is the last time you will ever watch Sonny Siaki. Do a remember when, please.
Oh, God. Do you remember when Sonny Siaki sex?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
He was in Sports Entertainment Extreme. He was an extremely attractive man, which is the thing he mostly has going for him.
I don't even think he's like hot.
Wow.
TBH.
Way to take away the one thing Sonny Siaki actually has.
Do you remember when Flying Elvises?
Probably the best thing he did, honestly.
Yeah. Do you remember when his wife...
Yeah, the Desire program.
Yeah.
Broke her back and then came back and had one match and disappeared again. Do you remember when he was owned by Goldilocks?
I do. He's but who isn't, to be fair? I'm going through every Sonny Siaki match. There's so many.
He was ex-champ.
He was. Do you remember Sonny Siaki versus the Sandman?
No.
Pay-per-view main event.
Whoa.
Do you remember Vampire Warrior versus Sonny Siaki?
I do remember that one.
Do you remember the second Sonny Siaki versus the Sandman match?
I remember the first.
Do you remember Sonny Siaki and ECMO?
Oh yeah, they're a little team they had going for them. Probably like the one of the bigger missed opportunities. There was something there.
Sure.
They had that cool press slammer to a cutter, which ended up being Yuya Uemura's and Joe Hendry's finish. I wonder where they big Sonny Siaki.
I've been watching their tapes.
Yeah.
Do you remember Simon Diamond?
No, he's still around.
He teamed up with him before he became Irish Pat Kenny.
When both had nothing to do.
Yeah. It's just so many Pat Kenny and Sonny Siaki versus Swinger and Gilberti matches. Do you remember when he feuded with the Abyss?
I don't think he feuded with Abyss. I think he had a lot of TV matches with Abyss that he lost.
I think it was during the Goldilocks thing, though. Do you remember when he teamed with Johnny B. Bad?
During Johnny B. Bad's wonderful TNA run that you loved.
Do you remember when he fucked off?
That's right now.
Yeah, good.
Paulo went for a slingshot crossbody, but Storm smashed him with a bottle midair. Then handcuffs punched by Harris to Siaki, followed by a death sentence, put Siaki away.
I guess the biggest thing about Siaki, and we've said it before, but it's his goodbye, so we can say it again. Just the guy who was probably miscast most of his career.
As he should have been a power junior instead of like a nerd heavyweight.
Because he showed signs of that whenever he got to interact with those guys specifically.
Yeah, if you ever want to see like the best case for what Sonny Siaki could have been, watch the Victory Road 2004 Gauntlet, where when he comes out, he has a minute of just throwing around X Division guys, and you're like, holy shit, there's something there.
And he also had that like multi-man in the asylum, where he was just like throwing lariats and fucking looking like Shingo.
Yeah, so there's like because he gets signed to a W developmental deal here, so like he is moving in theory up in the world. Lord knows what. I know what they see with him. Look at him, but yeah.
Again,
nothing for cocky Siaki. But yeah, that's the end of Sonny Siaki.
His best run was probably the Desire run.
Honestly, he's the guy who's like, I was never like super hot in Siaki, but I did have like that little thought as like there was more for Siaki there in the back of my head. And after watching 3 years of Siaki, I don't really think that anymore.
No, a realization has dawned upon us.
He is a mid-card jag, and that's how he was booked his entire run, and that frankly is probably his level.
Shoutouts to ABC versus the Velocities. I was looking at it at the corner of my eye. Looked fucking sweet.
Too sweet, some might say.
They were doing a ton of shit.
Hell yeah.
As one may expect. Ace Austin. Great look on him.
Yeah, great gear. I was thinking of that when I was watching the country whipping match, or the Fans Revenge even, from Impact this week.
They got all black gear now?
Yeah, it looked great.
It looks amazing. You know who he looks like?
Who?
He looks like Jacked Devitt. Even more Jacked
That
Devitt.
literally was the thought I had as I was watching Impact this week, because they wear that gear in the match against John Skyler and Jay Vidal. I was like,
Garrett, I'm so sorry. We're showing respect right now. We're shaking hands because we just had such a great match together.
boo! Punch each other!
I'm so sorry. Your boys have betrayed you. Imagine AMW versus ABC.
They would have a great match.
They would have an awesome match.
We get some AMW against Sanjay and Sabin coming up that I'm looking forward to revisiting.
Similar essence.
So AMW set up a table in the corner and spray paint 3D on it. They paint the 3, and then Don was like, astutely observes, it's not A, B, or C next.
Oh my god!
Ties it all together.
They're calling out the ABC.
They do spray paint the D, then they go to death sentence Siaki through the table with 3D make the save, and AMW bail. Bubba says that AMW know nothing about using a table, so he's talked to Larry Z. I think they know something about using a table. I think we've all used tables to some extent in our life.
Also, like, they're like mean brawler guys. They can probably work it out.
Yeah.
In a pro wrestling context.
I think they put people through tables before.
Is WSW just an Impact show?
They do have a lot of Impact guys.
As Kazarian is now coming out.
He's talked to Larry Z, and it'll be AMW versus Team 3D in a tables match at Turning Point, and then they throw the table at they like pick it up and launch it up the ramp at AMW.
It's a good. It's like they're like, we got a gift for you. I was like, goddamn.
Just hurl it.
AMW should have protested and said we should have a handcuff match. Why do they get their favorite weapon and we don't?
Or beer bottle.
Beer bottle match, yeah. They've done that, haven't they?
They have put beer bottles on poles.
Yeah. The beer bottle is like maybe the most perfect pro wrestling weapon. Like, it's visually distinct, it's big, it looks brutal, it's safe as fucking houses.
Yeah, like the bump Apollo took where he's like slingshot crossboding over the ropes and Storm just hits him in the head with a beer bottle. It's so good.
I wonder if like Storm did that for like, had the idea for that for the first time, was like, I've made it. I've got the rest of my career right now.
Also, I do appreciate, like, early in the beer bottle run, I think part of the reason they did the beer bottle like that is because you do it on the outside, the evidence is, like, already gone. Which they care less about later, about, like, why is there glass all over the ring?
Yeah. I always like what they did last month where they were like, it could have been a fan. You don't know that a fan didn't just throw that in the ring.
No proof. December 3rd, Impact AMW are with Terry Taylor. Harris pulls Terry down on the chair next to him and makes a cracking noise, and he's like, what the fuck, you're breaking a furniture, Terry.
You gotta save that for the pape.
They know how to break chairs, not tables.
Exactly.
They're reliving the Team 3D funeral. They're watching it on a monitor. Like, Team 3D used to be the best, but now AMW are, and they're going to beat Team 3 at their own game. Team 3D invented the tables match, but AMW are going to perfect it. And then TNA later notes that 3D aren't there because they're currently wrestling in the Real World Tag League in All Japan, where they beat Akibono and Keiji Muto in the final to win the tournament.
What a team.
There was an issue this past week involving Team 3D. They were scheduled to be a major part of the tapings leading into Turning Point. However, the booking committee did not get word until the day before that they were in Japan for the Real World Tag League. There was a major miscommunication on the issue. They went to Japan and worked the All Japan event, as well as the Cork and Hall the next day. And then Team 3D was said to be told by TNA officials that they were needed for the taping, but given a date of November 22nd. So they left Japan, flew back to America, where there was nobody there at Universal, and then flew back to Japan.
That must be the most annoying thing, to fly all the way back to America, get there, realize there's nothing going on, and like, alright, guess I'm gonna get back on the plane.
One report not confirmed was that they actually went to Orlando and the building on November 22nd and found nobody there.
That's insane.
And then they were back in All Japan to finish up the tour.
And they did Sasaki and Nakajima.
It's a cool match. As you said, the idea of flying all the way there, getting to Universal Studios, and there just being nobody there is so funny.
Imagine how pissed you would
I would be fucking right. And then you have to get on a plane and just go back to Japan.
Yeah. It's like a deal with Muto.
Our opener of the primetime special, AMW and Jeff Jarrett defeated the Naturals and Jeff Hardy.
The Naturals and Jeff Hardy is a natural tag team, to be fair.
I thought that, I liked this match. It was like the classic.
It's like Jeff Hardy teaming with himself from 10 years earlier.
Yeah, and it's just a classic higher energy trios match. It's 8 minutes, guys doing spots. It's exactly what you want out of a TV opener.
And they write off Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, the last time we'll see Jeff Hardy until 2010, because AMW have a table for 3D that says reserved for 3D, but then they 3D Andy Douglas through it, so I'm like, it wasn't reserved for 3D, it was reserved for Andy Douglas.
Maybe it was reserved, but they weren't there, so they had to give the table away. It's restaurant rules.
That is how it works, yes.
You gotta put the next customer through the table.
My favorite part of this match is Jarrett's hair immediately turns green from the crowd brawling with
envy.
He does fear Jeff Hardy's charisma and connection to an audience.
Imagine how good Jeff Jarrett would be if he had Jeff Hardy's charisma.
This match just might be actually good and compelling. That brings us to Turning Point, in which AMW faced Team 3D in a tables match. Before the match, Team 3D did a promo with franchise being like, we won the Real World Tag League, we'll put AMW through a table, and Bully actually said the word Dudley in it, so he's probably going to copyright too.
I kind of love this match. It's goofy.
Because we did talk about how the Genesis match was kind of built around guys not going through tables.
Yeah, and so is this.
And they double down on it in sillier ways here.
But it should be. This is how a table match should be worked.
Yeah, it is basically the psychology of a tables match, where you're like, the rules of this one are both members of the team have to go through a table. So it's basically two tables.
If when we get funding and we get to run our shows, I will be doing a tables match where the rules are you can use as many tables as you want.
The classic tables are legal. Yes.
Tables are legal, which is the best version of the tables match.
Where you can do 15 tables bumps.
You're just going to find people crazy enough to do it.
Yeah. So as you said, this match is a little bit silly. Like, one of the spots is AMW whips Devon toward the table, but then Bubba spears Devon to intercept him from going through the table. Bubba goes to superplex Harris through a table. Storm moves it. Storm tries to Frankenstein Bubba through a table. Devon moves it. Walks into a last call. 3D death sentence Storm through a table. Actually ends up giving Storm a stinger. He's stretchered out. And then 3D Harris at the top of the ramp through a table for the win. They do show Storm being helped out by security.
What a baby face.
My extended him after the match and helped him to the back, but the Torch reports he suffered a neck stinger. It's not like a great heated pay-per-view match or anything. It's not the best tables match you'll ever see. It's not the best match you'll ever see.
It's a good cooldown for what's about to happen immediately after it.
Yeah, I think this pay-per-view on the whole is pretty well darn paced, because you have the two big runaway hit matches.
This is probably in the top 5 of TNA pay-per-views so far.
Yeah, the one I was thinking about is probably Final Resolution, which had the AMW Team Canada match. It had the Ultimate X.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite.
And then I was thinking this might be number 2.
Yeah, it's better than Unbreakable. It's better than Sacrifice.
Yeah,
it's better than No Surrender. It's better than Slam. It's better than Hard Justice. Better than Lockdown.
It's definitely better than Destination X.
Which is maybe their worst show.
Yeah.
It's better than Against All Odds.
I think I'd put Final Resolution ahead of it. I think I might have it at number 2. Not to reveal our end of year awards, which will come with the January episode, but
It might be better than Final Resolution. But like they're on par with each other, and it peaks higher here.
I'd have to go back and look at the undercard of Final Resolution to be like,
There's some 1s and a 3/4 in there, whereas this one is like 3.
like everything other than the 2 big matches is like 3.25 ish.
Yeah, and like the 4 Life Crew thing was like breezy,
And at a good angle for once.
Yeah. So like I don't know, it's a top of contender. Good, we're approaching the ending of the year.
Yeah, as I said, we'll have to do our end of year awards along with the January episode. So we have a few weeks of TV left.
This is and also how appropriate as we're approaching turning point in 2023.
Fuck Jarrett Rhino, let's do Aries and Bentley versus Shelley Strong.
Fuck yes, let's do it. Which is funny, like we're building this up and like that one's gonna be like 3 seconds long because it was all videos.
Yeah, so there was an X Division match on TV.
I just realized, this is the match where we're just going to talk about X Division on TV.
Yeah, there was a 4-way. It was Sabin, Shelley, PD, and Aries on the December 3rd episode. It was a nice little match.
Sure.
The most notable thing about the Shelley matches this month is, of course, we mentioned it earlier, Shelley has the Shelley cam now. So he's coming out with a tripod-mounted camera that he sets up at ringside to film the matches. Which I kind of love to know, did that tape ever exist anywhere?
Ooh, do you think they sprung to actually film it?
Yeah, it was probably just they set the camera up so they could film the preview screen.
Kayfabe's dead.
But yeah, this is the beginning of the Paparazzi Productions character. The probably one of Shelley's more beloved periods is particularly in this run. So we're heading into Paparazzi Productions, Alex Shelley, which is it's fun. Like when Russo comes in, you see a lot of quote unquote characters forced on the X Division. You see like the Guru, Sanjay Dutt, and the Black Machismo, Jay Lethal, and the little PD Pump stuff, where they're trying to force characters on the X Division guys, as opposed to like the Paparazzi Production stuff was like much more organic and a much more like natural way to bring out Shelley's personality than
Also like relevant.
Yeah, and like the true to who he was, because the idea here is that like the genesis of the character, the turning point of the character is that he does tape study. Yeah, he wants to study all the matches. He wants to like look at all of his opponents. He wants to learn their moves. He wants the bird's eye view, so he sets up his own camera.
And it makes sense for him.
Don wanted Saban to step on PD's crotch as return for the O Canada, get some revenge for America. Shelley did the scissor stomp, which did prompt a "that was gay" chant. So a lot of homophobia in the Impact Zone this month.
I'm not. Yeah. Yeah.
Your classic finish of PD hits the Destroyer, but then gets caught in the Cradle Shock for the win. And the Cradle Shock is your Morphoplex move of the night. We can pay $200,000 by Morphoplex to actually mention this.
I fucking wish.
We've mentioned Morphoplex enough that they should be giving us money.
Let's contact them.
So that's kind of Saban getting his win back after he lost to AJ the week before. Which does bring us to the pay-per-view, in which there is just a pretty throwaway tag. It's Aries and Bentley against Shelley and Strong. It's a match that exists.
It's fun.
My favorite part of it is that Strong at one stage takes a bump to the floor and nearly hits the camera. Shelley sets up and he's like, whoa. Today mentions, I'm not sure if you heard this, that Matt Bentley is Shawn Michaels' cousin.
Since when?
Well, I knew Michael Shane was Shawn Michaels' cousin.
Yeah, exactly right. Because that makes sense, because it's his name backwards. That's how cousins work.
But now I've been told that Matt Bentley is too. So that's an interesting piece.
How many cousins does this guy have?
They're all wrestlers.
Matt Bentley and Michael Shane cousins?
Then no, I don't think they're related. I think it's a different
cousin once removed.
Different branch of the family, yeah. Crowd are Bentley bouncing, having a great time.
Of course.
Bentley pins Shelley with the head-on collision, so he's going to be wrestling Bryan Danielson any day.
For the TNT title.
Yeah, perfectly fine match. Nothing special.
It's just fun to see these guys popping up still.
That brings us to Base Brawl, a brand that GFW would still keep until like 2015.
All of this is lost on me, man.
It is very funny that like the very design of it, we'll talk about, there's some controversy about it, whether they should have done it, but like the very design by Mike Tenay, who apparently put a lot of this together, is that like a lot of people might not give a shit about the baseball stuff, so I'll get Bobby there so that everyone else will give a shit. And like that worked on me. It's like, I don't give a fuck about AJ Brzezinski. Bobby Heenan being here is cool.
I just thought it was weird.
So we mentioned on the December 3rd Impact, Bobby Heenan just shows up and says hello to Don West. He's here because the Chicago White Sox will be honored next week on Impact. So primetime special, there's a segment in the ring. Mike Tenay is in the ring with AJ Styles, Chris Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt. TNA says 2005 will be remembered for the year of Impact on Spike. It will be remembered for the X Division, and it will be remembered for the White Sox winning the World Series for the first time in 88 years. Bunch of fucking losers. 88 years?
I gotta watch Moneyball again.
It's just to learn about baseball.
Yeah, also that movie's awesome. And as we know, I am a sports movie guy, apparently.
I've never been a baseball guy.
I mean, who can be? It's so fucking boring.
I went to a Blue Jays game, the back end of a Blue Jays game once, so I've attended a baseball game. But yeah, it's just cricket, but worse.
And cricket sucks too.
So TNA introduces Bobby Heenan, Dale Torborg, the Demon, and AJ Przinsky.
I hope they called him the Demon in baseball.
He's only like a conditioning coach, isn't he? Like he wasn't a successful baseball player.
What the fuck? I assumed he won.
But yeah, I think he's the son of a baseball coach, Dale Torborg.
I'm sorry, I'm falling asleep.
And he kind of flopped as a young baseball player and then went into wrestling and became the Kiss Demon.
Where's Eric Watts?
That's true. What does he have to do with Kiss? Oh no, he had all the baseball friends. You're right.
Yeah, Eric Watts returning in the base pro.
So they got a good reaction, but I think it was like 95% for Bobby and then 5% for the other two. They're all very happy. They present some bats and a jersey to the X Division guys. AJ is about to also present something to the baseball lads, but Simon Diamond interrupts and he's aghast that we're presenting awards to baseball people on this wrestling show.
Disgusting.
Simon Diamond is you.
Yes, exactly. I've often been compared.
Diamond points out that AJ Przinsky has hit 1 in 4, and like if one of my boys only won once in 4, I'd get rid of them.
It's an amazing bit.
Yeah, and then there's a little brawl, and that sets up a 6-man tag team match at the pay-per-view, which will be Dale Torborg, Chris Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt against the Diamonds on the Rock.
Amazing.
Like obviously the aim of this is always to get on SportsCenter. It's always to get some local publicity or national press, and it seems to have succeeded to a relatively decent extent here, where they got publicity in USA Today, they got publicity in like local Chicago newspapers and the White Sox website, and even on some CNN stuff. So
and AJ would talk about them on the interviews.
Yeah, like they even did like a media tour. You're right, yeah, where Torborg and Przinsky did like an actual media tour to promote their pay-per-view appearance. So they seem to get some like decent play out of it. Like even Przinsky said, I've always thought pro wrestling was amazing. When they approached me with this opportunity, it was hard to say no. Being on Oprah was about as good as it gets, but this is right up here. So it's like, it's as good as Oprah.
Przinsky famous?
Rich likes him. So
alright. We're definitely the two qualified to talk about this.
Like he was on the team that won the World Series for the first time in 88 years, so that does elevate you a little bit.
But like Hall of Fame guy or Sky?
Well, Simon Diamond says he only hit 1 in 4, so I think thumbs down for the Hall of Fame case based on the one fact I have from Simon Diamond.
I'm gonna go to Wikipedia and see if he did anything horrific.
No, has he been cancelled? That's always an important point. You're not wrong.
Do you know about batting averages?
That's what we're talking about.
Like in general, I got like a career.
No.
A .280.
Oh, so that's probably slightly better than 0.25. So Simon Diamond ever so slightly lied to me.
This dude's been on like 25 teams.
Yeah, people generally become like journeymen and just go around.
He's a 2-time All-Star, a World Series champion, and a Silver Slugger award.
I love my sluggers.
Personal life. Married to 2 kids. Oh, he's on a Raw.
Boo!
He
Traitor.
replaced Chris Jericho. Oh, he was in that. He did the Chris Jericho Price is Right segment. The greatest Raw segment of all time.
One of the rare good guest host moments.
And he returns against Solid 2007.
Yeah, they do another brace brawl.
Listen, he seems like a swell fellow. And he works for Fox, so...
That does bring us to the pay-per-view in which the 6-man tag, as we said, is Sabin, Sanjay, and Torborg as they defeat the Diamonds in the Rough in what I believe is the final, at least televised match. We might have the indies, but even cage match doesn't have anything else listed. So I believe it is the final match Bobby Heenan called in his career.
Which is kind of like, what an interesting little twist there. TNA, huh? The place where weird things happen.
Yeah, it's one of those things about the TNA video library where like you'd be like Randy Savage's last match, Hogan's last match, Chyna's last match, stuff like that, and then you just like dig deeper and you're like, oh, it's the last call by Bobby Heenan, you know, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. And he gets to do it with Mike Tenay.
It is a lovely moment. Like Heenan gets a proper entrance. He's not just he comes out with the baseball guys on TV, but here he gets like his own introduction. The crowd go nuts for him. There's the lovely moment where he's introduced with Tenay, and then he starts putting the headset in, and he's like $5. And Mike Tenay's like, fuck off.
He's still got like that charm about him.
Yeah, there's a moment where like Tenay is like, we'll smart and West up sooner or later, won't we? And Heenan just completely deadpans, no.
He's still got that charm that you won from Bobby Heenan.
He's still sharper than most human beings, and he is the sharpest man in the history of wrestling by far.
Well, so much that everyone else bites his shit and does it bad.
That's crazy to me that everyone thinks they can do Bobby Heenan, because he is like a generational performer, like the quickest wit in the history of this industry. And then you get like Corey Graves thinking he can do Bobby Heenan. Fuck off. Yeah. So Johnny Damon and Chris Widger are in the crowd. I think Johnny Damon's famous. I think he's a baseball guy. He's a baseball guy, but I think he's a famous baseball guy.
All right, let me see what he's done.
Let me run through the match as you do it. Saban
go
and
ahead.
Dutt were wearing White Sox jerseys. Bobby puts over Mike TNA and Don West as well as TNA. And like, in fairness to Bobby, like, he goes hard putting over TNA in this match as well. He's like, these are athletes unlike I've ever seen in 10 years in wrestling. It's some of the best wrestling I've seen on TV in years and years. And specifically, like, he's talking about like these young guys can do things that other guys I've seen couldn't. And like putting over like Sanjay and Dale, or Sanjay and Dale Torb. Yeah, he putting over the team in a real. He's putting Sanjay and Saban over real hard. So like he does go that extra mile here to try and put over the actual young guys in the ring.
Okay, I got a lot on Johnny Damon.
What did Johnny Damon do?
A better player.
Okay.
He won 2 World Series and was a 2-time All-Star and the AL Stolen Base Leader in 2000.
Whoa.
He also appeared on Raw.
Boo.
In 2009. He hosted Raw. That's what that extra World Series win gets you. You don't get to appear, you get to host. He was a special guest at the Orange County Republican Party's Trump Defender Gala in 2019. And was arrested in Windermere, Florida for driving while intoxicated and resisting an officer without violence.
Fantastic.
And had a blood alcohol of 0.30.
Seems high.
And body cam footage released by the police department showed Damon claiming that his arrest was part of being targeted because of his support of Trump.
Oh, fuck off, you cunt.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
Get out of here, Johnny Damon.
What's Chris Widger? You a Trump guy? I'm sorry, but I hate to keep mentioning WSW, but QTV Girl is main eventing this show?
Naturally.
What?
She's Australian.
Yeah, a lot of people are Australian.
Who's she wrestling?
I'll let you know when they enter the ring.
It's probably Cassie, is it?
It seems to be for a vacant title. There's been a lot of AEW guys wrestling Impact guys on this show.
War.
Shout out to TJP, who just pinned Brian Cage in a 3-way with Mike Bailey. This guy doesn't seem like a dickhead, at least. She's wrestling an Australian wrestler named Aisha, who I think is pretty solid.
She was on the Impact shows, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's good. This is not the main event. Oh, there's a 3-way? Jessica Troy's in this? Jessica Troy's also good. Wait, is that Cassie? I can't tell if this is Cassie or not. It is. She's got a rock in here. She's in V-triggers and fisherman's. God damn.
There's a moment in this match where Skipper tries to do the like snapmare deal where you like lift yourself up in the air and come back down and pull them over into a snapmare, except when he's up in the air he falls on his head.
Okay, yeah.
And this is moments after Bobby is like, these are wrestlers unlike I've ever seen. The Skipper just lands on his head.
Yeah.
But yeah, the finish is Heenan gets up from the desk and distracts the referee, allowing AJ Przinsky to get the home plate from Johnny Damon.
Who is the home plate lead stealer.
It all adds up. And he hits Simon Diamond with it. Cradle shock, Hindu press as Dutt and Saban then pick up the win and present AJ and Dale Torborg with TNA Championship rings, which, as we revealed exclusively on the You've Got to Be Kidding Me Twitter account, AJ Przinsky still has.
We can add news to our Patreon bio now.
Yeah, $5 tier for the breaking TNA news. But yeah.
Can we do that? Can we make that post?
AJ Przinsky does in fact still have his TNA Championship ring. And as Bobby Heenan was presenting that to him, he started like biting on them to check the authenticity. Just a good fit.
Because he was going to steal them.
Oh, he is a weasel.
I think Cassie won.
Fair play.
But then she got attacked by some lady.
Steph Delander.
No, she's broken her arm.
Oh.
She went through a table bad.
Oh.
It's some other lady that I've never seen in my life, but she laid out Cassie.
The big story regarding Turning Point was TNA getting its most mainstream publicity in its history with an angle put together by Mike TNA that brought AJ Przinsky of World
Johnny
Champion.
Fairplay muttered.
Honestly, like, listen, this is Dave talking about his buddy. Mike TNA put together an angle and he puts over the angle for the amount of publicity. He goes, the Tennessee Titans one probably got more publicity. But
definitely. An old mate who like came in and beat up what's his face?
Brian Urlacher. Yeah. Did you mean Brian Urlacher?
Yeah.
Chris Rock?
That one didn't do it. Let's not pretend.
This got TNA covered ahead of time in CNN, ESPN's Cold Pizza, on 2 ESPN talk shows and throughout Chicago media, as well as covered in USA Today. And then they eventually got an article in Sports Illustrated, which included some quotes, a reference to AJ Styles, so everything going pretty well. Simon Diamond like apparently talked about how like one of the best moments of his career was just reading his name written in Sports Illustrated, which is nice.
I hope he has that magazine.
TNA came up with the idea of having him to appear at the show simply to meet AJ Styles and exchange gifts. So it's like AJ meeting AJ because they started calling him the phenomenal AJ Brzezinski in the run up to winning the World Series.
That's really funny.
So TNA, who's a big baseball fan and knows both White Sox owner Eddie Einhorn, who is a former wrestling promoter who has been an observer reader for more than 2 decades, as Dave pats himself on the back.
That's awesome, actually, though. There's a lot of wrestling connections in the White Sox.
Yeah, minor league strength coach Dale Torborg, who of course was the Kiss
When they
Demon.
won, makes you think.
Yeah, you got wrestlers in your baseball team and suddenly you win. So he was able to put together the first of a series of cross-promotional ideas between TNA and the White Sox, with more ideas floated next season. It ended up being very controversial internally, with the belief that it was going to be a flop, an embarrassing flop by many, including those in creative.
Jeff Jarrett.
TNA, which I think was like the real smart move, as I said, used his long-time friendship with Bobby Heenan as a safety valve, knowing the live crowd in Orlando might crap on the baseball, but they'd love Heenan. So they'd put Heenan would guarantee that the angles would go smoothly and get a good reaction, which is really, really smart. And like Heenan, obviously a Chicago guy, so it like ties together.
This is a lot. There's a lot about this. This is an intricate thing that Mike Tenay pulled off.
Nobody expected the angle to help ratings or add buys, but simply garner publicity, and it did just that, and created some media context and put TNA in front of people that it otherwise wouldn't have, and gave a story to a usually throwaway Diamonds in the Rough pay-per-view match. So everyone was like, good job. And part of the success people attribute to the hiring of Ross Foreman as head of publicity, who is still doing that job to this day in 2023. The finish was then played on SportsCenter the next day as one of the plays of the day and mentioned throughout Chicago media, as well as requested by CNN, CBS, and ABC. So it's one of the better publicity stunts, getting more publicity than Urlacher and Johnny Fairplay, though I would say the Tennessee Titans stuff probably blew up a little more because it felt more, I think the Titans stuff felt more spontaneous, I guess, which is the reason that kind of blew up. It was apparently originally written for D'Amore and Team Canada, but they had no interest in doing it, so it went to the Diamonds in the Rough instead. And apparently Simon Diamond's a big baseball fan, so I think that worked.
Team Canada, sorry, we gotta put over 4LK.
We've got something much more important going on.
Hey, maybe that means that D'Amore was the one shitting on the idea.
He hates baseball.
He's like, if it was a hockey team.
Yeah. If it was a Canadian sport, we'd do it. All right, we gotta do Jarrett Rhino.
Yeah, because 4LK gets the fuck shitter. I mean, not much happened. It's more interesting because, the behind-the-scenes things with the Rhino. We're TMZ now.
So, November 19th, Rhino beat Abyss. We've already talked about that match. And then Larry booked the Rhino and Jarrett match for Turning Point. We then had, a series of Rhino vignettes through the week that we'll talk about all at once. They were set to a song called Caught in the Moment by a band called Broken Yoke. Again, me searching Spotify for these song titles in the show notes. The most important thing I'm doing in the show notes, a $1 tier, Patreon, tnachat.com.
If you need them.
So they go through the narrative of Rhino's last few months of his career, where he was fired by the WWE for an incident in WrestleMania weekend where he got into an argument with his wife in a hotel room in the hotel lobby on I think the night of WrestleMania. It was WrestleMania weekend. I think it was the WrestleMania after party, in fact.
Didn't he beat the shit out of a plant?
Yeah, he smashed a plant pot. It was a scene. And for all the things that people got fired for in wrestling, I guess it's WrestleMania weekend where there's a bigger magnifying glass on everything, but that seems relatively tame for being fired.
Yeah, you can fuck up a private jet, but God forbid the after party.
Yeah, Rhino still worked one night stand after that, but obviously he was fired, he jumped to TNA. So they go through that where the whole thing is Rhino taking accountability for that. It's I made mistakes, I understand I made mistakes, and that was all my bad. I'm improving, I'm getting better, I'm growing, and I've worked my way back, I've rebuilt my career here in TNA, and I won the NWA title, but then Jeff Jarrett took that from me, and I'm going to take it back at Turning Point. That's the crux of the features. And they're nice little features for what they are, but they're not really a main event world title program push, are they?
I think it would have been better to have him on the show, personally.
They're the thing you do the month before you go into the main event world title program.
But you re-establish the character, then he starts picking up wins and momentum.
Yeah, this is the beginning of that, as opposed to they're doing this after he has already lost the belt in the build-up to the rematch. So that's most of what Rhino's doing. Other than the Abyss match, he's then not really on TV, other than those quick 1 minute features every week. So Jarrett starts pivoting off into Christian, basically.
It's so weird.
Jarrett main events the November 26th episode against Kip James. Yeah, the big thing there is the debut of Jackie Gaeta.
The big thing, alright.
So Jackie Gaeta comes out and Jarrett's what the hell's going on here? What are you doing here? She goes straight for Gail, so there's something between Jackie and Gail.
Everyone wants to fuck Jeff Jarrett because he's the hottest, sexiest, most charismatic man of all time.
Listen, if he had Jeff's charisma, that might be true, Hardy.
And also his looks.
If he was Jeff Hardy, that might be true. So Jarrett repeatedly shouts, "That's not what you think." He shouts at her to leave and pushes her. Then she slaps him and brawls with Gale as security separates them. Jarrett still wins the match, even with all that distraction.
Yeah.
That's more Trill K family drama side of it, though. Jarrett comes out the next show, December 3rd, in which he's doing his big promo. It's like, Rhino everything was his fault. He sucks. Why are we doing videos on him? He sucks. This is the latest part of the conspiracy to take the belt off me. Look at all the company is putting behind Rhino. They're trying to build his image so he can take the belt from all that kind of stuff.
I like the idea that vignettes are going to help someone win a match.
They're establishing the narrative, you see.
Because wrestling's fake.
He talks about how Gale won't return his calls because Jackie Gata showed up as the crowd chants boring.
Yeah, the crowd does not give a shit. And why would they? It's Jackie Gata.
Hey, we did a career retrospective. It was riveting.
Excuse me, I did a career retrospective.
TNA inquires about what was behind the slap, and Jarrett gets like deathly serious. And he's like, never, ever go there again.
And TNA's kind of like, what?
Yeah, he's like, well, oh, okay. I've done worse to you. Why are you really mad here?
He's like, I don't really care that much, to be honest.
Christian comes out. Christian's like, I'm not the flavor of the month. I'm Captain Charisma, you silly bastard.
Great bit.
Yeah, he's bored of Jarrett. Says all he's contributed to TNA's success is a couple of broken guitars and a bunch of bad haircuts.
Not wrong.
He's coming for the winner of Jarrett and Rhino after he's done with Monty. Jarrett invites Christian down to the ring. Christian teases leaving, turns around, brawls. Christian goes for the unprettier, but Jarrett bails. Rude hits the Northern Lariat on Christian to set up their TV match next week. Jackie Gata comes back out, shouts at Jeff Jarrett. Jarrett pushes her, so she slaps him again. Same thing as last week. Security separates everybody as AMW wants answers from Jarrett about Jackie, Christian, and Rude brawl.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, riveting stuff with Jackie Gata, who gets more TV time this month than Rhino.
Something. Maybe Jackie Gator is Raven's new girlfriend.
That would add up. Opener of the primetime special is AMW and Jarrett against the Naturals and Hardy. We already talked about that match in which they put Andy Douglas through a table. Some brawling. There is a moment in that match where they tease for ages. Like Douglas and Harris are on the top of the ramp teasing doing cool moves off of the ramp. So they're like, well, I'm going to catatonic him off the stage and we're going to do all this stuff. And then he just kind of boots him off and he falls. By the way, this is Chase's first match back after breaking his neck.
I would have just retired.
He was only out for like 3 weeks.
Should have just 3 weeks is not enough time to recover from neck breaking.
You should really be out for longer. Turning point. There is a show running story, of course, where like the mention that the face of TNA will change forever in 2006. So we have the same thing we always do with Jarrett going to like 15 different people backstage, being like, "You hear about what they said? What do they say? What's that about?"
Best thing is James Storm littering.
He just throws that bottle as they arrive.
Yeah.
Just drops it in a flower blade.
It's great.
They do want to do the point of contrast, and that Jarrett arrives in a limo, with Rhino arrives in a pickup truck.
A very expensive pickup truck. Let's not pretend.
Yeah, that's not a cheap vehicle.
No, that is a gigantic, big waste of money.
In fact, largely more expensive than what I assume is a rented limo.
Maybe Jarrett owns the limo.
With the amount TNA use it, they're bloody better. Jarrett does the same thing with Monty later in the show. He does the same thing with Team Canada later in the show. Same conspiratorial stuff, which does lead us to the main event, in which Jarrett defeats Rhino to retain the NWA World title.
And, you know, it's fine.
Again, as Jarrett crowd brawling matches go, it was one of the more okay ones. I think it went 3 1/4.
Yeah, it's alright.
Jarrett bleeds.
But, it also followed, the best match in company history. This best singles match in company history, so that sucks for them.
Yeah, they're going out there right after Styles and Joe. And, as you said, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for what it is. There's some cool spots.
It's not the worst Jeff Jarrett pay-per-view title match.
No, easily not. We still like that
Yeah,
Hardy
exactly.
one. Maybe the DDP one.
Yeah. Oh, there's been a lot of bad Jeff Jarrett. Huh? Shocking development.
It is better than the last Jarrett Rhino pay-per-view match. They brawl up to the camera stand on some scaffolding as Jarrett knocks Rhino off through a table. They set up, in the cool spot in the match, they teased this last month and didn't do it, but they set up a table covering the front of the entrance tunnel, and then Rhino gores Jarrett through the table down the tunnel, and the table doesn't even break. The table slides down the tunnel with them. It's a cool looking spot.
It is fun.
And that also sets up a spot after that where Jarrett gets back to the ring because Team Canada come out and help him back to the ring, and they do this big dramatic 10 count. It's if Rhino can't get back to the ring, he loses. Jarrett retains by count out, and they get to 9 and Rhino just charges into the ring straight into his big comeback, and it's a cool moment.
There's bits in this.
Yeah, but it's a Jarrett match, so we get nonsense. So Team Canada are all over the place. Rudy's bumped. Rhino gores A1, but gets caught with the Northern Lariat, but Rhino kicks out. Jarrett hits him with a guitar, but Rhino kicks out. Jackie Gaeta shows up, slaps Jarrett. Jarrett turns right into a gore, but Jarrett kicks out. Like, Don is counting along, and he's like, yes! And then when Jarrett kicks out, he's like, oh, come on!
Don is all of us.
When he realized Jarrett didn't lose. Jarrett hits a middle rope stroke onto 2 chairs to retain after DeBoer hit Rhino in the back with a hockey stick.
He's loving the middle rope stroke lately.
He beat Chris Sabin with it last month.
He's loving it.
The lights go out. It is not Sabu.
Oh God. It's
Sabu? It's Sabu!
That'd be sick.
It's Sting. They're a series of scorpions.
It's Sting.
It's Sting. The Todd Grisham delivery. It's Sting.
It's the stuff associated with Sting.
Yeah, so there's a spotlight in the middle of the ring on a chair upon which
they take so long to see.
Yeah, it's ages. So yeah, you see the jacket, the boots, and the bat in the middle of the ring, and Jarrett and DeBoer are still like looking around, being like, "What could it be? What could it be?
What could these scorpions mean?"
Before they finally turn and see Sting's gear in the ring, and Jarrett is shook.
His core.
As Jarrett is still your NWA World Champion. And we end the show, I guess not as we always end the show, because it's not 3LK family drama, Liam.
No.
It's 4LK family drama.
Oh my God, beware.
So, November 19th Impact, we start with a feature on 3LK, they run through the history of the family drama, which has been running since February.
Don't we know
The
it?
franchise then has 3LK backstage. BG has been granted time to address 3 Live Crew's future next week.
Thank God. I was wondering.
You really want to know what's happening in the 3 Live Crew land. Truth is mad because, like, why did franchise know about this, but I didn't?
Which is a little bit that is not acknowledged.
And then Conan is even madder because he's like, one, he says the line, "Have you been painting in an unventilated room? Maybe you need to go back to rehab," which is
amazing.
Cuts a little deep. And then he's like, "Why next week? What's with the cliffhanger? Just tell us right now."
That in that thing, Drew's like, "Come on."
Oh yeah, Truth is like, yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
That's unnecessary.
And it's like, I'm sorry.
On the November 26th Impact, Trill K and Kip James come to the ring. BG loves everybody, and the crowd's like, "Aww."
Aww.
Conan accuses Kip of always attaching himself to a hot act. That might be an acclaimed suggestion there by Conan. BG is wearing a Kip shirt, I think, which may send the wrong message to his other 2 buddies. I wouldn't have worn a Kip James shirt to this particular meeting.
Whatever.
So BG basically issues an ultimatum. He wants an up and down vote from the other 2 members of 3LK about whether or not Kip can join their family. Truth says he never doubted BG and votes yes. He's like, "I just wanted to be straight with you, and you're now straight with me, so thumbs up," he's in. Conan is Conan, so he's just like, "What the fuck? No. BG kind of cuts them off. Is like, "Have I ever given you a reason not to trust me?" And it's like, well, he has, but
yeah, when he hit you with that chair twice.
He just wants one more. He wants a yay from Conan. He wants him to trust them one more time. The crowd actually chant nay. They don't want Conan to do this.
Of course, why would they? This sucks.
Conan does, though, vote yay. He welcomes Kip James.
Shock of all shocks.
And we now officially have the 4 Live
Can't
Crew.
wait for the remix theme song. Oh, this run's going to be iconic.
Yeah, they're going to go hard on this one because they know this is going to be the longest lasting stable in TNA history.
Get the t-shirts ready.
The main event of that show is Jarrett and Kip. Team Canada interfere to allow Jarrett to win. 4LK make the save. It's basically the crux of it
Just
there.
4LK guys.
So next week's Impact, we go backstage. But Bullet Bob Armstrong is here.
It's the 5LK.
So he's backstage and he's like, "I am so happy that all of you are together. Like, united you stand, divided you fall, but you're together. And I love you, Conan. I love you, Kip. I love you, Truth. And I guess I love you, Son." You'll face Team Canada at Turning Point in an 8-man tag team match. He is very proud of his boys. They have come together. They have overcome adversity. Helvis and Sin face the 4 Live Crew of Conan and Kip James on the Go Home Impact, the primetime special. It's basically a squash match to show they're on the same page. My favorite part of it is after they win, they cut to Bob Armstrong at the top of the ramp, who just like gives them a hearty thumbs up. He's happy to see his boys together.
Again, it should be the 5L crew.
When they're hitting the catchphrases at the start, BG hits the not 1,
oh my
not
God.
2, not 3. And you would think he would go but 4, but he adds another line after that to throw the crowd completely off. It's like, the
crowd hates it.
You are not a professional here, sir.
It's really bad.
But yeah, the squash, Rolling Thunder, one and only, Tequila Sunrise for the win, which does bring us to the pay-per-view, in which
Great.
We have a backstage segment with 4LK. BG's like, 2006 will be the year of Familia. And Conan says something in Spanish for his Latin people. And I forgot, I was going to try and ask Twitter to like translate it. Because I presume it's probably like some foreshadowing bit that he dropped.
Like, I'm going to kill them.
Yeah, he said something probably to the extent of, yeah, I am going to smash this man in the head with a chair. But I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know.
You should learn.
Which does bring us to the 8-man tag. It is the 3 Live Crew versus Team Canada. Give me all your takes.
It's fine.
That's one take. What's your next take?
BG does the 4 Live Crew intro, but introduces another line before the 4 Live Crew part and throws everyone off. Kip hits Bobby with a famous Ewo brings the chair, but Conan intercepts. Conan then brains Kip with the chair, allowing Rude to pin him. BG shouts at Conan as Truth tries to calm everybody. Conan then hits BG with the chair. Truth looks shocked. Truth is like, "You're gonna hit me next," but Conan's like, "Nah, bro, you're cool." Hugs and invites Truth to leave with him. Truth declines.
Which is after months and months and months, some might say.
And years, decades.
To throw shade at Dave Meltzer again. A note in the Observer, if you've been watching consistently, this angle took too long. But for 75% of the audience that is really new, they were 2 months minimum too fast in doing this turn.
I get your point, but no, they weren't because this sucks. Shut up.
I thought the turn was good because Conan hit a dude in the head with a chair.
Yeah.
And I appreciate how like BG tried to talk him down and he also just killed BG with the chair. He's like, screw both you guys.
It's 1 a.m. I'm not talking about this.
No, talk more. How do you feel about Truth? Which side should Truth go with? If you would know, more importantly, if you were on the Truth killing, who would you go with?
Truth.
Oh, Truth is for Truth. He's like standalone. He's moving on, doing his own thing.
He's gonna launch the Truth Commission.
We would be 1 a.m. if you didn't play like half an hour of Pokemon before we started.
How about you shut up?
Never. I'm a white man with a podcast. I'm incapable of shutting up.
God, this is the most powerful combination known to mankind.
It is nice though to like finally get some fucking development in this goddamn shitty 3 Live Crew angle. So the downside is I don't want to see any of the matches coming out of this shitty 3 Live Crew angle.
I mean, maybe like Ron and Conan.
As a team or against each other?
Yes.
Because apparently the plan was still to do Ron and Hardy as a team, but obviously Hardy is gone.
Sure.
So that is December 2005. We have covered it extensively. How do you feel? Good pay-per-view month, decent TV month, but not special, but a good pay-per-view month.
It was alright.
What are you eating?
Nothing, bro.
We will be back with our final resolution episode in a while, whenever we're back with it.
No,
we'll
say actual things.
We'll be back next.
No, it was a fine month.
No, you're done. No, you're done. You decided to scoff a cookie in your mouth. You get no more thoughts.
It's so dry.
You will spend 15 minutes trying to clear that out of your
I
mouth.
don't have any more liquid either.
Bold.
I did it as a bit. You can't be mad if it's a bit.
We will be back with the Final Resolution 2006 episode with the arrival of Sting. So that'll be our next episode. We'll be back next week on Patreon with a brand new episode of Tuesday War Games covering AEW and NXT going head to head next week. We'll also be coming up with another episode of Rain Takers and another episode of the Lucha Underground show. Gift of the Pods coming your way to patreon.com.
So you're going to just like ignore the name again.
Or TNAchat.com in the next while. All that coming your way. I would never ignore the names of our shows, Liam. It's not that I can't remember them. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me and on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Whoop whoop.